Chapter 1. Indulge freely. Embrace a life of perfection. May 15th, 2024. Around 8 a.m., the biological clock awakened Jiang Nan from his slumber. Groggy, he descended from his bed and made his way to the bathroom, half-closed eyes beginning the routine of washing up. Suddenly, he seemed to behold something astonishing and unbelievable. Staring in shock at his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror was a man with striking features, extraordinarily handsome. It was he. Yet he was perplexed. Why did he appear so striking today when he had always been merely passable in looks? Due to years of late nights, he had suffered from oily skin and frequent breakouts. But today his complexion was remarkably clear. Has my nearsightedness worsened? His first thought was that his vision had deteriorated, for how else could he appear so ethereal? Shaking his head, he brushed his teeth while admiring his own charm. Incredible handsomeness, Jiang Nan exclaimed, and then, inadvertently, his gaze drifted down to his bare upper body, accustomed to sleeping without a shirt. 1, 2, 3, good heavens! An 8-pack and a perfect line. At that moment, his eyes widened, and he turned to glance at his side profile in the mirror, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He immediately clenched his fists and struck a few playful taps against his abdomen. Thud, thud, what a resounding sound. This was the epitome of a perfect line. Am I still dreaming? This truly feels like a beautiful dream. Jiang Nan grinned widely. Ding! At the instant he expelled the mouthwash, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. The next moment, before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend, another mechanical voice resonated. Due to the host's unwavering will and the consistent wish held for 5 years, the Indulgent Life System has been successfully activated and bound. What? The toothbrush was gripped tightly between his teeth, and his eyes were as wide as saucers. A system? Like those in the novels on the Tomato Novel app? Hello, Indulgent Life System, Jiang Nan tentatively greeted. Greetings, host. You may communicate with the system simply by thinking. The system's voice replied. I would like to inquire about your functionalities. Jiang Nan swallowed, the taste of mouthwash lingering, yet he was too enthralled to care. As he posed this question, his hand holding the cup trembled slightly. As a seasoned reader who had perused novels on the Tomato app for years, he was well aware of what a system entailed. To possess a system undoubtedly promised a soaring ascent, contingent upon the system's capabilities whether it facilitated a swift rise or a gradual climb. Indulge freely. Embrace a life of perfection. The system's voice chimed again. The host merely needs to spend his own money to receive a random multiple in return. Are there any restrictions? Jiang Nan paused, realizing the system's functionality bore a striking resemblance to some of the affluent narratives he had encountered on the Tomato Novel app. Absolutely no restrictions. Perhaps the only limitation lies in the monetary expenditure of the host, which entitles you to receive rewards. Furthermore, by occasionally completing the minor tasks assigned by the system, you may acquire unexpected abilities and items, the system elaborated. What about spending on others? For instance, treating a stunningly attractive woman? Jiang Nan inquired. Regardless of whom you choose to spend on, it is still considered expenditure, and the system does not concern itself with the recipient's beauty, the system responded. Impressive, Jiang Nan exclaimed, marveling at the capabilities of his system. Among the myriad of systems within the realm of online literature, this one truly stands out as exceptional, far superior to those that require one to spend on beautiful women too. Reap rewards. For instance, he recalled a novel he had read titled starting with a tenfold rebate card, The Green Tea Campus Belle Turns Me into a Sycophant, where the protagonist was compelled to pamper a green tea campus belle, an experience he found utterly cringe-worthy. Buzzing. Just as Jiang Nan was about to inquire about any beginner's welfare packages, the phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. He promptly set down his cup and toothbrush, striding toward the bathroom. Glancing at the screen, he noticed a contact labeled baby, which instantly transported him back to a lonely night 2.5 years ago. On that fateful evening, seeking amusement, he had downloaded a casual gaming app. It featured online billiards, gamoku, and other simple games. Through this app, he met a female online friend named Xiao. They frequently played billiards and gamoku, and over time, their friendship blossomed into a virtual romance that lasted 2.5 years. This experience transformed Jiang Nan, a novice in online relationships, into a seasoned participant in a world of virtual love. Throughout this time, he often boasted about being tall, handsome, and affluent, a wealthy second-generation heir. Although he felt a twinge of shame after each voice call, he reasoned that boasting online was harmless. Moreover, he had never considered the idea of meeting in-person online relationships seemed too unrealistic. After all, he resided in Jiang City in the southwest, while his romantic interest was situated in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. The distance felt insurmountable. With these thoughts lingering, Jiang Nan answered the call. "Darling," a cheerful voice chimed in. It was genuine, devoid of any pretense or affectation, truly pleasant to the ears. "I'm here, babe," Jiang Nan replied. "Today is May 15th, just a few days until 5:20, Chiu continued. "What's the matter?" Jiang Nan did not immediately grasp the significance. "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you before? I want to celebrate 520 with you this year." "Oomph, you clearly don't care about what I say." Chiu pouted. "I just woke up. My mind is a bit foggy," Jiang Nan explained. He recalled that last year, Chiu had also wanted to meet him for 520, but he had deflected her request, claiming he had to return home for matters. After all, at that time, he was merely an online braggart, a penniless young man who dared not pursue a real-life encounter. This year, what excuse should I concoct to evade this? Jiang Nan instinctively entertained such a thought, only to promptly regain his composure, wishing he could slap himself awake. How could I, having bound myself to the system, still feel timid about the boasts I made online? "So, should I book the plane ticket?" Chiu's voice continued, tinged with a hint of anticipation. "They'll take care of the booking." Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and spoke that he could afford the several hundred yuan for the ticket, and it would also provide a perfect opportunity to assess the system's efficacy. Chapter 2. The first expenditure, tenfold reward. "Darling, let me handle it myself," Chiu's gentle voice chimed in. "Your money doesn't come from thin air. When I arrive, just play the gracious host. I've heard that the spicy hot pot in Jiang City is quite delicious. I plan to indulge in a few bowls." "No worries. Send me your details via WeChat, and he'll take care of the ticket." Jiang Nan was not about to miss this experimental opportunity. "All right," Chiu's resigned voice responded. "Then, please book the ticket for the 18th. He'll come to visit for the weekend and head back on Monday. I have class in the afternoon." "Got it." Jiang Nan nodded, and after a brief chat, they ended the call. A little while later, Chiu sent her ID number, name, and phone number. Meng Qingqiu, wait, she was born in '04. To be honest, after 2.5 years of online romance, this was the first time he learned the real age of his online partner. This year, at 20 years old, she was only around 17.5 years age. And no wonder she had always been reluctant to share her age. It all made sense now. "Darling, when you come, I'll treat you to some delicious food." A voice message arrived, and from her tone, Meng Qingqiu seemed incredibly excited and happy. "All right, they'll book the ticket for you now." Jiang Nan immediately exited WeChat, opened an app, and began to arrange Meng Qingqiu's flight. Wait a moment. As he opened the flight options from the Magic City to Jiang City, Jiang Nan suddenly regained his senses. His online persona was that of a wealthy and handsome man if he booked the cheapest economy class. Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Quickly, he exited the app and glanced at his bank balance. 7,852 yuan. With that, he returned to the ticket app and directly selected the first-class option. This was not merely a facade, but a strategic move. The more he spent, the stronger the foundation for his subsequent endeavors would be. First class, 6,300 yuan. Jiang then took a deep breath and silently called out, "Is the system there?" "Yes, host." "What are your commands?" The system replied, "Nothing." Jiang Nan began the ticket booking process. Ding! Soon, the notification of payment from his bank card chimed. In the next moment, a ding echoed in his mind, signaling the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful, and you have received a tenfold cashback reward. As this marks your first expenditure, you officially embark on the path to a perfect life. The system graciously grants you an additional insight ability." Ding. The notification sound of a text message resonated. Jiang Nan glanced down, and a message caught his eye. "Your account 4399 has been credited with 63,000 yuan on May 15th at 8:12 a.m. Your available balance is 64,552 yuan. It's real. I'm not dreaming. The system truly exists." In that moment, Jiang Nan held his breath slightly, then pinched his thigh. As a sharp sensation surged through him, he immediately erupted in exhilarated shouts that a tenfold cashback. 6,300 yuan had swiftly transformed into 63,000. To describe this sensation with a mere word of pleasure is an understatement. It was an ecstatic delight beyond measure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality from his euphoric state. Chill, what's the matter? Jiang Nan answered the call. Darling, why did you book me a first-class ticket? Meng Qingqiu's astonished voice echoed. It's nothing, Jiang Nan chuckled. It's just a few thousand yuan, it's hardly a significant sum. As he uttered these words, a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Had he ever been able to casually refer to 6,300 yuan as a small amount? Impossible. A few thousand yuan is hardly a significant sum? Meng Qingqiu's mood instantly sank, her voice growing hoarse. Darling, first and foremost, I'm not a materialistic girl to me. First class is no different than economy class. The ultimate goal is simply to see you. However, I do not wish for you to incur such expenditures on my behalf. If a few thousand yuan is not a trivial amount, it represents the monthly earnings of many ordinary people, or even the living expenses of impoverished families for a year or several years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Darling, what pains me more is your situation. I secretly visited Jiangsheng last year during the 520 festival when you were still delivering takeout. Meng Qingqiu's subsequent words left Jiang Nan in a state of shock, listening intently as she continued. Although our relationship began online, having never experienced romance, throughout my life, I have genuinely felt the essence of love with you. During my unhappy moments, you were there for me, patiently listening to my rants and complaints. Even if you occasionally irritated me, I believe that is the authentic experience of love. At this point, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Sweetheart, we can cancel the first-class ticket since it was booked not long ago. Meng Qingqiu's voice resonated once more. Chill. Jiang Nan spoke softly. To be honest, that was merely me experiencing life. While I may not be the tall, handsome figure you imagine, I assure you, I am indeed a scion of wealth. One must inevitably strive to salvage one's own pretenses. Were it not for the binding of the system, he would undoubtedly have confessed without hesitation. However, as fate would have it, he had indeed secured a system, one that proved to be remarkably effective. In an instant, 6,300 transformed into 63,000. With several days remaining for development, Jiang Nan was confident that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangsheng, he would possess the means to uphold the facade of a wealthy heir. Meng Qingqiu was taken aback by Jiang Nan's words. I truly did not deceive you, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. I never anticipated you had secretly sought me out last year. Is it really so? Meng Qingqiu remained somewhat skeptical. Absolutely. What car do you fancy? I shall drive it to pick you up, Jiang Nan remarked with a grin. Anything is fine, I am indifferent to such matters, she murmured softly. Qingqiu, it's time for class. At that moment, a voice called out. All right, he'll be there shortly. Let me inform my partner, she responded over the phone. Darling, I shall not worry about you any longer. I must attend class now, we shall converse later. Go ahead, Jiang Nan nodded. Mua. Meng Qingqiu shyly blew a kiss before ending the call. Things are looking up, Jiang Nan mused, glancing at his account balance on his phone. Though it stood at a mere 64,552 yuan, he was confident that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangsheng, he would surely surpass 7 figures, and perhaps even reach 8. As wealth increases, so too does the potential for more wealth, Jiang Nan asserted resolutely. The leverage that 64,552 yuan could wield was not insignificant. Just then, a notification chime resonated within his mind, heralding a message from the system. Chapter 3. A beneficial task, luxury cars worth millions. Ding. The system detected the host's intense desire to consume and dispatched a beneficial task. Successfully spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to receive a Mercedes E300. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Spend 63,000 yuan in half an hour for a reward of a Mercedes E300? How delightful! Upon hearing this task, Jiang Nan's face broke into a broad smile. The Mercedes E300. It is at least worth 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Do not underestimate this sum as trivial. While it may seem insignificant to the wealthy, Is this world solely composed of affluent individuals? A car valued at 500,000 yuan would require at least 5 years of saving, assuming a monthly income of only 8,000 yuan and no expenditures. Thus, for the average person, what else could be considered a luxury vehicle? The countdown began, urging the host to complete the beneficial task promptly. Jiang Nan felt the pressure. He was ready to head out, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly realized the time constraint of this beneficial task. Leaving now would consume precious moments, and he might not even find suitable options for spending. With determination, Jiang Nan focused. Ding! At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Instinctively, he glanced at it, noticing a message from Douyin. The user you follow, Xiao Guai, has gone live. Seeing this notification, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck. System, does giving gifts to streamers count as spending? Jiang Nan inquired. Indeed, the system replied. This definitely qualifies as a beneficial task. An E300 for free. Jiang Nan grinned widely and promptly clicked on the Douyin live stream notification. Welcome, Yinyu Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Welcome, Tuoba Xiaoguden, to the live stream. Welcome. Surprised by the sudden influx of viewers, Jiang Nan noted that many people had already joined the stream early in the morning. As he entered the live stream, a voice rang out. Jiang Nan turned to see a stunning young woman, appearing around 18, who was astonished, her face close to the camera, watching the dozens of fans flooding in. My darling wants to kiss me. Kiss, kiss. Xiao Guai's beauty was astonishing. It was perplexing why she wasn't more popular. With no beauty filters, the raw camera footage showcased her striking features. If given the chance, I would gladly marry Xiao Guai and live in luxury. In the live stream, the comments surged with excitement. Jiang Nan stepped back and proceeded to recharge his account. In just a short while, the notification confirmed a successful recharge of 630,000 Douyin diamonds. He returned to the live stream of the charming yet mischievous Xiao Guai through his following list. Opening the gift panel, he swiftly scrolled down, and soon, his hand settled on a gift worth 30,000 Dou diamonds. Yinyu Jiang Nan generously presented the host with a carnival. At that moment, the female streamer Xiao Guai, with her twin ponytails, appeared to notice something, her eyes widening in astonishment as she hurriedly leaned closer, gazing at the carnival floating across the screen. Her face instantly reflecting shock. A carnival? Thank you, Yinyu Jiang Nan, for this incredible gift. Am I dreaming? Someone actually gifted me a carnival. Xiao Guai's astonished voice echoed throughout the live stream. Almost immediately, Yinyu Jiang Nan sent another carnival, and then another. In the blink of an eye, he had gifted 21 carnivals. Wow, the boss is amazing. Oh my, Xiao Guai is doing quite well too. 21 carnivals. How much is that? 63,000 yuan. My goodness, even if we have it. Xiao Guai has earned 31,500 yuan in just a short while. Big brother, how about throwing in a lucky bag? Let me grab one for Xiao Guai and get her a light board. As Jiang Nan showered the live stream with 21 carnivals, not only did Xiao Guai erupt in excitement, gazing incredulously at the screen, but the dozen or so viewers in the room also buzzed with enthusiasm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful. You have received a double cashback. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have perfectly completed the system's welfare task, triggering a critical reward, a Porsche Cayenne. While the female streamer Xiao Guai and the viewers were in utter astonishment, Jiang Nan's mind was filled with the system's notification sounds. 126,000 yuan at hand, and also a Porsche Cayenne worth over $1 million. This system is remarkably generous. As Jiang Nan gazed at the 126,000 yuan transferred into his account, and heard about the Porsche Cayenne he had earned for completing the task, his face displayed sheer astonishment. The thrill of such effortless gain was simply exhilarating. Yinyu Jiang Gij? Yinyu Jiang Gij? Are you still there? At that moment, a sweet chorus of calls pulled Jiang Nan back to reality. He looked into the live stream, where the adorable Xiao Guai, now sporting her twin ponytails and black frame glasses, seemed quite charmingly otaku-like. After casually responding, I'm here, she recalled the insight skill she had obtained during her first purchase and immediately inquired, System, can this insight skill be used on people? Indeed. All right. Please direct the insight skill towards this intriguing Xiao Guai. Name, Lin Man. Age, 18 years. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Attractiveness, 88 points. Affinity, 20 points. In no time, a surreal 3D attribute panel materialized before Jiang Nan. Upon glancing at it, he was taken aback by the 88 points in the attractiveness section. To be frank, an 88 on a 100-point scale is quite commendable. At the very least, Jiang Nan believed that only those at the level of the campus beauty could attain such a score in reality. This insight ability is truly extraordinary. With this, he could effortlessly discern whether a girl is genuinely innocent or merely pretending to be so. The affinity score offers the same advantage. With such an intuitive representation, he will be exceedingly clear on whether an individual is genuine or merely putting on a facade. Chapter 4. Lin Man's Fashion and the Mini-Game Livestream. I am immensely grateful to Brother Jiang Nan for the 21 carnivals. Brother Jiang Nan, I must step out for a moment. May I resume the live stream upon my return? At that moment, the sweet voice of the female streamer, Xiao Guai Bu Guai Lin Man, resonated once more in the live stream. The utterance of brother ignited a surge of excitement among the dozen or so viewers in the chat. How delightful. Go ahead. Jiang Nan casually commented in a chat message before exiting the live stream. Upon visiting his profile, he noticed several private messages awaiting his attention. Tuoba Xiaogun, brother, could I trouble you for a few hundred yuan for a meal? Nian Xiao Yue. Jiang Nan, could you possibly send me a few gold coins? I don't ask for much, just enough for a modest pig-ass trotter's meal. Xiao Guai Bu Guai. Brother Jiang Nan, could you add a green bubble for me? He then saw Lin Man's private message. Contemplating the impact those 21 carnivals had on this petite internet celebrity, the shock was undeniably profound, nearly overwhelming. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a few extravagant gifts would prompt a small streamer like Lin Man, with just over 1,000 followers, to reach out eagerly. Jiang Nan sent her his green bubble, closed the private messages, and promptly exited Douyin. Settling down on the living room sofa, he opened his messages to find a staggering sum of 127,552 yuan. With a click, he retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Nan's face. Do not inquire why he did not promptly seize the momentum to lavish gifts upon several attractive female streamers, thereby continually reaping cashback rewards. The truth is, he was still reeling from the sudden transformation from a struggling individual to a young man with a six-figure bank balance. For someone of his age, having savings exceeding 100,000 yuan is indeed remarkable. At that moment, a notification from WeChat appeared. Jiang Nan clicked to open it, revealing Xiao Guai Bu Guai as profile picture, a full-body shot of her sporting twin ponytails secured with a blue hairband, donned in an outfit reminiscent of a JK uniform, complete with a blue bow at the collar. Beneath her white pleated skirt were her impeccably straight legs, devoid of stockings. While this might seem lacking in Jiang Nan's eyes, he could not deny the remarkable allure of her legs. With a deep breath, Jiang Nan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Soon after, a voice message arrived. Brother Jiang Nan, I have some matters to attend to. May we converse in detail later? After listening, he decided to set her aside, logging out of WeChat. Instead of opening Douyin, he launched the Tomato novel app and selected a book titled Having Bound the Rich System, who still acts as a love-struck fool. Within the urban rich genre, the King of Gifts was valued at 500 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nan extravagantly gifted 10 King of Gifts, each valued at 500 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed your purchase and earned a fourfold cashback reward. 4 times 5,000 yuan amounts to 20,000 yuan. As he witnessed an influx of 20,000 yuan into his account, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Nan's face. This was a promise he had made to the author. He hadn't overindulged, as sometimes a gesture suffices without causing unnecessary complications. Exiting the Zhangxi novel app, Jiang Nan opened Douyin. Welcome, welcome. A warm greeting to all. If you could kindly step on the pressure board, come and enjoy some games with Xiao Mei. Upon entering Douyin, perhaps due to his previous engagement with 21 Carnival Gifts, a live stream was immediately recommended to him. Jiang Nan merely glanced at it without entering. a masked girl was holding up a sign that read, "A gentle tap on the pressure board for a small heart, 3 taps for a large beer." It seemed rather trivial. Jiang Nan shook his head. The highest reward was just a pair of sunglasses. One pair of sunglasses cost 99 do coins, equivalent to merely 9.9 yuan, with a penalty of standing on the pressure board for a minute during the live stream. He decided to recharge 100,000 yuan first. Navigating to his profile, he began the recharging process. Soon, 1 million do coins were credited to his account. Returning to the recommended homepage, as he was about to scroll down, he inadvertently clicked into the live stream. "Welcome, brother Yinyu Jiang Nan. Would you like to play some minigames?" As he entered the live stream, the female host cheerfully greeted him. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Since he was already here, he might as well contribute a little. He sent 1 pair of sunglasses to the host. "Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the generous sunglasses. I truly appreciate it." For the next minute, Xiaomei stood on the pressure board for the live stream. After expressing her gratitude, the host removed her shoes and stepped onto the board, her brow slightly furrowing in discomfort. It was evidently not an easy task. Jiang Nan shook his head, then sent 9 more pairs of sunglasses, intending to reach a perfect 10 before leaving. "Thank you so much, brother Jiang Nan, for a total of 10 magnificent sunglasses. For the next 10 minutes, Xiaomei will be standing on the pressure board for all of you. Please consider following our #1 supporter, brother Yinyu Jiang Nan, to help him gain more fans." The host's voice resonated with enthusiasm. Initially planning to depart, Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, decided to send her an additional 100 pairs of sunglasses. With a total of 110 pairs of sunglasses that amounted to 1,089 yuan. Without the guild's cut, the host would receive around 544 yuan. Standing on the pressure board for 110 minutes, to be honest, earning that money was no easy feat. Wow. Thank you once again, brother Jiang Nan, for another 100 magnificent sunglasses. Oh my goodness, Xiaomei has truly never received such an abundance of rewards before. I must swiftly take a screenshot. I am utterly moved. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. Click. The sound of screenshots echoed throughout the live stream, expressing gratitude and bowing. She occasionally dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Although aware that it was all an act, the emotional value Jiang Nan garnered was indeed remarkable. In that moment, he sent 300 more sunglasses. Chapter 5. The landlady Xia Jiqing's shock. As the moment arrived, when Jiang Nan unveiled an astounding 300 oversized sunglasses, it was immediately evident that the female host in the live broadcast widened her eyes in disbelief. Ha ha ha. A total of 400 sunglasses translates to 400 minutes, equating to 6 hours and 40 minutes. Come on, let us showcase. The next 6 hours and 40 minutes will be spent standing on the acupressure mat. I just noticed the host wiping her sweat. Could it be that she is feeling intimidated? Ha ha. Enduring over 6 hours of standing is already excruciating, let alone enduring it on an acupressure mat for the same duration. This is certainly torturous. Well done, my friend. The host has never been subdued before. I'm eager to see whether she will yield today. Never yielded? Upon reading this comment, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Just as he was about to continue his spree of purchasing sunglasses, a voice echoed in the live room. I yield. I truly yield this time. Brothers, after over 6 hours on the acupressure mat, please allow me to complete this punishment, all right? Hearing this, Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile and promptly exited the live room. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Consumption successful. You have earned a 5-fold rebate. The cost of 400 sunglasses amounted to 3,960 yuan, and 5 times that sum is 19,800 yuan. After deducting the principal, he had effortlessly earned over 10,000 in a short span of time. To be honest, engaging in play while raking in money was indeed quite delightful. Next, Jiang Nan began to traverse energetically. An hour later, he successfully rushed to consume 100,000, equivalent to 1 million do coins. At that moment, when he glanced at his account balance reaching 970,000, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Finished, Jiang Nan stretched his fingers and slowly rose from the sofa. A glance at the time revealed it was barely approaching 10 o'clock, prompting him to reflect. This morning, I was merely a struggling young individual with a few thousand in savings and now I am on the verge of having 1 million in my account. This system is indeed remarkable. Not to mention, he had also acquired a Porsche Cayenne worth at least 1 million. Right, system, where's my Porsche Cayenne? Jiang Nan pondered this matter and promptly inquired within. Please look at the coffee table, the system's voice responded. Following the sound's direction, Jiang Nan glanced at the coffee table and saw an envelope lying atop it, accompanied by a car key, which instantly brightened his eyes. Opening the envelope, he took a glance and confirmed everything was in order. He didn't need to lift a finger. The system had arranged everything seamlessly for him. System, you are impressive. Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, appreciating the effortlessness and convenience this system provided. Where could one find such a remarkable system? If there were a feedback mechanism, Jiang Nan would undoubtedly bestow it with a super 5-star rating. Time to go out and spend. Jiang Nan tossed the car key in his hand and strode purposefully out the door. Bang! He gently closed the door behind him. Tulp, tulp, tulp. As Jiang Nan ascended the staircase, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated through the air. His rented apartment was situated in an older district of Jiangsheng, characterized predominantly by 6-story buildings. Residing on the 3rd floor, he found it quite convenient to navigate his way up and down. At that moment, the rhythmic clacking of heels caught his attention, prompting him to instinctively glance in the direction of the sound. Emerging from around the corner of the staircase, a pair of elegant legs first came into view, followed closely by a striking pair of high heels. Soon after, half of a figure appeared, clad in a blue turtleneck off the shoulder top. The woman showcased a profile that was nothing short of breathtaking, her beauty seemingly perfect from every angle. In an instant, she turned fully towards him, her silver hair elegantly styled in an updo, with 2 strands framing her face, complemented by a wispy fringe. Jiang Nan's eyes widened at the sight. She was indeed a stunning silver-haired beauty. Particularly noteworthy was her black bodycon skirt, which accentuated her figure remarkably. It didn't take long for him to recognize her as Mrs. Xia Jiqing, his landlady. Without hesitation, he cast a glance of insight her way. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92 points. Affection, 5 points. Astonished by the revelation of her striking attractiveness, Jiang Nan couldn't help but display a look of surprise on his face. The clicking of her heels continued to echo as she approached him, a puzzled expression gracing her features. Regaining his composure, Jiang Nan greeted her, Sister Xia. Who are you? She inquired, failing to recognize him at first. After scrutinizing him for a moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Nan? Yes, he nodded in affirmation. It's only been a few months, yet you've changed so much, Mrs. Xia remarked, taking another look at him, her face filled with astonishment. She had a vivid recollection of this tenant, a diligent young man who had been renting from her for nearly 2.5 years. Although he occasionally delayed his rent payments, he always settled them eventually, earning her respect for his earnestness. Having just returned from traveling, she was taken aback to find that Jiang Nan exuded a different aura. His demeanor and appearance were markedly transformed, radiating a sense of masculine vitality. If previously he had struck her as a somewhat slender young man, he now presented himself as a confident and sun-kissed gentleman. I've recently taken up fitness, Jiang Nan replied with a cheerful smile. That's splendid. Youth is the perfect time to focus on physical health. You appear much more vibrant and handsome than before. Mrs. Xia genuinely complimented him. Thank you, Sister Xia. I believe I still owe you 2 months' rent, correct? I will transfer it to you right away. With that, Jiang then took out his phone. At that moment, Xia Jiqing noticed the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, yet she thought little of it. After all, such luxury car keys were commonplace among the youth. All right, I have received it. Xiao Jiang, if you encounter any difficulties, it's perfectly fine to delay the rent a bit. I have always recognized your character, Xia Jiqing remarked as she glanced at her phone, not immediately accepting Jiang Nan's transfer. Sister, I recently changed jobs, and my salary is quite satisfactory. Coupled with some savings from before, I currently have no financial issues. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall accept it. Xia Jiqing nodded and proceeded to accept the rent for the past 2 months from Jiang Nan. Ding! Congratulations, host. The transaction was successful, and you have received a 10-fold rebate on your expenditure. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his eyes to brighten with excitement. The 2 months' rent was modest, merely 3,000 yuan, and with a tenfold rebate that amounted to 30,000 yuan. Adding to the few thousand he had previously, his account balance now reached 1 million yuan. Ding! Chapter 6, The Welfare Task. Acquire a beautiful confidant, scoring 90 points. Ding! At that moment, the familiar chime of the system resonated in his mind once again. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 million. In light of your enthusiastic spending, a welfare task has been issued. Acquire a beautiful confidant of at least 90 points, with a favorability rating above 90. Task reward: Villa number 001 in Jiangnan. A limited edition Pagani Huayra. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Nan stood frozen in place. Goodness, this is merely a welfare task. To be candid, the difficulty is exceptionally high. A beautiful confidant scoring over 90 is certainly not easy to come by. Moreover, even if he were to encounter one, how could he possibly elevate the favorability rating so effortlessly? Take the landlady, Xia Jiqing, for instance. Her favorability rating towards him was a mere 5 points. Merely a fleeting acquaintance. Nonetheless, challenges bring excitement, and since the system proclaimed it a welfare task without a time limit, completing this endeavor should pose no significant issue for him. Jiang Nan's initial trepidation dissipated as he grasped this crucial point. Xiao Jiang, I shall take my leave now. The landlady's voice broke through his thoughts. All right, Sister Xia, Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. With the crisp sound of her high heels clicking against the floor, Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, casting a glance back. The alluring sight of her shapely legs beneath her fitted skirt was undeniably captivating. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he descended the stairs. Women of this caliber had once felt unattainable, mere figments of his imagination to be indulged in during the night. However, now, with the system at his disposal, such women no longer seemed insurmountable. First and foremost, he must elevate his own worth. Otherwise, regardless of wealth, he could never truly captivate a remarkable woman wholeheartedly. To illustrate, Jiang Nan's fortune had reached immeasurable heights. He could indeed entice the vast majority of beautiful individuals to his bed with wealth alone. Even their favorability could increase. Yet, such women's favorability would be merely a byproduct of their attraction to money, rendering them slaves to wealth. In Jiang Nan's perspective, this situation would never yield a favorability score of 100 points. The likelihood of even achieving 90 points was exceedingly slim. While spending, one must also enrich oneself. Moreover, had the system not promised to occasionally dispatch welfare tasks that would reward him with unexpected abilities and items upon completion, Jiang Nan eagerly anticipated his future growth. As he reached the ground floor, following the system's guidance, Jiang Nan spotted a brand-new silver Porsche Cayenne parked a short distance away. Indeed, it was strikingly handsome. Approaching the vehicle, he gently caressed the front, a look of awe spreading across his face. Fortunately, when he was 18, he had aspired to save some money to become a ride-hailing driver, even dreaming of driving a yellow Ferrari, prompting him to obtain a driver's license. Otherwise, he would surely feel a deep sense of regret in his later years. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head. As he did so, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young man casually seated on a small electric scooter nearby, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The moment their eyes met, the young man approached him, and by the time he reached Jiang Nan, a Porsche key had appeared in his hand. Young man, you seem to be quite fond of this car. The youth appeared to be in his late 20s, gazing at Jiang Nan with a cheerful expression. Indeed, I am. Jiang Nan nodded, reaching out to stroke the car's front. This vehicle is a dream for most men, myself included. Would you care to sit in it? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the young man jovially waved the Porsche key in his hand. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see the young man grinning as he waved the key. Could it be that this car belonged to him? Without hesitation, Jiang Nan pressed the button on his own Porsche key twice. Beep beep. As he did, the headlights of the silver Porsche Cayenne flashed, and the sound of the doors unlocking followed. Indeed, it was his. Turning back to the seemingly dazed young man, Jiang Nan smiled. Given what you just said, I thought I had mistaken the car for another. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, he climbed into the vehicle. Vroom! The engine roared to life, and the car began to move slowly. After covering a few dozen meters, the young man, still frozen in place, finally regained his senses. Just a moment later, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn, I intended to play it cool, but I ended up encountering someone truly impressive. How mortifying. The young man shakily retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with his Porsche key, taking a couple of puffs before hastily heading back to his electric scooter. After a brief drive of around 10 minutes, Jiang Nan arrived at the largest shopping district in Jiangxing. In this emerging first-tier city, a Porsche Cayenne, while not the pinnacle of luxury, still managed to capture the attention of some ordinary passersby. At the very least, as Jiang Nan stepped out of the car after finding a parking spot, several onlookers cast their gazes in his direction. In this world, ordinary individuals accounted for a staggering 99%. Faced with these scrutinizing stares, the exhilaration within Jiang Nan was indescribable. Taking a glance around, his eyes drifted towards the nearby pedestrian street. This is the largest and most central shopping center in Jiangxing, where an array of prestigious luxury boutiques stand side by side. Chanel, Gucci, LV. The options are abundant. One could easily select a store to purchase a few outfits. Yet while the adage suggests that appearances matter, possessing intrinsic depth and a commanding presence is of paramount importance. With purposeful strides, Jiang Nan approaches a high-end establishment. There's a saying that resonates. Once the world acknowledges your prowess, even if you don attire from a street vendor, it becomes fashion. It is as if a renowned designer has tailored it specifically for you. Such is the reality of our world. To echo an ancient proverb, donning a dragon robe does not guarantee one is a prince. Without the foundation of substance, strength, and charm, even the finest luxury garments may be perceived as counterfeit. Chapter 7. Meng Qingxiu, the first belle of Magic City University? Over an hour later, as Jiang Nan emerged from an Armani boutique, he bore several bags in hand. At this moment, his once humble attire had been transformed into something far more refined. 2 new outfits, complemented by casual footwear, had cost him approximately 30,000 yuan, averaging 15,000 per ensemble. While not exorbitantly priced, the comfort they provided was undeniable, and the eventual cashback amounted to an impressive 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, during the shopping spree, he had acquired a timepiece, a Rolex Submariner known as the Green Water Ghost, priced at 128,000 yuan. Although the cashback for this exquisite watch was modest, merely double the amount spent, it nonetheless swelled his savings to over 140,000 yuan. Quite satisfactory indeed. Jiang Nan ambled toward his vehicle and soon deposited his purchases in the back seat before returning to the driver's seat. "Hey, handsome." Just as he was about to start the engine, a voice interrupted him. Turning his head, he noticed a technologically savvy young woman outside. Her smile bright as she held her phone aloft. "Can we exchange WeChat?" "Thank you, but no," Jiang Nan politely declined, shaking his head. "Are you sure?" After his refusal, the young woman furrowed her brow, incredulously repeating her question in English. To be honest, Jiang Nan's grasp of English was not particularly strong, but he was certainly aware of the word's meaning. "I don't know you, miss," he replied softly. "Are you sure?" The young woman's tone intensified, her wide eyes fixated on him as she repeated her question with disbelief. "Apologies, but I have an engagement and must be on my way." Jiang Nan responded with a courteous smile before starting the car. "Sure?" she echoed, her voice laced with an odd intonation, prompting Jiang Nan's expression to darken. Unable to contain himself any longer, he replied coolly, "I am absolutely certain. Kindly be careful not to scratch my car. I fear you may not be able to afford the repairs." Even the most patient demeanor could be vexed by her persistent inquiries. With a hum, the vehicle roared to life and exited the parking space. Inside the car, Jiang Nan shook his head in disbelief, having witnessed the alarming confidence of a materialistic woman. Suddenly, his neglected phone vibrated beside him. "Darling, it's almost noon. Don't forget to eat lunch," came the voice of Meng Qingxiu. "I was just about to decide what to have." "Are you finished with your classes?" Jiang Nan replied, one hand on the wheel. Despite having obtained his driver's license at 18, he had spent the subsequent years gaining experience behind the wheel, rendering him quite comfortable driving. "Yes, I'm about to head to the cafeteria with my roommates." "What are you up to now?" Meng Qingxiu inquired. I'm driving, Jiang Nan responded, then switched to speaker mode, capturing a quick selfie to send her. How about I come pick you up in this car? Which car? Meng Qingxiu glanced at WeChat in astonishment and exclaimed, a Qian? Shouldn't girls generally lack interest in cars? Yet, she recognized it immediately. Jiang Nan was somewhat taken aback. Not bad. Meng Qingxiu's tone lingered slightly, and she hurriedly shifted the topic. By the way, as we are about to meet in person, aren't you anxious or curious, darling? I'm a bit anxious, but curious about what? Jiang Nan inquired, puzzled. Just curious about what I look like. What if I'm unattractive? Meng Qingxiu whispered. What if I'm both short and overweight? Would you really run away, like people say online? Not at all, Jiang Nan replied. That truly wouldn't happen, but whether we would remain together afterward is uncertain. Ultimately, this world is one that values appearance. If you were to question the lack of sentiment, isn't it quite ordinary for a typical person to think this way? Huh, Qingxiu, don't frighten your online love interest. As a most beautiful girl at Magic City University, what guy would be so taken aback as to flee? If he doesn't devour you on the spot, that's already commendable. Laughter erupted over the phone. Yao, what you saying? Meng Qingxiu's playful reproach followed. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. The most beautiful girl at Magic City University? Cough, cough, darling, don't mind Yao's nonsense. Oh dear, Yao, you made me feel embarrassed now. Darling, I'm off to the cafeteria. I'll contact you later with that. Meng Qingxiu hung up the phone. The most beautiful girl at Magic City. Jiang Nan did not put down his phone. While concentrating on driving, he opened Douyin and began searching. In this day and age, there's almost nothing that cannot be found on Douyin. Meng Qingxiu, Jiang Nan directly searched for the name of his online love interest. Instantly, the keyword bar filled with related suggestions. The most beautiful girl at Magic City University. Check out the barefaced photos of the most beautiful girl at Magic City University. Is Meng Qingxiu really the most beautiful girl at Magic City University? He casually clicked on one of the search entries. Immediately, a video popped up. In the video, a stunning girl with a high ponytail dressed in a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater sat on a bench holding a book, paired with a black leather skirt and long black stockings, exuding an irresistible charm. Is this Meng Qingxiu? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments section, which was filled with praise. This is Senior Qingxiu. Wow. To be fair, she doesn't photograph well. In reality, she is extraordinarily beautiful. I believe she deserves to be called a celestial sister. Jiang Nan noticed a comment from a Magic City IP with an exceptionally high number of likes. If this truly is my online love interest Meng Qingxiu, then her beauty is indeed off the charts. As Jiang Nan contemplated employing his insight technique to ascertain the extent of Meng Qingxiu's score within the system, a notification resonated in his mind. Host, this is neither a live broadcast nor a first-hand observation. Thus, the insight technique cannot be utilized. Acknowledging this, Jiang Nan nodded and continued to gaze at the video of Meng Qingxiu for a moment longer, a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to set his phone aside. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed in. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Lin Man, the rather mischievous female streamer. Hey, Jiang and Gij, I just noticed that your Douyin IP address is in Jiangxing. What a coincidence. Reflecting on this message, Jiang Nan recalled that he had followed this little imp during a local live stream last year. Indeed, they both resided in Jiangxing. He succinctly replied with a voice message. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Lin Man. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a university in Jiangxing, a youthful and radiant JK girl listened to a remarkably youthful voice in her voice message, revealing a hint of hesitation on her face. It was not that she wished to throw herself at Jiang Nan. Rather, she felt a sense of incredulity at having inexplicably earned over 30,000. Thus, she pondered whether, taking advantage of the daylight, she should express her gratitude in person to the generous gentleman, Yinyu Jiang Nan, who had showered her with thousands in her live stream. Brother Jiang Nan, thank you for gifting me 21 carnivals today. Since you are in Jiangxing, would you accept my invitation for lunch? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Man sent a voice message. Once dispatched, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was, in fact, an exceedingly shy girl. Otherwise, with her striking beauty, Had she been a bit more extroverted, she could have easily amassed hundreds of thousands of followers over a year of live streaming. Soon, Lin Man Man received a response. Simple yet direct. Send me your location. I will come pick you up. Almost immediately, another voice message followed. The youthful voice of Jiang Nan echoed with a hint of recognition. I have some impression of the IDN Jiang Nan, although I seldom speak in a live stream. I am usually present whenever you broadcast. It should be fine, right? Lin Man Man scratched her head, murmuring softly before sending him her location. What on earth does Lin Man Man intend to do? Can a mere 30,000 prompt her to throw herself at him? At this moment, Jiang Nan was navigating to Lin Man Man's location, which was in the University District of Jiangxing. The journey would take some time, anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour. You might have to wait for about half an hour. It will take me a while to get there, Jiang Nan thought to himself, sending her a reminder. He hoped she wouldn't lose patience and leave, as that would render his trip futile. No worries, I just need to return to my dorm for a moment. Lin Man Man replied almost instantly. Was she preparing to dress up a bit? Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. Honestly, even with Meng Qingxiu as his online romantic interest, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no interest in someone as stunning as Lin Man Man, who boasted an impressive attractiveness rating of 88. Which man has not fantasized about having his cake and eating it too? Jiang Nan was no exception. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the university, a Porsche Cayenne came to a smooth stop. A Porsche? What model is this? It certainly looks impressive. The Cayenne, starting at over 100,000. Whose wealthy heir is here trying to win over girls? As a luxurious Porsche Cayenne came to a halt at the entrance of a university, a chorus of voices erupted, and several strikingly attractive young women paused in their tracks, casting their gazes in that direction. A vehicle with a starting price of $1,000,000 is considered a pinnacle of luxury for 99% of the population. Indeed, to possess such an exquisite automobile is a remarkable feat, where among 1,000 individuals, only one might have the means to afford it. At that moment, a beautiful girl clad in denim jeans and a white short shirt, her hair styled in a bun, also directed her attention toward the Porsche Cayenne. Just then, her phone vibrated, prompting Lin Man Man to hastily divert her gaze back to her device. I've arrived, read the message from Jiang Nan. Why haven't I seen you? Lin Man Man had just sent a voice message when she noticed a handsome young man descending from the Porsche. Thump, thump. At that instant, her heart raced with exhilaration. Could it be him? Lin Man Man widened her eyes in disbelief. Here, upon Jiang Nan waving at her, Lin Man Man finally confirmed that this was indeed the charming figure who had showered her with 21 likes that morning. Wow, he is so handsome. What woman could resist the allure of a striking man? A spark ignited in Lin Man Man's eyes. Lin Man Man's affection level 5. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, momentarily catching him off guard. The rise and fall of affection levels, reported in real time. This feature was quite impressive. When engaging with women, it allowed him to swiftly discern which remarks were well received and which were not, even clarifying whether he could advance in his approach when faced with mixed signals. Who is this striking, rich, second-generation heir? And who is that girl? What incredible luck to be associated with such a dashing and affluent young man. Damn it, I'm not lacking in looks either. Why can't I attract a high-quality gentleman like him? As Jiang Nan and Lin Man Man met, discussions erupted around them. Are you Jiang Nan, the famed guy? Lin Man Man asked quietly, still in disbelief. Strangely, she felt as though she were meeting a long-time online friend in person. A truly surreal experience. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. Lin Man Man had never used beauty filters during her live streams, so her online and offline appearances were quite consistent. In fact, Jiang Nan found Lin Man Man to appear even more innocent in person. I didn't expect you to be so young and so handsome, Lin Man Man thought to herself, stealing glances at Jiang Nan. Standing at 165 centimeters, she couldn't help but speculate that he must be around 185 centimeters with shoes on. My goodness, a remarkable young man has been lurking in my live stream for nearly a year without sharing any content. Thank you, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Subsequently, the two of them boarded the vehicle. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, they slowly drove away. What shall we eat? Jiang Nan inquired during the ride. I'm treating you. Shouldn't it be you who decides what you wish to eat? Lin Man Man replied, pursing her lips while her eyes roamed the interior of the luxurious car. Wow, so this is what $1 million luxury car interior looks like. I must say, it is indeed quite comfortable. How about hot pot? I recall there's a well-regarded hot pot place nearby. Jiang Nan contemplated before responding. The hot pot you mentioned is indeed good, but allow me to take you to an even better hot pot place in a nearby alley. Lin Man Man exclaimed. It's economical and offers a wide variety of dishes. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered that she was the one treating today, causing her to pause and glance at Jiang Nan with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, if you prefer to go to the place you suggested, that would be fine too. No worries. Let us go to the hot pot in the alley that you mentioned, Jiang Nan replied with a carefree smile. I assure you, I'm not choosing that place to save money. It's just at the hot pot, there's truly delicious. Lin Man Man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she expressed this. Chapter 9. Whose Porsche is at the alley entrance? Before long, under Lin Man Man's direction, Jiang Nan drove the car to the entrance of small alley. Is this business truly thriving? Jiang Nan lowered the car window and glanced outside. To his astonishment, the area was filled with cars, leaving no vacant spots. Naturally, a place I recommend must possess something worthwhile. Lin Man Man raised an eyebrow, her pride evident. All right then, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. Being a true native of Jiangsheng, he believed that if hot pot were to be ranked second among the city's culinary delights, there would be no dish worthy of claiming the top spot. Brother, could you please move back a bit? I need to get my car out. A man in his 30s approached, offering a cigarette with courtesy. Brother? Hearing this term of address, Lin Man Man, seated in the passenger seat, revealed a peculiar expression. He appeared significantly older than Jiang Nan, yet still called him brother. Indeed, in this reality, wealth is the true symbol of status. Thank you, just a moment. Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette with a smile and began to reverse. His skills were commendable. He smoothly freed up a parking space. Thanks. Soon after, a blue BMW 5 Series drove past. No problem, Jiang Nan remarked as he maneuvered back into his original spot. Quite fortunate indeed. After exiting the car, he complimented. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. As Lin Man Man led Jiang Nan deeper into the alley, she introduced herself. My real name is Lin Man Man. Jiang Nan, he replied. So, this counts as a real name internet registration, doesn't it? Lin Man Man chuckled lightly. Indeed, while conversing, they arrived at an outdoor area bustling with activity. Every table occupied. Goodness, this place is truly lively, Jiang Nan exclaimed. Isn't it? Lin Man Man raised an eyebrow, smiling cheerfully. Hello, may I ask how many are in your party? A server approached briskly. 2. Lin Man Man gestured with a peace sign. Right this way, please. The server promptly led them to a freshly cleared table and added, you can scan the code to place your order. The dishes will be served one by one. Okay, I'm no stranger to this place. You go ahead and attend to your duties. Lin Man Man waved her hand with a smile, then sat down to scan the code for ordering. Do you want to eat pig's throat? Yes. How about pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Yes. The two engage in a lively back and forth, swiftly finalizing their order. Jiang Nan? Oh, it really is you. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the adjacent table. Jiang Nan and Lin Man Man turned their gazes sideways, where they spotted a young man with yellow hair accompanied by an energetic girl approaching. Upon seeing Lin Man Man, the young man immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Good heavens, what a stunning beauty! Who is she? Lin Man Man whispered. A former colleague from my delivery job. Jiang Nan replied with a slight nod, acknowledging the yellow-haired youth. Delivery? Lin Man Man paused, scratching her head before continuing. It seems that you wealthy second-generation kids enjoy mingling with the common folk and experiencing life. I once saw a video online featuring a delivery guy who, while delivering, casually purchased a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands. My goodness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan merely smiled in silence. Had he not been bound to the system, he might still be at home eating instant noodles, pondering how to respond to Meng Qingqiu's advances. Honey, it seems your friend isn't very interested in you, chimed in the yellow-haired youth's girlfriend, adding fuel to the fire. Huh. The yellow-haired youth smirked coldly and stood up. Excuse me, whose Porsche Cayenne is parked outside the alley. At that moment, a voice resonated through the gathering. In an instant, all eyes were on him. "Is it yours?" A waiter hurried over, addressing the young man politely. "Sir, a customer's car outside can't get out and would like you to move yours, if that's all right." "What? Mine?" The yellow-haired youth was taken aback. He owned only a small electric scooter and didn't consider moving it. "The Porsche Cayenne outside," the waiter reiterated. "Do I look like someone who can afford such a luxury vehicle?" The youth sighed in disbelief. Just as he was about to stride over to Jiang Nan's table, he saw Jiang Nan standing up, and to his astonishment, he declared, "It's mine." "Yours?" The waiter, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, eagerly rushed back, muttering within earshot of the yellow-haired youth. "Why are you standing up if you can't afford it?" The yellow-haired youth nearly choked in disbelief. He had stood up to confront Jiang Nan. However, what was this? A Porsche Cayenne? Wasn't he just a poor kid from an orphanage? How had he suddenly acquired a Porsche? "This way, please." While he was still in shock, the waiter respectfully led Jiang Nan outside to the patio. Soon, they arrived at the alley's entrance, where a man in his 30s was smoking. Upon seeing the waiter escort Jiang Nan, he approached with an apologetic demeanor, offering a modest cigarette, and politely said, "Sorry, handsome, but your car is too close to mine. I'm a bit hesitant to move it." Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette with a faint smile and said, "No problem. Moving a car won't take much time." The reluctance to move was quite evident, after all. It was a $1 million vehicle. A single scratch on its paint could easily cost an ordinary person a month's salary. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived by the car. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. Truth be told, the space between the cars was actually quite generous. However, his gaze shifted to the neighboring vehicle, a second-hand BYD, and he realized that, were he in the same position, he might have hesitated too. One should assume that in a rising metropolis like Jiangcheng, everyone is either wealthy or privileged. Even in the capital, beneath the shadow of ancient imperial grandeur, the chasm between affluence and poverty remains staggering. Swiftly, Jiang Nan maneuvered the car, creating ample space. "Thanks, handsome." The man expressed his gratitude before driving off. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. As he stepped out of the car and turned toward the alleyway, a striking sight suddenly caught his eye. Ding! Chapter 10. The welfare task arrives meanwhile. A notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! A potential partner with an attractiveness score of 90 has been detected nearby. The system assigns a welfare task. Successfully obtained Jiang Yan's green bubble. Task reward: 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a master level. Oh! Upon hearing this notification, a look of astonishment spread across Jiang Nan's face. The prospect of 1 million yuan was certainly enticing, but the mastery of piano at a master level was even more appealing. Even a novice understands that piano skills are categorized into 10 levels, with anything above that being a general term. To possess a master-level proficiency in piano skills is, to be frank, not merely the pinnacle, but surely a small world-class achievement. Jiang Nan directed his gaze towards a striking figure on the horizon. Soon, two young women approached, giggling while linking arms. His eyes were drawn to one of them, whose shoulder-length hair and subtle makeup gave her an innocent allure, complemented by an extraordinarily sweet smile. Name: Jiang Yan. Age: 19. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Attractiveness: 92 points. Affection: 5 points. Oh, how come there are 5 points of affection? Jiang Nan's surprise deepened as he examined Jiang Yan's attributes. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, Jiang Yan had also inadvertently noticed Jiang Nan standing beside the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man does not appreciate beauty? Similarly, what normal woman does not admire handsome men? Yan, that handsome guy is quite something. His fashion sense is on point. He is good-looking and tall. Do you think that Porsche belongs to him? Whispered Lilanlan, Jiang Yan's close friend. I'm not sure, but he certainly is quite handsome, exuding that sunny boy vibe. He is definitely my type, Jiang Yan replied softly. As their gazes met, her heart inexplicably began to race, prompting her to hastily avert her eyes. He is coming closer. Oh my! Seeing him up close is even more impressive. His features are so well-defined, and he seems to be fit. The kind whose clothes fit snugly and reveals a toned physique when undressed. Li Lan remarked nervously. Jiang Yan quickly composed herself, turning her attention back to Jiang Nan. who approached with an exceptionally sunny smile. Wow, this guy's smile is incredibly infectious and radiates warmth. Jiang Nan's affection 5. In an instant, this 92-point beauty had developed a total of 10 points of affection for Jiang Nan. "Hello, miss. May I add you on WeChat?" Jiang Nan inquired with a cheerful demeanor, phone in hand, as he gazed at Jiang Nan. The system had labeled it as a welfare task, and Jiang Nan was confident that an affection score of 10 would suffice to successfully connect with her. "Me?" Jiang Nan pointed to herself. Jiang Nan glanced at the beautiful girl, noting that her hands were indeed lovely, adorned with a set of shimmering, diamond-studded nails, yet her middle finger remained unadorned. "Is that acceptable?" Jiang Nan nodded, shaking his phone slightly. "No, no problem." Jiang Nan nodded in response, feeling a hint of shyness as the beautiful girl who had been asked for her WeChat took out her phone, and they mutually added each other as contacts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed a minor task. Reward: 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a grandmaster level. Upon successfully adding WeChat, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, bringing a joyful smile to his face. This system, although developing at a slower pace compared to the rapid, extravagant tales he had read on the Tomato novel app, resonated with him. The gradual growth and the acquisition of practical skills were indeed to Jiang Nan's liking. "Jiang Nan, let's chat later." They exchanged contact notes, and Jiang Nan, now aware of Jiang Nan's name, waved at him with a flushed face, her petite steps hurrying away. "Let us chat later." Jiang Nan smiled gently, following her gaze and noticing her outfit. The upper half featured a versatile white short shirt, while the lower half was a light yellow, form-fitting miniskirt. Her long, flawless legs were accentuated by white knee-high socks. How lovely! Further down, her brown leather shoes completed the ensemble, creating a vivid image in his mind. This outfit was simply impeccable. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Nan's type, then she was truly a divine match for him. As Jiang Nan and her companion strolled through the alley, appearing to be two casual university students, Jiang Nan returned to the alley. Quick, quick, the food is arriving swiftly today." As he sat down, Lin Man's eager voice rang out. "Beef tripe, quickly cooked, crispy." Jiang Nan glanced at her, shaking his head with a smile as he retrieved his bowl, ready to indulge in the hot pot. To be honest, the flavor was quite delightful. Having sampled numerous hot pot establishments, he believed this one could easily rank among the top 3. An hour later, delightful, Lin Man set down her chopsticks, exclaiming joyfully without a care for her image. It was indeed delicious. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. "Of course, a hot pot that I crave must taste exquisite." Lin Man cheerfully removed her apron and, inhaling the lingering scent of hot pot on her clothes, remarked, "However, the smell is quite strong. Perhaps I should just take a taxi back to school later." "No worries, I also carry the scent." Jiang Nan, who had not worn an apron, stood up and said, "Let us go, I'll escort you back." At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. Shortly thereafter, the young man with yellow hair arrived with his girlfriend, grinning as he handed over a cigarette. He inquired, "Where have you been working lately? You seem to be doing quite well." Jiang Nan did not accept the cigarette and replied coolly, "Currently, I am unemployed." With that, he exchanged a glance with Lin Man, and they departed together. How pretentious! The yellow-haired youth scoffed, watching Jiang Nan's retreating figure. That guy probably rented his outfit and his car to impress the ladies. Once they exited the alley and entered the car, Jiang Nan refrained from suggesting a leisurely outing to win Lin Man's heart, hoping to soon escape the phase of self-reliance. He felt no urgency. There was no need to rush. "Jiang Nan, I truly appreciate you for treating me to so many festivities today." Lin Man initiated a conversation on their way back to school. Chapter 11. Farewell to the Landlady, a glimpse of Jiang Nan. Having watched your live streams for a year, I find them quite intriguing, despite your casual approach. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, remarking, "It's not merely a whim, it's just a matter of opportunity. Someone as low-key as you, a wealthy heir, is indeed a rarity." Lin Man said, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. There was an unspoken thought lingering in her heart. A person like Jiang Nan, with both a charming disposition and striking looks, is even more uncommon. In truth, Even if Jiang Nan had not gifted her the 21 carnival tokens or arrived in a luxurious Porsche, should he wish to pursue her, Lin Man would hardly be inclined to refuse him at first glance. First impressions are paramount. "Oh, have you encountered many ostentatious heirs?" Jiang Nan inquired with a playful grin. "Not really. I've only seen them online. Isn't it said that when heaven opens a window, it closes a door? It seems to me that heaven hasn't closed any doors for you. It has opened all the finest ones." Lin Man couldn't help but laugh at her own words. Jiang Nan was equally amused by her response. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. The atmosphere within the car was congenial, devoid of any awkwardness typical of first meetings. Rather, it felt as though they were two online friends finally meeting in person. "We've arrived," Lin Man murmured, seemingly lost in thought as the car halted at the entrance of her university. "What's the matter? Reluctant to leave the car?" Jiang Nan teased. "I just feel so relaxed and happy chatting with you," Lin Man admitted, sticking out her tongue. After unbuckling her seatbelt and opening the door, she hesitated before turning back to Jiang Nan and saying, "Could we meet for a meal again when you have some free time?" "Sure. Just let me know when you're available," Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. "Great." Lin Man beamed as she stepped out of the car. "Goodbye," she called, closing the door behind her, her sweet smile lingering as she waved. "Farewell," Jiang Nan echoed, waving back as he slowly drove away. Lin Man's affection level 5. On his way back to the old city, a peculiar notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to reflect. If memory served correctly, Lin Man's affection for him had reached a notable 32 points. Goodness, that is quite a rapid increase. 32 points signifies a level approaching romantic undertones. Jiang Nan was familiar with the system's affection scale. 0 points indicated strangers, below 10 represented mere impressions, while around 10 denoted a very favorable impression. Typically, an affection level of 11 to 30 suggested a friendship. As for those scoring above 30, if they happen to be of the opposite sex, it generally indicates a budding affection akin to that between romantic partners. Whenever Jiang Nan desires, a few flirtatious remarks or even subtle physical touches can undoubtedly expedite Lin Man's feelings for him. Thus, it is evident that in this world, mere wealth is insufficient. One must also possess commendable attributes across various domains. Upon glancing at his reflection in the car's mirror, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curving into an aesthetically pleasing arc. By the time he returned to the old residential area where he rented an apartment, it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking the car, Jiang Nan ascended to the third floor, carrying several bags. Just as he rounded the corner of the staircase, he encountered his landlady, Xia Jiqing. "Hello, Sister Xia," Jiang Nan greeted her. Xia Jiqing looked at him with evident surprise. "Goodness, your outfit is exceptionally dapper." Affection for Xia Jiqing, too. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Jiang Nan silently acknowledged the truth in the saying that clothes make the man. Had he invested in a new wardrobe? Xia Jiqing scrutinized him further, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she spoke. "It's been a few months since we last met. My, is that Armani? And a Rolex Submariner? Little Jiang, have you completed your life experiences and are now ready to return home to inherit the family business?" Indeed, Jiang Nan exuded an entirely different aura than before. With his mastery of the piano at an expert level, coupled with his well-tailored attire, he truly resembled a young gentleman of affluence. "Sister Xia, you jest," Jiang Nan replied with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha. But truly, you've undergone a remarkable transformation. Honestly, if you were 10 years younger, I'm sure you would leave me utterly captivated." Xia Jiqing giggled, her figure not particularly voluptuous but striking nonetheless. Dressed in a fitted blue top, her laughter brought to Jiang Nan's mind only 4 words, a vibrant display of charm. "Well, you've certainly left me a bit flustered," Jiang Nan said, scratching his head sheepishly. If he weren't aware that Xia Jiqing's affection for him was merely at 7 points, he might have taken her words to heart and uttered something rather bold. Xia Jiqing's affection 3. At that moment, the system's notification startled Jiang Nan. What a surprise. His affection score had surged by 3 points, reaching a total of 10. "All right, I shan't tease you further. I must go to my piano teacher to pick up my daughter. We shall chat later. Xia Jiqing waved her hand and gracefully descended the staircase. Piano? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he recalled the simple piano melodies he occasionally heard during the day while at home. So, the landlady's daughter is learning to play the piano? Wait, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind, and a revelation dawned upon him. He has now mastered the art of piano at a masterful level. It seems improbable that he would struggle to teach a young girl, even one of tender age. The landlady possesses a striking beauty, scoring an impressive 92 points, making her a viable target for the completion of the previous welfare task. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. The value of that welfare task is indeed extraordinarily rich. The Jiang City Tianfu Villa number 001, alongside the globally limited Pagani Huayra, has piqued his interest immensely. He has taken the time to research it. The property values in Jiang City Tianfu are not trifling, featuring ocean view apartments, spacious flats, and the most coveted 9 villas. The rumor price for Villa No. 001 ranges from 3 to 500 million. Furthermore, a villa designated as number 001 cannot simply be acquired with mere money. Thus, the allure of the Jiang City Tianfu Villa number 001 has thoroughly captivated Jiang Nan. Not to mention, there is also the globally limited luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra. This vehicle begins at several tens of millions. Even a Porsche Cayenne, valued at a mere million, exudes prestige. To drive a Pagani Huayra, starting in the tens of millions, would undoubtedly turn heads and draw the attention of all passers-by. A delightful thought has sparked a newfound motivation within him. For the sake of my Villa No. 001 and my luxurious Pagani Huayra, it is imperative that I complete this somewhat challenging welfare task expeditiously. Chapter 12. The minigame livestream, Glass Legs. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan tossed several bags onto the small sofa and reclined back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, an uncontrollable laugh escaped his lips. This was no dream. He sprang up abruptly and took out his phone to check his balance. Over 2 million. In just a few hours, he had transformed from a penniless individual with only a few thousand in savings into a millionaire. He wondered if there was anyone in the world, even the richest person, who could match his rapid earning pace. Yet, he was confident that no one in this world could ever keep up with his future financial prowess. After calming his emotions, Jiang Nan opened Douyin. Welcome, welcome. A little heart on the pressure board, a big beer on the pressure board for 2 steps, a hot air balloon live for 1 minute. The stream invited viewers to engage with the host, perhaps due to the gifts he had sent to the mini-game streamer earlier that morning. The live stream immediately popped up as soon as he opened the app. Oh, she asked, still streaming on the pressure board? Jiang Nan glanced over and was surprised to see the host still at it. How reliable. Without hesitation, he entered the live stream. Welcome. Wow. Welcome, Jiang Nan, dear brother, to the live stream. I promise I haven't been untrustworthy. Aside from a few minutes delay while picking up my takeout at noon, I haven't slacked off one bit. As Jiang Nan joined the stream, he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard, and the female host greeted him enthusiastically. Realizing he had directly ascended to the first position, Jiang Nan understood that she had indeed not ended her broadcast. Price hike? It was then that he noticed the change in the sign the host was holding. 1 hot air balloon adds a minute to the pressure board live. I can't help it, dear brother. It's been over 6 hours, and there's still an hour left. I feel like I'm about to collapse, the host said with a hint of grievance in her voice. Though he had yet to see her face, her voice was soft and sweet. One must admit, her legs were quite impressive, not quite the slender legs of a model, nor the exaggerated proportions of cartoon, but rather they resembled the elegant shape of a wine glass. This leg shape, as the name suggests, is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. While her thighs appeared somewhat muscular, her calves were undeniably delicate. To Jiang Nan, who had a particular fondness for legs, this was irresistibly captivating. He even contemplated casting a glimpse spell to assess her attractiveness. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He had come merely to seek a bit of emotional enjoyment and amusement. Shaking his head, he let go of the notion. If he was initially drawn solely by her looks, he would have long abandoned his perceptive skills. However, that was not the case. He found this little game amusing, complemented by the emotional value that Su provided. Now, he was remarkably faithful, having stood on the acupressure mat in the live stream for nearly 6 hours. To be honest, Jiang Nan admired her quite a bit. Without his perceptive skills, if things did not turn out well, he would indeed lose interest. Jiang Nan shook his head. Playing online was simply for enjoyment. If he wanted to see beautiful women, Douyin was always overflowing with them. Can you keep going? Jiang Nan inquired. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's comment, the female streamer named Su had yet to respond when a level 52 gentleman interjected. What's up? You want to send more gifts? Taken aback by this comment, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow but chose to ignore him, sending another message. If you can't keep going, I want to continue. Yes, I can keep going. Su quickly replied. Jiang Nan gidge, I can still hold on. All right, I will recharge a bit. Jiang Nan messaged before exiting to begin his recharge. He didn't add much, merely topping up 40,000. Soon, 400,000 Do coins were credited to his account. Jiang Nan returned to the live stream. At this moment, he glanced around and saw that the level 52 gentleman was frantically sending hot air balloons. Having dispatched over 100 in the time it took Jiang Nan to enter and exit. At $52 per balloon, that amounted to $5,200. This surge had directly surpassed the 400 large sunglasses Jiang Nan had previously sent. Since you claim you can endure, let us see how long you can truly last. Keep it coming, the level 52 gentleman boldly declared. Though the gentleman had sent her 100 hot air balloons, totaling $5,200. Su couldn't help but smile wryly. 100 balloons meant 100 minutes, equating to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Adding the hour she already owed, that totaled 2 hours and 40 minutes. Exhausting. So tiring. Thank you, Daxia Wei, for the 100 hot air balloons. Currently, I still need to stream for 2 hours and 40 minutes on the acupressure mat. Su's voice was weary, yet soon regained its cheerfulness as she continued. Is there anyone willing to extend my time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he chuckled softly, typing, for every addition, there must be a subtraction. Dear streamer, how about reducing a minute for every equivalent gift sent? Su paused at Jiang Nan's comment and then responded, is that feasible? Of course. Why would it be? Jiang Nan smiled. The level 52 gentleman remarked, oh, are you suggesting a challenge against me? Let us see. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and began searching for gifts that matched the value of the hot air balloons. Is there a significant readership for the new book? Good friends, come here to claim the perfect life system. I shall be the first to do so. Chapter 13, brother, there's no need to keep refreshing. The second one has been scared away by you. A casual glance revealed to Jiang Nan a genuine I love you gift, also valued at 52 yuan. Without hesitation, he began to send gifts. In a brief span, he had dispatched 100, then 200. With each gift priced at 52 yuan, that amounted to a staggering 400 yuan. Thank you so much, brother Jiang Nan, for the 200 I love you gifts. I'm truly grateful. Su immediately expressed her heartfelt thanks. Her voice tinged with a slight tremor, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. In just 2 hours and 40 minutes, the time had been significantly reduced by Jiang Nan's generous contribution, even exceeding the expected duration by an additional 40 minutes. The Xia Wei has sent a hot air balloon to the streamer. The Xia Wei has sent a hot air balloon to the streamer. The Xia Wei has sent a hot air balloon to the streamer. The seasoned player at level 52 began to unleash an onslaught of gifts as well, his pace equally rapid. In no time, he too had sent out 200 gifts. What on earth? 2 titans are battling it out. Su's luck is truly remarkable. This is exhilarating. I wish I had such prowess to send gifts like that. In a seemingly ordinary gaming live stream, witnessing a clash between 2 affluent supporters was indeed a rarity. Brothers, are you feeling tired from sending gifts? If so, please recharge your Dojuan and let me handle it for you. Don't worry about any labor costs. Messages flooded the live stream chat. The audience had swelled from an initial count of around 100 to over 400, likely due to the generous gifting. Thank you immensely for the support from both brothers. Su's voice quivered even more, as she was merely a small-time gaming streamer with a few thousand fans. Utterly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. Jiang Nan remained silent, his fingers ceaselessly tapping away. After sending a total of 1,000 gifts valued at 52 yuan each, he finally paused, not due to a lack of intent to continue, but simply because his fingers were worn out. That totaled an impressive 52,000 yuan. At that moment, upon witnessing the 1,000 I love you gifts cascading across the screen, such an extravagant gift. After sending a message in the chat, Jiang Nan directly selected the carnival gift, a luxurious item priced at 3,000 yuan. Jiang Nan has sent a carnival to the streamer. Jiang Nan has sent a carnival to the streamer. Jiang Nan has sent a carnival to the streamer. Once again, gifts flooded the screen, this time a carnival valued at 3,000 yuan. With 3,480,000 Dojuan remaining in his account, Jiang Nan wasted no time and promptly sent 100 carnivals. In a matter of moments, 3,000 Dojuan was expended, totaling 300,000 yuan. What a formidable brother this is. My goodness, the number of carnival gifts is more exuberant than the hearts I've received. What does it mean to be more generous than your hearts? The big brother's lavish gifts are no different from ours. Please stop, big brother. You've scared away that level 52 player. After 100 carnivals in Jiang Nan, the entire livestream room erupted in excitement. Thank you to brother Jiang Nan for those 100 carnivals. My goodness, I have never received such a bounty before. Your 100 gifts have opened a new world for me. Thank you, thank you. The female streamer, Su, immediately clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly to the camera. Scared away? That truly takes the thrill out of it. Jiang Nan shook his head at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He then proceeded to spend the remaining 480,000 coins, totaling 48,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spending is complete, and you have received a 5-fold rebate. Ding! The phone buzzed again with a message. A rebate of 400,000 at 5 times means 2 million. Adding to his previous 2 million, his current savings amounted to a staggering 4 million. Splendid. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, his face alight with admiration. Brother Jiang Nan, I will end the stream now. Please check your private messages later. At that moment, the female streamer's voice rang out. Hearing her, Jiang Nan snapped back to reality and followed her account. Soon, the live stream ended. Jiang Nan arrived at his homepage, where a private message awaited him. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for your generous gifts. May I add you as a friend? Su had sent the message. Seeing this, Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily, but soon shook his head. Adding her on WeChat wouldn't hurt. If the streamer turned out to be just passable in looks, he could simply delete her later. If she was decent enough, he might as well keep her around. He admired the integrity of such female streamers who worked hard for their earnings. Without delay, he provided his WeChat ID to Su. In mere seconds, a notification chimed on his WeChat indicating a friend request. Su wants to add you as a friend. Jiang Nan clicked on it and accepted the request. Then, almost instinctively, he opened Su's moments. The first image that captured his attention was a background photo of a woman in her 20s holding a 5- or 6-year-old girl. The woman appeared gentle and virtuous. Though not strikingly beautiful at first glance, she became increasingly captivating the longer one looked. Her attire suggested she was from a respectable family. A child? Jiang Nan noted that the woman in the photo looked to be around 27 or 28, yet she had a child of 5 or 6, which genuinely surprised him. Wait a minute. At the age of 27 or 28, one might consider it quite mature, and having a child of 5 or 6 years old seems perfectly normal. Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile, then glanced at other posts in his social circle, most of which depicted mundane daily life, prompting him to withdraw from the scene. Hello, brother Jiang Nan. I'm the female streamer Su from earlier. A voice message arrived. I truly appreciated your support just now. I know that sometimes the thrill of gifting can be overwhelming. Would it be possible for me to return half of what you gifted today once my earnings come through? Currently, I do not have much money on hand. As Jiang Nan was about to respond, another voice message followed. After listening, he smiled. This female streamer seemed rather amusing. No need, Jiang Nan replied. For me, Tens of thousands are merely trivial coins. The money spent is like water poured out. You may keep it without worry. Chapter 14 Landlady. Xiao Jiang, are you there? Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Jiangnan, a woman clad in a floral dress, with her hair cascading down her shoulders and her face obscured by a mask, sat on the living room sofa, gazing at the messages sent by her elder brother on WeChat. Her eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. The woman typed a message, slowly removing her mask. With no makeup adorning her face, her natural beauty was striking. At that moment, with her eyes slightly reddened, she exuded a poignant charm that evoked an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. It's fine, I shall get back to my tasks now. We'll talk later. A message arrived, prompting her to dab at the corners of her eyes before obediently replying with a simple okay. She then slumped back against the sofa, exhaling deeply. After standing on the acupressure mat for an extended period during her live stream, she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in her legs, compelling her to draw them up onto the sofa and gently massage her delicate calves and feet. Today, I've earned over 200,000. It seems I can treat my darling daughter to better meals, the woman mused aloud. I truly encounter a kind elder brother, and he hasn't made any demands of me. Isn't it often said that the top supporters usually request something from female streamers? Although I haven't shown my face, many viewers have privately messaged me asking if I sell my socks. With this thought, she pursed her lips, shook her head, and murmured, surely this elder brother doesn't have such a penchant? Nevertheless, I must find a way to express my gratitude. For him, it might just be pocket change. But for someone like me, it's nearly 2 years' worth of income. On the other side, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, having just taken a shower, dressed but with damp hair. He stepped into the living room. Don't cry, dear. Mommy will find a more capable piano teacher for little Ing. Our little Ing is not foolish. It's that teacher who lacks real skill, yet dares to teach piano. As he entered the living room, the sound of the landlady soothing her daughter echoed, amplified by the insufficient soundproofing. The soft sobs filled the air. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Could it be an opportunity? Creak. The door swung open suddenly, startling Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who had just passed by Jiang Nan's door, causing the little girl to pause her tears. Oh, Sister Xia, little Ing, hello. Jiang Nan exclaimed in surprise, holding a black garbage bag. He placed the bag at the entrance, then turned his attention to the little girl, inquiring with curiosity. Why are you crying? Are you brother Jiang Nan? The little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, lived on the same floor. Occasionally, their paths would cross, and on one particular day last year, he had helped her chase away some older troublemakers, thus leaving a lasting impression on her. Why don't you recognize your brother? Jiang Nan chuckled softly, crouching down to glance at Xia Jiqing. Noticing her apparent lack of aversion, he couldn't help but gently ruffle the little girl's hair. It's just that my brother suddenly became more handsome, and I didn't recognize him right away. Mom, I want my brother to teach me piano. The little girl, reveling in Jiang Nan's affectionate gesture, suddenly embraced him and turned to her mother, exclaiming, Big brother will teach me how to play the piano. And I'm sure I can learn. You. Xia Jiqing was taken aback by her daughter's words and soon broke into a wry smile, shaking her head. Little Ing, your brother is not a teacher, and besides, he doesn't know how to play the piano. He does. Big brother can definitely play. The little girl insisted, throwing a playful tantrum. You little rascal. Xia Jiqing frowned, her expression filled with exasperation, especially as she saw her daughter cling to Jiang Nan without letting go. Instinctively, she crouched down. At that moment, the angles at which she and Jiang Nan crouched perfectly aligned, leading to an unexpected shared gaze. Suddenly feeling a rush of warmth, Xia Jiqing's face flushed crimson. As she prepared to rise, she noticed Jiang Nan immediately divert his gaze, which relieved her, allowing her to stand up discreetly. Affection level with Xia Jiqing 5. Really? Just a display of gentlemanly behavior earned me 5 points of affection? Jiang Nan pondered, slightly astonished. Big brother, you can play the piano, right? The little girl's sweet voice chimed in once more. Of course, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Hearing his affirmation, Xia Jiqing paused momentarily, but quickly grasped that he was merely echoing her daughter's words. She also smiled and nodded, saying, Your brother has something to attend to right now. How about we let him teach you piano when he asks free? Okay, okay. The little girl beamed with delight. Jiang Nan stood up, choosing not to elaborate on his piano skills. His aim was simply to earn Xia Jiqing's affection, not to showcase his abilities prematurely. True mastery lies in subtlety, allowing one to surprise others at pivotal moments. Goodbye, big brother. The little girl was tugged away by Xia Jiqing. Goodbye. Jiang Nan replied with a warm smile and a wave. The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan, offering him a smile in return. As he watched the pair depart, he shifted his gaze away from the landlady's graceful figure. Bang! The door closed, and Jiang Nan chose not to linger on social media, instead retreating to his room to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, a sudden knock at the door jolted him from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, Jiang Nan gazed out at the gloomy weather, feeling a sense of disorientation as he rose from his bed. It was 6 o'clock. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock and realized he had indulged in quite an extensive nap. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed once more. Xiao Jiang, are you there? Came the voice of his landlady. Creaking open the door, Jiang Nan was met with a relieved expression from Ms. Xia. Sister Xia, what's the matter? Jiang Nan yawned, inquiring. Did you just wake up? Xia Jiqing, noticing his still drowsy demeanor, chuckled softly. I just prepared some home-cooked dishes and wanted to see if you had eaten. Chapter 15. A lady emerging from the comic. No, not really, Jiang Nan shook his head. Very well, tidy yourself up, and come over shortly. The landlady replied with a warm smile. All right. At this moment, Jiang Nan finally regained his composure. He returned home to freshen up before heading out. The landlady's residence was not far from his own. It was an old-style apartment complex with 4 or 5 tenants on each floor, and the landlady occupied the innermost unit on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan arrived swiftly, finding the main door ajar, allowing him to enter directly. After closing the door behind him, he heard the landlady's gentle voice. Xiao Jiang, I prepared the slippers for you by the entrance. Thank you, Jiang Nan replied, glancing down to see a pair of pink lady's slippers, which, while feminine, were at least of size he could wear. He also noticed several pairs of high heels on the shoe rack beside him. One pair, adorned with diamonds, caught his eye, prompting him to take a second look. The landlady certainly had a penchant for high heels. Jiang Nan averted his gaze, honestly thinking that if this shoe rack were placed outside, it would likely be stripped bare by the next day, with a strong possibility of some sticky mess left behind. Such incidents were reported online with alarming frequency. Big brother, as Jiang Nan crossed the threshold, a little girl joyfully bounced over and leaped into his arms as he crouched down. Favorability with Xia Jiqing won. Lifting the little girl into his embrace, he heard the system's prompt in his mind, which made him glance forward. There stood the landlady, wearing a small apron, her stunning face displaying a hint of distraction. Jiang Nan greeted softly. Come, it's time to eat, Xia Jiqing said, regaining her focus with a cheerful smile. Yay, it's time for dinner, the little girl exclaimed excitedly. After dinner, handsome brother will teach Xiao Ying to play the piano. Xiao Ying. Xia Jiqing's tone became slightly firmer. Didn't Team Mommy say that your brother is usually very busy and may not have time to teach you? I don't care. After dinner, handsome brother have time? The little girl pouted, visibly upset. All right, I'll teach you afterward. Jiang Nan, sensing that he had laid enough groundwork, smiled and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Xia Jiqing looked at him in surprise. It's nothing. Jiang Nan exchanged a meaningful glance with the landlady. The confidence in his eyes momentarily stunned Xia Jiqing, who then shook her head and said, Let us not discuss that now. Come, let us eat. As she spoke, she removed her apron, revealing an impressive figure that immediately captured Jiang Nan's attention. Such a physique was indeed striking, and Jiang Nan hastily diverted his gaze, refraining from further scrutiny. Most importantly, the landlady, with her silver hair and stunning figure, seemed as though she had stepped straight out of a manga, embodying an enchanting character from the world of anime. Soon, she took a seat, gathering the little girl into her arms to share a meal. However, the young girl wore an expression of discontent, clearly wishing to dine in Jiang Nan's embrace. Oh, my dear child, at such a tender age, already captivated by handsome boys? Have you forgotten your mother? The landlady teasingly remarked as she observed her daughter's unwavering gaze upon Jiang Nan. Yet, It was undeniable that Jiang Nan was indeed quite handsome. At the age of 5 or 6, children today are far more perceptive than those of previous generations, and the innocent proclamation elicited laughter from both Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan. Go on, eat up, Xia Jiqing urged, casting a gentle smile at Jiang Nan. So what do you think, little Jiang? Is my cooking to your liking? It's delicious. I truly enjoy Sichuan cuisine. The spiciness is invigorating. Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. His praise was sincere, not merely an attempt to curry favor. For Xia Jiqing's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. As long as it pleases your palate, Xia Jiqing responded with a smile. Xia Jiqing's favorability won, although it was merely a slight increase. Any growth in favorability was better than none at all. Moreover, if his memory served him right, the landlady's affection for him had already reached a commendable level. 17 points. This level of favorability was indicative of rapid progress. Given a little more time together, the completion of that beneficial task would be well within reach. After about half an hour, Jiang Nan finally set down his chopsticks. Shall I serve you another bowl? The landlady asked cheerfully. I can't possibly eat anymore. I'm too full, Jiang Nan replied, patting his stomach. To be honest, it has been quite a while since I've enjoyed such home-cooked meals. Ha ha, as long as it suits your taste. In the future, if there's any dish you wish to have, just let me know, she encouraged. Another meal had garnered an additional 3 points of favorability, bringing Xia Jiqing's total to 20 points. The impact of this newfound affection was immediately apparent. Scratching his head, Jiang Nan chuckled. I might have overindulged. How much can you eat? There's plenty more, the landlady replied with delight. Jiang Nan hadn't savored home-cooked dishes in ages, and likewise, it had been a long time since anyone had enjoyed her cooking. The empty plates on the table were a silent testament to her culinary prowess, a profound compliment for any chef. I'll handle the cleanup. You keep Little Ing company, she insisted, rising with the child in her arms. Little Ing, go watch television with your brother. Mommy will join you shortly, all right? Okay. The little girl quickly made her way to Jiang Nan, smiling brightly as she nestled beside him. Yeah. Jiang Nan glanced at the table. Don't worry about it. Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. All right. Jiang Nan chose not to linger on the matter any further and embraced the little girl, gradually making his way toward the living room. Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there. The little girl's sweet voice chimed in. Good. Following the direction indicated by the little girl, Jiang Nan proceeded toward a small room. Hearing the exchange between the two, the landlady in the dining room couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself, muttering, it's for the best. Let Xiaoying realize that Xiao Jiang doesn't play the piano, or else she would incessantly pester him to teach her. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon several plates on the table, which were nearly empty, containing only remnants of soup and chili. This sight brought a smile to her face, revealing her delight. Chapter 16. One should say we are truly impressive in the piano room, the little girl exclaimed with a playful smile. Handsome brother, may I play a piece I just learned for you? Seated on Jiang Nan's lap, she confessed, I really don't like my piano teacher, so I pretended to be incapable of learning. In reality, I am quite adept. Is that so? Jiang Nan gently stroked her little head, chuckling. Then play it for your brother. Let me see how remarkable Xiaoying is. All right. The little girl's playful expression suddenly turned serious as her tiny hands positioned themselves on the piano. The moment the first note resonated, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Following that, the second and third notes followed suit. As a master pianist, he instantly recognized the melody. Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star, a simple children's song. Soon, she completed a short segment and began to hum. The sky is filled with little stars. As she hummed, her fingers flowed gracefully over the keys. In no time, she produced a simplified version of Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star. Indeed, she was impressive. Jiang Nan praised her. Although this piece posed no challenge, it was still quite commendable for a 5- or 6-year-old to play it from memory, showcasing her familiarity with the song. Hee. The little girl giggled with delight. Come, let me teach you an even simpler one, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. He took her small hand and began to play the piano, singing, two tigers, running fast, running fast. Meanwhile, Xia Jiqing had finished tidying up the dining area. As she tied her apron and walked over, she happened to witness the heartwarming scene of Jiang Nan holding her daughter's hand, both joyfully singing together. A mysterious smile graced her face. Affection with Xia Jiqing 5. As the song Two Tigers concluded, Jiang Nan heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Sister Xia. He turned to greet her with a smile. I didn't expect you to be able to play the piano, Xia Jiqing said, brushing her hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat shy under Jiang Nan's gaze. These are simple children's songs, quite easy, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. Yet still impressive, exclaimed the landlady, Xia Jiqing. As for me, I possess no musical talent. I considered learning the piano in middle school, but I simply lack the aptitude. Haha, it's really easy. Would you like to give a try, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan asked, his eyes sparkling. Me? Is that possible? Xia Jiqing was taken aback. Mom, it's truly very simple. The little girl leaped down from Jiang Nan's lap and skipped toward the door, eagerly pulling Xia Jiqing along. She exclaimed, Brother Shuai will surely play the piano. Let him guide you. Perhaps, dear mother, you possess an innate talent. At that moment, if the little girl had her own system, it would undoubtedly emit a prompt in her mind. Jiang Nan gazed at her with an even gentler expression, thinking to himself what a delightful child she was. Yeah, please have a seat, Jiang Nan urged, standing up to offer his place. If Xia Jiqing's fondness for him had been over 40 points, he might have dared to let the landlord's lady sit on his lap like the little girl. However, considering her current affection level of merely 25 points, a somewhat precarious value, he refrained from being too forward. All right, Xia Jiqing sat down with anticipation, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the petite piano before her, feeling a tinge of nervousness. When the little girl was away, she occasionally sat down to tap a few keys, but she was utterly ignorant of the instrument, merely striking it aimlessly. What should I do next? Taking a deep breath, Xia Jiqing turned around just as Jiang Nan leaned closer, their faces mere inches apart. Thump! Thump! Studies have shown that when a man and woman are alone in a highly tense atmosphere, the body secretes an invisible, intangible hormone that can induce an inexplicable racing heartbeat in the presence of the opposite sex. Consequently, in such circumstances, there is a significant likelihood of experiencing a simulated romantic sensation. At this moment, Xia Jiqing, already somewhat anxious, felt her heart race even faster as their proximity heightened her awareness of every pore and heartbeat. Xia Jia, a gentle voice broke the silence. In the next instant, two warm hands grasped hers, startling her into awareness. She instinctively prepared to pull away, but almost immediately, a soothing voice whispered in her ear, Don't be nervous. I will guide your hand to feel the sensation of your fingers dancing over the keys. Xia Jiqing stared dazedly at Jiang Nan, who wore a serious expression. His gaze solely focused on the piano. Sensing her tension, he looked at her with a soft smile that struck her heart like a bullet. Gulp! Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow hard. The system's prompt chimed in her mind, indicating Xia Jiqing's fondness 10, leaving Jiang Nan momentarily stunned. Goodness! He had anticipated that the romantic atmosphere he had crafted would garner some affection points, but he never expected an increase of 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan gazed intently at the landlord's lady, his voice gentle. Blushing slightly, Xia Jiqing reluctantly averted her gaze from his captivating face, her voice trailing off. Good. Jiang Nan softly spoke, then grasped the delicate hand of the landlady and commenced to play. In an instant, a lively melody resonated throughout the piano room. As the initial measure concluded and the tempo quickened, a look of surprise appeared on the landlady's face, and she remarked, I recognize this piece. It's Escacudero's Summer, isn't it? Indeed. Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. You are truly remarkable. The landlady praised sincerely. No, Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Sister Xia, you should say we are truly remarkable. Affection towards Xia Jiqing 5. The emotional value bestowed by Jiang Nan left the landlady utterly enchanted. Chapter 17. A heartfelt confession speaking candidly. A beautiful landlady like her, possessing several rental properties in the emerging city of Jiangcheng, has undeniably ascended to the echelon of affluent women, even within the confines of an older district. Moreover, it is rumored that this landlady's portfolio extends beyond just a few buildings in this age community. For a wealthy widow, whose years of solitude have left her heart profoundly hollow. The sudden intrusion of genuine affection can spark an overwhelming desire, rendering any overtures from the other party unnecessary. Xiao Jiang, I am truly grateful to you, the landlady remarked, her gaze towards Jiang Nan infused with a hint of tenderness. Sister Xiao, what do you think? Isn't the piano rather easy? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. With you around, nothing seems difficult, the landlady murmured, her cheeks slightly flushed. The potency of a 40-point rapport is indeed formidable. The landlady, with her bashful demeanor, possesses a captivating charm. When I come over for dinner, I might as well teach Sister Xiao a bit, he suggested playfully. Is it not possible to share some lessons, even when I'm not here for dinner? No. What I meant was their banter resembled that of young lovers playfully teasing one another. Hey, Mama, isn't the handsome brother the one teaching me piano? The little girl interjected, cross-armed and pouting in discontent. Your handsome brother is often busy. Tomorrow, I shall take you to another teacher who is very gentle. She also has a lovely little girl about your age, so I believe you will find it enjoyable. Xia Jiqing remarked with a warm smile. Don't you wish to surprise your brother with your newfound skills? Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Xia Jiqing slowly rose, casting a casual glance at Jiang Nan, her eyes shimmering with a touch of bashfulness. I'll wash the dishes now, and I leave Xiaoying in your capable hands. All right, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Xiaoying should earnestly learn the finger techniques, as your mother hopes to witness your performance on a grand stage one day. Before departing, Xia Jiqing affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Rest assured, Mama, that day will surely come, the little girl declared, her tiny fist pumping with determination. Thank you so much today, Xiao Jiang. It's been ages since I've seen so many smiles on Xiaoying's face. Likewise, I feel the same, he replied. Around 8:30 in the evening, at the entrance of the landlady's home, she gazed at Jiang Nan with warmth, softly expressing her gratitude. Sister Xia, you need not be so formal, he responded. Currently, Xia Jiqing's fondness for him had reached a remarkable 40 points. Although it had not progressed further, Jiang Nan felt that it had peaked at this juncture. At least, without exerting excessive pressure, it was unlikely to increase significantly. However, he remained unperturbed. Fine wine is best savored slowly. Swallowing it all at once, is there really any difference between this and sharing ginseng fruit with Pigsy? Well, perhaps I was being a bit presumptuous. The landlady took a deep breath and gazed tenderly at Jiang Nan. The corridor's dim lighting cast a somewhat somber ambience. Yet in this atmosphere, there was an undeniable allure. At that moment, the landlady's heart inexplicably began to race. Sister Xia, I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just message me on WeChat. Jiang Nan was about to turn away. Xiao Jiang. The landlady instinctively reached out and grasped his arm as he prepared to depart. When Jiang Nan turned back in confusion, the soft light revealed a blush gracing her stunningly beautiful visage. Thump, thump. She could distinctly hear her heart racing. With a resolute sigh, she locked her gaze onto Jiang Nan and spoke. You know, I am a widow, and for many years, I have been living alone with Xiaoying. Sister, Jiang Nan naturally took hold of Xia Jiqing's hand, which felt icy in the cool night air, prompting him to rub it gently as he softly called her name. Sister, you seem different from before. To be honest, I'm quite astonished. Xia Jiqing replied softly. I don't know if you're the type to experience life as a wealthy second generation, but that's beside the point. I must confess something from the depths of my heart. I have developed a certain fondness for you, and it is rather intense. As she spoke, a hint of bewilderment crossed her face. She could hardly fathom that within just a day, she had grown fond of a tenant who had once been a mere stranger. It was an event she would have deemed inconceivable prior to this moment. Sister, you, Jiang Nan gazed at Xia Jiqing in shock, merely uttering her name, but not continuing the conversation. Oh dear, what am I saying? Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Xia Jiqing's earlier exhilaration began to wane, and she suddenly realized her boldness. Embarrassed, she hurriedly turned toward the room, her voice trailing behind. Xiao Jiang, I'm not being inappropriate. What I just shared was my true feelings. I tend to speak my mind. If you're uncomfortable, I want to bring it up again. Bang! The door slammed shut. At this moment, inside the room, The landlady Xia Jiqing felt her chest rise and fall rapidly. She bit her lower lip gently, leaning against the door while breathing heavily. As the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded, her heart raced even faster. Covering her flushed face, she sighed awkwardly and murmured, "Xia Jiqing, you have been lonely for far too long. Encountering such an outstanding and handsome young man like Xiao Jiang has made you lose your composure." Buzz. On the coffee table, Xia Jiqing's phone vibrated. "Mom, someone has sent you a message." The little girl's voice chimed in. "Who is it?" Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions of gain and loss, and slowly made her way to the living room. "Look, it's Brother Jiang Nan." The little girl's voice echoed once more, prompting the landlady to hasten her steps considerably. Accepting the phone handed to her by her daughter, the landlady held her breath for a moment before swiftly moving to the balcony. There, she opened the chat window with Jiang Nan and eagerly tapped on the voice message he had sent. "Chapter 18, sister. Are you asleep? I need to talk to you." Jiang Nan's voice emerged, tinged with seriousness that made Xia Jiqing's breath hitch. Soon after, an audio message arrived the next day, and she hurriedly clicked to listen. "I have a person I'm dating online, and I must clarify this with you." Upon hearing this, Xia Jiqing paused momentarily, then exhaled, her earlier tension dissipating instantly. What did it matter? As long as there was no outright rejection, it was trivial in her eyes. Despite being over 30, she still turned heads when she stepped out, captivating the gazes of many men. It was merely an online romance. Even if he had someone in the real world, Xia Jiqing deemed it inconsequential. As a widow, she had no intention of pursuing any formal title or status. "It's all right, sister, I don't mind these things," she replied, her tone considerably more relaxed. From Jiang Nan's voice and the glances they exchanged earlier, she could sense that this charming young man harbored an interest in her too. Meanwhile, back at home, Jiang Nan reclined on the sofa, a smile spreading across his face upon hearing the landlady's words. He understood that he had made significant progress with her. Whether they could deepen their connection would depend on the right circumstances. Although a goodwill score of 40 was quite high, achieving a stable relationship might still pose some challenges. "No rush. She would eventually be mine," he mused with a light chuckle. They continued their conversation for a while, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. After all, they were adults, both well aware of the unspoken nuances. Around 9 o'clock, as Jiang Nan was about to set his phone down to wash up and relax before browsing Douyin, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. "Busy, aren't you?" he thought as he glanced at the screen, revealing an incoming voice call from his online partner, Meng Qingqiu. "Darling, in just 2 more days, I'll finally get to see you." Meng Qingqiu's soft, playful voice chimed in, filling him with anticipation. "Indeed, the moment of our true first meeting," Jiang Nan replied, his excitement palpable. Meng Qingqiu continued softly, "I recall someone has a fondness for white stockings, right?" "Huh." Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment. He. Meng Qingqiu laughed lightly, choosing not to elaborate. "Actually, I quite like black stockings too," Jiang Nan hinted. "I've worn black stockings, but I hardly ever wear white ones." She responded. "Are you there?" Jiang Nan asked directly. "Yes, what is up? Let us see those black stockings and those beautiful legs." "All right, darling, just a moment. I'll find my black stockings." A few minutes later, a photo appeared, revealing a pair of luminous, white legs emerging from beneath a pink nightgown. Perhaps it was the lighting that caused a flicker. Meng Qingqiu shyly sent a voice message, declaring it to be flawless. Jiang Nan had seen Meng Qingqiu's legs before. After all, their online romance had spanned 2.5 years. While intimate photographs were not exchanged, glimpses of her collarbone, exquisite legs, and delicate feet, occasionally adorned with black stockings, had been shared. Soon, with a soft vibration, Meng Qingqiu's message arrived. This time, it was not a mere photograph, but a brief video lasting around 10 seconds. In the video, she directed the camera towards her elegant feet, gradually slipping on black stockings. The mysterious black fabric enveloped her flawless legs, creating a striking visual impact. "Hey, what do you think? Is it beautiful?" Meng Qingqiu's cheerful voice message followed. "Absolutely stunning," Jiang Nan replied with an enthusiastic emoji. Their conversation meandered along, with Meng Qingqiu occasionally sending more images of her black stocking-clad feet. under Jiang Nan's insistence. She even donned white ankle socks on her other foot, creating a striking contrast between the black and white. Unbeknownst to them, their chat extended until 10 o'clock. Jiang Nan contemplated asking Meng Qingqiu for a video call, but decided against it, knowing he would soon see her in person in just 2 days. After ending the call, Jiang Nan refreshed himself in the bathroom. Upon returning to his bedroom, he received a message from his landlady. It was a photograph. His heart raced as he opened it. To his astonishment, the landlady posed in a seductive lace black dress, lying sideways in an alluring manner. She resembled a character straight out of comic, and from this angle, she was nothing short of breathtaking. In the solitude of the night, as he prepared to sleep, a voice message arrived, eliciting a smile from Jiang Nan. Truly, at 30, his landlady was a woman of fiery passion, and once she opened up, her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. Without further ado, he initiated a video call. After a few seconds of ringing, the call connected, revealing only darkness on the other end. Yeah. Have you turned off the lights already? Jiang Nan inquired, surprised. I was about to sleep, and why aren't you wearing a top? The landlady's shy voice responded. Is that so? Jiang Nan was about to say something when she interjected. Oh, Xiao Jiang, I feel a bit embarrassed. And I really need to sleep now, so I'll hang up. Slowly, she ended the call. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 5. After the video ended, Jiang Nan was taken aback by the system notification echoing in his mind. The unexpected increase in favorability left him puzzled. About 10 minutes later, while scrolling through Douyin, the system's notification chimed again in his mind. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 5. Another 5 points? Does this not imply that, with a full affection value of 100, the landlady already holds more than half for him? 40 points of fondness already burn with fiery passion. So with 50 points, surely certain actions would be permissible? At this thought, Jiang Nan promptly exited Douyin and opened WeChat. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to the landlady. Sister Xia, are you asleep? Chapter 19. Confession amidst the sound of rushing water. The landlady emerged from her bathroom, wrapped in a towel. It was quite a mad scene. She swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed as she returned to bed. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She instinctively glanced at it. Sister Xia, are you asleep? It was a message from Jiang Nan. What could he possibly want at nearly 10:30? Moreover, it seemed he was aware that she was still awake. The landlady swallowed again before replying, No, not yet. I feel quite energetic. Would you like to go for a stroll? Jiang Nan's message arrived in quick succession. Upon reading it, her heart raced. Going out at this hour, just the two of them? She had intended to decline, yet for some reason, the thought of Jiang Nan's perfect physique from their earlier video compelled her to agree. Instantly, her face burned once more. At 30, she was far from an innocent girl of 15 or 16. Was this late night outing truly just a casual stroll? A few minutes later, the door creaked open. Dressed in a sleek black skirt and high heels, with her silvery hair elegantly styled, she appeared as if she had stepped straight out of an irreverent comic. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, especially as he noticed the rosy blush gracing her cheeks, her gaze shyly averted from him, adding to her allure. The combination of her attire and demeanor created an overwhelming visual impact. Xiao Jiang, please don't stare so intently. It makes me somewhat bashful, she said, feeling the warmth of his gaze, which both pleased and embarrassed her. No one had ever looked at her so unabashedly in all these years. Your beauty is undeniable, sister, Jiang Nan remarked sincerely. Not at all. I'm already 30, the landlady replied, biting her lip in modesty. Have you not heard the saying? Jiang Nan moved a little closer, a wave of masculine energy enveloping her senses, making her cheeks flush even deeper, her gaze becoming slightly dazed. What? One need not fear the innocent schoolgirl's flirtations, but rather the allure of a 30-year-old woman, he whispered softly in her ear. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down her spine, and her face turned beet red, even her neck betraying a hint of color. Xiao Jiang. The landlady felt her body weaken slightly. With a favorable disposition of 52 points at hand, Jiang Nan felt emboldened, reaching out to grasp the delicate hand of the landlady, suggesting, let us take a stroll nearby. I recall there is a quaint little park just around the corner. Sure, I'll follow your lead. I'm open to anywhere, the landlady responded obediently. The night in May retained a slight chill, yet for Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing, it was hardly a concern. They meandered under the moonlight until they arrived at a small park a few hundred meters from the community. At that moment, they settled onto a bench by the river. A gentle breeze wafted through, and under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Nan turned to glance at the landlady. Her bangs fluttered slightly, and her silver strands shimmered with a hint of luminescence. "Xia Jia, you are truly stunning." Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. "You certainly possess a sweet tongue." Adept at flattering, the landlady replied with a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan, inching closer and whispering, "To be honest, the breeze by the river carries a certain chill." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan understood entirely and wrapped his arms around the landlady. Their hearts raced inexplicably in that moment. Jiang Nan, the landlady, softly called his name, and as he met her expectant gaze, he gradually lowered his head. After a few seconds, a notification chimed. "Xia Jiqing's favorability 3. Jiang Nan, you the landlady's shy voice broke the silence. "Oh, my apologies, Xia Jia," Jiang Nan stammered, unsure if his reaction was intentional or born from nervousness. Withdrawing his hand and touching his nose. "It's all right." The landlady took a deep breath, leaning her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. "It seems our relationship is progressing rather swiftly." Jiang Nan paused, taken aback. "Yet I have no regrets. At 30, if one does not embrace a bit of madness, one truly grows old. I wish not to harbor regrets in my life. Jiang Nan, you should sense my feelings for you." The landlady continued softly. "I am aware of your online romantic interest, so I will not ask for too much. Let us maintain our relationship as it is. When you have free time, spend it with me, and I will be content." Xia Jia. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, holding the 30-year-old woman a bit tighter. "Jiang Nan, do not speak." The landlady slowly closed her eyes, her head slightly rising. As the night deepened, the wind grew colder. "It is time to return. Xiao Ying is home alone, and if she wakes in the middle of the night and cannot find me, she may weep inconsolably," the landlady murmured. "In a few days, Xiao Ying's grandmother will come to take her for a visit. Will you come to keep me company?" Chapter 20. The Character Attribute Panel of Jiang Nan and Life's Subtle Hints. Upon returning home, the clock had already struck midnight. Jiang Nan gazed at his hands, his face alight with astonishment. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Although he had visually grasped the considerable dimensions of the landlady, it was only through tactile measurement that he comprehended the extent of it all. Once inside his room, Jiang Nan donned a set of pajamas and reclined on his bed. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He turned his head to glance at the bedside cabinet, then rolled over to open it, his brow furrowing in dismay. It had been nearly a day since he acquired the system, and only now did he realize that his 5-year diary was missing. The diary, which ought to have been in the cabinet, had vanished, and an unusual gleam flickered in his eyes. His memories transported him back 5 years. At 17, on his birthday, he had passed under a bridge where an elderly woman with white hair squatted, selling trinkets. Moved by her pitiful appearance, Jiang Nan purchased a few items, and in return, she gifted him a diary, advising him that by making wishes for 5 consecutive years, he would eventually see his dreams come to fruition. Throughout the years, he had treated it lightly, consistently recording his thoughts without fail. Now, with the system at his disposal, it dawned upon him that while the diary was not particularly thick, he had seemingly never replaced it in 5 years. How careless of me! Jiang Nan shook his head. Yet, he recalled the unique entries he had penned over the years. "I wish to be a super-rich heir. My 22 years of poverty are merely a trial set forth by my yet-to-be-seen billionaire father, to hone my character so that I may become a worthy successor. Perhaps, in a certain sense, I have indeed succeeded in my wish. My unseen billionaire father might well be this very system." With a chuckle, Jiang Nan reflected upon this. "Host, the Indulgent Life System is merely a small aid for you." At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. "Has my wish been granted?" Jiang Nan inquired. "It has." The system's voice echoed in his consciousness. "The system recommends that the host examine your character attribute panel." "Oh, I can view my character attribute panel?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he summoned his character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, for million yuan. Abilities, insight, master level piano proficiency, items, Porsche Cayenne, life encounter. A significant gift will be bestowed upon you on your 22nd birthday. After reviewing his character attribute panel, a hint of surprise crossed Jiang Nan's face. Unlike the attribute panels of the landlady and others, he possessed an additional life encounter. His birthday fell on July 15th, which meant that in 2 months, the wish he had made would indeed come to fruition. However, Jiang Nan has now acquired a system. To be frank, he does not place much importance on the title of being a super-rich second generation. Nonetheless, possessing the identity of a super-rich heir may grant him a sense of legitimacy in all matters. Moreover, as a super-rich individual, he might have access to greater capital for indulgence. Of course, this is merely his conjecture. The true nature of this so-called grand gift will only be revealed 2 months later. For now, he decided to earn a little money before sleep. Jiang Nan lay down and opened Douyin with a clear intention in mind, directly depositing 1 million yuan. Instantly, 10 million Douyin diamonds appeared in his account. He noticed a relatively attractive live streamer and decided to spend a bit. Remarkably, within just half an hour, he had exhausted all 10 million diamonds. Most of that time was spent searching for streamers who were visually appealing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your purchase. You have received a 3-fold rebate. 1 million turned into 3 million. After subtracting the principal, he had made a staggering 2 million in just half an hour. What speed of earning, one might wonder. Sleep beckoned. Jiang Nan had ample time to spend and receive rebates, and staying up late was entirely unnecessary. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following morning, his stable biological clock woke him around 8 o'clock. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately called out to the system in his mind. The Carefree Life System is at your service. How may I assist you? The system promptly replied, No need, I merely wanted to confirm whether I was dreaming yesterday. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone to check his account balance. 6 million. A satisfied smile spread across his face. In just one day, he had transformed from a few thousand yuan in savings to a modest 6 million, having experienced many delightful events he had never encountered before. Exhilarated, Jiang Nan sprang out of bed with a burst of energy. His physical condition seemed remarkably excellent. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to showcase this when Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th. Jiang Nan changed into a casual Armani outfit. In May, the weather was neither too cold nor too hot, and a simple short-sleeve or long-sleeve shirt sufficed for outings. Standing before the mirror at the wash basin, Jiang Nan contemplated. If his online romantic interest were indeed the stunning Meng Qingqiu, the top beauty from Moda University, then her looks, figure, and demeanor would undoubtedly be exceptional. Truthfully, Jiang Nan felt that not pursuing her would be an affront to someone who had traveled such a distance for a real-life meeting. At the same time, Jiang Nan was quite curious. After 2.5 years of online dating, how fond was Meng Qingqiu of him? Based on her typical demeanor, he guessed it might not even reach a score of 40. Jiang Nan pondered this question, traveling across great distances to meet in person, and moreover, Meng Qingqiu had clandestinely met him last year and even initiated a second formal encounter. To be honest, upon deeper reflection, Jiang Nan suspected that the level of affection might exceed a mere 40 points. There exists a substantial possibility that it could be 50 or even 60 points. In light of this, it seems that the hope of completing that little welfare task should be placed upon Meng Qingqiu, whose specific attributes remain unknown. A peculiar light sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone, which he had set on the washstand, began to ring and vibrate. Jiang Nan picked it up and cast a quick glance. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning. As soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice resonated, causing the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth to rise uncontrollably, much like an AK that simply could not be contained. Chapter 21. The Carnival of Anger the 16th had arrived, marking precisely 2 days until Meng Qingqiu would meet her beloved. A radiant smile illuminated her face, revealing that her anticipation likely surpassed even that of Jiang Nan for this momentous occasion. The wait was nearly over. Jiang Nan, too, was brimming with excitement. Darling, I'm off to class. Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed through the phone. Go ahead, he replied before hanging up, having completed his morning routine. With his phone in hand, he settled onto the living room sofa and casually ordered breakfast, a standard fare of soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and a tea egg, totaling around 15 yuan with delivery fees, yielding a fourfold cashback on his expenditure. The more he spent, the more money he earned. At this rate, he could soon become the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan. However, as his funds grew, he feared he might develop a disdain for the very wealth he amassed. Jiang Nan understood, well, that while spending could provide fleeting pleasure, the thrill would inevitably fade. Reflecting on the small welfare tasks assigned by the system, he mused that perhaps these tasks were intended to counterbalance any future ennui regarding wealth. Would he someday possess extraordinary abilities? He pondered that it would be prudent to first acquire an indestructible kidney. While he contemplated the future, he did not become ensnared in trivial thoughts. Presently, he found himself surrounded by several attractive individuals, including Lin Man, the landlady, and the soon-to-arrive online romantic interest, Meng Qingxiu. Engaging with these three exceptional beauties couldn't he possibly be resolved in a single day. Thus, the necessity for an indestructible kidney was indeed apparent. System, I hope you can deliver, Jiang Nan silently wished. He opened WeChat and noticed several unread messages, one from the landlady, one from Lin Man, and another from the game streamer. Su, landlady, good morning, dear. That enticing little man of yours is simply irresistible. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, shall we have lunch this afternoon? I'll take you to a fantastic Sichuan restaurant. Su, brother Jiang Nan, are you in Jiangxing too? He replied to each in turn. Regarding Lin Man's invitation, he paused to consider before opting not to commit immediately, simply responding that he would see. Su's message, however, took him by surprise. This woman was also in Jiangxing? Yes, he replied. After sending the message, he leaned back on the sofa, exited WeChat, and opened Douyin. Welcome, everyone, to the live stream. This is a mini-games channel. I'm your host, Xiaomei. One little heart earns you a step on the pressure board, and a big beer earns you 3 steps. A hot air balloon will be live for 1 minute on the pressure board. The familiar voice resonated, causing Jiang Nan's mouth to part slightly in astonishment. Goodness, the streamer known as Xiaomei, also referred to as Su, was so industrious. She treated her live streaming like a job, starting her broadcast around 8 in the morning. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Nan decided to invest $1 million into the stream. Instantly, 10 million Douyin diamonds were credited to his account. Upon entering the live broadcast room, a warm welcome was extended to brother Jiang Nan. Good morning, Jiang Nan. Have you had breakfast yet? Upon noticing Jiang Nan's arrival, Su immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. I just ordered takeout and came to take a quick look, and there you were broadcasting live. After Jiang Nan sent a message in the chat, he promptly showered the room with 20 carnival gifts. Each gift was worth 3,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 60,000 yuan. Wow, thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 20 carnival gifts. Su's excited voice resonated in the live stream. Currently, there are no small penalties for gifting carnivals. Would you consider customizing a little penalty? It was still early in the morning, and there were only 5 or 6 people in her stream. The previously quiet chatroom suddenly buzzed with activity as viewers began to post messages. Big brother, make her change into stockings. Yes. Big brother, let Su swap her flesh-colored stockings for black or white ones. Dear sir, we fervently implore you to have Su change her flesh-colored stockings for something else. Jiang Nan glanced at the chat, contemplated for a moment, and then typed, change into the outfit you believe is the most appealing. Just keep the flesh-colored stockings. Don't switch to anything else. Growing accustomed to black or white stockings, or even various hues, Jiang Nan admitted he hadn't quite had his fill of the flesh-colored ones. Moreover, Su's stockings were of an exceptionally sheer variety, almost clinging to her elegant legs. At that moment, she wore a simple floral-long dress, revealing only her calves and delicate feet adorned in flesh-colored stockings. In Jiang Nan's eyes, however, it felt somewhat lacking. He longed for an ensemble that would showcase her thighs, perfectly displaying the beauty of her exquisite legs. All right, brother Jiang Nan, please hold on a moment. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's message, Su held her card to her chest. bowed gracefully to the camera, and then scurried off-screen. Jiang Nan, unhurried, began to send more carnival gifts. Within a short span, combined with the previous 20, he had sent a total of 100 carnival gifts, valued at 300,000 yuan. That was more than the annual salary of an average office worker, all spent in mere minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have received a tenfold cashback reward of 3,000,000 yuan. A system notification echoed in his mind, and the astonishing tenfold cashback left him momentarily taken aback. Goodness, a tenfold cashback. This was his first experience receiving such a substantial multiplier. Ecstatic, Jiang Nan promptly sent another 100 carnival gifts to Susu. This time, however, luck was not as generous. He received only a twofold cashback, yielding 600,000 yuan. As he pondered whether to spend the remaining 4 million dough coins in his account, the distinct sound of high heels clicking on the floor filled the live room. After a prolonged wait, Jiang Nan's voice echoed, "I'm here." Following closely was Susu's voice, captivating Jiang Nan's attention. The first thing to grace the screen was a pair of delicate, slightly sheer legs adorned in a qipao. Soon, Susu's entire figure came into view. Her physique was undeniably striking. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. In the live broadcast, Susu held a small round fan, and although her face was obscured by a mask, it was clear that her curvaceous figure eclipsed any other allure that mere beauty could provide. In the presence of her stunningly voluptuous form, it would be no exaggeration to state that even the highest of facial attractiveness pales in comparison to such an exceptional figure. The translucent qipao accentuated the elegance of her legs, showcasing their beauty as I had envisioned. Truly, she embodied the quintessence of a contemporary goddess of allure. Jiang Nan conceded that this exquisite physique alone was enough to incite frenzy among online admirers. Goodness, this is simply exquisite, he thought, his fingers racing across the keyboard in excitement. The allure of this host, with her combination of sheer stockings and qipao style, reached unprecedented heights, setting a new standard for this fashion genre. Despite the influence of Jiang Nan's numerous followers, the moment Susu made her stunning entrance in that subtly sheer qipao and stockings, the atmosphere in the entire live stream erupted into an exhilarating fervor. At that moment, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. He could no longer contain himself and cast a discerning glance towards Susu. Chapter 22. Deposits reached 10 million. Welfare tasks upgrade. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, appearance score, 90. Affection, 30 points, a score of 90 for appearance. The moment Su Yun's attribute panel materialized, his gaze fixated upon the woman's beauty score. Upon discovering it was an impressive 90, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He had perused Su Yun's photographs and was aware of her striking looks, which only grew more alluring upon further observation. Yet he never anticipated such a high score. Additionally, her initial affection level stood at a remarkable 30 points, which astonished Jiang Nan even more. Having spent nearly 1 million to achieve merely 30 points of affection felt entirely reasonable to him. There is a limit to the affection that can be garnered through online interactions. Unless one encounters a truly materialistic woman, the affection level would surely escalate dramatically. Su Yun, from head to toe, exuded the charm of an exceptional woman, and attaining 30 points of affection was indeed commendable. Meeting offline would undoubtedly be the swiftest means to cultivate affection. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Wait, did I really send 200 carnivals? At that moment, Su Yun's voice resonated in the live stream, filled with astonishment and excitement. Brother Jiang Nan, how many outfits can I change into with these 200 carnivals? I don't have that many. Ha ha ha, dividing 200 carnivals, surely that's enough for you to purchase hundreds of different outfits. I assent to it? Indeed, indeed. Brothers, follow this exceptional outfit streamer. I believe she holds immense potential for growth. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a natural goddess in silk stockings or a divine figure in a qipao. Followed, wishing the streamer a meteoric rise to becoming a 1 million follower giant. As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, A hint of dazedness crossed Su Yun's masked face. She then focused her gaze on Jiang Nan's avatar, taking a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was bestowed by this brother. Without his generous gifts in her live stream, how could she have garnered such traffic? Given her consistent style of streaming, neither selling risky content nor promoting socks, relying on live streaming for income seemed an endeavor for another era. Today, with Jiang Nan alone gifting her over $1 million, after taxes and deductions, she would still net at least 300,000 to 400,000, a sum equivalent to her earnings over several years. A notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to add another 200,000 to Su Yun's account, combining it with the remaining 400,000 to send her another 200 carnivals. At that moment, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The transaction is complete. You have earned a 5-fold rebate of 3 million yuan. Once again with a 5-fold rebate. The sum of 3 million entered Jiang Nan's account, instantly bringing a satisfied smile to his face. His savings had now reached an astonishing 8-digit figure, 6 million yuan, a sum that ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your savings have reached 10 million yuan. In light of your fervent consumption desires, we have upgraded your current welfare task to possess a confidant of the opposite sex with a beauty score exceeding 90, affection level above 90. Task rewards, a luxurious villa. Number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu, a globally limited luxury hypercar, the Pagani Huayra, and the indestructible kidney. As Jiang Nan's savings surpassed 10 million, the system's prompt echoed in his mind for the third time. Oh! Upon hearing this latest notification, surprise washed over Jiang Nan's face, quickly morphing into excitement. The task remained unchanged. Only the rewards have been enhanced. By fulfilling this welfare task, he could not only acquire the Jiangxing Tianfu Villa and the limited edition Pagani Huayra, but also gain the ability of an indestructible kidney. Splendid. Truly, this system is my devoted little assistant, delivering everything I desire, Jiang Nan marveled. It is the system's honor to serve the host. The system's voice proclaimed, to be your host is my privilege. This system is simply delightful, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but exuberantly cheer for it. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for another 200 carnival points. Would you like to customize any punishment? Su expressed her willingness to accept anything you propose. At that moment, Su Yun's voice resonated in the live stream. No need for any punishment, just continue your broadcast. I'm logging off. Su Yun had indeed brought him considerable gains, and Jiang Nan was reluctant to impose a penalty upon her. Besides, even if a punishment were to be set, it could not be done publicly. With a beauty score reaching 90 and an affection level soaring to 40 before their first encounter, one could only imagine the profound shock and impact he would have on this exceptional lady once they finally met. His looks, demeanor, physique, and wealth would surely leave her astounded. As Jiang Nan exited the live stream, Su Yun was simultaneously concluding her broadcast with nearly 3,000 viewers. At that moment, while preparing to browse Douyin for some captivating female streamers, his WeChat notifications chimed multiple times. Upon checking, he found messages from Su Yun. Su Yun, Brother Jiang Nan, what a coincidence. I'm also from Jiangxing. Su Yun, you've showered me with so many gifts. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Su Yun, I wonder if I can invite you for a meal? Seeing these messages, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, a pleased smile spreading across his face as he replied, sure. On this occasion, he did not type. Instead, he sent a voice message. At this moment, in Jiangxing, within an old-fashioned apartment, a woman clad in a slightly sheer qipao, her flawless legs adorned with sheer stockings, removed her mask and placed her phone to her ear to listen. All right, when are you available? Upon hearing this voice message, Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. What's such a youthful voice? There were no photographs of Jiang Nan on Douyin, nor any indication of age, only an IP location in Jiangxing. Frankly, Su Yun had never imagined that the person who had generously gifted her over 1 million tokens, the brother from the misty Jiang Nan, would be so young. In her perception, it was typically older businessmen who were so willing to bestow gifts. Moreover, Jiang Nan's style of gifting without making any demands did not align with that of a young person. It exuded a remarkable steadiness. Consequently, Su Yun had always believed that this top-tier brother would be a middle-aged man. Yet now, upon hearing the voice, it seemed otherwise, evoking an inexplicable sense of delight within her heart. Chapter 23. Brother, it's almost time. You can come to my house. Su Yun replied. Jiang Nan, I'm free at noon. Send me your location. I'll come find you shortly. Jiang Nan's voice resonated again. All right, Su Yun hastily responded. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced around her modest apartment and bit her lip, murmuring to herself, although the place is a tad small, it is undeniably clean. He surely won't find it displeasing, will he? With that thought lingering, she sent her location to Jiang Nan, took a deep breath, and retreated to her bedroom to change her attire. Assuming that Jiang Nan intended to share a simple meal at her home, she decided to tidy up and purchase some ingredients. Fortunately, her daughter was at kindergarten, sparing her from any awkwardness. Su Yun swallowed hard, contemplating the prospect of welcoming her esteemed elder brother into her abode. Truth be told, while she felt a tinge of anxiety, a strange anticipation also stirred within her. She wondered about the appearance of this esteemed elder brother. Presently, she had amassed a 40-point affinity for Jiang Nan. As long as he was not disfigured or severely impaired, this affinity could very well lead to something indescribable between them. Su Yun was no fool. Jiang Nan had generously gifted her over $1 million. If he were not seeking something in return, she would find it utterly implausible. Having raised her daughter alone for so many years, she longed for a reliable partner. If she could indeed find someone to lean on, it would be a profound relief. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's lavish gifts, perhaps she would have endured her life in solitude. Yet now, with someone like Jiang Nan, to claim she did not desire support would be a blatant falsehood. Let us see how it goes, she mused. Though I have a child, few young women can rival my beauty and figure. Moreover, I have only been with a man once. Many young girls may not even have had that experience yet. As she spoke, Su Yun, having just shed her slightly sheer qipao, glanced down at her figure, a hint of pride coloring her cheeks. Despite approaching her 30s, she still possessed the allure of youth. May heaven bless me. This esteemed elder brother must be a man worthy of my trust, even if he is just a lover. As long as he treats me well, I would willingly accept. Having navigated the challenges of single motherhood for so long, she understood better than anyone how arduous life could be for a woman alone. With her daughter still young and merely in kindergarten, they were managing for now. However, when the time came for her to attend primary school, middle school, high school, and even university, the financial burden would be substantial. As a part-time piano teacher, she earned a modest income of over $10,000 a month when acquaintances sought her assistance with a few students. Yet, such stability could never be guaranteed every month. In the midst of her contemplations, she had donned a simple floral long dress. Taking a fleeting glance at her reflection in the full-length mirror, an unknown thought seemed to evoke a hint of bashfulness upon her face. Meanwhile, in Jiang Nan, as he saved the location sent by Su Yun on his phone, a sudden prompt from the system echoed in his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The mere sum of over $1 million had stirred the affections of a distinguished lady. It appeared that wealth indeed grants one the liberty to act as they please. In a certain light, Jiang Nan felt a peculiar connection with Su Yun, as she had repeatedly been recommended to him, appearing on his feed as if orchestrated by fate itself. Shaking his head, he found it astonishing how swiftly his mindset had shifted in just a day. Many had remarked that the disdain for nouveau riche was entirely justifiable. It seemed that since acquiring the system, his inner self had begun to swell with pride. In this world, there were countless individuals wealthier than he, and yet, what does wealth signify? Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, reflecting that the notion of being fabulously wealthy was merely an antiquated adage. Did not the likes of Shen Wansan, despite his immense fortune, also face the same fate? The common man ought not to contest with the authorities. Regardless of one's wealth, power ultimately overshadows monetary assets. Thankfully, the rebates he received from the system were legitimate, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. Otherwise, by the time his savings reached $10 million, he might have found himself visited by some unwelcome figures at the very onset of his newfound income. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone once more and proceeded to download several cash-intensive mobile games. Having neglected these extravagant games yesterday, today he resolved to indulge himself to the fullest. For the next 3 hours, he immersed himself in these previously unattainable games, spending no small amount on each, racking up a total expenditure of around 3 million. In one particular gacha game, he lavishly spent 300,000, only to acquire a plethora of duplicate SSR cards, failing even to complete the collection of all SSR cards. Disdainfully, he uninstalled the game, noting that the expenditures in gaming were not much different from the costs incurred in live streaming donations. After tallying up his expenses over those 3 hours, he realized he had spent nearly 3 million, yet his luck had favored him, resulting in a rebate of a staggering 9 million. After deducting his initial investment, he profited 6 million, a speed of gain that was nothing short of extraordinary. In just a little over 3 hours, he had amassed wealth that would take others a lifetime or even several to achieve. Had this been known to others, their reactions would be unfathomable. With a total of 17,600,000 at his disposal and a car already secured, perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a house as well. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Purchasing this property did not necessarily require occupancy. As long as he engaged in consumption, he could reap the benefits of cashback. With a stroke of good fortune, he could multiply his investment, perhaps even by several times or more, transforming his 17.6 million into a fortune exceeding 1 billion in an instant. Buzzing. While Jiang Nan pondered, his phone vibrated suddenly. He glanced at the screen to find a voice call from Su Yun. Is it Brother Jiang Nan? Despite being a few years older than him, Su Yun's endearing way of addressing him as brother was quite pleasing to Jiang Nan. Her voice was indeed melodious. It's me, Jiang Nan replied. Brother, it's about time. You can come to my house now. Su Yun's slightly bashful voice resonated through the phone. Chapter 24. Su Yun, why do I feel like I am a top choice? Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Could a mere 42 points of affection elicit such initiative? They had not even met yet, and she was already inviting him to her home? Well, it would be foolish for Jiang Nan to decline. He responded affirmatively and quickly tidied up his home before heading out. The location Su Yun sent was not far from his old neighborhood. A drive would take no more than 7 or 8 minutes at a leisurely pace. If he were to speed, it would take about 4 minutes. While at a convenience store, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to purchase a box of doo-doo for any unforeseen circumstances. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the community where Su Yun resided, driving his Porsche Cayenne. I have arrived, Jiang Nan messaged Su Yun. Just a moment, I'll be right down. Oh, I thought it would take longer. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Su Yun replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. I'm nearby, Jiang Nan responded, rolling down his car window to survey the surroundings. Despite being an older community, it still boasted green trees, small gardens, and fountains. He could easily see the layout of several buildings within the complex. For buildings, the spacing between them was not too tight, and he parked in the central open area. Stepping out of the car, Jiang Nan placed the small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited patiently. Buzz. After a brief moment, his phone vibrated. Downstairs. Where are you? Su Yun's voice came through. I'm in the central open space, Jiang Nan replied, beginning to move while scanning the area. Simultaneously, Su Yun was also on the move, quickly making her way toward the central area. The instant their eyes met, both while on the phone, heard the sound of swallowing. In that moment, Jiang Nan's mind was suddenly filled with the system's notification sound. Su Yun's affection level 20. Is that you, handsome? Su Yun exclaimed incredulously. It's me, Jiang Nan replied, ending the call and waving to the now bewildered Su Yun from a distance. Clop, clop, clop. In an instant, Su Yun snapped back to reality, her initial confusion transforming into delight as she approached him in a light jog, her heels clicking on the pavement. Are you really my brother Jiang Nan? Upon meeting, Su Yun gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief, instinctively moving closer and, under his slightly surprised gaze, linked her arm with his. Yes, Jiang Nan genuinely did not anticipate Su Yun's overt enthusiasm. Little did he know, the most effective strategy in this world was for a woman to pursue her own desires. No method could rival this one. and Su Yun had long since accomplished her own pursuit. Not to mention, at this moment, she beheld the incredibly handsome Jiang Nan. How could she possibly resist? You must be born in the 2000s, right? Su Yun hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, drawing closer to the granary, causing the latter to feel a flutter of emotions. Yes, I'm 22 this year. Jiang Nan, feeling bold, wrapped his arms around Su Yun's slender waist. He could distinctly perceive that the moment his hand rested on her waist, her delicate form trembled slightly, but it was merely for an instant before she relaxed. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yun's initiative was quite pleasing to him. After all, which man could resist a strikingly attractive woman with a perfect figure? It was utterly irresistible. Had Jiang Nan lacked his insight ability, he might have felt somewhat timid in the face of Su Yun's advances. However, with his powers, he could immediately discern the truth behind the online persona of a so-called crazy darling. A respectable woman could hardly engage in any mischief, one would think. Moreover, if all went as anticipated, Jiang Nan surmised that this woman was a respectable lady with a striking contrast in her demeanor. You're 22 this year, so you must have been born in 2002, right? Su Yun paused momentarily, her mouth slightly agape. Goodness, why did she suddenly feel as though she was the one at the top of Jiang Nan's list? What is wrong with being born in 2002? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Nothing much, it just feels rather peculiar. Su Yun muttered softly, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Nan. His looks were so exceptional that even the top idols of the entertainment industry might pale in comparison. He was extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Nan possessed a strikingly captivating charm, and for some reason, she felt his aura exuded a sense of nobility, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Did you think I would be a middle-aged, balding man? Jiang Nan instantly perceived Su Yun's thoughts and chuckled. Yes, Su Yun lowered her head and replied softly. Did I disappoint you? Jiang Nan embraced Su Yun as they ascended the staircase. Disappointment? How could I be disappointed? I am utterly amazed. Su Yun exclaimed hastily. The influence of a favorability of 63 points was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Nan was truly experiencing this difference. In contrast, the landlady with a favorability of 55 points had not exhibited such overtly enthusiastic advances. Rather, Jiang Nan had taken the initiative. Yet, from the very beginning, Su Yun had been the one making the moves, even inviting him directly to her home during their initial meeting. The pace of their progress was astonishing. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Jiang Nan found that his physique had seemingly been subtly enhanced by the system, as he ascended without a hint of breathlessness, while Su Yun, for reasons unknown, arrived at her doorstep with her charming face flushed a deep crimson. At the moment she retrieved the key, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and glanced around. Upon confirming the absence of onlookers, she swiftly opened the grand door and pulled Jiang Nan inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. The instant they entered, before Jiang Nan could even react, Su Yun had already enveloped him in a tight embrace. In that very moment, a cascade of notifications echoed in his mind. Su Yun's affection 1. One is eviction 2. One is eviction 3. Within mere seconds, Su Yun's fondness for Jiang Nan surged by an astonishing 10 points. A few minutes later, she stammered, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what's happening. As she spoke, she fidgeted with the hem of her floral dress, betraying a hint of nervousness. Despite being a woman on the brink of her 30s and already a mother, her demeanor at that moment resembled that of a young girl caught in wrongdoing, standing in penance for her missteps. Chapter 25, Preparing to buy a house. Let the snowball roll. Jiang Nan gazed at Su Yun, who presented herself with a demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. He gently lifted her chin, their eyes locking in an intimate exchange. Su Yun, with her delicate features, bit her lower lip, exuding an irresistible charm. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, What is that delightful aroma? Have you prepared a meal at home? Yes, she shyly nodded. Shifting the topic. Coincidentally, I'm quite hungry as well. Jiang Nan released her chin, enveloping Su Yun in his embrace. At this moment, her affection for him had astonishingly soared to 73 points, a remarkable sentiment indeed. One could hardly ignore how proactive Su Yun had become in his presence. Moreover, it seemed that any hint of desire from Jiang Nan would prompt her to immediately switch to an eager mode. Soon, seated at the dining table in the living room, Jiang Nan surveyed the spread. For dishes and a soup, a quintessential home-cooked meal. There was spicy chicken, scrambled eggs with chives, and corn rib soup. Brother Jiang Nan, please bear with the simplicity of the meal. One day, when I have time, I will prepare something grand for you, Suyin offered as she served rice. Feeling somewhat bashful addressing him as brother, given their age difference. This looks quite appetizing, Jiang Nan remarked as he accepted the bowl and chopsticks. By the way, I realize I don't know your name yet. I'm Jiang Nan. Just call me by my name in person. Brother feels a bit awkward. Ieb Suyun. Jiang Nan is truly a lovely name, she replied, settling beside him obediently, opting to serve him rather than eat herself. After all, what's wrong with eating while handling one's phone? During the meal, Jiang Nan relished every bite, while Suyin only had a few sips of soup, abstaining from further food. You seem a bit out of practice, Jiang Nan observed, leaning back in his chair with a smile directed at her. I. Suyun quietly responded, nothing. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to enjoy meals together, Jiang Nan reassured her with a warm smile. By the end of the meal, Suyun's affection for Jiang Nan had remarkably surged to 80 points. The rapid progress was astonishing even to Jiang Nan himself. I'll tidy up now. Jiang Nan, you can relax in the living room, Suyun suggested, rising to clear the dishes. No need. I'll help you, Jiang Nan insisted, grasping her hand. Their eyes met, and it felt as though an electric spark ignited between them. Yinjia, you really should eat a bit more. Otherwise, you might lack energy throughout the day, Jiang Nan gently urged. Then I will have a little, Suyun shyly agreed, preparing to set down the dishes she held. Wait, Yinjia, you continue with your task, Jiang Nan interjected. When is aback? After an hour, in the bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, a look of bewilderment gradually spreading across his face. He was just 1 point shy of increasing the affinity, and he found it perplexing that it hadn't risen. Throughout that hour, he intermittently received notifications of the increasing affinity from Suyun, but upon reaching 89 points, it came to a halt, as if it had hit a ceiling, leaving him thoroughly puzzled. Could it be that Suyun still harbored a lingering sentiment she had yet to relinquish? His gaze flickered as he observed Suyun, who was sleeping soundly from exhaustion. He reached out, gently brushing aside her bangs, and marveled at her captivating beauty, which only seemed to grow more enchanting with each glance. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at the screen, noting that it was around 2 in the afternoon. Where have you been, Jiang Nan? It was a call from the landlady. I went out to handle some matters, he replied, casting a glance at the slumbering Suyun. What is up, Sister Xia? Nothing much, just thought of him. I wanted to consult you about piano fingerings. The landlady's voice was somewhat timid, hinting at her shyness as she mentioned the topic. Let us discuss it tonight, Sister Xia. I still have a bit of work to do. Jiang Nan responded. All right, just let me know when you're free tonight with that. The call ended. Jiang Nan finished his cigarette and rose from the bed, his eyes catching a glimpse of a pair of sheer stockings on the floor, eliciting a soft chuckle from him. In his youth, he had failed to appreciate the allure of sheer stockings, mistakenly believing black and white ones to be superior. Now, he understood that all varieties held their own charm. They were all divine in their own right. The notion that sheer stockings could not compare to black or white ones was, in essence, nonsense. After taking a shower in the small bathroom within the room, Jiang Nan emerged feeling revitalized, reflecting on how he was no longer that solitary hero, struggling through lonely nights. Dressed and ready, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Suyun's forehead, who remained in deep slumber before departing. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he left, Suyun, with her eyes still shut, suddenly opened them, a look of rapture crossing her face. She bit her lip and murmured, "Oh, Suyun, if only they knew, they'd think you were Jiang Nan's #1 fan. Being so forward. How shameless." Despite her self-deprecating words, there was no hint of regret in her heart. She only lamented why she hadn't met Jiang Nan sooner, wishing she could have enjoyed his company for a longer time. Little did she know that even had she encountered him earlier, he would not have possessed the means to enter her sphere of awareness. Let us look into buying a house. Jiang Nan opened his phone and began searching for properties in Jiangcheng, uncertain of the local real estate market, even though this area was referred to as the Old District. However, in reality, the location is quite favorable, serving as a gathering point for outsiders. The price starts at a minimum of 18,000. Jiang Nan cast a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. This price is indeed reasonable, and it has even decreased slightly due to the economic downturn in recent years. Otherwise, in his view, it should start at no less than 22,000. This illustrates just how valuable those buildings owned by the landlady are. If one day the old city is comprehensively planned, just those few buildings could provide her with enough wealth to last a lifetime. Jiang Nan mumbled to himself, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. Indeed, once he has a bit more money, he could buy those buildings one by one. At that time, how enormous could his fortune become? The possibilities are unimaginable. Chapter 26, Nanyanch, a property priced at 55,000 per square meter. Jiang Nan considered himself a man of action. Once he decided to purchase a property, it was only natural to head straight to the nearest development. Although he was situated in an older district, numerous new buildings had emerged. Nanyanch, he had arrived at the most prestigious real estate project within the heart of Jiangqing's old town. As Jiang Nan drove up to the sales center, two receptionists standing at the entrance, previously engaged in light-hearted conversation, immediately adopted a more professional demeanor. "Hello, I'm here to view the properties. Is there parking available?" Jiang Nan inquired with a smile as he rolled down his window. "Absolutely yes." Upon the window descending, the receptionist's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly approached in their high heels. "This parking space is excellent. You won't even need to reverse when you leave. You can simply drive away." The enthusiasm of the receptionists was palpable. Jiang Nan's striking appearance was undeniable. Even if he had arrived in an ordinary vehicle, they would have eagerly attended to such a handsome gentleman. "Thank you," he said with a smile after parking his car, taking a moment to assess the two receptionists. Their attractiveness hovered around a commendable score of 72, not an insignificant number. In Jiang Nan's previous perspective, a girlfriend with such a score would surely be a source of joy. Moreover, being a receptionist indicated they possessed commendable figures. Their professional attire consisted not of tight skirts, but rather knee-length dresses, complemented by alluring black stockings that captured attention effortlessly. "No need to thank us. It is our honor to assist our guests," they replied with cheerful smiles, their gazes lingering on Jiang Nan with evident admiration. In his current state, Jiang Nan exuded an aura of charisma that effortlessly attracted the attention of numerous women. With exceptional grace, striking features, and an enviable physique, he truly embodied a potent allure for most women. Before long, the two receptionists escorted Jiang Nan into the main hall of the Nanyang Sales Center, where another staff member promptly approached. This new attendant, a tall young woman in black stockings, appeared to be around 25 years old and possessed an impressive score of 78, an accolade that placed her among the upper echelons of ordinary attractiveness. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her face instantly broke into a warm smile, her gaze reflecting a hint of fascination. The reason was simple. Jiang Nan was extraordinarily handsome. In this fast-paced era, a man may lack wealth, but he must never lack in physical appeal. Even when considering a lower tier among the affluent and attractive, one must still possess some degree of charm. Without a notable identity, one cannot expect to impress the enchanting women around him. "Right this way, please. My name is Jiang Lan. May I ask your surname, sir?" Jiang Lan guided Jiang Nan to a small sofa, where sales representatives frequently glanced in their direction, clearly captivated by the presence of such a striking figure in their midst. "It's Jiang," he replied. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to our Nantan Pavilion. Rest assured, the properties here will not disappoint you." After waving to someone in the distance, Jiang Lan took a seat opposite Jiang Nan, clad in a form-fitting professional ensemble. She merely adjusted her skirt without crossing her legs, exuding an air of mystery. "Sir, please have some water." At that moment, another saleswoman in black stockings approached with 2 bottles of mineral water. "Thank you," Jiang Nan replied, inadvertently brushing against the saleswoman's palm. Instantly, he noticed her entire demeanor tense up, her face flushing a bright crimson. Jiang Nan chuckled nonchalantly before turning his attention to Jiang Lan, stating, "I am here today to purchase a ready-to-move-in property." "Certainly," Jiang Lan responded promptly. Do you have any that are already furnished? Jiang Nan pondered briefly before asking. Meng Qingxiu would be arriving in Jiangsheng on the 18th. Although his previous residence was not lacking in comfort, it did not quite align with the affluent persona he portrayed. Thus, acquiring a fully furnished property would be ideal. Yes, Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod, retrieving a folder from behind her and extracting a small album, then gracefully squatting down to display it. Her posture was deliberate, and as she bent, the neckline of her blouse opened slightly, revealing alluring lace that caught Jiang Nan's eye. "Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this layout?" she inquired, inadvertently catching Jiang Nan's gaze lingering on her for a few seconds, prompting a subtle smile to form on her lips as she pointed to the photos on the table. Jiang Nan glanced at the photograph, which depicted a compact apartment clearly marked at only around 80 square meters. The decor was not to his liking, lacking the minimalist style he preferred. It appeared rather gaudy, likely to induce visual fatigue over time. "This one is a bit too small," Jiang Nan remarked, shaking his head. "My budget is around 17 million for a move-in ready property. Please present me with several options that fit this criterion." The average price at Nantan Pavilion stands at 55,000 per square meter, making it one of the premier developments in the old town of Jiangsheng. At this price point, even a modest 80 square meter unit would cost approximately 4 million. Such an expense far exceeds the means of the average individual. Even those earning a six-figure salary would need to forego all luxuries for about 4.5 years to save that amount. Therefore, being able to afford a property in Nantan Pavilion signifies a clear entry into the upper echelons of wealth. 17 million? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. Quickly regaining her composure, she swallowed hard and hastily tucked the small album back into the folder. With a cheerful smile, she leaned a bit closer to the affluent and handsome gentleman, suggesting, "How about this? Allow me to show you around for a more intuitive impression. I believe it would be more beneficial." "All right," Jiang Nan nodded, his interest in the woman's advances somewhat diminished this time. The allure of a fabricated charm was hardly worth his attention. At present, he found himself less captivated by the fairer sex. Not every woman could pique his interest unless they possessed a score of at least 90. Yet, a baseline of 85 was certainly the minimum expectation. Remarkably, even some exceptional beauties who boasted an additional appeal at 80 could catch his eye. However, Jiang Nan still fell short of that allure. Chapter 27. A villa valued at 15 million? Just swipe. In the South Sky Pavilion community at this very moment, before an independent villa, one of several in the area, currently priced at 15 million, with a total area of 200 square meters and an additional 120 square meters of complementary space. Jiang Nan stood beside Jiang Nan, smiling as she introduced the property. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. The total price of 15 million, combined with the 200 plus 120, amounts to a total of 320 square meters. Calculating this, it comes to nearly 47,000 per square meter. This villa spans 3 floors, with a basement that offers a veritable treasure trove, featuring not only an underground garage, but also a private cinema, a gym, and a leisure room. Jiang Nan continued her presentation. "This villa has just been fully prepared and is about to go on the market." "About to go on the market?" Jiang Nan frowned slightly. "That is the case, but if Mr. Jiang is interested, you could proceed with the purchase immediately," Jiang Nan quickly added. "Let us go inside and take a look." Jiang Nan stepped toward the first floor of the villa. The decor on this level leaned towards European style. While not overly simplistic, it exuded an air of grandeur. "Look at this reception area," Jiang Nan elaborated. Jiang Nan glanced around and nodded discreetly, recognizing that the reception area was indeed spacious and elegant, possessing a certain flair. "Can this be concluded immediately?" he inquired casually, as he was merely browsing for a reasonably priced property. This villa was certainly not lacking, making it a fine choice for temporary residence. "Concluded immediately?" Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping his meaning. "I'll take it directly." Jiang Nan was never one to dilly-dally, stating calmly, "No need for any frills." "Are you saying you won't even look further and wish to pay outright?" Jiang Nan's eyes widened, her face instantly lighting up with excitement. Yes, Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. Actually, the price could be a bit lower, Jiang Nan hurriedly suggested. No need to lower it. 15 million is a round number and easier to calculate. At this price point for a villa, how much could it really be reduced? Besides, any reduction would equate to a loss for him. If the potential returns on expenditure were significantly high, he could end up losing substantially. Gulp. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan swallowed hard, realizing she was in the presence of a genuine super-rich heir. 15 million for a villa, purchased on a whim without even haggling. Will you be paying in full, or? Jiang Nan began, but Jiang Nan interrupted her. Right now, full payment immediately. Please follow me. I'll take you back to the sales center to sign the contract. Jiang Nan immediately adopted a humble demeanor, leading the way as if she were a servant. Swiftly arriving, they soon found themselves in the financial office of the South Sky Pavilion Sales Center. After completing the contract, Jiang Nan promptly made the payment. Under the astonished gazes of several individuals in the finance office, the sum of 15 million was effortlessly transferred. Who is this affluent young man? Paying 15 million in full, just like that? Jiang Nan, observing from the side, felt a rush of anxiety. Although she was aware that Jiang Nan had previously stated his intention to pay in full, the moment the payment was finalized, she could not help but feel a tingle of disbelief. 15 million. This is not a mere 1,500. That amount represents a fortune she could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction. You have received a threefold rebate, 45 million. Threefold rebate, a staggering 30 million profit. Delightful. Jiang Nan listened to the series of notifications echoing in his mind, maintaining a neutral expression while his heart brimmed with joy. Logically, he should capitalize on this momentum and purchase 2 more villas. However, he understood that acquiring 1 unit per development was sufficient. He recognized the inevitable complications of keeping a hidden beauty in a luxurious abode. Purchasing multiple units in a single development could lead to potential complications when the time came to allocate them to other cherished companions. It's not about fearing the unknown. It's about ensuring a margin of operational flexibility for himself. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Furthermore, he currently possessed 47,600,000, which diminished his interest in standard villas. If he were to buy, it must be something grander and more expensive, escalating his acquisitions progressively. With the payment made, the subsequent processes became considerably simpler. Such a large-scale development, especially a villa valued at 15 million, had long since prepared all requisite certifications. The procedures proceeded swiftly, and soon Jiang Nan respectfully presented a document folder to Jiang Nan with both hands. Mr. Jiang, please take your time, and should you require anything, feel free to contact me via WeChat. At the entrance of the sales center, Jiang Nan intended to accompany Jiang Nan, but he waved her off, departing with the document folder in hand. What efficiency! Jiang Nan stood at the entrance, watching the Porsche Cayenne fade into the distance, shaking her head with a wry smile. However, her expression quickly transformed into one of elation. A villa worth 15 million. Her commission would be substantial. If this continues, by the time Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangcheng, my cash reserves could reach 100 million or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, his face radiating a hopeful smile for the future. Whenever he wished, he could spend 47,600,000 on high-value acquisitions. With a stroke of good fortune, this amount could very well catapult him into the ranks of billionaires. He had never feared the scrutiny his ever-increasing wealth might attract. With the system at his side, the world was his playground, and he would revel in it throughout his life. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen. It was a message from Lin Man Man. Lin Man Man, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Shall we arrange a meal? Upon receiving the message, Jiang Nan glanced at the time, realizing that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. This prompted a moment of reflection, but just as he was about to respond, a WeChat call from his landlady came through. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Her gentle voice resonated. Yes, he replied promptly. Would you accompany me for a meal? The landlady inquired with a cheerful tone. Is it just the 2 of us? Jiang Nan asked. A dear friend from high school has recently returned to Jiang City and asked if I was available to dine together. She replied softly. All right, Sister Xia. Where are you now? Jiang Nan inquired. I'm at home, putting on makeup, the landlady responded. Would you like to come over first? Or, I'll come over, Jiang Nan said decisively, promptly hanging up the phone. He then casually concocted an excuse for Lin Man before hastily making his way back. Chapter 28, The Landlady. In a few days, you shall reap the fruits of your labor. Knock, knock, knock. At the threshold of the landlady Xia Jiqing's residence, Jiang Nan gently tapped upon the door. Top, top, top. After a brief pause, the sound of light footsteps echoed from within. Creak. The door swung open. Jiang Nan gazed upon the landlady at the entrance, his expression immediately transforming into one of astonishment. Today, the landlady appeared remarkably different, not only in her attire, but also in her makeup. Typically, she exuded an aura of confidence and maturity with her usual makeup. However, today, her visage was adorned with a subtle touch of cosmetics, so delicately applied that one might overlook it entirely. Her elegantly curled silver locks, usually cascading down her shoulders, were gathered into a high ponytail, imparting a vibrant and chic demeanor reminiscent of a charming neighborly older sister. Upon observing her attire, which consisted of high-waisted jeans paired with a white crop top that revealed a hint of her midriff, Jiang Nan could not help but be captivated by her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh. What is this? Have you lost your ability to recognize your elder sister? The landlady arched an eyebrow, and that mere flicker of expression sent Jiang Nan's heart racing. Sister, your style is truly ever-changing. Everything suits you perfectly, he marveled. Ah, you cheeky boy. The landlady's feigned coolness melted away, her tone softening as she remarked, in a few days, once Xiaoying has gone to visit her grandmother, I shall impart some piano techniques to you. ISNT, she's still in kindergarten? Jiang Nan responded, taken aback. Indeed, she is. But I currently have my own reasons for hesitation, the landlady replied bashfully, reflecting on Jiang Nan's impressive strength as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. A gentle whisper escaped Jiang Nan's lips, and half an hour later, what a little rascal, the landlady playfully scolded. During that brief span, her fondness for him had surged to a commendable 65 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a mobile phone on the coffee table began to vibrate. Jiang Nan glanced over to see the name Lin on the screen, presumably the landlady's close friend from high school. He shook his head, choosing not to answer the call, and noticed the time. It was already 4 o'clock, the hours having flown by swiftly. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Nan closed his eyes slightly, allowing his thoughts to drift into the ether. A few minutes passed quickly. Upon hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes once more. Sister Xia, someone just called you. He reminded her. All right, the landlady replied, glancing at her phone. Why didn't you answer it? It wouldn't be appropriate. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. What is inappropriate about it? You humph. The landlady huffed playfully, then dialed the number back. Soon, the call connected. Lin, are we heading out now? The landlady inquired softly. Yes, we are at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Hurry over. Lin's voice resonated. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel? You? The landlady frowned. Yes, cough, cough. My husband and I. Lin hastily replied. You are in the old town, over half an hour away. It's best to leave early to avoid the rush hour traffic. It can get quite congested. All right. The landlady, not pondering much further, hung up the phone, then opened her arms, closed her eyes, and pouted. There's no fear of a pure school beauty flirting. The real concern lies with the 30-year-old sister next door. Purity is merely what the sister has outgrown. For a woman of the landlady's caliber, no style is beyond her grasp. At this moment, her delicate charm, tinged with a hint of maturity, creates a genuine visual and psychological impact. Jiang Nan rose. A few minutes later, in a few days, you'll reap the rewards. The landlady squinted and smiled, at which point Jiang Nan noticed the 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, adding an extraordinary allure to her beauty. Sister Xia, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Jiang Nan chuckled. If I don't care. The 30-year-old sister, at that moment, resembled a youthful maiden in love, stunning and captivating. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist as they stepped outside. Jiang Nan, can you drive? She asked, leaning against his shoulder. I can, Jiang Nan replied with a nod. I'm quite the expert, you know. I almost drove a yellow Ferrari once, you understand? Anyone who can drive a yellow Ferrari must possess exceptional driving skills. Enough with the nonsense. I'm serious. The landlady playfully pinched Jiang Nan's waist. Ouch! Please spare me, sister. Jiang Nan immediately cried out in feigned distress. Serves you right for being so frivolous. She retorted lightly, then pulled out a set of keys from her Chanel bag. Not just one key, but a whole collection. Jiang Nan glanced and was astounded. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, the least of which are the luxury brands. He even spotted a Lamborghini key. Goodness, she truly is a quintessential wealthy sister. Which one do you wish to drive? The landlady asked with a smile, offering him the keys. Where's the car? Jiang Nan inquired. In the underground garage, she replied. Never mind, it's quite a walk to the underground garage. Let us just take my car. Jiang Nan shook his head, then pulled out his car key, pressing it twice toward the Porsche Cayenne parked not far away. Beep beep. The landlady turned to see a very new Porsche Cayenne coming into her view. So this car belongs to you? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She had seen the car yesterday and hadn't expected it to belong to Jiang Nan. Yes, he nodded affirmatively. It seems you are quite the little affluent gentleman, and I had even entertained the notion of offering you a generous allowance. Alas, it appears I am destined to remain a mere dreamer of wealth. The landlady, with an air of feigned innocence, pouted and remarked, I was still contemplating the rumored affluent benefactor from the internet. He. I must say, dear sister, it would be wise for you to embrace the role of a delicate woman. A dominant demeanor does not suit you. Jiang Nan gently whispered in her ear. Chapter 29. Do you truly understand the art of courting a wealthy woman? At a little past 4, the journey commenced. Although Jiang City is notorious for its traffic congestion, we were fortunate to avoid the evening rush, resulting in a mere half-hour travel before arriving at the Jiang City Grand Hotel. At that moment, a Porsche Cayenne slowly came to a halt at the hotel entrance. Instantly, a valet in his 20s approached with a bright smile. As the passenger window rolled down, the valet was momentarily rendered speechless. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Please excuse us. The landlady exuded warmth and charm in front of Jiang Nan, yet displayed an air of aloofness around others. Despite her gentle, neighborly attire, her tone was icy. My apologies. The commanding presence prompted the valet to instinctively take a step back. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nan and the landlady exited the vehicle. The valet promptly approached Jiang Nan, respectfully stating, Good day, sir. I am the valet at Jiang City Grand Hotel. Please secure your valuables. I will find a parking space for you. Here is your claim ticket. Kindly return it upon your departure. Thank you for your assistance. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, handing over the car keys and accepting the claim ticket in return. Thank you. The landlady linked arms with Jiang Nan, retrieving an LV wallet from her Chanel handbag. She pulled out several 100 yuan notes and handed them to the valet. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. The valet accepted the bills with both hands, his face radiating gratitude. This tip was certainly generous. After all, few employers are inclined to offer gratuities, as the hotel compensates them for their services. Hand in hand, Jiang Nan and the landlady entered the hotel. Ji. Upon stepping into the lobby, an excited shout rang out from a short distance away. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as a woman with average stature and looks approached with hurried steps. Lin, it has been ages. Xia Jiqing greeted the approaching woman with a cheerful smile. Indeed, I've missed you terribly. Wang Lin exclaimed joyfully, eager to embrace Xia Jiqing, only to notice Jiang Nan's presence at that moment. So tall, so handsome, and so charming. Wang Lin blurted out upon seeing Jiang Nan. Ha! This prompted a delighted laugh from Xia Jiqing, who moved a bit closer to Jiang Nan, proudly introducing him. Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, this is my best friend from high school, Wang Lin. Hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Wow, such a dashing young man from the 2000s. You truly have an eye for talent. Wang Lin couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Nan, utterly captivated. Which woman does not appreciate the allure of a handsome young man, particularly one like Jiang Nan, who is tall, charming, and exudes an air of sophistication? I dare say, there are few mature women who would not be captivated. After all, I am not lacking in appeal myself, am I? The landlady raised her chin confidently and declared, "Come, let's ascend." Wang Lin quickly interjected, "Moreover, I must inform you of something." "What is it?" The landlady seemed to have an inkling of what was to come. "Initially, I intended to invite you alone, but upon learning of this, Li Fei insisted on hosting a class reunion." As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks, and she lowered her voice. "Jiqing, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you had a boyfriend, I thought. It's quite all right." The landlady was unperturbed, feeling relieved to lay everything bare. "Sister has a partner now. Those who harbor feelings for her should take heed. Henceforth, it would be best if she were not invited to such gatherings. After this incident, I doubt anyone will have the audacity to invite you to these reunions again." "Perhaps it is for the best," Wang Lin muttered softly. "Indeed, a crowd of misfits pales in comparison to my man." The landlady grasped Jiang Nan's arm tightly, filled with pride. Her heart was entirely occupied by Jiang Nan. She had previously felt indifferent towards other men, and now she had no interest in any man but him. "Absolutely." Wang Lin wholeheartedly agreed, stealing a few furtive glances at Jiang Nan, her cheeks slightly flushed. She could not help but marvel at the fortune of having found such a fine young man. Before long, the three entered the elevator, ascending to the 15th floor. Ding! In a brief moment, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. At that instant, a group of people outside were engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon hearing the elevator's arrival, they turned their attention towards the trio. Jiqing, the leader of the group, a man in his 30s clad in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, radiated an air of refinement. However, upon noticing the landlady intimately linked with a young man, his brow furrowed, and a shadow of displeasure flickered in his eyes. "Class monitor," the landlady greeted him coolly. "Oh, how I have longed to hear you call me that. It has been years since you declined our invitations. It truly saddens me." Li Fei chuckled before continuing, "Come, let us hurry inside. Your stunning presence, which captivated our entire high school experience, has been sorely missed." Remarkably, he did not spare a glance at Jiang Nan, blatantly ignoring his presence. "No, I am here merely to catch up with Lin. I heard you were also present and thought it the perfect opportunity to inform the class monitor that, moving forward, I would prefer not to be invited to these gatherings. Furthermore, please refrain from sending me any messages. I fear my husband may become displeased." Although the landlady relies on Jiang Nan's shoulder, her presence is undeniably formidable, exuding an air of authority in her tone. From the multitude of keys she possesses, it is evident that her wealth is substantial, certainly in the realm of 1 or 2 billion, if not more. The sheer value of her keys alone suggests a minimum of 10 million. If that Lamborghini happens to be a more renowned model, the figure could easily exceed that. Given such affluence, one would find it hard to believe that the landlady has no financial aspirations. "You're married now?" Li Fei's gaze shifted to Jiang Nan, and upon noticing the handsome young man, his brow furrowed in discontent. "Jiling, we are not that familiar. Please address me by my full name, Xia Jiling." The landlady generously bestowed her goodwill upon Jiang Nan, making an effort to accommodate his feelings. Jiang Nan, understanding her intentions, tightened his embrace around her slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Sister, you are so kind to care for your younger brother. I adore you, you little rascal." The landlady shot a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan. Witnessing their playful banter, Li Fei's expression darkened, and he spoke somberly, "Xia Jiling, my old classmate, there are far too many pretty boys in this world, all drawn to your wealth. Can you truly compare my husband's charm and grace to this?" With a dismissive glance at Li Fei, the landlady retorted coolly, "To put it bluntly, I am not oblivious to your intentions in continually organizing class reunions. Are you not also drawn to my wealth? And please, choosing such a mediocre venue while hoping to cozy up to me without investing is quite transparent. Do you understand what it means to pursue a wealthy woman? I advise you to refrain from these convoluted schemes in the future. Wang Lin, decide whether to accompany me or remain here." With that, the landlady turned and headed towards the elevator, pulling Jiang Nan along. "Wait for me, Jiling." Wang Lin immediately tugged her dazed husband to follow. Li Fei was left seething in place, his teeth clenched and face flushed with indignation, clearly feeling both offended and furious. Chapter 30. Money is a trifle. but the ability to reward is paramount. At this moment, within the confines of the elevator, Jiang Nan raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly formidable just now. Indeed, there exists but one you in this world. Do you truly believe that any man deserves my gentleness?" The landlady raised an eyebrow with an air of pride. At that juncture, Wang Lin and her husband also entered the elevator. Jiang Nan glanced at Wang Lin's husband, who appeared to be in his 30s, slender and bespectacled, exuding an aura of gentility. Upon noticing Jiang Nan's gaze upon him, the man offered a smile, acknowledging him. To the top floor, the landlady promptly pressed the button for the 30th floor. The Jiangcheng Grand Hotel boasts 2 dining areas. The 15th floor caters to the average consumer, while the top floor serves an affluent clientele. A meal here could easily cost tens of thousands. Ding! Soon, the elevator reached the 30th floor, and the 4 of them stepped out. Several receptionists promptly greeted them. "May I inquire if you have a reservation?" One of the lead receptionists, wearing a warm smile, occasionally cast lingering glances at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with admiration. "Unfortunately, we do not have a reservation. Are there any private rooms available?" The landlady inquired. "Yes, there are." "Do you possess a VIP card?" the receptionist asked softly. "Indeed," the landlady nodded, retrieving a black gold card from her small handbag. Upon citing this card, the receptionist's demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost respect. She bowed gracefully and led the way with a slight bend at the waist. Witnessing this, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. This is an extraordinary level of status. In contrast to their shock, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed. After all, he was no longer the person he once was. Before long, the receptionist escorted them to a private room. A tablet was placed on the table, allowing patrons to order directly, with the kitchen receiving the order instantaneously. "Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me," the receptionist said, bowing respectfully at the door before departing. "All right," the landlady nodded and then entered the private room alongside Jiang Nan. Wang Lin and her husband followed closely behind, their expressions once again revealing astonishment at the opulence of the room. "Jiqing, there must be a minimum spending requirement for this private room, right?" Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. "Just a few tens of thousands," the landlady smiled. "Goodness, that's equivalent to several months' salary for me," Wang Lin remarked, swallowing hard, amused. "No wonder there are so many people harboring resentment towards the wealthy. It seems the chasm between individuals in this world is insurmountable." The landlady couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words, noting that the world of human interactions is fundamentally similar. It is merely the differing circumstances and environments that shape divergent futures. This observation was indeed profound, reflecting her elevated social standing. At least Jiang Nan could relate deeply to this sentiment, while Wang Lin and her husband merely smiled in silence. Individuals from disparate social strata often harbor distinct perspectives, which sometimes fail to resonate with one another. This is why, in reality, there are numerous instances of social compatibility, while in fantastical realm, one encounters countless tales of princes and Cinderella, or the love stories between princesses and impoverished suitors. The meal did not consume much time, just over an hour. By the time they concluded, it was around 6 o'clock, yet the sky outside remained brilliantly illuminated. The landlady, having indulged in some red wine, appeared even more enchanting. Her exquisite face was adorned with a rosy glow, and her gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Nan, filled with a dreamy intoxication. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a tenfold rebate, 500,000 yuan." A few minutes later, at the front desk, Jiang Nan paid via WeChat, amounting to an astonishing 50,000. Upon hearing the transaction, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged glances and swallowed hard. The cost of a single meal equated to nearly 4 months' salary. Truly extravagant. "Let's go," the landlady remarked, appearing slightly tipsy. Jiang Nan embraced his role as the host, smiling and nodding at Wang Lin and her husband. For Jiang Nan, the 500,000 rebate felt no different from what an ordinary person would perceive as a mere 50 yuan, just a trivial matter devoid of any emotional upheaval. Descending to the ground floor, They arrived at the hotel entrance. Jiqing seems a bit tipsy. We should head back. Let's gather again sometime, Jiang Nan said, handing the parking ticket to the attendant. Moments later, his vehicle arrived. He waved cheerfully at Wang Lin and her husband before assisting the landlady into the front seat. Soon, the car began to drift away. Wang Lin and her husband lingered for a while, exchanging a glance and exhaling deeply, followed by a bitter smile and a shake of the head. I must say, Jiqing's boyfriend is no ordinary man. His demeanor and eloquence. If you were to label him a gigolo, I would vehemently disagree, Wang Lin whispered. The 50,000 just spent was not from your old classmate, but from him. His expression was akin to purchasing a pancake from a street vendor, utterly unconcerned. Wang Lin's husband nodded in agreement. In the car, the seemingly tipsy landlady suddenly sat upright. Feigning intoxication, are we? Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. Such a small amount of wine cannot inebriate me. Even if I were to assist you in drinking, I would remain unaffected, be it 1 or 2 more glasses. However, there was still a tinge of weariness. Xiaoying had been taken by her grandmother, and she asked, "Will you stay home with me tonight?" The landlady leaned in, her charming face adorned with a rosy hue, and her pouting expression was undeniably endearing. Very well, Jiang Nan reached out to gently stroke her head, prompting her to squint her eyes in pure delight. Regardless of age, every woman harbors a soft spot within. Indeed, even the most assertive of women can transform into a tender-hearted girl in the presence of someone they consider a pillar of support. The journey was slow, hindered by traffic at this hour. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past 7. After parking the car, both Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing made their way home. Around 8 o'clock, in the living room, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to exhale clouds of smoke. The affinity level has reached 80, he thought, releasing a long plume of smoke while a mysterious smile graced his face. It was nearing completion. The affinity level with Sister Xia was fast approaching 90. He pondered whether, once the affinity level reached 90, with several women boasting striking beauty, it would signify an extraordinary accomplishment of that minor task, and if further rewards would follow. To be honest, Jiang Nan's interest in monetary gain paled in comparison to his fascination with acquiring abilities. Some things, after all, cannot be purchased with money. Chapter 31. Meng Qingqiu's video call, both stunned. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, Xia Jiqing emerged, her expression laden with considerable gloom. "Sister, what troubles you? Your demeanor appears quite off," Jiang Nan inquired upon noticing her disquieted visage. The landlady offered a wry smile, shaking her head as she settled beside Jiang Nan. She gazed at him intently, a hint of astonishment gracing her otherwise exquisite features as she softly remarked, "I never realized how remarkable you truly are." "Remarkable? Where?" Jiang Nan replied with a cheerful smile directed at the landlady. "In less than 2 days, I found myself enamored with you. Is that not remarkable?" The landlady's face reflected a peculiar expression. For over the years, countless admirable men had sought to capture her heart, yet all endeavors were in vain. She had never even considered seeking another partner. Who could have foreseen that, after such a brief time, Jiang Nan would completely captivate her? "Perhaps you simply did not know me well before, or perhaps our fates were not aligned at that time," Jiang Nan suggested, wrapping his arms around her gently. "Fate is an unpredictable element." "Indeed," the landlady conceded, resting her head lightly on Jiang Nan's shoulder. In that moment of intimacy, a blissful smile graced her face. Buzz, buzz. Mere seconds into their tender moment, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he immediately straightened up. "Is your online romantic interest calling to check up on you?" The landlady observed Jiang Nan's altered expression, her eyes flickering as she chuckled lightly. "It's a video call," Jiang Nan replied. "Then I must hide." The landlady lowered herself, lying across Jiang Nan's lap, evading the camera's view. With a slight smile, Jiang Nan accepted the video call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, as soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's cheerful voice resonated. "Good evening, Qiu. Good evening." Although the woman did not reveal her face, a pair of luminous, fair legs graced the camera. Despite the landlady lying beside him, Jiang Nan remained unperturbed, responding amiably. "Tomorrow marks the 17th. After that, On the 18th, I shall finally see you, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed joyfully, only to suddenly realize something, exclaiming, wait, why is this a video call? Her voice escalated several decibels as she finally noticed Jiang Nan, who was merely presenting one eye close to the lens. She gasped, darling, did you apply a beauty filter? This WeChat video lacks any beauty filters, Jiang Nan refuted. Your eye is visible. Why not reveal your entire face? I'm shy, Meng Qingqiu murmured softly, yet her eyes remained glued to the camera, brimming with astonishment. A year ago, she had not yet glimpsed the enchanting beauty of Jiang Nan from afar. Although Jiang Nan was not unattractive at that time, it certainly did not possess the breathtaking allure it exhibited in the video. Meng Qingqiu had encountered countless handsome men, particularly at the prestigious university in the bustling metropolis, where charm was abundant. Yet, the only sight capable of captivating her was the Jiang Nan portrayed in the current video. She promptly turned off the video, as Jiang Nan pretended to switch to a voice call. Wait, Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice broke forth. Soon, a truly stunning beauty, one that seemed almost otherworldly, appeared on the screen. Despite Jiang Nan's mental preparation and having seen Meng Qingqiu's videos on Douyin before, she could not help but gasp in astonishment upon witnessing the breathtaking sight. Absolutely stunning. It was indeed as the internet had described, a celestial maiden descending to earth. This beauty could only belong to the heavens. There was not a hint of exaggeration. Darling, it's hard to believe that merely a year apart has brought such a transformation in you. Meng Qingqiu, now fully present, felt at ease, yet her eyes still reflected disbelief. After scrutinizing Jiang Nan closely, she ultimately confirmed that the handsome figure in the video was indeed her online partner of 2.5 years. She could not mistake his voice, nor could she forget that face. Although Jiang Nan now appeared extraordinarily handsome, it was still fundamentally the same face, albeit with significantly improved skin condition. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a unique allure that captivated women. It was no wonder that many found it difficult to tear their gaze away from him. Jiang Nan had certainly experienced this firsthand in recent days. It must have been the condition of your skin, he remarked with a light chuckle. When you saw me last year, I was battered by the elements. The summer sun in Jiangsheng is relentless, and my skin suffered as a result. Indeed, Jiangsheng is like a furnace in summer, almost unbearable, Meng Qingqiu responded, suddenly leaning closer to the camera and playfully blowing kisses, grinning as she remarked, I never expected that a casual video would reveal your true visage, leaving me utterly delighted. To be honest, she was not particularly enamored with appearances. Otherwise, after meeting Jiang Nan once last year, she would not have been yearning to meet him in person a year later. For someone of her beauty, accustomed to surrounding herself with countless handsome faces, she had grown somewhat indifferent to their charms. It was not that she had a penchant for the unconventional. Rather, she placed greater value on feelings. At that moment, Jiang Nan caught sight of the landlady lying nearby, her expression radiating maternal warmth without a hint of jealousy, which surprised him somewhat. Is she truly that magnanimous? He mused. What is wrong, darling? Noticing Jiang Nan's unusual expression, Meng Qingqiu returned to the camera, inquiring with concern. Nothing. Nothing at all, he replied. Jiang Nan silently recited the calming incantation and, after shaking his head, once again cast his gaze towards Meng Qingqiu. He felt a twinge of curiosity about the level of beauty such a girl could possess. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was that their online romance had endured for 2.5 years. How deep could her affection for him truly be? Chapter 32. Meng Qingqiu's Attribute Panel. Name: Meng Qingqiu. Age: 20. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Beauty score: 96. Affection: 80. What? A beauty score of 96? When Jiang Nan cast a spell of insight towards Meng Qingqiu, his eyes widened in astonishment at the moment the attribute panel appeared. Goodness gracious! A beauty score of 96. Moreover, an affection level starting at 80 points? This is utterly outrageous. Darling, you seem a bit off. Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something rather unbelievable, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. What is it? Meng Qingqiu asked cheerfully, completely oblivious to any oddity. I was just pondering how we have managed to last this long Jiang Nan remarked, a hint of wonder mixed with a peculiar expression on his face. As I have said, as long as you don't break up with me, I will never leave you. Sigh. I had initially planned to go to Jiangcheng for university, but my family insisted I attend school in Modu. Otherwise, I could have seen you every day these past few years. We could have rented a sweet little apartment together. How blissful that would have been. Meng Qingxiu was entirely lost in her daydream, unaware of Jiang Nan's expression changing constantly. Yes, Jiang Nan simply replied, swallowing hard, then took a deep breath and continued, Chiu, once you come over this time, I will also make time to visit you in Modu. Great, great, Meng Qingxiu exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, she lowered her voice slightly, saying, darling, I can't talk anymore. I hear footsteps in the corridor. My roommate must be back. Let us chat tomorrow. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingxiu leaned closer to the camera. Kiss, Jiang Nan reciprocated. See you the day after tomorrow. With that, Meng Qingxiu ended the video call. Half an hour later, with a soft click, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling a long plume of smoke as he glanced at the landlady beside him. Admiration evident in his eyes. His energy had indeed been quite vigorous these past few days, feeling as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Jiang Nan speculated that his body had likely undergone some covert enhancement by the system, which he considered a subtle yet delightful perk. To be honest, it was quite splendid. Once he completed that minor task to acquire the indestructible kidney, he could hardly fathom how formidable he might become. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up to see a message from Su Yun. Jiang Nan, are you having a late-night snack tonight? Accompanied by a photo. Upon opening the message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the photograph, Su Yun, adorned in a delicate pink nightgown, lay reclining on her bed. Jiang Nan found himself genuinely agreeing that this woman was quite exquisite. Is this late-night snack serious? He replied, serious, absolutely serious. Su Yun responded, accompanied by a playful emoji. Upon seeing that particular expression, Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a chuckle. This woman had truly let herself go. He thought to himself that tonight might be occupied, had he not spent such an extended time at the landlady's residence. He might have been inclined to visit Su Yun for a midnight snack. Moreover, he had promised to keep the landlady company this evening and would not renege on his word. All right then, how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I can prepare some nourishing stew for you. Su Yun sent a voice message, tinged with disappointment. Sure, Jiang Nan replied, this time without refusal. Great. I'll go to bed early tonight and rise early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients at the market. Su Yun's tone brightened once more. No problem, Jiang Nan responded. At that moment, after rinsing her mouth, the landlady returned to the living room and, noticing Jiang Nan engrossed in a conversation on his phone, curiously inquired, you wouldn't happen to have other women, would you? Cough, cough. Upon hearing such a direct question, Jiang Nan coughed awkwardly. Actually, I do. The landlady, taken aback by his somewhat embarrassed cough, sat beside him and glanced at his phone. Isn't that Su Yun's profile picture? She exclaimed, her face registering surprise. Su teacher? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Su teacher is so uninhibited and private. The interval between messages was brief, allowing the landlady to glimpse the alluring photograph sent by Su Yun, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. She is the teacher of the little girl? Jiang Nan was equally astonished. Yes, but not a kindergarten teacher. She is the instructor I intend to send my child to for piano lessons, the landlady explained. Her daughter attends the same kindergarten as mine. I have chatted with this elegant and beautiful young mother on several occasions while picking up my daughter, so I had her contact information quite early on. How fortuitous, Jiang Nan mused, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. How do you know her? The landlady exclaimed in disbelief. When I chat with her, she seems quite serious, not like someone who would send such tantalizing photos online. And do you consider yourself an unserious woman? Jiang Nan inquired with a playful smile directed at the landlady. I. The landlady was momentarily at a loss for words, her awkward laughter betraying her inability to continue the conversation. Jiang Nan's charm was not lost on her. After all, was Xia Jiqing not serious enough? At this moment, she finds it impossible to maintain her composure in front of this little man, her demeanor exuding a wild and carefree spirit. were it not for the arrival of relatives. She could confidently assert that these past few days, Jiang Nan would have remained in bed without a hint of restraint. It goes without saying, the fighting spirit of a woman who has endured years of longing is no trifling matter, is it? However, how did they come to know each other? The landlady finds it somewhat puzzling. She perceives that the two should have no social connection. Could it be that, during Jiang Nan's previous experience delivering meals, she had brought an order to Su Yun's home, leading to their conversation? Upon reflection, this possibility does seem plausible. One must admit, a woman's capacity for imagination is indeed formidable. If Jiang Nan were to grasp the landlady's thoughts at this moment, she would likely burst into laughter and remark that it truly resembles a scene from a low-budget film. Chapter 33. The timing must be delayed, not advanced. Jiang Nan, with a gentle smile, recounted, a few days ago, while scrolling through Douyin, I stumbled upon a live streaming session of a minigame. For a small heart-shaped gift, she would step on a pressure board. Upon finishing his tale, the landlady's face instantly reflected astonishment, followed by her remark. I never imagined Teacher Su to be so dedicated, enduring several hours of gameplay, only pausing to receive takeout, even consuming her meals while standing on the pressure board. Indeed, I found that the female streamer was quite trustworthy. After all, this is the online realm, where one must tread carefully. Jiang Nan nodded, expressing his admiration for Su Yun's commitment. Hearing this, the landlady readily agreed, saying, Teacher Su is truly commendable. She has raised her daughter alone for many years, and I've never heard of any issues concerning her. She must be an exceptional woman. She then fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan, a playful smile gracing her lips. You sly boy, could it be that you have a penchant for older women, or perhaps you're just infatuated with a mature lady's popularity? Not at all, Jiang Nan replied, his tone slightly sheepish. He cleared his throat and added, it's merely a coincidence, and besides, older women are indeed wonderful. Have you perhaps shared any indescribable moments with Teacher Su? The landlady teased, lightly tapping Jiang Nan's forehead with her delicate finger. She did invite me over for a simple lunch, Jiang Nan admitted, withholding no details. Damn, why didn't I notice your charm sooner? The landlady pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Not to worry, it's all the same, Jiang Nan chuckled, secretly realizing that had he encountered her a few days earlier, he might not have caught her attention at all. Everything seems to be predestined. He had just received the system and coincidentally fulfilled a 5-year-long wish, leading to such significant changes in his life. Thus, it is only fitting that things unfold later, not sooner. As joyous moments swiftly passed by, the night slipped away. Around 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan awoke. The landlady was no longer beside him. He picked up his phone and glanced at the date, May 17th. Tomorrow at this time, Meng Qingqiu would be boarding a flight to Jiangqing. Should something indescribable occur between them, his task would surely be completed. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Moreover, let us not forget, Su Yun's affection for him was also quite remarkable, having reached an astonishing 89 points. He felt no urgency to enhance that last aspect, choosing instead to let things unfold naturally. The landlady messaged him, I have prepared toiletries for you in the bedroom bathroom. I need to take care of a few things. See you tonight, my little man, accompanied by a picture. As Jiang Nan rose, he checked WeChat and found a message from the landlady, along with a close-up selfie. Her beauty, captured in a candid moment, was indeed striking. After replying briefly, he glanced at the other messages. Sujun, Jiang Nan, I've gone to the market and bought plenty of nourishing food for you. Shai, Suyun, when are you coming over? I've sent the little one to kindergarten, and the house will be empty for a while. I don't feel like streaming. Sujun, image. Sujun, video. Jiang Nan cast a fleeting glance at Su Yun's messages, and upon merely viewing the first photograph, he felt his throat involuntarily constrict several times. By the time he finished watching the short video, he was utterly impressed. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan replied that he would arrive shortly, then hastily responded to Lin Man and gave special attention to Meng Qingqiu before beginning his grooming routine. He finished his grooming in a hurry. Jiang Nan drove straight to Su Yun's home. 2.5 hours later, a smile of joy appeared on Jiang Nan's face. The world of adults moves at such a brisk pace. However, his feelings remained stagnant. Observing Su Yun, who was weary and resting her eyes, Jiang Nan stood up, took his clothes to the bathroom for a quick wash, and then entered the living room, taking note of the apartment's layout. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. It wasn't large, but it was also not small. Jiang Nan began to wander around, recalling what the landlady had mentioned last night about Su Yun being an amateur piano teacher, which piqued his curiosity. Before long, he arrived at a small room, which was warmly decorated with numerous dolls, predominantly in shades of pink, and an old-fashioned small piano. At that moment, he noticed a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a picture of Su Yun and her daughter, taken when the little girl was about 3 or 4 years old, with pigtails, looking exquisitely adorable. Next time, I should bring a better piano. Standing before the vintage piano, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he gently pressed a few keys. With his level of skill, he could immediately discern that this little piano had seen better days. Its sound quality had significantly diminished. Just then, Su Yun's voice echoed from the entrance. Jiang Nan turned to see Su Yun standing in the doorway, her tousled hair framed by a pink nightgown. "This piano is quite old. I'll get you a better one later." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly at Su Yun, then sat on the bench and extended his hand invitingly. "Shall we play a duet? You can play the piano?" Su Yun looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment, her eyes brimming with surprise. "Of course." Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Filled with anticipation, Su Yun approached and took a seat beside him. Jiang Nan glanced at the sheet music and discovered that it consisted of children's songs. There's a particular piece. Su Yun stood up to fetch a sheet and then returned to her seat. "Dance of the Flowers?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he scanned the sheet, noting that it had been arranged, making it perfectly suitable for four-handed play. It seems that Su Yun is not merely an amateur piano teacher, as the landlady suggested. "I have made some modifications to this score. You should be able to comprehend it, right?" "Sujunin kawaii softly." "No problem," Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle, glancing at the sheet music in his hands. He understood that perhaps this four-hand duet, which Su Yun had altered, could be the opportunity to attain a rapport of 90 points. A rapport of 90 points is a threshold. Beyond mere physical attraction lies the harmony of souls. Chapter 34. Task Rewards Accomplished. Lin Man's Self-Reflection. With a deep breath, both Jiang Nan and Su Yun exchanged glances, each revealing a subtle smile. Jiang Nan's slender fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys, evoking an enchanting melody that left Su Yun in awe. The prowess of a true maestro was unmistakable. Su Yun, far from being an amateur pianist, had honed her skills since the tender age of 3. Now, at 28, she possessed 25 years of dedicated practice. Even with modest talent, such immersion would surely yield remarkable proficiency. Just the initial bars played by Jiang Nan made it abundantly clear that the perfection she perceived in him was merely the tip of an exquisite iceberg. In that moment, as the music flowed, Jiang Nan became lost in the rhythm, while Su Yun struggled to keep pace with his tempo. Soon, they transcended the solo segment, their four hands intertwining in a spirited performance of the modified Dance of Flowers, infused with exuberance and boundless aspirations for the future. Minutes later, as their duet drew to a close, Jiang Nan and Su Yun locked eyes. He could distinctly perceive the profound affection and admiration radiating from her gaze. At that instant, their spirits and bodies harmoniously aligned, elevating Su Yun's favorability to a remarkable 90 points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed the welfare task, to have a confidant of the opposite sex with an attractiveness rating exceeding 90 points. Reward: Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng, a globally limited edition luxury supercar, Pagani Huayra, and the indestructible diamond kidney. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Yet he was too engrossed in the moment to heed the system's alerts. With the deep spiritual connection established and Su Yun's favorability surpassed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. An hour later, in Su Yun's living room, Jiang Nan took out his phone. To his surprise, the woman had begun a live broadcast. As he contemplated inquiring about the subsequent rewards of the welfare task, a notification from Douyin caught his eye, prompting him to click on it. "Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan of Misty Ray. Frog Fun, level 62. How much have you spent this time?" As Jiang Nan entered the live stream, Lin Manman's astonished voice resonated. However, it was not long before she witnessed Jiang Nan's abrupt exit from the live stream, causing her mouth to slightly part in surprise. As memories of their first encounter flooded her mind, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Over the past couple of days, Jiang Nan had indeed been somewhat aloof towards her, exhibiting a dismissive attitude. Despite her attempts to reach out and arrange further meetings, she received no response. Could it be the fact that I took him out for hot pot? Or perhaps my failure to accompany him afterward? If he were merely an ordinary top supporter, Lin Manman might not have felt any particular interest. Yet, this top supporter was none other than Jiang Nan, a paragon of wealth and handsomeness. Though she was not a gold digger, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, yearning for a passionate romance. As Lin Manman remained ensnared in her thoughts, Jiang Nan re-entered the room. Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival. Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival. Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival. In mere seconds, akin to the swift hands of a skilled performer, Jiang Nan's fingers danced across the screen, bestowing over 100 gifts. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for your 100 carnivals. At this moment, still lost in her reverie, Lin Manman caught a glimpse of Jiang Nan's streaming gifts, her face instantly lighting up with surprise as she sprang from her seat. My goodness, this is a true big brother. The audience in the live stream was modest, numbering only around 20. Yet, with Jiang Nan's 100 gifts cascading across the screen, the barrage of comments surged forth. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, chuckling as he sent a red envelope containing 30,000 dough coins. Wow, this is not just a big brother. This is my real father. A 30,000 dough coins red envelope. Oh my goodness. Jiang Nan, I will follow you. If anyone dares to provoke you online, I shall fiercely defend you. Father, please send more red envelopes. Lin Manman's Affinity 1. Lin Manman's Affinity 2. Lin Manman's Affinity 3. Perhaps due to finally regaining her composure, Lin Manman's affinity for him began to rise steadily. In the span of just a few seconds, it surged by an astounding 22 points, leaving Jiang Nan quite astonished. Unbeknownst to him, her affinity had seemingly reached 54 points. Little did he realize that his recent lack of attention had led Lin Manman into a spiral of self-reflection, where the concept of unsubstantiated assumptions became perilous. In her eyes, Jiang Nan was undoubtedly perfect, and she believed she must have done something wrong during their initial meeting, resulting in his recent coldness towards her. Thus, she plunged into a cycle of self-analysis, unwittingly engaging in self-deprecation. What she did not comprehend was that Jiang Nan was genuinely preoccupied. Su Yun, the landlady, which sister is not a gem among gems. Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival. In the misty reign of Jiang Nan, a carnival was generously bestowed upon the host. Another carnival was presented, emptying all of Jiang Nan's doing diamonds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the expenditure and receiving an 8-fold rebate of 8 million yuan, with an additional profit of 2 million yuan. Jiang Nan was utterly satisfied. It had barely been a moment, and he had effortlessly amassed such a staggering sum. What legitimate business could be so extravagant? I must be off now, as dinner waits. He sent a bullet comment and promptly exited Douyin. Just as he did, a voice message arrived on WeChat. Brother Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? I genuinely wish to take you to that delightful Sichuan restaurant. Trust me, it's truly delectable. Moreover, I have no plans for the evening. I can show you around here, catch a movie, and indulge in some late-night snacks. After listening to Lin Manman's voice message, Jiang Nan noticed several pitiful little emojis she had sent, which reminded him of the JK outfit she had worn before. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he replied, I'm free. But why aren't you wearing those cute little JK shoes and dancing during your live streams anymore? Chapter 35, an upcoming date at the mansion. Meanwhile, in Lin Manman's dormitory, she had just finished her meal, generously provided by Jiang Nan. As she glanced at the message he sent, she momentarily froze. Soon after, realization struck her. She had dressed far too plainly when she invited Jiang Nan out that day. However, she could hardly be blamed for that. Her initial intention was merely to treat the top-ranked individual to a meal, without any ulterior motives. Yet, who would have thought that her esteemed acquaintance, who had been observing her for some time, turned out to be such a strikingly handsome and affluent gentleman? Had she known of Jiang Nan's striking looks, she would have hurried back to her dormitory to change into something more fashionable. It appeared that Jiang Nan had a penchant for the charming JK style paired with little leather shoes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Man swiftly replied, "If you like it, Jiang Nan, may I wear it this afternoon for our date?" A date. The moment the word escaped her lips, she felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. They hardly knew each other, having only met once. Would her assertiveness be perceived as off-putting? She had never taken the initiative before. Typically, it was the boys who asked her out. How was she to know the proper approach? Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's response arrived. Just a simple okay. Yet it filled her with such joy that she leaped from her chair. Fortunately, she had no classes today and had merely conducted a live stream. Otherwise, she would have missed the chance for a date with Jiang Nan. Lin Man's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly approached her wardrobe to select her outfit. This white top paired with a blue skirt seemed a tad too loose. The red and blue ensemble was appealing, though it felt a bit constraining. She wondered if Jiang Nan would appreciate it. Meanwhile, in Su-Yun's home, at the dining table, Jiang Nan savored a bowl of soup, his expression one of admiration. "I'm glad you like it," Su-Yun replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile, her face radiating warmth as she rushed to refill his bowl, urging him to drink more for his health. Although Jiang Nan was still young, the frequency of his meals over the past few days had been quite high, and he needed to replenish his strength. Jiang Nan did not decline. Indeed, Su-Yun's culinary skills were exceptional. Not only was her cooking top-notch, but her soup was equally superb. "Will you be dining here this afternoon?" she inquired, her gaze filled with tenderness as she smiled at Jiang Nan. The thought of a virtuous wife crossed Jiang Nan's mind as he observed her. Su-Yun exuded the essence of an ideal partner. Despite being only 28 years old, she possessed a nurturing quality that surpassed even that of the landlady. If the landlady were a caricature of seduction from a comic, then Su-Yun embodied the quintessential perfect wife that everyone yearns to have, capable in the kitchen and proficient in the dining room, with scarcely a flaw to be found. He would likely not be able to join for dinner later due to some commitments in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, having finished yet another bowl of soup, halted Su-Yun, who was about to serve him more, and chuckled. "Are you trying to make me explode?" "Of course not," Su-Yun replied bashfully, lowering her head. "I merely thought you could use some nourishment, especially since you've been working rather hard these past few days." "Don't worry." Jiang Nan patted his waist and laughed. This was no jest. After completing a minor task, he had acquired the remarkable ability of resilience. "In a few days, I may become quite busy as a friend child is coming to learn piano from me," Su-Yun said softly. At any moment, Jiang Nan found her exceedingly gentle, devoid of any of the stereotypical characteristics attributed to women from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, he sensed a certain tenderness reminiscent of Jiang Nan women, which was precisely why he perceived Su-Yun as possessing a remarkable wifely charm. "It's all right. There will always be free time," Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. An hour after lunch, Jiang Nan finally departed. In the car, he retrieved the various documents for the Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa No. 001 and the Pagani Wind Sun from the system's small space. Glancing over them briefly, a trace of excitement flickered across his face as he called out to the system. "Host." The system responded almost instantaneously. "I currently have several high-value female acquaintances, though I have yet to reach a 90-point affection level. Can I attempt to upgrade the previous welfare task?" Jiang Nan inquired without hurrying to start the car, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. "Upon completion of the task, it is final and cannot be upgraded," the system replied. "However, when the host's savings reach the next tier, new welfare tasks will inevitably arise." "Understood. The next tier must be when my cash savings surpass 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. In the past, he could hardly have imagined setting even a modest goal, let alone dreaming of having 1 million or even 100,000 in savings. In this era, young individuals like him, who had accomplished nothing, could scarcely manage even a few tens of thousands, let alone 100,000. Few young people could afford to buy cars, or houses without spending money, unless they were extraordinarily gifted in their respective fields. Otherwise, they would likely lead a life of mediocrity. A modest goal is not too much. 10 modest goals are also not excessive. And even 100 or 1,000 seem merely numbers as my cash flow increases. Jiang Nan chuckled softly and shook his head, just as he was about to start the car when his phone, resting nearby, suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see it was a voice call from Lin Man. "Brother Jiang Nan, shall we go watch a movie later?" "There's one that seems quite good," Lin Man's eager voice chimed in. "What genre is it?" Jiang Nan asked. "Horror," she replied. Lin Man's insinuation was laden with meaning. "All right, are you at school? I shall come and pick you up now," Jiang Nan stated, his gaze flickering momentarily. If he were unable to comprehend such a hint, it would indeed be rather foolish. Moreover, wasn't this girl interested in watching a horror film? Coincidentally, the recently acquired Villa No. 001 in Jiangsheng Tianfu undoubtedly featured a private cinema. Furthermore, the Jiangsheng Tianfu, one of the most prestigious properties in Jiangsheng, was situated in a district near the university town, requiring merely a brief drive of a few minutes. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he anticipated the opulence of his luxurious residence, valued at several significant targets. Chapter 36. The emotional value is truly maximized. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, a Porsche Cayenne gradually came to a halt at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan rolled down the car window and gazed towards the school gate, where his eyes fell upon a girl with twin ponytails in a JK uniform. As she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, drawing the attention of passers-by. The combination of her JK outfit with white knee-high socks and brown leather shoes was truly a timeless ensemble. In Jiang Nan's eyes, this outfit, coupled with Lin Man's twin ponytails, could easily elevate her attractiveness from an 88 to a commendable 90. Brother Jiang Nan Lin Man entered the car, instantly donning a sweet smile, her voice infused with a delightful tone as she called out to him. To be honest, it was undeniably captivating. Jiang Nan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, his gaze drifting upwards to meet Lin Man's somewhat bashful eyes, and he found himself further enchanted by her twin ponytails. What exquisite ponytails! It seemed that Brother Jiang Nan had a penchant for the sweet and demure style. Noticing Jiang Nan's unwavering gaze, Lin Man secretly reveled in the moment, simultaneously solidifying her future fashion choices. "Brother Jiang Nan, shall we go?" she chirped cheerfully. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Nan finally withdrew his gaze, started the car, and suggested, "Let us head to South City. It's livelier there." Coincidentally, I just purchased a villa there and haven't had the chance to visit yet. South City Villa? Lin Man paused, taken aback by Jiang Nan's words. As a local of Jiang City, she was well aware that outside the old town, South City was the most bustling area, and consequently, property prices were exceedingly high. A villa there would undoubtedly cost at least a few million. Lin Man wasn't entirely sure, but she speculated that even a modest villa would be priced at over $1 million. What a wealthy man. Lin Man took a deep breath. Although she wasn't the type to be materialistic, encountering a handsome, affluent man like Jiang Nan, who was also generous with his spending on her, was difficult not to be swayed by. That villa has a private underground cinema, where you can watch any movie you desire, and it's incredibly quiet, Jiang Nan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Man held her breath for 2 seconds. Even someone as naive as she was couldn't fail to grasp the implications. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion. Rather, she was filled with a sense of anticipation. This perplexed her, but it also felt entirely natural. She realized she seemed to be irresistibly drawn to Jiang Nan, not just because of his wealth and generosity in showering her with gifts, but also because of his striking looks. If she were to have such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, wouldn't her future simply be a matter of enjoying life in comfort? Lin Man's affection level 5. Lin Man shyly lowered her head and softly suggested, Brother Jiang Nan, could you please buy a few bottles of ice-cold cola and some chips for the movie later? It feels like one of life's greatest pleasures. Don't worry, there will be plenty. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction, having gained an additional 5 points of affection. He had perused the entire introduction of the Jiangsheng Tianfu Villa No. 001. which was regularly updated by a butler. It was not an exaggeration to claim that it had everything one could desire, with a value of 5 small goals. It was not something that could be easily acquired by just anyone with wealth, especially given its designation as number 001. A level of luxury beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As the car started, Jiang Nan placed his phone beside him. To be honest, he found Lin Man's obedient initiative quite delightful. Along the journey, the system's notification echoed in his mind intermittently. After 20 minutes, Lin Man's face was flushed, and her affection for Jiang Nan had reached a remarkable 70 points. This rapid progress surprised him, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely natural. As her fondness for him grew, any increase in intimacy would only amplify that affection. There was no way such closeness would diminish it. Spotting a commercial street nearby, Jiang Nan decided to indulge her a little more, hoping to further enhance her affection before their movie in the villa's private theater. Of course, even without increasing her affection further, he believed that the 70 points could lead to something indescribable happening between them. Let us enjoy this, shall we? Lin Man readily agreed, her face still flushed. Jiang Nan felt a surge of affection grow for her. Although this increase in affection brought no tangible benefits, the emotional value was undeniable. It was certainly more rewarding than spending without gaining any affection in return, which would simply be a foolish endeavor. Soon, they found a parking space. As they exited the car, Lin Man quickly ran over and linked her arm with Jiang Nan's. Standing at 165 centimeters, her height complemented Jiang Nan's 182 centimeters perfectly, creating a delightful height difference. Jiang Nan silently acknowledged her initiative, but was soon astonished by the emotional value she provided. Brother Jiang Nan, it seems you quite like the JK style, don't you? Lin Man inquired softly. Most men tend to appreciate it, Jiang Nan chuckled softly. Then, from now on, each time we meet, I shall wear a different JK uniform, Lin Man replied with a playful smile. To be frank, this girl truly knows how to maximize the emotional value she offers. Chapter 37, Bye. Refund. Soon, the two arrived at this bustling commercial street. Jiang Nan's gaze landed upon a boutique, Chanel. He glanced at Lin Man, who was carrying a small bag of an unknown brand, and promptly led her to the nearest Chanel store. Welcome. Upon entering the boutique, a charming young woman clad in a fitted skirt and high heels approached them with a warm smile. The familiar intensity of her gaze made Jiang Nan chuckle inwardly. Truly, no woman could resist his allure. I brought my girlfriend to browse, he said, wrapping his arm around Lin Man's slender waist as they began to explore the store. How expensive? Lin Man whispered after a brief look around, her face reflecting astonishment. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never wandered into such a luxury establishment where every bag was priced in 5 figures. One particular small bag, perched atop the highest shelf, started with a staggering 6-figure price tag. How about it? Did anything catch your eye? Jiang Nan inquired. Too pricey, she replied earnestly. Despite knowing Jiang Nan's affluence and his willingness to spend on women, she found the prices exorbitant. Such sums are mere trifles to me. When I treat you, you should be grateful, Jiang Nan teased. Come on, choose a few. This is a reward for your sweet and understanding nature. Where'd I find that? Lin Man laughed shyly. Then, encouraged, she pointed at 2 small handbags, each around 10,000. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, These 2 are quite nice. Is that all? Jiang Nan was surprised by her modest appetite for luxury. That's all. She shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. Jiang Nan turned to the sales associate who had been observing them with interest and smiled. Please wrap up the 2 bags my girlfriend selected. And this one, and this one as well. He gestured towards several bags with 6-figure prices atop the display. Certainly, the sales associate, momentarily entranced by Jiang Nan's striking profile, snapped back to attention at his request and hurriedly retrieved the 2 10,000 yuan bags for the checkout. She then fetched a small ladder to reach the higher-priced items. Under normal circumstances, she would have discreetly held down her skirt to avoid any mishaps while customers were present. However, with a man as extraordinarily handsome as Jiang Nan, she felt no need to be modest. Any glimpse he might catch would feel like a tremendous stroke of luck. Moreover, with these bags, the total would easily surpass 1 million. Who wouldn't want to flock to a man capable of such lavish spending? Look at me, handsome, you must look at me. She climbed the ladder, her pace in retrieving her bags slowing down, her heart unable to suppress its excited cries. Isn't this a bit excessive? With these few pieces, it must be over 1 million, Lin Man said, somewhat embarrassed. It's hardly a small sum, Jiang Nan replied, not even casting a glance at the sales associate. He gently lifted her chin with a finger and continued, moreover, these are well within your due. When one spends for oneself, the pleasure is immediate. However, to spend for others is purely for emotional value. Lin Man's emotional contribution was indeed substantial. After all, money only seemed to multiply with each expenditure. In such a rewarding situation, why not indulge? Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, she understood, nodding with delight, tightening her embrace around his arm. Her gaze toward him shimmering with admiration. Lin Man's affection 9. See, isn't this emotional value being perfectly delivered? Soon, the sales associate in black stockings retrieved the 4 bags from the top shelf. Is there anything else you fancy? Jiang Nan inquired softly, while internally reflecting on the ease of earning a woman's money. A few bags alone amounted to over 1 million. No wonder so many socialites aspired to penetrate the upper echelons of society. What ordinary man could satisfy their material desires? That's enough. Lin Man truly felt satisfied. With those 2 bags over 10,000 each, plus these 4, they totaled 6. Even if a bag lasts only half a year, it would still serve her for at least 3 years. All right, Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, addressing the nearly enamored black stocking sales associate. Please charge it. Right this way, she replied respectfully. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the purchase. You have earned a 5-fold consumption rebate. 5 million yuan. After the card payment was processed, the system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. With a total of 6 bags, precisely 5 million yuan, the 5-fold rebate yielded a comfortable profit of 6 million yuan. Oh, and an additional 5 points of affection from Lin Man. That brings it to 85 points. This is remarkably swift. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man, who nestled closely beside him, practically wanting to meld into his embrace, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Thank you for your visit. The sales associate in black stockings placed her hands in front of her and bowed deeply to Jiang Nan and Lin Man's retreating figures. Once the couple entered another luxury boutique, she slowly withdrew her gaze, her eyes and face brimming with envy, yearning for a boyfriend as perfect as Jiang Nan. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man returned to the car, laden with luxurious bags. He had taken her to purchase a few more items, with expenditures totaling around 1 million. Regrettably, the rebates were not particularly impressive. Nevertheless, his deposits had swelled to an impressive 60 million. At this moment, Lin Man's affection for him had reached a remarkable score of 88, reflective of her beauty. It seemed that once her affection hit this threshold, it ceased to increase. Jiang Nan found this rather puzzling. Even as he entered the second high-end boutique, Lin Man's affection had already peaked at 88. Despite half an hour of leisurely browsing and spending, her feelings had not ascended even slightly, which struck him as quite extraordinary. Could it be that the pinnacle of an opposite-sex affection is merely a reflection of their beauty score? As Jiang Nan started the car, he couldn't help but ponder this curious question in his mind. Chapter 38. The perfect system configuration left Lin Man astounded. Indeed, host, resonated the system's prompt within his mind. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. When the admiration of suitor reaches the level of the host's beauty score, the increase in admiration will temporarily cease. Subsequently, for any further increment in admiration, the corresponding suitor's beauty score will also rise equivalently. The system's voice continued to echo in Jiang Nan's mind. Oh, intrigued by this peculiar setting, Jiang Nan's face illuminated with astonishment. Having perused thousands of urban fantasy novels on the Tomato Novel app, he was genuinely encountering such an innovative concept for the first time. How fascinating! The system's capabilities were boundless. There was nothing it could not achieve if he could merely conceive of it. His current allure stemmed entirely from the system, elevating his beauty to heights beyond mere increments. With this new setting in play, every woman surrounding him would undoubtedly embody perfection, each achieving a full admiration index. With each increment in a suitor's beauty score, the host would instantly receive a chance to draw from the lottery. The system's voice resonated on. What could one possibly win? A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Everything imaginable. The system succinctly replied with these 4 words, leaving Jiang Nan enlightened. Indeed, there is nothing he could conceive that the lottery could not provide. Wait, could I perhaps engage with less attractive women to rapidly increase their admiration? This would in turn elevate their beauty scores, granting me multiple lottery opportunities? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly brightened. Host, once a low-scoring beauty's admiration reaches the corresponding beauty score, each increment in admiration is exponentially more effective than that of a high-scoring beauty, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan shook his head. This explanation was quite comprehensible. The higher the woman's beauty score, the easier it was to further enhance her admiration once their scores aligned. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. If there were no constraints, and he exploited this loophole, he would risk becoming a mere walking stallion rather than an embodiment of charisma. What if the beauty score is a perfect 100? Jiang Nan suddenly pondered another question, skeptical that in such a vast world, he might not encounter a woman of flawless beauty. For a perfect 100, once admiration reaches 90 points, each increment in admiration will yield a lottery opportunity. The system promptly replied, I understand now. Jiang Nan indeed grasped this. It was akin to an invisible side quest. The ultimate aim was to stimulate his consumption. Indeed, without spending on women, how could one attract such a multitude of stunning beauties? Does one truly believe that every woman is a wealthy landlady? Despite the prolonged exchange between Jiang Nan and the system, it merely represented a fleeting thought, an ephemeral notion. For Lin Man, seated in the passenger seat, it was little more than the act of placing her bag on a back seat and fastening her seatbelt. The car roared to life, and with a single hand on the wheel, Jiang Nan glanced at the navigation before steering towards Changtianfu. After a brief journey of several minutes, the vehicle began to decelerate. They had arrived. Jiang Nan halted before the opulent entrance of a luxurious community. Through the windshield, 2 golden stone dragons soared majestically above the entrance, and even from this angle, the ambience exuded an air of sophistication. Beep. Jiang Nan reached the barrier at the community entrance and gently honked twice. Hello. A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the security booth. Jiang Nan lowered the window, and the man respectfully greeted him. Hello. Could you please lift the barrier? Jiang Nan retrieved a document bag from beside him and produced the property certificate. Certainly. Welcome home. Homeowner. Upon seeing the homeowner's information, the security guard immediately saluted and hurried back to the booth, swiftly raising the barrier. The vehicle proceeded slowly forward, while the security guard once again offered a courteous salute to the car as it entered the community. Brother Jiang Nan, the villa you mentioned, is it in Changtianfu? Lin Man, finally regaining her composure from the initial shock, gazed at Jiang Nan with a newfound expression. Even as an outsider, she certainly recognized the prestige of Changtianfu, and being a local resident, she was acutely aware of its significance. Yes, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Lin Man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had previously assumed Jiang Nan's villa would cost around 10 to 20 million. Now, it became evident that with the name Changtianfu attached, even 30 million might not suffice. She had heard of this community. It undeniably represented the pinnacle of real estate in Jiangcheng, bordering on T1 or even T0 pricing. Most properties were small villas or spacious apartments, each conservatively valued at over 50 million. Villas, however, were an exceedingly rare gem, with only 9 in existence. The tiers ranged from 1 to 9. It was rumored that Villa 001 had remained uninhabited since its completion, truly a brand new dwelling. Such high-caliber villas were beyond the reach of mere wealth. The subsequent villas could indeed be purchased with money, yet their transaction prices far exceeded market value. For instance, she had previously come across a news article concerning Villa 009, which ultimately sold for over 30 million. It was evident that the prices for Villas 008 007, and 006 would follow suit. Even so, one cannot help but wonder what the actual selling price of the villa designated as no. 001 could possibly amount to in terms of financial goals. Unimaginable. Brother Jiang Nan, could it be that the person who purchased the Jiangnan Tianfu No. 9 villa for over 3 financial goals, which I stumbled upon in the news, is you? Gulp. Upon uttering these words, Lin Man could not suppress a swallow. Her entire face flushed crimson, and her little heart raced uncontrollably. 3 financial goals. How many lives, how many generations? No, it should be said, perhaps over a dozen lifetimes, or even several dozen lifetimes of earnings. And for Jiang Nan, merely the expenditure for a single residence. How wealthy is he? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? In that moment, Lin Man's thoughts soared, and a look of bewilderment gradually appeared on her rosy face. Now, she finally comprehended why Jiang Nan could spend 2 to 3 million without so much as a flicker of hesitation, devoid of any signs of financial strain. He was genuinely affluent, truly indifferent. For someone capable of purchasing a villa worth 300 million, a few million was as trivial as her casually buying a dress worth a few hundred. Perhaps it was not entirely the same, for when she bought a dress worth a few hundred, she still felt a pang of regret, needing to muster her resolve and mentally prepare herself before indulging. But Jiang Nan, he was not spending on himself. To him, spending a few million on others was as effortless as sprinkling water. What a treasure of a high-flying rich man have I encountered. At that moment, Lin Man gazed at Jiang Nan with an expression of infatuation and enchantment. 3 financial goals? That is not me. Here is a file bag. You may see for yourself which villa it is. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, focusing intently on the road as he followed the roadside signs. I have contemplated this setting for quite some time and ultimately decided to write according to my own vision. Dear readers, I hope it is acceptable and free of any toxicity. Chapter 39, Villa number 001, akin to a small estate. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man took a deep breath and began to peruse the file folder beside her. The folder contained a considerable amount of documents, and she casually extracted a certificate to glance at it. Pagani Win's son, upon encountering a contract document, she momentarily froze, her mind struggling to comprehend its significance. However, she soon discovered a long string of numbers. Thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, 60 million. As Lin Man counted, an unsettling feeling began to wash over her. What could possibly be valued at 60 million? Goodness! Suddenly, she realized what it was and gasped in shock. What is it? Jiang Nan glanced at her. The Pagani Win's son. Is it the luxurious supercar I came across while scrolling through Douyin? Lin Man was nearly certain, but still felt a wave of astonishment course through her. It must be so. Jiang Nan nodded with a light chuckle. My goodness, a 60 million luxury supercar, and moreover, a globally limited edition. Lin Man felt parched, her voice even becoming hoarse. Not bad. Jiang Nan smiled. It's merely a 60 million luxury supercar, not a collection of 6 modest goals. For him, it was hardly significant. This is what you call not bad, Brother Jiang Nan? You truly are the epitome of extravagance. Lin Man shook her head with a wry smile, then solemnly placed the contract back into the folder, subsequently extracting another contract to examine. Qianqing Tianfu Villa no 001. The mere sight of a small line of text immediately seized Lin Man's attention. At that moment, her hands trembled, and her entire being involuntarily quaked. This, Qianqing Tianfu Villa no 001. Lin Man's first instinct was to pull out her phone to capture the moment, but she quickly suppressed the impulse. After swallowing hard, she exclaimed, Brother, what level of wealthy second generation are you? A 60 million globally limited luxury supercar and a transaction price of 500 million for Jiangnan Tianfu Villa number 001. Oh my, how fortunate I am to know someone of your caliber. Upon hearing Lin Man's exclamations, Jiang Nan merely smiled, feeling no aversion. Such reactions were entirely normal. If Lin Man remained composed upon seeing such things, that would be truly astonishing. Lin Man's favorability won. Just as Jiang Nan was about to respond, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Jiang Nan paused. Had he surpassed his limits? At that moment, he glanced at Lin Man. She appeared no different from before, yet upon closer inspection, her attractiveness had subtly increased, providing him with a distinctly captivating sensation. Quite peculiar. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Lin Man's affinity has increased by 1, her beauty score has risen by 1, and you have obtained a chance to draw a lottery. The system's notification continued to resonate in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to take a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even without delving deeper, he had already surpassed his limits. If he were to engage further and exchange academic experiences, it was likely he could gain even more affinity. With this thought, Jiang Nan felt a growing anticipation. Brother Lin Man's voice was soft and tender, almost feeble as she leaned against the passenger seat, gazing at Jiang Nan with an indescribably affectionate look. What is the matter? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance, already aware of her feelings. I feel like I don't deserve you, Lin Man said softly, her mood dampened. You're too perfect, and I'm just an ordinary girl from a modest family. You're anything but ordinary. Jiang Nan glanced at her. In terms of emotional intelligence, beauty, or physique, she was exceptional. In the eyes of an average person, it would not be an exaggeration to say Lin Man resembled a top-tier celebrity, a rising star in the limelight. But in front of you, I feel so mundane. Lin Man confessed, beginning to doubt herself. The disparity between her and a high-achieving, affluent man like Jiang Nan felt insurmountable, even if her family had some wealth. You're overthinking it. You're exhausting yourself mentally. Jiang Nan reached out to gently pat her head and spoke softly. When I'm in a relationship, I don't care about the other person's financial status. Regardless, I'm certain I am wealthier. I experience immense emotional value with you. Hence, you are worthy. Really? Lin Man's once-dull eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. More genuine than pearls. Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. At that moment, the car slowly approached the entrance of a villa that resembled a quaint estate. Just from the entrance, Jiang Nan peered through the windshield to behold a fountain, a front garden, and various small rockeries. To the left, there was an expansive stretch of lawn. Goodness, a golf course. Jiang Nan could not help but express his astonishment. This was no mere villa. It was a luxurious estate in the countryside. How grand! Lin Man noticed too. The sheer elegance emanating from the front yard left her in awe, her small mouth covering a gasp of surprise. Jiang Nan opened the car door and stepped out, making his way toward the entrance. Beep! As he approached the facial recognition lock, it activated with a sound. Click! In the next moment, a subtle sound echoed as the towering gate, at least 5 to 6 meters high, swung open automatically. Truly impressive, Jiang Nan thought, even before his arrival. His face was already recognized by the system. Jiang Nan initially sought merely to test the waters, unaware that he would indeed succeed, which led him to mentally applaud his own system fervently. Upon returning to his vehicle, Jiang Nan drove into the illustrious villa number 001 of Jiangsheng Tianfu. As his car fully entered, the towering gate, standing an impressive 5 or 6 meters, closed intelligently behind him. This marked Jiang Nan's inaugural visit to Villa number 001, and as he navigated a winding path, he delved deeper into the estate. Before long, he discovered an underground parking facility, seamlessly driving in. The expanse of this subterranean garage was nothing short of astonishing. Exiting his vehicle, Jiang Nan surveyed the surroundings. His expression remained composed, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. The sheer area of the parking space alone seemed to span an impressive 500 square meters. It is noteworthy that this was not merely an underground garage of a shopping mall or hotel, but rather that of a villa, making such an area remarkably opulent. Jiang Nan, could that be? The luxurious and extravagant Pagani Huayra, valued at 60 million? At that moment, Lin Man, having exited the car, fixated her gaze on a sleek, pure black supercar parked nearby, her face instantly alight with an expression of excitement and awe. The magnificence of the vehicle was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 40. The Pagani Huayra. Truly a luxurious supercar. At this moment, Jiang Nan's gaze was fixed upon the sleek, all-black Pagani Huayra. He began to move, retrieving the car keys. while Lin Man Man eagerly trotted alongside, linking her arm with his. Soon, the two arrived in front of this extravagant supercar, priced at an astonishing $60 million. It was simply magnificent. Lin Man Man exclaimed in awe. Such a luxurious vehicle was something she had only encountered online before, and witnessing it in person left her utterly speechless with amazement. Indeed, it was incredibly stylish. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's door, peering inside to behold the exquisitely crafted mechanical interior. Frankly, this design would not feel outdated even after a decade. As he settled into the driver's seat, a flicker of excitement danced across his face. After all, this was a globally limited edition supercar worth $60 million. The moment he placed his hands on the steering wheel, he felt an air of prestige far surpassing that of his Porsche Cayenne. What a thrill! Shall we take it for a spin? Jiang Nan suggested. Absolutely, Lin Man Man exclaimed, her exhilaration palpable. After all, this was the Pagani Huayra. In the past, she hadn't even had the opportunity to see it in person, let alone sit in it. Let's go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, signaling her to get in. Lin Man Man's face radiated excitement as she hurried to the passenger door, only to find herself in a moment of embarrassment, unsure how to open it. There's a small switch to open the door. Just gently push it, Jiang Nan advised. Okay, Lin Man Man replied, following his guidance to enter the passenger seat. The moment she settled in, her cheeks flushed even deeper, her nerves and excitement intertwining in an intense state. Buckle up, Jiang Nan reminded her, fastening his own seatbelt. Once they were ready, he pressed the ignition button. Roar! Instantly, a deep, thunderous growl reverberated through the 500-square-meter underground garage. What a rush! As Jiang Nan heard the sound, his excitement soared. Meanwhile, Lin Man Man grew even more anxious and thrilled in the passenger seat. With a gentle press on the accelerator, Jiang Nan began to glide forward. The underground garage had both an entrance and an exit. Driving through the latter, he soon found himself on a small racetrack, smoothly exiting from the back door of Villa 001. There's even a professional racing track here. My goodness, the affluent in Jiangcheng are truly catered to, Lin Man Man shouted, gripping the handrail inside the car as their speed increased. Roar! Whoosh! Outside, it felt as though a gust of wind had swept by, a black lightning bolt racing past in an instant. Too fast. Brother Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow, this feeling is simply amazing. Oh no, I'm going to get car sick, brother. Please reduce your speed. As Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator with increasing fervor, Lin Man Man, seated in the passenger seat, felt her heart race with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Hearing her plea, Jiang Nan eased off the throttle. With a sigh of relief, Lin Man Man's heart, which had nearly leapt into her throat, settled as the speed diminished. She exhaled deeply, her excitement unabated, and exclaimed, Brother Jiang Nan, this luxurious supercar worth $60 million is truly something else. The thrill of speeding is exhilarating. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had only reached around 270 kilometers per hour. If he truly pressed the pedal to the metal, it could soar to approximately 390. The 270 kilometers per hour was already quite astonishing, and one could hardly fathom the sensation at 390. Brother, I want to go back, take a shower, and then watch a romantic movie with you, Lin Man Man said. Her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, her voice filled with eager anticipation. Half an hour later, having finished her shower, Lin Man Man emerged from the master bathroom on the second floor. Her unadorned yet radiant face glowed with a rosy hue. She possessed an exquisite figure, accentuated by a fitted top in shades of red and blue. Below, she wore a short, pleated white skirt. Although standing at just 165 centimeters, her proportions were nothing short of perfect. Her legs were exceptionally fair, almost shimmering with a divine light. With each graceful step, the sound of her brown leather shoes echoed softly against the floor. Her calves were adorned with white knee-high socks, completing the ensemble flawlessly. As she walked, her twin ponytails bobbed slightly, leaving Jiang Nan utterly captivated. He couldn't help but think that this girl was simply perfection personified. Scoring an 89 in attractiveness seemed almost inadequate compared to the visual delight she presented. Truth be told, Jiang Nan found himself questioning the authority of the system's insight skill that had assessed her. Unbeknownst to him, his admiration for Lin Man and her JK attire was a reflection of his own aesthetic preferences, while the insight skill operated with a detached rationality devoid of any biases. Brother Jiang Nan, Lin Man said as she approached him, linking her arm with his, her voice soft and sweet. It's so strange. I don't know why. But when I looked in the mirror earlier, my skin seemed to have improved so much. Previously, she had relied on cosmetics to mask the minute imperfections only visible up close. Yet, after her shower, she gazed into the mirror and felt as if every part of her, not just her face, had been rejuvenated. Previously, a subtle scar on her calf had vanished without a trace. It seems that the feeling of being in love transforms one's entire demeanor. Jiang Nan was somewhat astonished that a mere enhancement in her appearance could enable Lin Man to distinctly perceive the changes within herself. However, she chose not to linger on this topic. Embracing her slender waist, he inhaled gently between her neck, exclaiming, "This body wash is truly delightful." "What, brother? I haven't used any body wash," Lin Man shyly replied upon hearing Jiang Nan's remark. "Huh? Is that your natural fragrance?" Jiang Nan responded with mild surprise. Holding her close as they made their way out of the master bedroom, descending the stairs to the first floor. They continued down another flight of stairs to the basement level. Soon, they arrived at a private cinema. At a glance, although there were merely a dozen or so seats in front of the large screen, the overall area was comparable to that of a gymnasium in a school. Moreover, looking up at the starry night sky ceiling, the ambience of this private cinema was exquisitely enchanting. Brother, at this moment, a soft call echoed through the air. Chapter 41. 2 lottery draws, reappearing the bounty of tasks. The film's duration was 2.5 hours. Time flies when one is immersed in joy. In a small room at the back of a private cinema, Jiang Nan emerged slowly, lighting a cigarette with a contented smile gracing his face. He had earned 2 chances to draw from the lottery. The viewing time had indeed elevated Lin Man's fondness for him by 1 point. Simultaneously, the young woman's beauty rating also increased by 1. In return, he was granted yet another chance to participate in the lottery. Seated in the front row before the grand screen, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. "System, let me see what this lottery can bestow upon me." Jiang Nan crossed his legs and began a silent conversation with the system. Would the host like to consume 1 lottery chance to make a draw? The system's voice resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. "Yes," he replied without hesitation. Ding! A chime echoed in his mind, and in the next moment, a 3D holographic wheel of fortune materialized before him. He leaned closer and noticed it was densely inscribed with countless small characters. With his fear of crowded text, he quickly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Begin," Jiang Nan commanded. "Biu." With his command, the sound of spinning filled the air. Seconds passed swiftly. The pointer of the wheel began to decelerate. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have drawn body transformation liquid." Body transformation liquid? What is that?" Jiang Nan immediately began to examine the description of this liquid. Body transformation liquid. It empowers the body from within, and, after transformation, mere brute strength alone can prevent a dozen ordinary men from approaching. Impressive. After reading the description, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, one should not underestimate the claim that a dozen men cannot come near. It may seem inconsequential at first glance. Note, it is solely brute strength that can deter a dozen men. If he were to learn some self-defense techniques, such as martial arts, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he would resemble a king of warriors in a purely modern urban setting, devoid of any fantastical elements. Moreover, in a contemporary society governed by law, even the mightiest fighter might find little utility. Yet, there's a saying, one may choose to forego it, but one cannot do without it. This is quite a remarkable item. I shall use it when the time comes. Jiang Nan nodded thoughtfully. With a mere thought, a dark green vial appeared in his hand. He shook it gently, noticing the liquid within was scant. "System, how do I use this? Should I take it orally or what?" "Pour it into water. The host merely needs to soak for 1 hour, and the body will absorb all the body transformation liquid." The system replied. 1 hour? Understood. By the way, will this thing be useful for me if I draw it again in the future? With a swift flick of his wrist, Jiang Nan made the dark green vial in his hand vanish without a trace. The system boasted numerous functionalities, including a personal space. Its effects, however, would gradually diminish. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. He understood. This item was indeed remarkable. If utilized by individuals already possessing superior physical attributes, particularly those versed in martial arts, it could transform them into a formidable warrior. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, resolving that should he ever draw such an item again, he would refrain from using it himself. Truly sophisticated individuals always had a personal bodyguard by their side. Currently lacking a suitable candidate, he intended to seek out an attractive female bodyguard to win over once his wealth increased, thus feeling secure in providing her with a body modification serum. There was no rush, as the next opportunity for acquisition remained uncertain. Jiang Nan shook his head and began contemplating how to employ his remaining chance at the lottery. Should he use it now, or save it for a few more draws? System, do you have any advice? He pondered internally. Single draws yield miracles. The system succinctly replied. Excellent. I shall proceed with the final draw. Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. In an instant, a grand wheel appeared before him. The familiar sound of the lottery echoed in his mind. The wheel's pointer spun rapidly. Seconds passed swiftly, and the pointer began to slow down. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a cash reward of 100 million. 100 million. Marvelous. This reward was indeed splendid. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 100 million. In light of your diligent spending, a bonus task has been assigned. Acquire 5 distinguished companions of the opposite sex with an attractiveness rating of over 90, with a favorability of 90 or above. Task rewards: permanent ownership of Jiangxing Tower, a cash reward of 100 million, and mastery in martial arts. As the 100 million was credited, a series of notifications rang in Jiang Nan's mind. 5 companions with an attractiveness of over 90. The reward of permanent ownership of Jiangxing Tower. 100 million in cash. And mastery in martial arts. Ecstasy illuminated Jiang Nan's face. He was well aware of Jiangxing Tower, a prominent edifice situated in the heart of the old city. A veritable landmark valued at no less than 10 billion. Moreover, upon completing the task, the tower would belong to him indefinitely. In comparison, the cash reward of 100 million seemed trivial, hardly worth mentioning. And then, mastery in martial arts. This reward was perfectly timed. Having just drawn a vial of body modification serum, should he complete this task, one could only imagine the extraordinary combat prowess he would possess. Indeed, this truly signifies my journey towards becoming an impeccably refined man, devoid of any shortcomings. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, allowing his mind to wander. Presently, Lin Man's attractiveness has soared to a commendable score of 90, with her favorability also reaching 90. Then there is Su Yun, the first woman to achieve a favorability of 90 among high-caliber individuals. This indicates that he has already cultivated 2 exquisite confidants of remarkable beauty. Following them are the landlady, Xia Jiqing, and my online romantic interest, Meng Qingqiu. Furthermore, there lies another enchanting figure, Jiang Yin, nestled within my WeChat. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue crossing his visage. To him, the favorability of the first 2 was an assured certainty, while the previously encountered Jiang Yin would likely require more focus in the future. Although 5 individuals may seem substantial, everything remains firmly within my grasp. The perpetual ownership of Jiangxing Mansion, a fortune of 100 million in cash, and my mastery of martial arts. These are my aspirations, and no one can thwart them. A glimmer of ambition shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. Chapter 42. The private butler of Villa number 001. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached from behind, snapping Jiang Nan back to reality. In the next instant, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and he found Lin Man standing before him, gazing at him with a starry-eyed admiration. Jiang Nan, you are truly handsome, possessing an allure that is impeccable from every angle. To put succinctly, your beauty is breathtaking. Lin Man's voice chimed in. Unable to stifle a laugh at her exaggerated praise, Jiang Nan thought to himself that this girl certainly knew how to uplift one's spirits. Before long, the two exited the private cinema and returned to the first floor. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the grand entrance. The doors swung open, instantly capturing their attention. You! At that moment, a woman at the doorway stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Jiang Nan, too, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her. She was clad in an elegant professional ensemble, complete with a familiar black pencil skirt and legs that seemed to defy the ordinary. Her high heels accentuated her stature, and as Jiang Nan's gaze traveled upward, it lingered on the nameplate adorning her chest. It was then he truly noticed her stunning beauty. She was indeed captivating. Her chiseled features, luscious red lips, and cascading hair were simply mesmerizing. Frankly, if Jiang Nan's discerning, I did not rate her above 92 points. He would question the validity of his observational skills. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan employed his insight technique on the woman. Name, Li Jing. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 95. Affinity, 0. A beauty with an impressive score of 95. Moreover, her proportions were astonishingly exquisite. Are you Mr. Jiang Nan? She inquired, having approached and taken a closer look at him. Indeed, I am. Jiang Nan nodded in affirmation. Li Jing affinity dos. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's response, Li Jing visibly relaxed and smiled, extending her hand as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Li Jing, the private butler assigned to Villa number 001 by Jiangxing Tianfu property. Nice to meet you, Jiang Nan replied as he shook her hand, releasing it after a brief moment. Li Jing affinity 3. This gentlemanly gesture immediately earned him an additional 3 points in her favor. Acknowledging the prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan quietly approved of his approach, realizing that one must cultivate initial affinity with such a striking beauty. At that moment, Li Jing glanced at Lin Man beside Jiang Nan, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Lin Man, having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, radiated an inexplicable charm that even this high-caliber beauty could not help but admire, marveling at her allure. Lin Man felt the gaze of Li Jing and couldn't help but smile and nod in acknowledgement. Li Jing, brought back to the moment, returned the smile with a nod. Are you planning to move in directly? Li Jing inquired, glancing at Jiang Nan, who, at that moment, she noted the owner's striking appearance. A few hours earlier, she had received the news that the villa numbered 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu, for which she was responsible, had been sold, and the owner's photograph had been sent to her. The image revealed a man of impeccable looks, undeniably handsome from every angle. However, witnessing him in person, Li Jing was even more captivated by his charm. He was exceptionally attractive. Li Jing's favorability too. Another 2 points of favorability accrued, causing Jiang Nan to inwardly chuckle. A handsome visage indeed has the power to evoke admiration. I will not be residing here immediately. I will come by occasionally when I have the time, Jiang Nan replied. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing fell silent for a moment, then cleared her throat and said, Mr. Jiang Nan, let us sit down and discuss this. Certainly. The three of them took their seats on the sofa in the side hall. Li Vink kurosit herlegs elegantly. Her silky black stockings paired with high heels capturing attention effortlessly. Mr. Jiang Nan, as you have purchased Villa 001 from today onward, my fees will no longer be covered by the property management, Li Jing stated softly. Such a direct approach regarding payment felt a bit awkward. However, it was essential to clarify this matter in advance to prevent any future disputes. I understand. I have reviewed the contract, and it specifies this. Jiang Nan replied with a smile, nodding. Your fee is 30,000 per month, correct? Yes. Li Jing confirmed with a nod. Good. Did you bring the contract? 30,000 per month was a mere trifle for Jiang Nan. In fact, he contemplated giving Li Jing a raise. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Such a hasty move could be perceived as foolish, especially given the current low level of favorability, which might provoke a negative reaction from Li Jing. I did. Li Jing, surprised by her boss's straightforwardness, glanced at him curiously and promptly retrieved a document folder from her small bag, placing it on the table. Li Jing esa favorability dos. The system notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind once more, and his smile deepened considerably. See, this is how one steadily increases favorability. Jiang Nan took the folder, extracted the contract and a pen, casually glanced through it, and then signed his name without hesitation. All done. He handed the contract back to Li Jing and said, "Let me add you on WeChat." Sure. Li Jing quickly signed her name as well, then took out her phone to exchange WeChat information with Jiang Nan. "Provide me with your account details. I will advance some of your salary. Additionally, feel free to let me know if there's anything needed for the villa." He has already become the master of villa number 001. Prior to the sale, all matters were naturally managed by the property management. Now, it is incumbent upon him to maintain everything himself. Indeed, Li Jing did not hesitate, providing her bank account details to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan copied and pasted the information, promptly opening the banking app to initiate the transfer. Chapter 43, A Favorable Position by the Water's Edge Ding. Congratulations, host. Your transaction is complete. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 5 million yuan. He promptly transferred 1 million yuan to Li Jing, of which 360,000 was her salary, while the remainder comprised various necessities and sundries. Jiang Nan believed he had not been overly generous. 1 million. Upon seeing the transfer, Li Jing's face instantly registered shock. "Mr. Jiang, this..." She gazed at Jiang Nan, disbelief etched across her features. "Isn't this too much?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied sincerely. 36,000 is your annual salary. I'm quite easygoing. With a little bonus, and considering the upkeep of the villa, if you notice anything is running low, feel free to replenish it. If you need more funds, just let me know." Jiang Nan stood up, extending his hand with a warm smile. "From today onward, I kindly ask you to take good care of the villa." "Certainly, sir, it is my duty," Li Jing replied, taking a deep breath as she stood up to shake his hand. Li Jing's favorability. In just a few minutes, this woman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had risen significantly. "Haha, calling you sir feels a bit too formal. Just call me by my name," Jiang Nan chuckled. "You seem to be a few years older than I am. How about I call you Sister Jing?" "That works," Li Jing smiled and nodded. "I want to intrude on your time with your girlfriend. Please inform me when you leave, and I will check if anything needs replenishing." "Of course," Jiang Nan replied, watching her leave with a smile as she carried her folder. "That Sister Li is truly stunning," Lin Man remarked softly, snuggling closer to Jiang Nan after Li Jing departed. "Indeed, she is beautiful," Jiang Nan agreed, nodding. Li Jing embodies the essence of a mature woman. Honestly, with some voluminous curls, her allure would be even more pronounced. "Will you, Brother Jiang, be the one to benefit from being close to such beauty?" Lin Man suddenly teased, her tone playful. "Huh?" Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Goodness, this girl's intuition is remarkably accurate. He, Brother Jiang was just staring at Sister Li, didn't you notice? Lin Man teased, surprisingly devoid of any jealousy. "Are you not jealous?" Jiang Nan asked curiously, gazing at Lin Man. Hearing his question, Lin Man smiled and shook her head, tightening her embrace slightly. "To have such an outstanding man as you, Brother Jiang, is already a great blessing for me." "Very well said." Jiang Nan was delighted by Lin Man's understanding nature and immediately inquired, "Do you know how to drive?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Man's eyes widened with realization. "Are you planning to buy me a car?" "Correct," Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a sleek black Pagani Huayra sped through the streets of the southern district, the roar of its engine captivating the attention of numerous passers-by. "Wow, that car is incredibly stunning." A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd, with some individuals eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the vehicle, Jiang drove with one hand, reveling in the experience, while Lin Man, seated beside him, blushed with excitement, her gaze frequently drifting towards Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with affection. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at a Maserati dealership in his Pagani Huayra. As they passed by, a group of saleswomen rushed out, drawn by the allure of the car. "The Pagani Huayra?" exclaimed a tall woman in black stockings, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched the exquisite vehicle park in front of the dealership. "This beauty must be worth at least 26 million, but it looks even more luxurious than that. It's a global limited edition Pagani Huayra, worth at least 50 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The moment Jiang Nan stepped out of the driver's seat, a collective intake of breath echoed around him. So handsome. My goodness. His looks are absolutely extraordinary. Hurry, let's go greet him. The clever ones had already begun to stride towards Jiang Nan, particularly the tall woman in black stockings. At that moment, Lin Man also exited from the passenger seat, causing the tall woman's pace to slow slightly. Jiang Nan wrapped an arm around Lin Man as they walked. Sir, ma'am, welcome to our Maserati dealership. The tall woman greeted them with a warm smile. I would like to choose a car for my girlfriend, Jiang Nan stated directly, preferably one that is available for immediate purchase. Right this way, please. She promptly invited them into the showroom. With a subtle gesture, she signaled for someone to bring over 2 bottles of unbranded mineral water. We certainly have available vehicles in our showroom. It's just a matter of finding which model this lovely lady prefers. The tall woman in black stockings asked with a playful smile. You go ahead and check with her. I'll sit for a bit and let you know when I've made my choice, Jiang Nan replied, showing little enthusiasm for the cars as he patted Lin Man affectionately and made his way to a nearby sofa. Miss, please follow me. The tall woman guided Lin Man to the display hall to begin the introductions. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa and took out his phone, a woman with a score of at least 70 approached him in high heels, her long legs accentuated by her black stockings. Jiang Nan glanced at her and smiled politely. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. Simultaneously, he cast a discerning glance at her, noting her name, Zhao Lanhua. Age, 26 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Attractiveness, 72 points. Favorability, 60 points. There's no harm in adding each other on WeChat while your girlfriend is busy looking at cars, Zhao Lanhua said with a cheerful smile. No, thank you, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. With Jiang Nan's resolute rejection, a prompt echoed in his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Zhao Lanhua's favorability towards Jiang Nan plummeted to 0, yet her good manners compelled her to merely offer an awkward smile before she gradually departed. As for the unkind thoughts she harbored towards Jiang Nan, no one could intervene. However, she dared not display even a hint of displeasure outwardly. After all, a person who arrived in a luxury supercar worth tens of millions, a globally limited edition, was not someone she could afford to offend. Chapter 44. Oh, Jiang Nan is actually a little internet celebrity? Having encountered setbacks with Zhao Lanhua, the other girls in the shop lost their courage to approach. Jiang Nan, however, reclined comfortably on the sofa and opened WeChat to peruse his messages. Landlady, you little rascal, you haven't taken the initiative to contact me all afternoon. Are you having too much fun with Teacher Sue? Jiang Nan, no, I was just handling some matters. Landlady, ho impoverished, handling matters. I suspect it's more than that. After a brief exchange, the landlady sent a voice message. I'm off to eat now. I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. ISN to your online crush coming tomorrow? Will you be free for a late-night snack together? Sure, Jiang Nan replied. He then exited the chat with the landlady. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Meng Qingqiu had sent him a message, but he had been busy and only now found time to respond. Not receiving an immediate reply, he exited her chat and opened the conversation with Su Yun. Su Yun, I miss you again, Su Yun. Image, Su Yun. Image, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow after glancing at the images. Upon viewing the 2 pictures, admiration spread across his face. Truly, the Su Yun who has completely opened up before him deserves to be called exquisite. I'll meet you in a couple of days when I have some free time, Jiang Nan replied in a voice message. Finally, you replied to my message. A soft voice came through. Is your daughter at home? Why does your voice sound so sneaky? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was Friday, and his daughter Wan got off school early, now, sitting right beside him. This time, it was a text message instead of a voice note. All right. I'll be busy for a couple of days. Once I'm done, I'll reach out to you, Jiang Nan replied. At that moment, in Su Yun's home, upon reading Jiang Nan's message, her face suddenly flushed with warmth. Mom, why is your face so red all of a sudden? A little girl with twin ponytails, engrossed in her comic book on the sofa, noticed her mother's unusual demeanor and asked in surprise. It's nothing. Mommy just feels a bit hot all of a sudden. Wan, be good. Mommy will go take a shower. Su-yun gently ruffled her daughter's hair and slowly made her way to the bathroom, unable to resist touching her own flushed face, her eyes reflecting a dreamy allure. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, his casual remark had prompted Su-yun to dash into the bathroom. He exited WeChat and glanced over at Lin Man, who was eagerly watching the passing cars. He shook his head with a smile and then opened Douyin to start browsing short videos. After scrolling through a few videos, Jiang Nan found himself feeling rather uninterested. He promptly clicked on the live streaming category to see what was available. At this hour, many were broadcasting, yet few were aesthetically pleasing. Even with beauty filters, he lacked the interest to click on them, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. There exists more than one platform akin to Douyin where charming women engage in live broadcasts. I recall a platform named Douhu Live. Jiang Nan exited Douyin and subsequently downloaded Douhu Live, registering with the nickname Yinyu Jiang Nan. This moniker has become habitual for him across various social media platforms. As he navigated to the beauty section of the Star Showcase, he began to scroll leisurely. He paid no attention to the content, merely browsing the thumbnails. However, after a round of viewing, he found himself devoid of any desire to delve deeper, prompting a soft sigh as he prepared to exit Douhu Live. Unexpectedly, the Star Showcase refreshed, and suddenly a live broadcast room captured his attention. The cover of this room featured a naturally beautiful girl, unfiltered, facing the camera with an expression that appeared rather frosty, akin to a cat that had seen better days. The critical aspect was that he recognized this striking young woman, Jiang Nan. Yes, she was the high-profile beauty he had encountered during a hot pot meal with Lin Man. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered the live room, glancing at the audience count, which stood at several tens of thousands, with only a handful of lively individuals present. I'm about to log off, but please do give me a follow. By the way, I plan to start broadcasting on a certain Douyin platform soon. If you frequently use that app, search for Jiang Nan and follow me, she stated before abruptly ending the broadcast. The swiftness of her departure surprised Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. He exited Douhu Live and returned to Douyin to perform a search. To his astonishment, she had amassed around 100,000 followers, emerging as a modest internet celebrity. Scanning through her short videos, he noted that most garnered several thousand likes. The engagement level of her followers was quite commendable. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow her. He had been pondering where to find an entry point, and lo and behold, it had just presented itself. Whenever she went live, Jiang Nan would promptly join the fray, provided he had the time. This situation seemed akin to Lin Man and Su-yun, where financial means could easily facilitate matters. A glint of determination flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes, and a confident smile graced his face. For him, resolving issues through monetary means was hardly a challenge. Moreover, even if this woman were a beauty enthusiast, with his looks and the support of wealth, winning over this stunning girl would be a mere trifle. Just then, footsteps echoed in the room. Brother Jiang Nan, I've made my choice. Lin Man and the long-legged girl in black stockings arrived. All right, Jiang Nan replied, putting away his phone. He stood from the sofa, wrapping his arm around Lin Man's slender waist while handing a card to the smiling saleswoman nearby. Please proceed with signing the contract. The password is... Jiang Nan relayed his bank card password to Lin Man, indicating for her to finalize the contract. Huh? Should I write my name? Lin Man initially stood in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Jiang Nan with a puzzled expression. The car you gifted me, does it really bear my name? Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. Wow, Brother Jiang Nan, you are truly amazing. I adore you so much. Lin Man instantly brightened, embracing Jiang Nan and showering him with affectionate kisses. Go ahead, Jiang Nan remarked, giving Lin Man a gentle pat. At that moment, a notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ma Ling's favorability 30. Initially, he assumed that Lin Man's favorability had increased once more, only to discover it pertained to someone named Ma Ling. This prompted him to direct his gaze towards the long-legged girl in black stockings, who was now looking at him with an undeniably clingy expression. To put it mildly, if there were no one else around, Jiang Nan would have thought this woman was about to pounce on him. Before long, another notification resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a tenfold consumption rebate, 10 million yuan. A tenfold return of 10 million yuan indicated that the cost of the car was merely around 1 million. Jiang Nan felt quite pleased with this substantial rebate. Just when he believed the matter had concluded, another notification echoed in his mind, causing his raised foot to hover in midair and a look of surprise to cross his face. Could it be yet another delightful side quest? Chapter 45. Lin Man exhibits a people-pleasing personality. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a consumption critical hit and received an additional reward of 10 million yuan. Oh. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Jiang Nan's face displayed a look of astonishment. This was a first. He inquired, can the system actually trigger additional rewards? Chance-based, the system replied. Understood. It seems that a substantial expenditure may have triggered this extra reward, which is quite delightful. Jiang Nan thought to himself as he strode toward Lin Man, who had just exited the finance office after signing the contract. Nowadays, for some reason, a reward of 10 million no longer held the same thrill for him. However, little by little, several tens of millions add up significantly. After all, he currently only had a mere dozen or so million at his disposal. Brother Jiang Nan Lin Man approached with a light jog, joyfully handing him his bank card. Unable to contain her excitement, she playfully planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, I am now a woman with a luxury car. At that moment, Lin Man was indeed overjoyed. In the past, she could scarcely dream of owning a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, let alone one exceeding 1 million. The arrival of a Maserati, valued at over 1 million, was enough to make her ecstatic. It's just a car worth 1 million. Is it really that exciting? Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. When you tire of this car, just let me know. Anything that can be bought with money, I will get for you. This was no jest. His possessions relied entirely on system rewards, all of which were of the highest caliber. Thus, his desires were not particularly pronounced. What he truly sought were extraordinary abilities. One day, when he reached his peak potential, this entire planet would become his playground, perfectly aligning with the system's name, a life of abandon. He even speculated that the system might offer rewards that could grant him immortality. With the system in play, what could possibly be deemed impossible? Even if one were to argue that Jiang Nan was merely a figment of imagination, a paper figure, he would still revel in his existence. At this very moment, he was a being of flesh, blood, and soul. Miss, your boyfriend truly treats you well. Ma Ling remarked enviously from the side. She had seen wealthy young men buy cars to impress women, but she had never witnessed one willing to put the car in the woman's name. And Jiang Nan? He didn't even bother to glance at the car's worth. He simply handed over the card and let it be swiped at will. Moreover, the car was registered in the young lady's name. What woman wouldn't be envious of such a scene? He. Lin Man merely raised her head proudly and smiled, saying nothing further. Come, let me see what car you have chosen. Jiang Nan was still curious about Lin Man's selection. Brother Jiang Nan, the color I chose isn't available in stock. Lin Man smiled cheerfully and said, a pink one will take a few more days to arrive. Fine. After all, the car belongs to Lin Man, who has a penchant for pink hues. A few extra days of waiting is of no concern to Jiang Nan. He embraced her as they exited the 4S dealership. We look forward to your next visit. Ma Ling greeted them at the door with a warm smile. Boom! Shortly thereafter, the thunderous roar of a Pagani Huayra echoed, vanishing in an instant. In this day and age, being beautiful is indeed a remarkable advantage. Ma Ling, with a tinge of envy, withdrew her gaze and turned back inside the store. Instantly, a group of saleswomen gathered around. Sister Ling, how did it go? Did you add that wealthy young man on WeChat? Right. Why not give it a try? Although I may not be as attractive as that lady, I possess my own charm. Sister, what are you thinking? In such a situation, adding a rich second generation is ambitious. Just look at that lady's stunning beauty. Her figure. Any woman would be captivated, let alone a man. Ma Ling chuckled ruefully and shook her head, advising, when faced with a woman of such caliber, it is best not to play any tricks unless your looks, figure, and aura completely overshadow hers. Otherwise, you will only embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, several girls immediately turned their attention to Zhao Lanhua, who was lounging in a chair, casually playing on her phone. A suppressed laugh escaped from someone in the group. Clearing her throat, Ma Ling quickly understood the situation, waved her hand, and said, "All right, disperse and return to your duties. Shall I drive you back?" An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man Man casually found a restaurant for a bite to eat. In the car, he observed Lin Man Man, who appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways. The hour was growing late, and by the time he returned to the old district, it would be nearly 7 in the evening. Most notably, the landlady had sent him several enticing photos while he was dining, some in black stockings, others flaunting various alluring outfits, which undeniably piqued Jiang Nan's interest. "All right, brother Jiang Nan, I am already satisfied that you could spend this day with me." Lin Man Man was naturally reluctant to part, for today marked one of the happiest experiences in her 18 years of life. Now that she had tasted sweetness, she yearned to indulge again that evening. She was aware that Jiang Nan was not solely hers and could guess the implications, yet she remained obediently silent on the matter. "I had a wonderful time as well," Jiang Nan said, gently ruffling Lin Man Man's hair, to which she responded with an expression of delightful submission. One must admit, Lin Man Man seemed to possess a deeply ingratiating personality. As long as you treat her well and exhibit excellence, she would wholeheartedly provide you with any emotional value you desire. This quality was precisely why Jiang Nan held her in high regard. The traffic was somewhat congested during this time, and it took over half an hour to deliver Lin Man Man to the gates of her university. The moment the Pagani Huayra made its grand entrance, every eye at the school gate was irresistibly drawn to the magnificent vehicle. Goodness, the Pagani Huayra, the car of my dreams. And is that Lin Man Man? Indeed, it is Lin Man Man, descending from this splendid machine. Has she truly been claimed by a top-tier, wealthy gentleman? My heart shatters. Why must the campus beauty always be taken by the affluent? Is there no chance for us commoners to savor even a morsel of hope? While the Pagani Huayra undeniably commanded attention, the instant Lin Man Man stepped out of the car, the hearts of the majority of the male onlookers crumbled into despair. "Brother Jiang Nan, I must take my leave now. Rest early, and do send me a message once you arrive home." Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Lin Man Man blew a kiss towards the interior of the car, cheerfully waved, and walked away, glancing back every few steps as she entered the school. As Jiang Nan prepared to start his vehicle after watching Lin Man Man disappear through the gates, a sudden commotion erupted. "Wait!" At that moment, a swarm of girls rushed towards him, encircling his car with astonishing speed, leaving him utterly astonished. Don't push. I'm just trying to get my WeChat." The noise erupted like that of a bustling marketplace. Jiang Nan's brow furrowed instantly, prompting him to lower the window once more. Chapter 46, drunkenly lying on the beauty's knee, awakened to command the wealth of the world. As he lowered the car window, a sensation was unleashed. The impact of his Pagani Huayra was already overwhelming, and his visage, akin to a fatal temptation for women, ignited the atmosphere. My goodness, he is breathtakingly handsome. Handsome guy, may I add you on WeChat? I am but an innocent maiden. Could we perhaps meet? Handsome, open the door. I wish to discuss life with you. Chaos ensued. The scene had devolved into utter disarray. For the men, the allure of JK uniforms, white stockings, petite leather shoes, and twin ponytails was a formidable buff. Yet for these materialistic women, the mere sight of a luxury car could send them into a frenzy, let alone the fact that the one behind the wheel was an extraordinary epitome of male beauty. This buff was pushed to its zenith. Is it truly this wild? This spectacle caught the attention of a throng of boys at the school gate, who exchanged glances and hastily pulled out their phones to document the scene, broadcasting, brothers, this is insane. Attention to male safety. Never venture out in a luxury car, or you'll be besieged by a horde of girls." Meanwhile, within the car, Jiang Nan felt utterly exasperated. The crowd was overwhelming. With a gentle sigh, he took out his phone and pretended to make a call, saying, "Hello, is this Uncle Hat?" "Yes, I'm being surrounded by a throng at XX University." "Thank you." Uncle Hat. When faced with an insurmountable situation, one must seek the assistance of Uncle Hat. Following his faux call, a significant portion of the materialistic women dispersed in haste. A few persistent girls remained, seemingly hoping to win Jiang Nan over with their resolve. He calmly remarked, "Ladies, please make way. I need to step out to await Uncle Hat's arrival." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, yet another wave of women retreated, leaving only a handful standing aside, no longer blocking his path. Seeing this, Jiang Nan swiftly accelerated, pressing down on the gas pedal, and in an instant, the Pagani Huayra transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the dim light. Damn, we've been outsmarted. The remaining girls were left fuming. They had almost reached the luxury car, just a step away from boarding, only to find it suddenly slipping away. How terrifying! Inside the car, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, a bitter smile adorning his face as he gazed at the exquisite mechanical steering wheel. He couldn't help but murmur, "People in this world are utterly insane. I must keep a low profile. My looks alone can drive women wild." Coupled with the trappings of a super-rich man, it could lead to another scene like earlier. Muttering to himself, he shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that perhaps a Porsche Cayenne would be a more suitable choice. After all, $1 million luxury vehicle is still not enough to create such a commotion. 20 minutes later, around 7:40, Jiang Nan parked his car and returned to the community of his landlady. After exiting the vehicle, he glanced at his phone, where his landlady had sent several refreshing photos, causing him to hum a little tune in delight. He ascended to the third floor and gently knocked on the door. "Coming," the landlady cheerfully responded. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by the door swinging open. The moment Jiang Nan laid eyes on his landlady, he was momentarily captivated. What a sight! Her silver hair was elegantly pinned up, with 2 strands of silver framing her forehead. And this hairstyle alone perfectly embodied the image of a neighbor straight out of comic book. Then there was her attire. She wore a fitted purple cheapao, a vision of beauty. As Jiang Nan admired her, the landlady slightly turned her body and, with a radiant smile, asked, "How do you like my outfit, Xiao Jiang?" "Great." Jiang Nan gave her a thumbs up. "Just great?" The landlady raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with a suppressed excitement as she gazed at Jiang Nan with a hint of playful reproach. "I spent my day searching for an outfit that would dazzle, and yet all I get from you is a mere great?" Seeing her playful demeanor, Jiang Nan chuckled and replied, "Sister, I've given you countless likes." "Smart boy," she teased. An hour later, Jiang Nan was seated on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled deeply. "I need to get some sleep. My flight is at 8 in the morning. Soon, I'll be meeting darling. How nervous and excited I am." At that moment, his phone vibrated on the sofa. Jiang Nan picked it up to find a message from Meng Qingxiu. Judging by her numerous exclamation marks, he could tell she was incredibly excited. Truth be told, Jiang Nan was equally thrilled. He understood the stunning allure brought by the private butler Li Jing from Villa number 001, whose looks were rated at a staggering 95 points. And Meng Qingxiu, she scored a 96. The visceral experience of encountering such beauty in person was undeniably captivating. One must not underestimate the significance of just a single point separating a score of 95 from 96. In fact, as the score of an attractive woman increases, each incremental point profoundly alters the impression she leaves. To illustrate, consider a pair of identical twins. If the sister possesses a score 1 point higher than her sibling, one might perceive her as the more attractive one. Why is that? Even if both wear identical outfits, one would still find the sister with a higher score to be more pleasing to the eye. In Jiang Nan's perspective, women whose beauty reaches such heights evoke an indescribable allure that transcends mere numbers. Indeed, I find myself a bit anxious as well. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Nan responded to Meng Qingxiu's message. I feel like I will be sleepless tonight. My heart is racing uncontrollably." Meng Qingxiu sent a message along with a selfie. Her exquisite face was adorned with a rosy blush, and her gaze was exceptionally enchanting. "I can't take it anymore. I must force myself to sleep. Good night, darling Mua." Before Jiang Nan could reply, Meng Qingxiu hurriedly sent another voice message. "Good night, Jiang," then returned a kiss. Setting down his phone, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, intertwining his fingers behind his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. On the morning of May 15th, he received a system notification, and now, on the evening of May 17th, just 2.5 days later, his savings had soared to over $1.8 billion. Surrounded by numerous beautiful confidants, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. This is merely the beginning. The future holds a destiny where I shall stand atop the pinnacle of success, drunk in the embrace of beauty, awake to command the wealth of the world. Chapter 47. Meng Qingxiu, my darling, I'll see you in 2.5 hours. Are you feeling tired? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan had already leaned back on the sofa, his eyes gently closed, as a pair of delicate hands began to massage his head. He opened his eyes to the soft, soothing voice of the landlady. Before him was a stunning white qipao, and his gaze fell directly upon her bosom. The most tantalizing detail was that the qipao had a daring slit. Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Xia, your technique is quite impressive, he remarked, taking a deep breath to commend her. Rest your head on my lap. I shall relieve your temples and head. The landlady settled onto the adjacent sofa, tenderly patting her thigh. Jiang Nan, feeling at ease, reclined on her lap and slowly closed his eyes once more. It must be said that the landlady seemed to possess some knowledge of massage techniques. After merely a few gentle presses on his temples, Jiang Nan felt a surge of vitality returning to him. His fatigue was not solely due to the day's exertions, but rather the tumultuous changes in his life over the past few days, leaving him with a peculiar sense of disorientation. You really ought to practice moderation. The landlady's gentle voice broke through his thoughts as she gazed down at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Day by day, it's as though you have inexhaustible energy. Sister, you say that. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, unable to suppress a smile. While advising your little brother to exercise restraint, you have donned such an enticing outfit. It's reminiscent of a cigarette package warning that smoking is harmful to health. You little rascal. The landlady chuckled at his remark, playfully tapping his nose with her fingers. This is all for your own good, you know. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Nan closed his eyes once more, exclaiming, after your massage, Sister Xia, I feel as though I could conquer the world with renewed vigor. You scamp. The landlady leaned down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead. Get to bed early tonight. You are meeting your online love tomorrow. You must conserve your energy for that. In a few days, when my relatives depart, you'll have to face the consequences. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. The ensuing hours were filled with joyous moments, and before long, Jiang Nan found himself drifting into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, his familiar biological clock stirred him awake. The landlady was no longer by his side. He grabbed his phone and headed to the bathroom, multitasking as he washed up while glancing at his messages. Meng Qingxiu, my darling, I'm about to take off. I'll see you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingxiu. Image. Upon opening the image, he was greeted by a photo of the airport, devoid of any glimpse of her attire. This left Jiang Nan with a sense of eager anticipation as he exited the chat window. Upon clicking on the message from the landlady, she wrote, My little man, I've returned to my mother's place these past couple of days. We shall meet soon. Upon reading this, Jiang Nan spat out a mouthful of mouthwash and simply replied, Prepare your battle attire. In 2 days, we shall engage in a fierce duel of 300 rounds. After sending this message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Suyin then messaged, I'm going to be busy these next few days. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit? Accompanied by a picture. Jiang Nan opened Suyun's chat box and, merely glancing, widened his eyes slightly. Hanfu. It must be said that Suyun's gentle and charming demeanor truly stood out in Hanfu. Great. Jiang Nan typed with one hand. Receiving no reply, he opened a message from Lin Man. Good morning, brother Jiang Nan. A voice message accompanied by a cute selfie with a playful pout. I have some matters to attend to these next few days. Once I'm free, I will reward you properly. Jiang Nan sent a voice message back at your command. In response, he received another voice message, accompanied by a cute photo of her saluting. This made Jiang Nan chuckle at her adorableness. After a flurry of replies, Jiang Nan finished his morning routine, tidied himself up, and stepped out. The Pagani Huayra was indeed a head-turner. As he descended the stairs, he spotted a familiar little electric scooter parked not far from the designated parking space. In a familiar scene, a young man sat casually on the scooter, arms crossed, observing a younger individual snapping pictures in front of his Pagani. Then, the young man flashed a mysterious smile, preparing to dismount the scooter while retrieving a car key from his pocket. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Nan approaching. Instantly, he sat back down on the scooter, discreetly stowing the key away. With a nonchalant whistle, he feigned indifference as Jiang Nan reached the front of the Pagani. Click! The key was extracted, and, as he pressed it, the little scooter simultaneously rolled away. Jiang Nan glanced towards the departing scooter and shook his head with a smile. Preparing to enter his car. Brother, could you take a picture of the interior? A young man, seemingly around 20, approached Jiang Nan with a hint of nervousness. Of course, Jiang Nan replied, not one to refuse. He glanced at the weather, deemed it pleasant, and opened the car door, transforming it into a convertible. How stunning! Oh my goodness! The young man immediately began snapping photos. Jiang Nan patiently observed, smiling as the young man captured the moment. After a few seconds, he reluctantly shifted his gaze away, bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, and said, Thank you, brother. This Pagani Huayra is the car of my dreams. I never imagined I would see you in person. Jiang Nan smiled silently in response. He did not utter any platitudes about how hard work could lead to the acquisition of such a car. Whether it be hundreds of thousands or millions, with a stroke of luck and diligent effort, one might indeed have a chance to realize that dream. However, when it comes to cars valued in the millions, they are not simply attainable through sheer determination. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Nan has entered the vehicle. Brother, please take care, the young man said, excitedly waving his hand. With a roar, the Pagani Huayra swiftly disappeared from the young man's sight. Truly magnificent. He lingered for a while, continuously zooming in and out on the selfies he had taken leaning against the car, his face alight with exhilaration. Chapter 48. The first encounter with the purist by Yue Guang around 10:30, a Pagani Huayra came to a halt across the street from the arrival terminal. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, occasionally glancing at the watch on his left wrist. The time was drawing near. He discarded the cigarette in his hand, extinguishing it underfoot, and made his way towards the terminal. Crossing the street, he soon arrived at the entrance and began to wait. Meanwhile, his phone chimed with a message. Darling, I've arrived at Jiangcheng Airport. Meng Qingqiu's message came through, accompanied by a photo taken upon her disembarkation. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite having experienced quite a bit in recent days, a man remains at heart, a youthful spirit, and it was, after all, his first encounter after an online romance. How could he not feel a bit anxious? Okay, Meng Qingqiu replied with a voice message. Jiang Nan set his phone aside. Top, top, top. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground resonated in the vicinity. Jiang Nan instinctively turned his attention, only to see two stunning flight attendants, their faces obscured, laughing and chatting as they wheeled their suitcases away. Men typically harbor a keen interest in such uniformed beauties, and indeed, the surrounding area was predominantly male, all eyes drawn toward the two attendants. Jiang Nan shook his head and redirected his gaze. It would be disingenuous to claim he was indifferent to the allure of flight attendants. However, he could not simply approach anyone. Factors such as beauty, physique, and whether one was considerate and understanding all weighed heavily in his mind. After a quiet wait of 2 or 3 minutes, people gradually began to emerge from the terminal. Jiang Nan perked up. After another minute or so, his eyes were suddenly drawn to an exceptional beauty pulling a pink suitcase. Meng Qingqiu. At that moment, with Meng Qingqiu's arrival, nearly every man in the vicinity unconsciously halted, their gazes fixed upon this extraordinarily beautiful woman, their eyes filled with disbelief. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Several men, even those accompanied by girlfriends, found themselves staring for a considerable time. As for why the women beside them remained unresponsive, it was simply because their attention was captivated by the equally striking Jiang Nan. Men admired Meng Qingqiu, while women gazed at Jiang Nan. At the instant Jiang Nan's eyes locked onto Meng Qingqiu, she too fixed her gaze upon him. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and an invisible spark ignited in the air between them, leaving both feeling a delightful, tingling sensation. Jiang Nan took a step forward, while Meng Qingqiu quickened her pace slightly. At this juncture, Jiang Nan also noticed Meng Qingqiu's attire, a high ponytail and a simple white halter dress, a pair of exquisite jade-like legs, devoid of any embellishments from stockings, captivated Jiang Nan's gaze, irresistibly drawing him to those cartoonish limbs. After a considerable moment, His gaze gradually descended, landing on Meng Qingqiu's petite white socks paired with delicate white shoes. Perfect. This ensemble, in Jiang Nan's eyes, epitomized the purity that Meng Qingqiu effortlessly embodied. She radiated a celestial glow. As Jiang Nan contemplated, he finally approached Meng Qingqiu for a formal introduction. "Darling Meng," Qingqiu exclaimed, setting down her pink suitcase with delight before leaping into Jiang Nan's embrace. At that moment, her heart raced with exhilaration. Jiang Nan tenderly caressed Meng Qingqiu's head, smiling warmly. "In the truest sense of our first meeting, Qiu, hello, I am Jiang Nan." Darling Meng Qingqiu released her hold around Jiang Nan's waist, gazing at him while gently calling out, her eyes slowly closing. At that instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, a vivid display of youthful shyness. Jiang Nan leaned down to plant a fleeting kiss on Meng Qingqiu's lips, a brief contact that lingered just a heartbeat before parting. He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leading her pink suitcase as they made their way towards the Pagani Huayra parked across the street. "Darling." Upon reaching the Pagani Huayra, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the car's breathtaking opulence, exclaiming in disbelief, "Did you not say you would pick me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How has it transformed into this Pagani Huayra? Forgot to switch, but no matter, they're both splendid." Jiang Nan minimized the suitcase in his hand and pressed a small button on the rear left door, revealing a side compartment for luggage. Typically, such features go unused. After all, who drives this car without the intent of making a grand entrance? Nevertheless, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase, now shrunk, fit perfectly without any issue. The Pagani Huayra. Soon, they were inside the car. After fastening her seatbelt, Meng Qingqiu admired the luxurious, intricately designed mechanical interior, a hint of awe gracing her stunning features as she remarked, "This car must be a limited edition, right?" "Indeed," Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at Meng Qingqiu with a raised eyebrow, adding, "You seem to have quite a knowledge of automobiles." "Quite so," she replied naturally. "My brother is fond of these cars. He owns a Pagani Huayra as well, though not a limited edition. Being around him, I picked up some knowledge about such vehicles." Meng Qingqiu's family was affluent in Shanghai, belonging to a higher echelon of wealth, significantly above the average upper middle class. Had this been the Jiang Nan of the past, she would have disclosed none of her family's circumstances. However, the globally limited edition Pagani Huayra has indeed graced the roads, illustrating that Jiang Nan's previous claims to Meng Qingqiu were not mere exaggerations. This individual is perhaps a genuine heir to wealth that surpasses even her own family's affluence by several magnitudes. As for the notion that the Pagani Huayra is merely rented, one might think that such a statement reflects a certain lack of understanding. A globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, a luxury supercar of immense collectible value. Who would dare to rent one for a mere test drive? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat. It becomes apparent that Meng Qingqiu epitomizes the archetype of a true affluent beauty. With a roar, Jiang Nan ignited the engine, the thunderous sound instantly drawing the gaze of countless onlookers, accompanied by familiar exclamations of awe. The Pagani Huayra, like a streak of black lightning, swiftly vanished from the sight of all. Chapter 49. Sweet nothings and a dash of handsomeness in the car. Meng Qingqiu occasionally cast shy glances at Jiang Nan, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. "Is there something on my face?" Jiang Nan would laugh gently each time their eyes met, causing her to quickly avert her gaze, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. "There is indeed something." Meng Qingqiu nodded bashfully. "Oh, what is it? A hint of handsomeness, perhaps?" Jiang Nan chuckled again. "How annoying. You've revealed my words. What am I to say now?" She pouted playfully, casting a reproachful glance at him. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Nan erupted into laughter. "You're simply adorable." Meng Qingqiu possessed an ethereal beauty, exuding an air of aloofness reminiscent of a celestial being, yet Jiang Nan understood that she harbored a delightful contrast to her exterior. Typically, such a serene and seemingly otherworldly beauty often concealed an intriguing duality. However, she would only unveil this facet of her personality before those she truly wished to impress. Just like Meng Qingqiu, who could be sweet, regal, aloof, or clingy. What outsiders perceived was merely the surface. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu was irresistibly charming. Qingqiu, let's first return to stow our things. What would you like to eat for lunch? Jiang Nan inquired. Spicy hot pot. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed without hesitation. You really want to eat spicy hot pot? Jiang Nan replied, astonished, only to meet her shy, evasive gaze and her faint, affirmative murmur. In that fleeting moment, he was reminded of an old anecdote from years past about an online couple meeting in person, where the woman took the initiative to meet the man, who subsequently treated her to a bowl of $6 spicy hot pot. That night, he was insatiable. As this memory resurfaced, the implications of choosing spicy hot pot became abundantly clear, especially given Meng Qingqiu's bashful demeanor and her reluctance to meet his eyes. Furthermore, with her affections for him soaring to an impressive 80 points, it was evident that such feelings could easily lead to a home run. Their online relationship had lasted 2.5 years, a considerable span, during which the girl must have understood the implications of meeting face to face. Therefore, Jiang Nan couldn't afford to feign innocence. Soon, after 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Nankian Pavilion community. The Pagani Huayra glided into the underground garage of the small village Jiang Nan had acquired in the old town. Darling, this community must be rather pricey. No? As they disembarked, Meng Qingqiu immediately approached him, linking her arm with his, a sweet gesture between young lovers. The property prices here aren't exorbitant. Just a few tens of thousands, Jiang Nan replied as they made their way toward the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, he did not linger, ascending directly to the second floor. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 1. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 2. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's affection for Jiang Nan had risen to an impressive 90 points. Despite her striking beauty, with a score of 96, it seemed that further elevation in her affection was proving challenging. At that moment, by the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan slowly lit a cigarette. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. After taking a gentle puff and exhaling, an indescribable smile graced Jiang Nan's face. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a message from the landlady. Landlady, it seems like someone has finally met their online romantic interest, huh? Jiang Nan, indeed I have. Landlady, did you win her over? Jiang Nan, absolutely. Jiang Nan, sending pictures. Meanwhile, in a small apartment within the old city, the landlady was assisting her mother in the kitchen. Upon seeing the photo, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Goodness, this cheeky lad, she mused to herself. Zeeking? Zeeking? Pass me the chopsticks. Her mother's voice echoed. What are you daydreaming about, girl? And why is your face so red? It's a bit warm. Are you coming down with something? Mom, I'm fine, perhaps just a bit warm in the kitchen, the landlady replied quickly, tucking her phone away. After swallowing hard, she fanned herself, attempting to appear nonchalant. You go keep showing company. I'll handle the kitchen. Her mother promptly ushered her out. Once outside the kitchen, the landlady exhaled a sigh of relief, fanning herself once more before returning to her chat with Jiang Nan. She pressed the voice message button and softly said, "See you in a few days." A brief 1-second voice message, barely audible. All right, Jiang Nan replied succinctly. You carry on. The landlady sent back. Rest assured, Jiang Nan responded with a confident smile. At that moment, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu emerged, clad in a pastel pink JK outfit. This ensemble instantly caught Jiang Nan's eye. Her dress was not a pleated skirt, but a pink bodycon number, complemented by a fitted short pink blouse that accentuated her perfectly curvaceous figure. But that wasn't the most striking detail. Evidently aware of Jiang Nan's preferences, she donned a pair of delicate white knee-high socks adorned with bows, perfectly accentuating her flawless legs. Simply exquisite. This outfit was nothing short of perfection. Darling, how do you like my outfit for today? Meng Qingqiu, captivated by Jiang Nan's astonished gaze, smiled softly, twirled gracefully in place, and then blew him a playful kiss. Chapter 50. The frigid goddess is not always frigid. Ah, how captivating she is, beyond mere beauty. Jiang Nan stepped forward, whispering softly into her ear. In an instant, Meng Qingqiu's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, and shyly, she nodded, murmuring, "Let us talk about it tonight. Tonight." Ha ha ha. Observing Meng Qingqiu in her bashful charm only deepened Jiang Nan's affection for her. "Darling, allow me to apply some makeup. Please head downstairs and wait for me." Meng Qingqiu gently pecked Jiang Nan on the cheek and said softly, "All right." Jiang Nan understood that Meng Qingqiu wished to surprise him. After all, her natural beauty was already breathtaking, and if she were to apply herself to her makeup, it would surely be extraordinary. This thought filled Jiang Nan with anticipation. Seated alone on the couch in the living room, Jiang Nan crossed his legs and took out his phone. Ding! Just as he retrieved it, a notification popped up. It was already past 1 o'clock. Had he not spent 2 hours, he and Meng Qingqiu would have had an early lunch. At this moment, a live stream notification appeared, not from Lin Man or Su Yun, but from Jiang Yan. To be honest, Jiang Nan found himself quite intrigued by Jiang Yan. After all, she was a stunning beauty with a score of 92, and her figure was simply astonishing. Who among men could resist such allure? Consequently, Jiang Nan entered Douyin, contemplating before recharging 1 million. 10 million Douyin diamonds were credited instantly, without the slightest delay. With the recharge completed, he entered Jiang Yan's live stream. "Good afternoon, everyone. Starting today, I will be officially broadcasting on Douyin." Upon entering the live room, Jiang Yan's cool voice resonated immediately as Jiang Nan's level 63 account entered. Her gaze fixated on the ID Yinyu Jiang Nan, and remarkably, a smile graced her otherwise serene face. With a hint of emotional fluctuation, her voice continued. "Welcome to the live room, esteemed brother Yinyu Jiang Nan." As she spoke, she clicked on the profile of this level 63 gentleman. IP, Jiangcheng. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's IP address was Jiangcheng, an image of the sunny young man who had added her on WeChat a few days prior flashed in her mind. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent the carnival one. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent the carnival one. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent the carnival one. While Jiang Yin was still in a daze, Jiang Nan had already begun showering her with gifts. When she regained her senses, she found the entire live room awash with the effects of the carnival. 100 carnivals. Thank you, dear benefactor, for the 100 carnivals. The surprise arrived so unexpectedly. Having never received such an abundance of gifts, Jiang Yin covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Look, even the frigid goddess is not always frigid. Just like the current Jiang Yin, who, despite her typically cool and pallid demeanor, could not help but brighten at the sight of 100 carnival gifts worth 300,000. She sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, brother Yinyu Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals." While expressing her gratitude, she quickly followed him on social media. The sudden influx of such a lavish gift left her somewhat dazed. It was unprecedented to hear Jiang Yin speak in such a soft tone, and her smile radiated an extraordinary sweetness. Truly, her smile seemed reserved for a select few. Strikingly captivating. "Do you like her?" The barrage of comments in the live stream began. Yes, whether it's the aloof Jiang Yin or the delightful Jiang Yin. "She's my goddess." At that moment, the sweet voice of Jiang Yin resonated in the live stream. "Oh, are you also from Jiangshan? I remember encountering you near the university town. We added each other on WeChat." Jiang Nan did not feign ignorance, directly revealing his identity. "Huh?" Jiang Yin paused, momentarily taken aback by his comment. Gradually, astonishment spread across her face. "You are indeed that sunlit gentleman from before. So the Porsche Cayenne beside you truly belongs to you." Jiang Yan's favorability 15. A gift of 300,000 did not sway her favor even a bit. Yet merely revealing his identity earned him a remarkable 15 points. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This woman seemed to be an absolute connoisseur of handsome faces. "I truly didn't expect it to be you. When I saw your ID and IP, you were the first person I thought of." Jiang Yan's voice brimmed with excitement as she began to express her gratitude again. "Your 100 carnivals have left me somewhat bewildered. Haha, as I've never received such a plethora of gifts before." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan replied with a light laugh, sending another barrage of comments. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the streamer a carnival one. The screen flooded with messages, and this time, it was not just 100, but an astounding 200 more. Within mere minutes of the broadcast, Jiang Nan had received a total of 300 carnivals, amounting to a staggering 900,000 in gift value. After the deductions, she would still take home over 300,000. Jiang Nan's favorability 10. Oh, another 600,000, effortlessly earning another 10 points of favorability. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Nan's favorability towards him had risen to an impressive 35 points. With a little more effort, it seemed that reaching 90 points would not be too far off. Thank you once again for the additional 200 carnivals, Brother Jiang Nan. I am truly grateful, she exclaimed in the live stream. At this moment, Jiang Nan's delicate face was flushed, and she rose from her seat. It was then that Jiang Nan noticed her attire. While it bore a striking resemblance to their first encounter, there was a notable difference in the stockings adorning her slender legs. Previously, she had worn knee-high white socks, but now she donned white 0D pantyhose that enhanced the beauty of her legs. This exquisite ensemble, paired with her outfit, was nothing short of captivating. It could enthrall not only men, but also women who appreciated beauty, prompting them to exclaim in admiration. Jiang Nan could only remark, "It's universally appealing. Continue your live stream. I merely stopped by to see you. I am about to have dinner, so we can chat on WeChat later," he said. With a remaining balance of 1 million dough diamonds, Jiang Nan gifted Jiang Yin 33 carnival tokens before sending the last 10,000 as a red envelope. Subsequently exiting the live stream. At the moment he left the stream, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 5 million yuan. Another 4 million earned. Jiang Nan felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Meanwhile, a message notification appeared on his WeChat backend. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was from Jiang Yin, someone he had never contacted since adding her on WeChat. Chapter 51. The pure desire of Chio is truly terrifying. Brother Jiang Nan, may I invite you out for dinner tonight? A message from Jiang Yin arrived. Upon reading it, anyone could discern her intentions. Currently, she held a favorable impression of Jiang Nan, quantified at 35 points, which was not an insignificant amount. Should Jiang Nan express even a hint of interest, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and as their ambiguous relationship evolved, her fondness would surely escalate in tandem. Jiang Nan felt confident about this. I'm busy this evening. I have some matters to attend over the next couple of days. How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? After some contemplation, Jiang Nan settled on this response. It served both as a polite refusal and a suggestion for a future meeting, ensuring that the woman would harbor no negative sentiments. Affection for Jiang Yin, too. Indeed, with this impeccable reply, his affection for her increased by another 2 points. All right, just let me know when you're free after you finish your work, Brother Jiang Nan. I'm available anytime in the near future. This message was sent as a voice note, her voice echoing emptily, likely recorded while she took a moment in the restroom. Moreover, her emphasis on recently hinted at a deeper desire, one that Jiang Nan readily perceived, his eyes narrowing with amusement. Her heightened tone regarding her availability indicated a clear wish for him to invite her out on May 20th. Okay, Jiang Nan casually replied. I'll go have dinner now. We'll chat later. He was uncertain if he would indeed be free on that day. As for his landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man, from a task-oriented perspective, it would be prudent to prioritize an invitation to Jiang Yin. Yet, in terms of personal inclination, Jiang Yin ranked a modest 5th in his affections. Perhaps even 6th. Reflecting on this 5th position, Jiang Nan couldn't help but marvel at his rapid transformation. How swiftly he had ascended from being a penniless nobody to now possessing a fortune exceeding 100 million, along with luxury cars and opulent residences. Not to mention 4 stunning confidants, each boasting a beauty score of 90. The velocity of this growth was beyond mere exaggeration. Go ahead and eat first. We'll talk later, Brother Jiang Nan. After reading Jiang Yan's message, he promptly exited WeChat and made his way to the kitchen to inspect the refrigerator. Unsurprisingly, it was stocked with a variety of beers and soft drinks. These items could be kept chilled for some time without concern. He retrieved a can of soda, checked the expiration date. No issues there. With a satisfying pop, Jiang Nan opened it and took several refreshing gulps. Chilled soda was indeed delightful, a smile instantly gracing his face. Stepping out of the kitchen, He noticed that he had already consumed nearly half the can when he heard footsteps approaching from the second floor. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Jiang Nan quickened his pace, positioning himself at the bottom of the stairs, and looked up. The first sight that captured his attention was a pair of exquisitely perfect legs, accentuated by white over-the-knee stockings adorned with delicate bows, compelling one to draw closer. This was no jest. Even someone as resolute as Jiang Nan found himself momentarily swayed by such alluring beauty. Frankly, one could only ponder the audacious thoughts that might emerge in the minds of those already captivated by legs, white silk, or delicate feet. Before long, as half of her figure revealed itself, Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. A stunning vision in white entered his view. After stealing another glance, he awkwardly cleared his throat. White leggings. In that instant, Jiang Nan deemed such leggings to be arguably the most ill-conceived invention in existence. When Meng Qingxiu fully emerged, his breath momentarily caught. Her hair was styled into 2 braids cascading over her chest, and her enchanting face bore minimal makeup, merely a touch of natural cream sufficing. The only notable adornment was her eyeshadow, which highlighted her captivating fox-like eyes beautifully. Yet, the most striking detail was the tiny sequins placed at the corners of her eyes, complemented by her striking blue irises, exuding an exotic charm. How trivial the so-called pure and alluring beauties of the internet seemed in comparison to Meng Qingxiu. Jiang Nan found himself unable to stifle a swallow. This stunning beauty, scoring a remarkable 96 in attractiveness, was truly formidable. Darling, a voice chimed, drawing Jiang Nan's gaze toward her plump, glistening lips, prompting another involuntary swallow. She had applied a mirror-like lip gloss that shimmered with every word she spoke, irresistibly drawing attention. Indeed, Jiang Nan could only describe Meng Qingxiu at that moment as magnificent, her attributes radiating at an astounding level of allure. Before long, Meng Qingxiu descended from the second floor and naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's, nuzzling her head against his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Jiang Nan inquired softly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Darling Qiuqiu is hungry," she pouted, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. How utterly adorable. This demeanor nearly melted Jiang Nan's heart. This woman truly epitomized the essence of sweetness, allure, and even a hint of saltiness. "Let's go." Unable to resist, Jiang Nan leaned down to plant a kiss on her soft lips, then waved his hand toward the underground garage. Once they were in the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand, smoothly exiting the underground parking. Boom! Minutes later, in the bustling center of the old city, a black Pagani Huayra sped by, causing pedestrians on either side of the street to halt in astonishment. "What shall we eat?" Jiang Nan inquired. The spicy hot pot." I find myself deeply nostalgic for the spicy hot pot of Jiangcheng, Meng Qingxiu remarked, her cheeks flushed. "Nostalgic?" Jiang Nan gazed at her in surprise. "Last year, when I visited, I indulged in that hot pot you always praised, and indeed it was exceptionally delicious," Meng Qingxiu replied. "Oh, that place." Jiang Nan immediately recognized it. It was located merely 1,000 meters from the entrance of the landlord's community. "I see." Jiang Nan was well acquainted with the routes of the old town. 10 minutes later, they arrived on a particular street. He slowed his pace significantly and soon came to a halt in front of shop. At the moment the Pagani Huayra came to a stop, every pair of eyes within 100 meters immediately turned toward it. Simultaneously, around a corner, Su Yun, elegantly clad in a cheongsam and adorned with flesh-colored stockings, was strolling with her daughter, beaming with joy. At that moment, the little girl pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, "Mommy, look at that handsome car." This book must continue. It is so evocative, and I absolutely adore the heroine in this story. Chapter 52. The first encounter between Su Yun and Meng Qingxiu. What a stunning vehicle. Su Yun chuckled softly as her gaze fell ahead, her eyes instantly reflecting a sense of astonishment. Almost immediately, an extraordinarily beautiful young woman emerged from the passenger side, and Su Yun's expression shifted to one of sheer disbelief. A wave of envy began to unfurl within her heart, though she understood that Jiang Nan could never be hers alone. Witnessing this scene firsthand tugged at her emotions, prompting a near urge to weep. Meanwhile, having exited the car, Jiang Nan's gaze drifted forward, landing squarely on the dejected face of Su-yun. What a coincidence! Yet, he remained unfazed, playfully winking at Su-yun, who was watching him intently. At that moment, as Su-yun noticed Jiang Nan's wink, her inexplicable melancholy began to dissipate. At least, he ignored me. Taking a deep breath, Su-yun observed as Meng Qingxiu approached and wrapped her arm around Jiang Nan's, prompting them to stroll forward. Wow, this sister is truly exquisite, and this brother is quite handsome as well. As they walked, they crossed paths at the entrance of a spicy hot pot shop. Su-yun, holding her daughter's hand, was met with an excited shout from the little girl. Upon hearing her daughter's exuberant call, Su-yun hurriedly admonished, "Nuan, why are you shouting so loudly?" After addressing her daughter, she turned her attention to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, offering an embarrassed smile as she remarked, "Children can be a bit noisy. Dear sister, it's perfectly fine. What an adorable little girl." Meng Qingxiu replied with a carefree smile, casting a few admiring glances at the young and beautiful mother before her gaze settled on the little girl, instantly captivated by the girl's twin ponytails. Reminiscent of a porcelain doll, she couldn't help but bend down to gently pat her head. "Hee, thank you, sister." The little girl exhibited remarkable politeness. Meanwhile, Meng Qingxiu's affectionate gesture went unnoticed by Jiang Nan and Su-yun, who were exchanging glances brimming with unspoken sentiments. "All right, little Nuan, say goodbye to your brother and sister." As Meng Qingxiu straightened up, Su-yun's face flushed slightly as she uttered this. Truth be told, the sensation of exchanging glances with someone in front of their legitimate girlfriend was rather peculiar. "Goodbye, brother and sister." The little girl waved enthusiastically, her hand raised in farewell as Su-yun led her away. However, the little one turned back several times, displaying a hint of reluctance to part ways. "That little girl is simply delightful," Meng Qingxiu remarked, glancing back to admire the child once more. "Our daughter will surely be just as charming in the future." Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingxiu's slender waist, chuckling warmly. "Indeed, she will be." Meng Qingxiu, unperturbed by shyness, replied with a playful spirit, as the saying goes, "If you truly love him, you should bear him little monkeys." Her affection for Jiang Nan had grown immensely, and she longed to bear him 7, 8, or even 11 children. This striking couple entered the quaint little shop, having arrived in a remarkably handsome sports car that had captured everyone's attention moments ago. As soon as the two entered, they immediately captivated all the patrons indulging in spicy hot pot within the establishment. How stunning! Is she a fairy? A celebrity, perhaps? The handsome gentleman is not lacking either. Truly a match made in heaven. Oh my, it seems this world is still populated by countless NPCs, as we can effortlessly discern the presence of the leading man and woman amidst the crowd. Mere bystanders, utterly astonished. "Ah, your statement is rather too truthful." A chorus of murmurs began to arise. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu found an available spot to sit down. "What would you like to eat, beautiful couple?" An enthusiastic aunt approached with the menu, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. One cannot deny the exaggerated allure of Jiang Nan. Potato slices, kelp, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingxiu immediately began to order, concluding with a cheerful, "Thank you, medium spicy." "Very well." The aunt reiterated the order, confirmed it with a smile, and added, "Please wait a moment." "Thank you," Meng Qingxiu expressed once more. "Oh my, this beauty is truly too polite. I shall secretly add a little extra for you." The aunt chuckled warmly. She was quite endearing. Once the aunt departed, Meng Qingxiu covered her mouth, laughing. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded. Most of the aunts in the dining establishments of Jiang City are notably warm-hearted, particularly when they mix dialect with their somewhat clumsy Mandarin, which adds to the charm. It was nearly 2 o'clock. How time seemed to fly. At that moment, Meng Qingxiu glanced at the pink watch on her wrist, her expression transforming into one of surprise. In her memory, it felt as though she had just disembarked from a plane, yet several hours had elapsed since her arrival in Jiang City. As if recalling something, she shyly glanced at Jiang Nan. It appeared that those 2 hours of joyous moments had indeed consumed the most time and energy. Time always seems to slip away when one is in the company of the right person. Jiang Nan smiled warmly. Yes, indeed, Joyful moments are always fleeting. After this weekend, I want to know when I will have the chance to see you again, she lamented. With finals just over a month away, she realized she had little leisure to return to Jiang City and meet Jiang Nan again. Not to worry, I have ample free time. I can always come to Shanghai to see you, Jiang Nan reassured her, gently taking Meng Qingqiu's hand and offering a comforting pat. All right, when you come, I will introduce you to my best friend Yao Yao, whom I've known since childhood. She is an absolute beauty and a super academic. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is that so? Jiang Nan merely smiled, not displaying any particular interest in Meng Qingqiu's close friend Yao Yao. She remarked, isn't it said that all good friends tend to dislike their friend's boyfriend? Not at all. My darling is exceptionally handsome and remarkable. He is no ordinary man. I'm more concerned that Yao Yao might develop feelings for you. Meng Qingqiu replied proudly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan just smiled again. Soon after, they began to eat. As a couple, they shared a large bowl of spicy hot pot rather than separating their meals. Amidst laughter and conversation, half an hour swiftly passed. This is truly delicious, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed as she set down her chopsticks, her face radiating satisfaction. She had yearned for this spicy hot pot for an entire year, and at last, her wish was fulfilled today. Darling, once you're full, it's easy to feel sleepy. Meng Qingqiu elegantly wiped her lips and gazed at Jiang Nan with squinted eyes, her expression beaming with joy. Chapter 53. The transformative effects of body modification liquid around 4 o'clock in the afternoon with a soft click. The floor-to-ceiling window revealed a view outside. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke as he gazed into the distance. A gentle hum broke the silence. Turning his head, he observed Meng Qingqiu peacefully asleep, a sweet smile adorning her face, reflecting a touch of tenderness. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the bedside table began to vibrate incessantly. Jiang Nan glanced over to see that it was Meng Qingqiu's phone. Noticing her brow furrow slightly, he approached with measured steps to check the caller ID. Yao Yao, who is it? Meng Qingqiu mumbled, caught between dreams and wakefulness. It must be your dear friend Yao Yao, Jiang Nan replied. Darling, could you please answer it for me? Tell her I'm sleeping, and I'll call her back once I wake up, Meng Qingqiu said nonchalantly before drifting back into silence. Jiang Nan picked up the phone and answered the call. Hey, you little rascal, why are you only picking up the phone now? The moment the call connected, Yao Yao's voice rang out, sweet yet assertive. This is Jiang Nan, Qingqiu's boyfriend. She's currently sleeping and asked me to let you know she'll return your call once she wakes up. He spoke softly. Yao Yao's tone escalated in disbelief. Sleeping? You too, Clearly, Yao Yao was taken aback by the revelation that they had spent their first meeting together in such intimacy, expressing her astonishment and incredulity. What is wrong? Jiang Nan inquired, bemused. Considering their 2.5-year online relationship, was it not entirely natural for them to reach such a milestone upon their first encounter? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan was neither exceedingly wealthy nor exceptionally handsome. Yet Meng Qingqiu, a woman who valued emotional connection, might not be averse to sharing a deeper experience with him. After all, Meng Qingqiu had expressed her desire to meet in person after their secret encounter last year. And nothing much, I just find it a bit hard to believe, Yao Yao admitted, still in shock. Having been best friends since childhood, through kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and now university, they had always been together. If anyone considered themselves the second most knowledgeable about Meng Qingqiu, no one could claim the first position, not even her family. This profound understanding was what left Yao Yao utterly astonished. Let her rest, and I'll talk to you later, Jiang Nan reassured her softly. All right, you better treat my Qingqiu well. Yao Yao's voice echoed with a note of concern. Absolutely, Jiang Nan smiled before ending the call. Jiang Nan placed his phone on the bedside table, and at that moment, Meng Qingqiu turned over unintentionally. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead before quietly exiting the master bedroom. Descending to the first floor, Jiang Nan extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray and settled onto the sofa. System, display my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 187 million yuan. Abilities: insight, indomitable vitality, master-level piano proficiency. Items: Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, body modification fluid. Life opportunity: on the day of his 22nd birthday, he will receive a significant gift. In an instant, a 3D virtual character attribute panel appeared before him. 187 million in savings. This progress was indeed swift. Body modification fluid. With a mere thought, a dark green vial materialized in his hand. After gently shaking it twice, a peculiar light flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Immediately, he rose from the sofa and made his way to the first-floor bathroom, filling the bathtub with water. Soon, the tub was filled to about 80%, and Jiang Nan poured the body modification fluid into it. In an instant, the previously clear water transformed into a deep emerald hue. Without further thought, he disrobed and stepped into the tub. Is soaking for an hour sufficient? Jiang Nan pondered internally. Host indeed, the system responded. Very well. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquility. 20 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The emerald water in the bathtub had diminished by nearly half, indicating that a considerable amount of the body modification fluid had been absorbed by his body. However, the most significant aspect was that he felt invigorated, a sense of vitality surging through him, leaving him utterly amazed. He resumed his meditation, and 40 minutes swiftly passed. This time, Jiang Nan did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he patiently waited several seconds before slowly lifting his eyelids. What a miraculous sensation! Every part of his body felt brimming with inexhaustible energy. Jiang Nan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, producing a series of crisp sounds. For some inexplicable reason, he had the impression that a single punch from him could fell a wild bull. Goodness, wasn't that thought a bit inflated? Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps it was indeed true. Jiang Nan has just discovered a more pressing issue. The skin of his body, which is as smooth and lustrous as porcelain, radiated a faint, ethereal glow, almost as if it were a figment of his imagination. Coupled with his impeccably sculpted physique, he resembled a finely crafted work of art. How extravagant! Just then, as Jiang Nan marveled at the astonishing transformation brought about by the body modification serum, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Darling, darling, are you inside? Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice resonated, evidently revitalized after an hour of rest. Yes, Jiang Nan replied, just as he prepared to rise from the bathtub. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu had already reached the curtain's edge. With a soft swish, she pulled the curtain aside. Her voice chiming, "It's just the two of us at home. Why are you drawing the curtain? Are you trying to hide from me?" Hee hee hee. As the curtain was fully drawn back, Meng Qingqiu stood there, her expression one of disbelief as she beheld Jiang Nan, who was standing naked in the bathtub, her voice rising several octaves in astonishment. Chapter 54. Jiang Nan. All trouble caused by handsomeness. Darling, your physique, your skin, how has it improved so remarkably since just a moment ago? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly as she stepped forward, unable to resist caressing his perfect V-line, her face a picture of astonishment. With a light tap, she listened to the sound, which resonated like steel, and her mouth formed a perfect O. Utterly incredulous at this physique, Jiang Nan chuckled, then dried himself with a towel and donned his clothes before effortlessly lifting Meng Qingqiu in a princess carry, exiting the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, her eyes sparkling with a longing to enjoy more hours of bliss with him. Upon reaching the living room, Jiang Nan gently set her down and stretched his body. Suddenly, a series of popping sounds erupted from him like firecrackers. What is that sound? Darling, don't tell me there's actually martial arts like in movies and TV shows. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her eyes wide and swallowing nervously at the unexpected noise. What are you thinking? Jiang Nan teased, pinching her delicate nose and giving it a playful flick. I merely maintain a good exercise routine, and after soaking in my special medicinal bath, stretching produced that effect. As he spoke, he stretched again, this time producing no sound at all. That's impressive too. Meng Qingqiu embraced Jiang Nan, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. her face gradually flushing with warmth. I wish I could hold on to you like this forever. It feels so safe, she murmured softly. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, this day won't be too far off. Once you graduate, we'll be inseparable every day. Oh, wonderful. Meng Qingxiu laughed joyfully. Just then, a rumble of hunger echoed. Are you hungry? Jiang Nan asked with a grin. Yes. I didn't have any staples earlier, and with all that exertion, I'm feeling quite famished. Meng Qingxiu replied, a shy smile creeping on her face. It's somewhat her fault, being both inexperienced and playful. But how could she resist? It was simply too delightful. After a brief tidy-up, the two soon ventured out. During this rush hour, even in the old city, it took nearly 40 minutes to find a parking spot at a restaurant. Time flew by, and suddenly it was 6 o'clock. Meng Qingxiu clung to Jiang Nan's arm, glancing at the time with disbelief. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the swift passage of time. Wait, I think I left my bag in the car. Darling, just a moment. At the restaurant entrance, Meng Qingxiu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Is there something you need? Jiang Nan inquired, a bit surprised. Yes, just wait for me. I'll be right back. Meng Qingxiu smiled mysteriously, then released Jiang Nan's arm, hastening towards the parking space where the Pagani wind child awaited. Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. Xiaoman, how about we go karaoke night? I have a few good friends who have yet to meet you. Coincidentally, everyone is free this weekend. How about we get together? At that moment, a couple emerged from the restaurant, their voices ringing out. All right, but I must return home tonight. There's a curfew, and I can't stay out overnight. Immediately, a delicate voice chimed in. Fine. The man's voice, tinged with resignation, followed. Soon, footsteps approached, and the couple stood beside Jiang Nan. I'll hail a ride, the man announced. Go ahead, the woman replied casually, glancing at a man beside her, completely captivated by his profile. Wow, is he that handsome? Wang Xiaoman's affection level 50. Jiang Nan, lost in thought, was abruptly jolted by the system's notification in his mind, causing him to glance around instinctively. Before long, his gaze collided with that of a nearby woman. You are Jiang Nan, Wang Xiaoman exclaimed, recognizing him upon seeing his face. Initially, she felt a sense of familiarity, but her eyes widened in surprise the next moment. Jiang Nan's appearance remained the same, yet his complexion was significantly fairer, and his features more defined. Those who truly knew him could hardly fail to recognize him. After scrutinizing him a few more times, the woman swiftly recognized who he was. Jiang Nan, my desk mate from high school. You are. Jiang Nan expressed mild astonishment upon hearing a woman, whose appearance he estimated to be around 60% attractive, call his name. Frankly, it was rather impressive that she could recognize him after a few more glances given his transformation. I am Wang Xiaoman. She joyfully introduced herself. Wang Xiaoman. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. Then realization dawned upon him, and he smiled warmly. It's you, old classmate. In truth, he had not recalled who she was. Indeed, we were desk mates in high school. They say girls change dramatically after 18, but you've transformed just as much. With looks like yours, debuting in the industry would be a breeze. Wang Xiaoman gazed at Jiang Nan with hearts in her eyes, lavishly showering him with compliments. However, the man beside her was visibly darkened by jealousy. His girlfriend had never regarded him with such warmth, and seeing her so enthusiastic toward the high school classmate was honestly unbearable for any man. The car is almost here, Xiaoman. Let us wait over there. Yet, recalling the considerable effort, time, and money he had invested in pursuing her without success, he quickly suppressed his feelings, replacing his expression with a smile as he spoke gently. Wait, can't you see I'm chatting with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman frowned impatiently at her boyfriend before immediately flashing a bright smile. Jiang Nan, why don't we exchange WeChat? Let's have dinner together sometime and reminisce about our high school days. Hearing this, the man's expression darkened. Damn it, Wang Xiaoman. Am I really your boyfriend? Flirting with another man right in front of me. Do you really think I'd just stand here and take it like some spineless fool? Wang Xiaoman. His voice grew colder, laced with suppressed fury. You're seriously arranging a private meeting with another man right in front of your boyfriend? Do you even respect me at all? At that moment, he wasn't angry at Jiang Nan. This was entirely Wang Xiaoman's doing. He barely even acknowledges you. Yet you're throwing yourself at him like some desperate fool. What kind of pathetic behavior is this? Zhang Yang, if you can't handle it, then just leave. What's the big deal about me catching up with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman shot back venomously, glaring at her boyfriend. I've been sick of you for a while now. We barely eat anything decent. Even this meal today, I had to beg you for ages before you finally agreed. What kind of man are you, really? With that, she turned back to Jiang Nan, her face instantly softening into an eager smile. Jiang Nan, are you here to eat too? Why wait for another day? How about I treat you to dinner right now? I didn't get full earlier. The stark contrast in her demeanor was impossible to ignore. Jiang Nan could only sigh inwardly. What kind of mess is this? Just because I happen to be good looking, I've somehow ended up breaking up a couple. What a ridiculous situation. Chapter 55. The landlady called. Zhang Yang's expression shifted dramatically. His face clouded with displeasure as he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xiaoman. In that moment, he finally discerned the true nature of this woman and departed with a dismissive wave. TCH, Wang Xiaoman scoffed, preparing to once again extend a cheerful invitation to Jiang Nan. Suddenly, the melodious voice of Meng Qingqiu echoed in the room. With a light patter of footsteps, Wang Xiaoman instinctively turned her head to see a stunning girl, radiating charm, approaching with an enchanting smile. In the brief moment of distraction for Wang Xiaoman, Meng Qingqiu had already reached Jiang Nan's side, holding a delicate little bag and nestling affectionately against him. She looked at Wang Xiaoman with a smile and inquired, "Darling, this is a high school classmate." Jiang Nan replied, offering a polite smile and nodding at Wang Xiaoman before he embraced Meng Qingqiu and walked into the restaurant. After a while, Wang Xiaoman regained her composure and quickly turned to look inside the restaurant. But Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu were nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, my future husband." Wang Xiaoman's expression darkened instantly, and she emerged with a mournful countenance, glancing left and right in search of her boyfriend. Her brow furrowed tightly as she hurriedly took out her phone to send a message to Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared at her view, causing her complexion to turn pale. To Jiang Nan, this incident was merely a trivial interlude, leaving no lasting impression. At that moment, on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu were seated in a cozy little booth. The ambience was quite pleasant. Meng Qingqiu surveyed the small room, which measured no more than 10 square meters, yet was decorated with remarkable warmth, devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. After all, one need only consider who had chosen this venue. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. TCH, Meng Qingqiu shot him a playful glare before she took the initiative to scan the QR code on the table to place an order. Observing her, Jiang Nan refrained from insisting he would handle the ordering himself. After scanning, Meng Qingqiu handed the phone to Jiang Nan and said, "Darling, take a look and see what you would like to eat." Her endearing demeanor caused Jiang Nan to smile. "Go ahead and order. I have no dietary restrictions." "All right." Meng Qingqiu began selecting items. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan glanced at the exquisite little bag she had placed on the table and asked, "What is this?" "Guess." Meng Qingqiu paused momentarily. Then, without waiting for Jiang Nan to respond, beamed, "This is your 520 gift from me." Just those words made Jiang Nan feel a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Goodness. Meng Qingqiu had been by his side all day, making it impossible for her to have secretly purchased a gift. This meant she had prepared this present long before in the bustling metropolis. And what about him? Ahem. The mere recollection of this filled Jiang Nan with overwhelming shame. What compounded his guilt was the expectant gaze Meng Qingqiu was casting upon him at this very moment. "Darling, didn't you prepare a 520 gift for your dearest Qiuqiu?" Meng Qingqiu teased with a playful grin. Cough, cough. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, about to respond. I knew you'd forgotten," she huffed, promptly retrieving an exquisite little pouch from which she withdrew a stunning azure gift box. Inside lay a pair of red and blue couple S watches. Though the brand was unidentifiable, their craftsmanship spoke of luxury, undoubtedly bespoke, high-end timepieces. Meng Qingqiu lifted the blue watch, tilting her chin toward Jiang Nan in silent instruction. He obediently removed his own Rolex Submariner, allowing her to fasten the new watch around his wrist. She admired it from every angle before pressing a tender kiss to his hand, her eyes sparkling. My darling's hands are so beautiful. Utterly mesmerizing. Jiang Nan blinked, realization dawning. So that's why she made that request this afternoon. Turns out this woman has a thing for hands. This watch must cost a fortune, he mused, studying the intricate details, the understated elegance of the band juxtaposed with the glittering diamonds embedded within. The stainless steel case, plated in radiant white gold, exuded a unique allure. A tad pricier than your Submariner, Meng Qingqiu admitted, swapping her own pink watch for the red counterpart. She tucked the Rolex and her former timepiece back into the box, clasping the new watch with a satisfied sigh. Perfect harmony. Red and blue, the classic couple S palette. Your taste is impeccable, Jiang Nan remarked. Naturally. After all, whose wife do you think I am? She giggled. Whose wife? He prodded. Darling's wife. And who is Darling? Ugh. Meng Qingqiu is Jiang Nan's wife. Their playful banter carried a charm uniquely their own. Dinner passed swiftly, waiting, dining, all wrapped within an hour. By the time they stepped out, night had fully descended. How did the days slip away so quickly? In the car, Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt and rolled down the window, gazing at the ink-black sky with a wistful sigh. It feels like I've accomplished nothing, yet the day is already gone. One more day here, and I'll have to leave the morning after. Ugh, I can't dwell on it. I'll spiral into melancholy. Don't worry. I'll come to Shanghai soon, Jiang Nan reassured softly, intertwining their fingers. Promise? Meng Qingqiu leaned over and planted a kiss on Jiang Nan's cheek. Suddenly, the car roared to life with a resounding hum. As they drove along the road, an unexpected vibration emanated from the mobile phone that he had instinctively set aside upon entering the vehicle. In that fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. It was unusual for anyone to call him. However, recent days had proven to be different. Ignoring the call would only arouse further suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan turned to the curious Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat and said, I'm driving. Could you please answer the phone? Meng Qingqiu blinked, then picked up the phone to check the caller ID, saying, it's a call from the landlady. Should I answer it? Upon hearing that it was the landlady, Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded. Yes, go ahead. Fortunately, it was a phone call rather than a WeChat message. Had Meng Qingqiu opened his WeChat, it could have led to complications. Chapter 56, The Unraveling of Human Nature, a first insight into homosexuality. The phone connected. Jiang Nan. As soon as the call was established, the anxious voice of the landlady immediately filled the air. What's wrong? Meng Qingqiu, on speakerphone, responded promptly as Jiang Nan drove. Xiao Ying is missing. The landlady exclaimed in panic. She was just in the neighborhood, and then suddenly vanished. I'm terrified. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared right now. It's all right, Sister Xia. We'll be there right away. This is no small matter. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and hurriedly replied. I'm so sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends. With this situation, you were the only one I could think of to seek help. Although the landlady was flustered upon hearing our names, she felt reassured about Jiang Nan's company, thus refraining from uttering anything that might lead to misunderstandings. Sister, don't say that. You've given me a fair rent before, and I'm truly grateful for it. Just send me your location, and I'll be there immediately, Jiang Nan said firmly. I'm at home in the neighborhood, the landlady quickly responded. Understood. I'll be there shortly. The call ended decisively. Meng Qingqiu put down her phone, her expression now grave, and quietly remarked, in this day and age, there shouldn't be any human traffickers around, right? With surveillance everywhere, as long as the police are alerted at the first sign, nothing should happen. It's hard to say. Those older neighborhoods often lack surveillance. If someone were to throw a sack over her and run off, no one would know. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. True enough, Meng Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Soon, Jiang Nan accelerated, and before long, he returned to the neighborhood. He parked his car beneath the building he rented and spotted the landlady, her face a mask of anxiety. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan waved his hand and called out. Instantly, upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the landlady looked at him as if she had found her anchor. When she saw him emerge from a Pagani Huayra, her face first registered shock, and then she noticed a beautiful young woman disembarking from the passenger seat. Her pupils widened in astonishment. My goodness, this girl is stunning. Even the landlady felt a twinge of inferiority at that moment. In terms of poise and beauty, this young lady eclipsed all. As they met, Meng Qingqiu stole a few glances at the exquisite young woman clad in high-waisted jeans, her own face reflecting admiration. "I apologize for interrupting your date," the landlady said with heartfelt regret. "Sister Xia, there will always be time for dates. Finding Xiaoying is the most crucial matter now. Right, Qingqiu?" Jiang Nan interjected. "Yes. Sister Xia, don't panic. Once Uncle Mao arrives, he will surely locate the little girl swiftly," Meng Qingqiu added hastily. "Sister Xia, have you searched the neighborhood?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Having searched thoroughly, I found no trace of Xiaoying. I even inquired with the children playing in the neighborhood, but they all claimed to have not seen her." The landlady's eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted the events. She had merely been seated in one spot, conversing with Xiaoying's grandmother for a few minutes, only to realize afterward that little Xiaoying had vanished while engaged in her own play. The weight of guilt pressed heavily upon her. If anything were to happen to Xiaoying, she feared she would never again find a moment's peace in her life. "Qiu, chat with Sister Xia while waiting for Uncle Mauzi. I will search for her," the landlady urged. Upon hearing her words, the perceptive Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Qingqiu before setting off to explore the vicinity. This quaint, old-fashioned neighborhood was modest in size, comprising merely 4 buildings, adorned with simple patches of grass and a fountain at the back entrance. Could it be that those unruly children had led the little girl astray? As Jiang Nan moved about, he spotted several young boys playing on the slide, and his eyes narrowed. He recognized these boys. They had previously bullied the little girl. Human nature can be inherently malicious, especially among the young. If their parents fail to guide them properly, these children may easily stray down the wrong path. The internet is rife with instances of children banding together to harm their peers. With determination, Jiang Nan strode toward the boys on the slide. The moment they caught sight of him, their expressions shifted. Upon reaching them, Jiang Nan calmly surveyed the group. His demeanor exuded an unsettling calmness. "Have you seen Xiaoying?" he inquired, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the boys. "No," they replied, one slightly taller boy looking puzzled. "Why are you asking us? If Xiaoying is missing, you should report it or ask Uncle Mauzi." "I never said the girl was missing," Jiang Nan retorted, his gaze locking onto the taller boy, his eyes narrowing further. The boy's expression shifted slightly, while the other two looked noticeably uneasy. The taller boy, however, maintained his composure, responding, "Why do I feel like you're being rather foolish? Asking such a question implies she is gone." Any adult confronted with such insolence from a child would likely lose their temper, perhaps delivering a sharp reprimand. Yet, Jiang Nan merely narrowed his eyes, directing a chilling glare towards the boy. The piercing gaze startled the tall boy, causing him to instinctively take a step back, his previously calm demeanor replaced by unease as he threatened, "I must warn you, if you intend to strike me without reason, you should consider whether you can withstand the weight of public opinion." Public opinion? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. At this point, he had nearly reached a conclusion. The disappearance of Xiaoying was undoubtedly linked to these young men. Instantly, a plan formed in his mind, and he cast an insight spell towards the boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Favorability, minus 100 points. Life encounter, recently apprehended for allegedly kidnapping a young girl, now in a juvenile detention center. Inner thoughts. No matter how you think, you'll never guess that I've hidden that wretched girl, Xia Yingying, on my rooftop balcony. What? Jiang Nan, who already had a plan, displayed a look of astonishment as he observed the insight spell's revelations regarding the boy. The attributes of women, men, and even his own character panel were distinctly different. With this setup, I wonder if any readers can guess which type of female protagonist will be unlocked at 15? Indeed, it is. Chapter 57. As handsome as a celestial being, eagerly boosting favorability. Zhang Dong, I am acquainted with you, Jiang Nan remarked calmly. Have you fabricated your age in an attempt to conceal some truth? What? A flicker of panic flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes as he feigned composure. Do not intimidate me. Even if I have misrepresented my age, what of it? What can you possibly do to me? Jiang Nan chuckled softly before glancing towards the rooftops of the other three buildings. As his gaze swept across, a few young boys following Zhang Dong appeared visibly anxious. Mirroring his focus, Jiang Nan's peripheral vision remained fixed on them, and upon noticing that the trio lingered on the building to his left for several seconds longer, he instantly deduced the whereabouts of the young girl. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed the landlady. "Jiang Nan, I was just about to call you. Uncle Had is here. How are you faring?" The landlady's voice was urgent as she answered immediately. "I am at the slide. Please bring them over," Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. "Understood." The calmness in Jiang Nan's tone helped to soothe the landlady's anxious demeanor. After hanging up, the three young boys readied themselves to flee, but Jiang Nan swiftly seized one in each hand, cradling the two smaller ones under his arms. "Let me go. This is kidnapping. Do you realize that?" Zhang Dong shouted, flailing his fists in the air. "Kidnapping? So you are aware of the term?" Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes at the boy, his patience wearing thin. Though he generally possessed a good temper, encountering such a bratty youth who took advantage of his age and behaved recklessly made him want to deliver a stinging slap. Having read numerous accounts online of young children committing premeditated murder, he often felt a surge of righteous anger, wishing to eliminate such vile creatures. Now that such a situation was unfolding before his eyes, how could Jiang Nan possibly endure it? Before long, the landlady and Meng Qingqiu, accompanied by several men in hats, arrived. As Jiang Nan turned, he scanned the group, his gaze momentarily resting on a strikingly beautiful woman in a hat. "Jiang Nan." The landlady and Meng Qingqiu hurried towards him, their expressions shifting to concern upon seeing Jiang Nan clutching several young boys. "Where have you taken my little Ling Ying?" The landlady fixed her gaze on Zhang Dong, her expression darkening. "I have no idea," Zhang Dong retorted boldly. "You failed to supervise your daughter, and now blame us? How shameless. And don't think your status as the community's landlord makes you formidable. This is a society governed by law, and what does your wealth matter?" Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he struck Zhang Dong with a resounding slap. "How dare you hit me?" Zhang Dong's head spun from the impact, and when he regained his senses, a fierce expression contorted his face. "Handsome sir, let us discuss this rationally. Hitting a child is rather unacceptable. Moreover, it is not certain that this boy is the one who took the girl." A man in a hat hurriedly stepped forward. Jiang Nan glanced back at the man in the hat and replied calmly, "I dare to deliver this slap because I possess my own confidence. Follow me." With that declaration, Jiang Nan strode purposefully toward a building. Observing this, the landlady and Meng Qingqiu mindlessly followed suit. The remaining men in hats, along with a woman in a hat, exchanged glances before hastily trailing after them. They ascended the stairs to the sixth-floor rooftop entrance. "Xiaoying, Xiaoying," the landlady immediately called out. "Mom, Mom." In an instant, the little girl's voice rang out. "How is it possible? How did you know we were hiding her here?" Zhang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Slap. Upon hearing his words, the landlady stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. As Zhang Dong prepared to utter a harsh retort, he caught sight of the fierce glint in the landlady's eyes and was instantly rendered speechless. Women are inherently gentle, yet fierce when it comes to their children. "Woo woo woo. Mommy, I'm so scared, I'm so scared." The little girl's cries emanated from behind the door. "Don't be afraid. Mommy will rescue you soon," the landlady reassured. "I have the spare key to the rooftop door. Jiang Nan, please comfort the little girl while I fetch it." At that moment, several men in hats and the woman in a hat also arrived, their faces registering shock upon hearing the girl's cries. "Indeed, she is up here. Sister Xia, there's no need to go," Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. He gently set down the two smaller boys, transferred Zhang Dong to his left hand, and proceeded to lightly knock on the aluminum door before him. What is he trying to do? The expressions of those present turned bewildered. "Xiaoying, be a good girl and move aside, okay? Your brother will come in to rescue you shortly." Jiang Nan's voice was gentle. "Woo woo woo, brother." Brother, the little girl's cries grew slightly louder. "Be good. Listen to your brother. Stay away from the door, and find a corner to cover your ears." Jiang Nan patiently soothed her. "Okay, well, I'm being good," the little girl sobbed, finding a suitable hiding spot. "Is Xiaoying hidden well?" Jiang Nan inquired further. I'm hidden well, brother," came the soft sound of her weeping. After receiving her response, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and under the astonished gazes of everyone present, he clenched his fist, assumed a hoarse stance, and delivered a powerful punch to the aluminum door. Bang! A tremendous sound resonated through the stairwell. The loud noise startled several individuals, causing them to shudder involuntarily, their eyes widening in shock as they turned to look at the aluminum door. "Wow, he just left a fist imprint on the door," exclaimed one of the men in hats. Bang! At that moment, the second punch struck. Bang! The third punch followed. As Jiang Nan unleashed 5 powerful strikes, the man he had been holding, Zhang Dong, was rendered unconscious and unceremoniously discarded onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan then raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick. With a resounding crash, the aluminum door was forcefully propelled away. Stepping forward, Jiang Nan left behind the bewildered landlord, Meng Qingqiu, several hat-clad uncles, and a strikingly beautiful lady in a hat, all standing in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, as the onlookers regained their composure, they beheld Jiang Nan arriving at the entrance, cradling a young girl in his arms. At that precise moment, the moonlight illuminated him, casting an ethereal glow, reminiscent of a celestial being, causing all the women present to feel their hearts race in unison. Chapter 58. The instant infatuation of Qiu Riyue at this moment. Jiang Nan was taken aback as the notification chime echoed in his mind. The landlady's score had surged by an astonishing 12 points. If his memory served him correctly, she now possessed a total of 92 points, reaching a level that matched her beauty score. Meanwhile, Meng Qingqiu had also experienced a modest increase of 2 points, which was commendable given her beauty score of 96. The fact that this incident had not directly befallen her made the 2-point rise particularly impressive. As for Qiu Riyue, her score had skyrocketed by over 20 points, prompting Jiang Nan to glance towards the hat-wearing lady in the stairwell, casting a spell of insight. Name: Qiu Riyue. Age: 25 years. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Beauty score: 92 points. Affection: 25 points. Jiang Nan. Shouting. At that moment, the landlady's voice, tinged with relief, filled the room as she instinctively rushed towards Jiang Nan. He comforted her, saying, "Sister Xia, it's all right." Realizing the situation, the landlady took the little girl from Jiang Nan's arms, her eyes slightly reddened and her cheeks blushing. She cast an apologetic glance toward Meng Qingqiu, lowering her head like a contrite schoolgirl, and said, Sister Xia, I understand. There's no need for me to feel jealous." Meng Qingqiu replied with remarkable composure, stepping forward to grasp the landlady's hand, gently patting it to soothe her. "As long as the little girl is fine." With those words, she exhaled a sigh of relief, looking down at the adorable child in her arms, her hand instinctively reaching out to caress the girl's small head. What a delightful little girl. How could those wretched kids be so cruel? Meng Qingqiu, typically possessing a gentle temperament, found herself utterly exasperated. Jiang Nan's gaze shifted to the group of mischievous boys, and he spoke gravely. Although they are merely children, their actions have resulted in a crime. The hat-wearing uncles recognized Jiang Nan was not an ordinary individual, and they understood that the landlady was no common person either. The entire community belonged to her, a testament to her remarkable wealth, which they were not foolish enough to provoke. Moreover, the fault lay squarely with the boys, and, as responsible adults, they could not side with the perpetrators. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily. At that moment, the hat-wearing lady stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 frightened boys sprawled on the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces. She then addressed Jiang Nan and the landlady, assuring them, "My name is Qiu Riyue, and should this incident fail to reach an acceptable resolution, feel free to file a complaint against me." Xiao Qiu. Upon hearing Qiu Riyue's words, the older officer's expression darkened. "Brother Li, it's fine. I just can't stand these kids who think they can do whatever they want just because they're young. No need to say more. This older one definitely needs to be sent to juvenile detention," Qiu Riyue said coolly. Since she had put on this uniform, She intended to honor its responsibility. Thank you, thank you. The landlady immediately expressed her gratitude. It's our duty, Qiu replied with a smile before turning her gaze to Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Have you trained before? That strength just now was absolutely incredible. I practiced martial arts for a few years, Jiang Nan responded casually. Hearing this, the admiration in Qiu's eyes intensified. Qiu's favorability too. Darling, is your hand all right? At that moment, Meng Qingxiu approached, first glancing at Qiu before tenderly taking Jiang Nan's right hand to inspect it. Aside from a slight redness, there were no other issues, which made her exhale in relief. It's fine, Jiang Nan replied with a gentle shake of his head. Qiu studied Meng Qingxiu for a moment longer, genuinely stunned by her beauty. She's too beautiful. She had always believed that, growing up, none of the girls around her could compare to her in looks. But that was only because their beauty wasn't striking enough, far from the level that would leave her awestruck. Just like when she had observed the landlady earlier, she hadn't felt much beyond acknowledging that the woman was pretty. But now, as she scrutinized Meng Qingxiu, she found herself increasingly captivated, to the point where she even felt a twinge of inadequacy. And, darling, are they a couple? Qiu's delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. If it were a woman inferior to her, she wouldn't have cared. So what if they were dating? They weren't married yet. These days, breakups were all too common. She could just wait patiently. But Meng Qingxiu was too stunning. What man in his right mind would ever let go of such an extraordinary woman? This is going to be tough. Qiu took a deep breath, her lips curving into a faint, bitter smile. She was someone who despised injustice. Forcing herself to knowingly become the other woman was simply out of the question. Yet Meng Qingxiu was undeniably breathtaking, her poise and figure even more refined than her own. Honestly, there is no comparison. At the same time, she realized that waiting for them to break up might be futile. With that thought, she cast one last lingering glance at Jiang Nan, burying the spark of love at first sight deep within her heart. The rest of the matter was straightforward. The group arrived at the station, and before long, the parents of the 3 delinquent boys showed up. Mom. Since arriving at the station, Zhang Dong had not uttered a single word. At the sight of his parents, he immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "My face has been slapped multiple times. It hurts terribly." Indeed, he cried without the slightest hint of preamble. Observing this, Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that this boy named Zhang Dong was truly remarkable in his mischief, a born troublemaker, to put it succinctly. "Do not cry, my dear. Be good, Mama is here." Zhang Dong's mother first attempted to comfort her son, then her expression darkened as she scanned the crowd, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan for a moment. The formidable presence of Jiang Nan seemed to soften the expression of this irate woman somewhat. "Who dares to harm my child?" A frail, middle-aged man, clad in glasses and appearing rather pallid, timidly stepped beside Zhang Dong and his mother, attempting to assert himself. "I did, and what of it?" Just as the landlady prepared to take responsibility, Jiang Nan stepped forward calmly and spoke. Chapter 59. The Eyes of the Dead, the show begins. "What of it if I hit?" Jiang Nan stepped forward, gazing calmly at the frail, middle-aged man before him. "Are you aware of what your son has done? Kidnapping. Do you comprehend the penalties associated with such a crime? My child is just a little one. What punishment could he possibly face?" The gaunt man adjusted his glasses, a cold smile creeping across his face. At his words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Good heavens! To utter such statements without a hint of remorse is truly audacious. "Very well," Jiang Nan replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He then cast a discerning gaze upon the frail man. Name, Zhang Qiqiang. Age, 38. Criminal value, 100 points. Affinity, minus 100 points. Life expectancy, will soon die of a sudden heart failure due to prolonged use of illicit narcotics. Mental state, damn it, I was about to inject myself. That cursed Zhang Dong has already been taken in. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. It is unbearable. Upon reviewing this man's attributes, along with his life expectancy and current mental state, Jiang Nan's pupils constricted and expanded in shock. How dare he indulge in such vices? At that moment, Jiang Nan's gaze towards this man was akin to that reserved for the dead. "Sir, One ought not to speak in such a manner, an older gentleman interjected, furrowing his brow. Though Jiang Dong is not yet 14, his actions and reasoning are far beyond what one would expect at such an age. Although he may not bear criminal liability, we shall consider sending him to a correctional facility if necessary. Do not intimidate me. I am merely an ordinary citizen, Zhang Qiqiang retorted coolly. Child's mother, take out your phone and record these individuals properly. I refuse to believe that a mere child playing hide and seek could escalate to charges of kidnapping. All right. Jiang Dong's mother immediately retrieved her phone. Observing this, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the somewhat flustered group of older gentlemen before fixing his gaze upon the composed Qiu. At that moment, she too met his gaze, their eyes locking in silent understanding. For reasons unknown, Qiu seemed to discern his intentions and approached him, whispering, "What is it?" Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, stepping closer to her. The surge of male pheromones caused Qiu Rui's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Affinity with Qiu Rui 3. Another 3 points of affinity gained. Jiang Nan silently acknowledged his success. He then spoke softly, "I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years. Through observation, I can ascertain that this man's health is exceedingly frail, and his symptoms are strikingly similar to those recorded in medical texts regarding excessive opium use. You must be able to observe some of this as well, correct?" Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Rui was initially taken aback, only for her expression to swiftly transform into one of astonishment. Goodness, a master of both martial arts and medicine. How could this man named Jiang Nan be so extraordinarily talented? Moreover, it was at this moment that she comprehended the implication of Jiang Nan's statement. Just as she was about to exclaim in surprise, he shot her a knowing glance, which instantly brought her back to her senses. She swallowed hard and lowered her voice, saying, "Do you mean? I believe I understand. We should investigate his residence." Jiang Nan replied, "Indeed. I see. Without a search warrant, we cannot intrude upon another's home." However, she gazed into Jiang Nan's confident eyes, and for some inexplicable reason, felt an instinctive urge to blindly follow his lead. Resolutely, she cast a deep glance at the frail middle-aged man and his family, then returned to the group of men in hats, whispering a brief message to them. Immediately, their astonished gazes shifted towards Jiang Nan. "Xiao Qiu, this is no trivial matter," one of the older men in hats solemnly stated. "I trust him. Moreover, do you not think that man resembles someone who has indulged excessively in drugs?" Qiu Rui asserted. "This young man named Jiang Nan is not ordinary. I believe he possesses considerable capabilities." Upon hearing this, the men in hats exchanged glances, recalling Jiang Nan's remarkable strength, and fell into a contemplative silence. "Xiao Qiu, Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Chun should go take a look," one proposed. "Understood." Meanwhile, Jiang Nan disregarded the incessant filming by the intrusive woman, leaning in to whisper a few words to the landlady. Under her astonished gaze, he gently took the sleeping child into his arms. With hurried steps, the landlady approached Qiu Rui. The group departed amidst the curious stares of the parents of the mischievous children. As for the Chong family, they continued to record videos like frenzied dogs, shouting, "Dear viewers, our child was merely playing hide and seek with the neighborhood kids. This family claims our child has kidnapped someone and even assaulted them. This is utterly despicable." Jiang Nan procured 2 stools and sat down beside Meng Qingxiu. "What is the matter?" she inquired softly. "Just wait for the show to unfold," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "All right." Meng Qingxiu refrained from asking further, her anticipation growing. Jiang Nan's calm demeanor was captivating, exuding an air of control over the situation. Were it not for the presence of so many people, she might have succumbed to the temptation of sitting on her darling's lap, embracing his neck, and then, "You mischievous girl, what are you thinking?" Meng Qingxiu's breath quickened as a rosy flush spread across her beautiful face. She truly realized that the more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she witnessed his remarkable qualities, driving her nearly to madness. "Zhang Gu, in my opinion, perhaps we shouldn't escalate this situation so much. We know our child's temperament best." The parents of the other 2 mischievous children quickly approached, murmuring softly. Moreover, Xia Jiqing is the landlord of the entire community, and they're merely workers from the countryside. There is no need to provoke her. Besides, where else could one find such affordable rent? Why escalate matters? Zhang Qiqiang cast a cold glance at the man who spoke and replied sternly, Old Wang, I must tell you, we cannot allow these people to intimidate us. We are merely defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm just a country bumpkin and not well-versed in these matters, but Old Wang timidly replied, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Perhaps we should downplay the situation? Step aside. It's not your son who is taking the beating. The pig-headed woman shot a frosty glance at Old Wang. The following moments passed rather swiftly. After a standoff lasting about 20 minutes, the departing landlord, Qiu Ryu, along with two uncles in hats, returned to the station with expressions that were exceedingly peculiar. Qiu Ryu as favorability 5, Xia Jiqing's favorability 1. They have arrived. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Nan slowly rose, and simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 60. You must compensate. This brother Tongzi is truly generous. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xia Jiqing's affection level increased by 1, beauty score raised by 1. And you have obtained a chance to draw a lottery. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. He turned his attention to the landlady, whose beauty score had surged from 92 to 93. At that moment, she appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Her overall demeanor elevated to an entirely new level. This change was fleeting, and to the average person, it might only seem that the landlady had suddenly become slightly more attractive. However, for Jiang Nan, the radiant aura she exuded was profoundly distinct. Even at this moment, Qiu Rui, who stood beside the landlady, seemed to sense something amiss. Her expression, one of astonishment as she gazed at the landlady, shock evident on her face. How could it be that this intellectually sophisticated sister suddenly appeared so much more beautiful? Li Yi, two uncles in hats, promptly approached, their phones in hand, ready to play a recorded video. After Li Ge finished watching, his face fluctuated between red and green before he immediately turned to Zhang Qiqiang, his eyes filled with fervor. This guy is truly courting disaster. Take him down. Li Yi faltered. Yes. The two uncles in hats rushed toward Zhang Qiqiang. What do you want? Hey, are you crazy? The uncle in the hat is hitting someone. He's attacking ordinary civilians. Help! Instantly, Zhang Qiqiang's family began to wail. Shut up. Look at this. One uncle in a hat brandished his phone, shoving the video footage directly into Zhang Qiqiang's face. Moreover, another uncle produced a small black bag, swiftly silencing Zhang Qiqiang. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His already pale face turned ghostly white, his lips trembling incessantly, and his body shook uncontrollably. I want. In the next moment, his eyes reddened, a manifestation of his overwhelming anxiety. What do you desire? Your admiration. The uncle in the hat delivered a slap that sent Zhang Qiqiang sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. Meng Qingxiu immediately applauded. Having endured Zhang Qiqiang's incessant barking for over half an hour, she had restrained herself until now. Had her darling not remained silent, she would have retorted long ago. Now, seeing the spectacle, she finally felt a sense of joy. Darling, how did you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingxiu recalled something and looked at Jiang Nan incredulously. I possess some medical knowledge. Through the art of observation, I sense that this fellow is a junkie. Jiang Nan boasted with unrestrained confidence, showing no signs of hesitation. Opportunities abound, and one day, he believed he would acquire the skills of a medical master. Ah, darlings, you truly are astonishing, Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with adoration. The more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she uncovered his remarkable talents. Now, his medical expertise left her in awe. What other skills did he possess? Meng Qingxiu's affection level 1. Her admiration for Jiang Nan had now surged to an impressive 93 points. Just 3 more points, and she would reach the pinnacle of beauty standards. However, that would prove to be a challenging endeavor. Jiang Nan inwardly scoffed at the notion. If he were dealing with an ordinary beauty with a score of 90, he would have already amassed 3 chances for a lottery. Nonetheless, Jiang Nan did not dwell excessively on this matter. Surely, the system wouldn't be so stingy. If it shortchanged him in one area, it would compensate in another, wouldn't it? Right, system? Jiang Nan mused silently. Ding! In the next moment, as he pondered this, the system's notification rang in his mind. Oh, is it really happening? Detection indicates that the host is eager to explore system functions. A complimentary lottery chance is granted. The system announced. Excellent. A free lottery chance. How could Jiang Nan not be elated? The best part is that this system is incredibly user-friendly. When you voice a complaint, it actually delivers real results. 5-star review, absolutely. Jiang Nan mentally applauded. Thank you, Jiang Nan. Without you, we wouldn't have uncovered Zhang Qiqiang's hidden connections. I just investigated him, and it turns out he is involved in numerous illicit trades within Jiangxing. Half an hour later, at the entrance, Brother Li and Xiao Rua, along with others, saluted Jiang Nan. This was no trifling achievement. Their intelligence had led to the dismantling of an organization dealing in such nefarious activities, significantly bolstering their accomplishments. I was merely doing my duty, Jiang Nan replied solemnly. These things caused too much harm. Once I became aware, I could not remain silent. Fortunately, Sister Qiu believed in me. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a precarious position. In that half hour, Jiang Nan had also added Qiu Ryu on WeChat, and the group engaged in light conversation, presenting themselves as anything but strangers. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Ryu beamed with joy. Standing tall as she glanced at Brother Li, her silence conveying a message of its own. Indeed, I will follow up on the incident involving Zhang Dong and his unruly companions. Rest assured, I will provide you with a thorough account. Brother Li stated earnestly. Very well. In that case, we shall take our leave. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Wait, allow me to escort you back, Qiu Ryu hurriedly suggested. That would be too much trouble. Jiang Nan hesitated. Not at all. Your calling me Sister Qiu is music to my ears. I must ensure you return safely. Qiu Ryu replied with a bright smile. Her affection for Jiang Nan has reached an impressive 35 points, a level of fondness that is notably high. With even the slightest intimate contact, that affection is bound to soar. Jiang Nan, you are truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that the legacy of our ancestors would aid us in dismantling a drug trafficking organization? In the police car, Qiu Ryu's face radiated excitement. It's merely a coincidence, Jiang Nan humbly replied from the passenger seat. Such modesty. Qiu Ryu frequently glanced at Jiang Nan in the passenger seat, her eyes betraying the flutter of her heart. In the rearview mirror, the landlady cradled the sleeping little girl, her lips pursed, evidently understanding the reason behind Qiu Ryu's incessant chatter. It's completely normal. Which woman could resist the overwhelming charm that Jiang Nan exudes at all times? What could possibly serve as a defense against it? The landlady genuinely felt that even a delicate flower would inevitably straighten up after spending time with this captivating young man. Cough, cough. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, for reasons unknown, slightly cleared her throat. Instantly, the lively chatter of Qiu Ryu came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 61. The sweating Qiu Ryu and the uncontainable smirk of the landlady merely clearing her throat, the landlady's subtle amusement rendered Qiu instantly silent. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she furtively glanced at the rearview mirror. There, she caught sight of Meng Qingqiu regarding her with an odd expression, causing a pang of alarm to resonate within her. She realized that this was Meng Qingqiu's initial warning. Indeed, she had overstepped from the outset of their journey. Inviting Jiang Nan to sit in the front passenger seat and her incessant chatter, not to mention her exuberant praises for him, were glaringly apparent. Even a fool would discern her evident interest in Jiang Nan. My apologies, I tend to be a bit loquacious, Qiu Ryu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She had no intention of competing. It was simply that she could not suppress her infatuation with Jiang Nan. Such feelings are beyond one's control. From the rearview mirror, Meng Qingqiu observed the awkwardness etched upon Qiu Ryu's face and could not help but exhale a resigned sigh. The adage that love at first sight could alter one's life resonated deeply with her. The allure of Jiang Nan was unimaginably potent. To be candid, had it not been for their 2.5-year virtual acquaintance, merely meeting him in person would have ensnared her in a similar predicament of instant attraction. The more exceptional an individual is, the more acutely one senses their excellence. Jiang Nan was indeed remarkable. At least for the moment, his solitary flaw was his overwhelming allure, which captivated nearly every woman he encountered, leaving them entranced and unable to resist his charm. Meng Qingqiu herself felt no inclination to resist him whatsoever. She believed she could empathize with Qiu Ruiyue. Hence, she refrained from overtly asserting, "This is my boyfriend. Please do not be so forward and maintain some decorum." For had she been in Qiu Ruiyue's position, she doubted she could exhibit more restraint than this woman in the throes of infatuation. Darling was simply too perfect. Sigh. Meng Qingqiu seemed to foresee a future fraught with rivalry among numerous women vying for his affection. No matter. After what appeared to be a long contemplation, which in reality amounted to mere fleeting thoughts, Meng Qingqiu sighed softly and shook her head. The landlady, seated in the back, remained silent, adopting an air of detachment. She possessed a clear understanding of her own position, choosing neither to compete nor covet. As long as Jiang Nan could spare some time to accompany her occasionally, she would find contentment. After all, she recognized her inherent limitations when it came to contending for his affection. In her perspective, it mattered little whom Jiang Nan ultimately chose to marry. She, Xia Jiqing, knew well that she would never step into the matrimonial realm with him. This mindset reflected a lack of inner turmoil. She had nothing to wrestle with internally, having clarified their future relationship from the very beginning. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. At this moment, Jiang Nan cleared his throat and spoke. "Why maintain such a tense atmosphere? Can this car play music? We still have a short distance to travel. Let's listen to a song to ease the mood." "Oh, okay," Qiu Ruiyue replied, stealing a glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror before activating the car's music system. The lyrics spilled forth. "I cannot help but belong to a woman deeply wounded. Don't. As soon as the music began, a Cantonese song resonated within the vehicle, instantly altering the expressions of everyone inside. With a swift motion, Qiu, true to her nickname Hat's sister, quickly turned off the music and feigned nonchalance, saying, "The night scenery is quite lovely, with stars and the moon. Tomorrow will surely bring bright sunshine." Indeed, it's already May 18th. June is approaching, and we are on the cusp of the sweltering summer, the landlady chimed in, unable to contain herself, given that she was the eldest sister in the car. No matter how awkward the situation became, she felt a pang of embarrassment. It was clear that she and Jiang Nan were the ones with the most significant issues, yet proactive Qiu Ruiyue had taken it upon herself to endure this uncomfortable silence. "All right, Qiu." Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and called out. Meng Qingqiu and Qiu Ruiyue responded in unison. At that moment, their gazes met in the rearview mirror. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly, while Qiu Ruiyue, if not for driving, would have likely buried her head in her hands. Her countenance, however, was no better, marked by evident embarrassment. I thought you were calling me. My good friend also calls me Qiu." At this moment, the landlady glanced upward, striving to maintain her composure, her lips pressed tightly together. The tension between the two women created an almost palpable atmosphere, a delightful spectacle to behold. Most strikingly, it was the first time she had witnessed such a rigid expression on Jiang Nan's face. She yearned to capture this moment. How adorable he appeared, even in his awkwardness, exuding that irresistible, charming allure. The landlady was on the verge of breaking into a smile. Arrived. 5 minutes later, Qiu Ruiyue's somewhat hoarse voice filled the car as it gradually came to a halt. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, feeling more tense than during her previous experience of a real capture. Even her palms and back were clammy. Damn this fluttering heart. I should not have offered to drive them. What if they break up later? That would truly be a misstep. Only she understood the struggle she was facing. "Suya, we'll get out now." Jiang Nan promptly unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the passenger seat. Meng Qingqiu did not procrastinate. She alighted from the vehicle, while the landlady leisurely descended, cradling the still, slumbering young girl. "Goodbye," Qiu Ruiyue called out hastily before turning to depart. At the entrance of the community, Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with Meng Qingqiu, who reciprocated. Their eyes met. Just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, Meng Qingqiu took a step forward, entwining her arm with his, and softly remarked, "I'm not angry with you. Besides, Qiu Ryue is remarkably beautiful. Just meeting you for the first time has already stirred my heart. Doesn't he that reflect my discerning taste in men? No matter how stunning other women may be, they must succumb to their feelings in the presence of my darling. Such is the irresistible charm of my beloved. Let them be infatuated. I remain unfazed. What does it matter how many women are drawn to you? Can it possibly undermine Meng Qingqiu's esteemed position in Jiang Nan's heart? This is the essence of Meng Qingqiu's confidence. This chapter cannot be considered trivial, as I am laying the groundwork for Meng Qingqiu's stance as the rightful queen. Otherwise, her subsequent acceptance would seem rather abrupt. Chapter 62. The Landlady. I have an idea. Splendid. A truly remarkable woman. Jiang Nan could only hold Meng Qingqiu tightly in his embrace. He was no fool. Although Meng Qingqiu's words were not explicitly clear, it seemed she understood the impending circumstances they would face. This statement was merely a prelude, or perhaps a message she was conveying to herself. Darling Meng Qingqiu softly called out. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, gently patting her back as his gaze shifted to the envious eyes of those nearby. Admiring the Meng Qingqiu nestled in his arms. To be candid, he yearned to emulate Teacher Li, extending his other hand and declaring to the landlady, "No, your timing is impeccable." Regrettably, for now, such a gesture remained unattainable. Jiang Nan mused silently that the day would not be far off. The group entered the community and soon arrived downstairs. "Shall we sleep here or return home?" Jiang Nan inquired. "This upstairs was my former rented apartment." "Here," Meng Qingqiu replied without a moment's hesitation. "Jiang Nan, your car." The landlady's gaze lingered on the Pagani Zonda parked on the ground, her eyes momentarily flickering with interest. "I just purchased it not long ago," Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "Young people certainly prefer sports cars, but it is indeed magnificent." The landlady expressed her admiration. From the multitude of car keys she possessed, it was evident that she harbored a fondness for automobiles. Thus, she had no trouble recognizing that this Pagani Zonda was not a standard version, a globally limited edition, undoubtedly worth over 50 million. Moreover, it was a collector's item of immense value. One could confidently assert that unless the apocalypse struck, such a vehicle would never depreciate from the moment of purchase. "Sister Xia, if you fancy it, why not take it for a spin for a few days?" Jiang Nan offered, producing the car keys. "This type of car isn't suited for me." The landlady promptly declined. If it were Jiang Nan's vehicle, she preferred not to drive it herself, but rather let him take the wheel. After all, driving could be exhausting, requiring utmost concentration, leaving no room for distraction. Riding was entirely different. Once seated and buckled in, one could relax. And with a skilled driver like Jiang Nan at the helm, one could even close their eyes for a brief respite. All right. Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the landlady's current thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have inquired about her competence in handling such a car. "Sister Xia, see you tomorrow." Upon reaching the third floor and standing before his door, he and Meng Qingqiu waved goodbye to the landlady. "See you tomorrow," the landlady replied gently, nodding as she strolled toward her own door, cradling the little girl. Bang! The door closed behind her. Only then did the landlady pause, glancing back with a smile, murmuring softly, "You cheeky boy, don't exhaust all your ammunition. I'm still waiting for you." A night has passed. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan awakened from his slumber, only to find that the enchanting figure beside him had already departed. Rising from the bed, Jiang Nan made his way to the bathroom, his upper body unclothed, to freshen up. The events of the previous night need not be recounted. In summary, despite exhausting all his efforts, Jiang Nan had merely managed to elevate Meng Qingqiu's fondness for him from 93 to 94 points. He needed to exert himself further. Before Meng Qingqiu returned to the magical city, he aimed to increase her fondness to 96 points. As for what would follow, he planned to find the time to visit her in the magical city later. Jiang Nan was indeed intrigued by the mention of Yao Yao, whom Meng Qingqiu had rolled her eyes at last night. According to Meng Qingqiu, Her childhood best friend often donned large black-framed glasses that obscured her beauty from the eyes of the world. Yet in private, she was said to be even more stunning than Meng Qingxiu herself. This revelation piqued Jiang Nan's interest in Yao Yao. If Meng Qingxiu considered herself less attractive, just how high was this woman's beauty rating? 97? 98? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed with curiosity. Had it not been for the imminent departure of his landlady's relatives in the coming days, he would have eagerly accompanied Meng Qingxiu back to the magical city for a few days of leisure. However, there was no rush. Jiang Nan resolved to complete his previous minor tasks before proceeding. He was exceedingly envious of the Jiangsheng building and the mastery of physical skills that awaited him. With a master-level ability in physical techniques combined with his enhanced physique, his combat prowess would surely not be as feeble as that of a certain character from a popular comic published on Turtle Island, would it? Darling, at that moment, a cheerful voice echoed from the living room outside. It seemed his senses had sharpened considerably. After splashing his face with water, Jiang Nan stepped out of the bedroom. Darling. Upon seeing Jiang Nan emerge bare-chested, Meng Qingxiu hastily exclaimed, Sister Xia is here. Hearing this, Jiang Nan cast a glance at the landlady, who pretended to shield her eyes yet peeked through her fingers. He awkwardly chuckled and retreated back into the bedroom, unable to suppress a thought. Little Chi, Sister Xia has certainly seen more of me than you have. Sorry, Sister Xia, I thought I was the only one here. Meng Qingxiu apologetically addressed the landlady. It's no trouble at all, the landlady replied with a light-hearted smile. She had indeed seen Jiang Nan's perfect physique long before Meng Qingxiu. But with his body having been transformed, it was now even more exquisite. Although her expression remained nonchalant, her heart raced with excitement, leaving her slightly parched. She approached the water dispenser and poured herself a glass. Soon after, Jiang Nan donned a white tank top and emerged once more. His flawless figure rendered the tank top almost superfluous. Meng Qingxiu glanced at him, her expression momentarily peculiar, but it quickly faded as she urged, Have you brushed your teeth? Come eat breakfast. I have, Jiang Nan replied as he settled onto the sofa in the living room, ready to enjoy some steamed buns and soy milk. Sister Xia, the little girl wasn't frightened yesterday, was she? After indulging in 3 delectable soup dumplings and sipping on a cup of soybean milk, Jiang Nan gazed at the approaching landlady and inquired. The landlady, who typically favored alluring stepmother skirts, donned an outfit strikingly reminiscent of her attire from the recent class reunion, exuding an air of the charming older sister next door. Her striking silver high ponytail lent her an undeniable coolness that elicited an involuntary gasp of admiration. This girl possessed the memory of a fish, as she promptly forgot yesterday's events upon awakening. I had sent the little one to my mother's place that morning and fortuitously crossed paths with Qiuxiu on my return. The landlady approached, took a seat, and with a gentle flick of her hair, smiled warmly at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu. After a few moments of shared glances, she inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat nervous, and said, Jiang Nan, Qiuxiu, I have an idea that I wonder if you might be open to. Chapter 63, A Fortuitous Day, Refreshing the Historical Record for Consumption Rebate Multipliers. What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu exchanged glances, uttering in unison. It is. The landlady revealed a slight, sheepish smile, bowing her head as she spoke. Yesterday's incident left me at a loss. Had it not been for Jiang Nan, I shudder to think of the potential consequences. Therefore, with a sudden determination, she raised her head, gazing earnestly at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, and continued, I would like Jiang Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather, and you, Qingxiu, to be her godmother, if that is acceptable. What on earth? Upon hearing the landlady's request, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, this landlady is truly attempting to orchestrate something clandestine. Absolutely. Meng Qingxiu immediately responded with delight. Although she was still young, the prospect of having such an adorable goddaughter as Xiaoying thrilled her immensely. Moreover, she felt a genuine affinity for the landlady and harbored no objections to having such a charming sister in her life. I have no objections. Jiang Nan met the landlady's gaze, who promptly blinked twice in excitement, then leaned closer to Meng Qingxiu, grasping her hand with palpable enthusiasm. Then it is settled. How about we share a meal together at noon? Sound great. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. No problem, Xiajia. Meng Qingxiu also affirmed with a nod. I shall not intrude upon your romantic rendezvous any longer. I will return to make preparations. I shall call you later, Qingxiu. The landlady rose and embraced Meng Qingxiu, standing at a commendable height of 168 centimeters, found herself enveloped in the landlady's embrace. Goodbye. Although the embrace lasted merely 2 seconds, once the landlady departed, Meng Qingxiu glanced down at her own attributes and sighed softly, murmuring, "When will I reach Xiajia's stature?" What? Jiang Nan heard her, yet pretended to remain oblivious. In nothing. Meng Qingxiu's figure was not insignificant, yet it paled in comparison to the landlady's striking presence. Suddenly, after finishing their meal, Jiang Nan lifted Meng Qingxiu into a princess carry, startling her as she had been lost in thought. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Darling, what are you doing? Aren't you thinking about Xiajia's stature?" Jiang Nan replied with a playful smile. "Oh dear, you are truly incorrigible." Meng Qingxiu blushed deeply, burying her face into Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu arrived at a jewelry store. "Do you have longevity locks?" Jiang Nan inquired. "We do." The familiar scent wafted through the air. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, a salesgirl in her 30s, possessing a hint of beauty, immediately donned a warm smile, her gaze becoming noticeably enamored. However, upon noticing Meng Qingxiu beside Jiang Nan, the fervor she had felt was somewhat extinguished, yet her enthusiasm remained unabated. "Let me take a look," Jiang Nan remarked as he began to survey the array of items. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to purchase a longevity lock. This item, a symbol of good fortune, is ideally gifted during infancy. However, in contemporary times, such traditions are often overlooked. Ultimately, whatever is deemed auspicious retains its significance. Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan, now bound to a system, resembled a protagonist from a novel, destined for greatness. Soon, the sales assistant presented 5 distinct styles of longevity locks. Jiang Nan quickly spotted a jade one, pointing at it and saying, "Please wrap this up." The sales assistant, taken aback by Jiang Nan's swiftness, momentarily struggled to respond. "How much is it?" he inquired, retrieving his bank card. "Right this way, sir," she replied, realizing she was dealing with someone who was not at all financially constrained. She promptly led Jiang Nan and his companion to the front desk. "We have a membership promotion in our store. Would you like to sign up? Rest assured, it's free, and you can even earn points," she suggested while packaging the jade longevity lock. "No need, just charge it directly," Jiang Nan replied, waving his hand dismissively. All right. The sales assistant hurriedly accepted his bank card, stating, "This longevity lock is priced at 66,000. Shall I process the payment?" "Go ahead. Please take care, and we look forward to your next visit." 1 minute later, the sales assistant, beaming with delight, bid farewell to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu. What should they purchase next? The previous expenditure of 66,000 had garnered a tenfold rebate, and Jiang Nan was entirely unperturbed by the amount, exhibiting no hint of emotional fluctuation. "I have no prior experience. I'm not sure," Meng Qingxiu murmured, appearing bewildered. "However, I previously saw my father gift his goddaughter a villa and some red envelopes as a token of goodwill." "Oh, villa." Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily as he suggested, "What do you think about the villa we previously resided in? Perhaps we could buy one for the young lady nearby. The greenery and environment are quite pleasant." Meng Qingxiu nodded in agreement. All right. As for being a godfather, this was Jiang Nan's inaugural experience. He would undoubtedly be more seasoned by the next occasion. Subsequently, Jiang Nan drove to the Nanyang sales center. Wasting no time whatsoever, he promptly purchased the villa closest to him. The price was the same, 15 million, but the rebate this time astounded Jiang Nan. 12 times. Indeed, a staggering 12-fold consumer rebate had instantly swelled his savings to over 350 million. Goodness, this turn of events was nothing short of exhilarating. It is noteworthy that he had spent a considerable amount of time to accumulate 187 million, and now, after having hosted a lavish outing for his goddaughter Xiaoying, he unexpectedly received the highest consumer rebate in history, an astonishing 12-fold. Alas, if only there could be an additional critical bonus. It seems I'm not far from amassing a total of 1 billion in savings. Such is human nature, forever insatiable. Even when one has enough to feel content, the desire for more persists. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan, while driving his Pagani Huayra, had followed the navigation to the entrance of a residential community, where a peculiar expression suddenly graced his face. To his astonishment, this community was none other than the one where Su Yun resided. Was it merely a coincidence? Jiang Nan gradually drove into the community, coming to a halt in the central open space. He glanced at the building where Su Yun lived, and upon checking the message from the landlady regarding the 4th floor of Building 3, his lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, the 4th floor of Building 3 was precisely where Su Yun's apartment was located. Wait a moment. Could it be that the playful landlady might invite Su Yun over? A sudden thought surged in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his expression to grow even more peculiar. Since today, when she had arranged for him to take Xiao Ying as his goddaughter, it seemed quite plausible that she would indeed orchestrate a gathering that included Su Yun for dinner. Chapter 64. Autumn's Descent into Self-Doubt, a seed quietly planted. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu arrived at a door, gently rapping on it. Jiang Nan cast a fleeting glance to his left. Having visited twice before, he naturally recognized it as Su Yun's residence. "We're here," a cheerful voice from the landlady rang out. The door swung open, revealing the landlady in a flowing home dress, apron tied at her waist, and flesh-toned stockings adorning her slender legs, beaming at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu as she warmly invited, Come in, come in. No need to change your shoes. Just step inside." Following the landlady into the living room, they beheld 2 delightful little girls joyfully playing with Barbie dolls. Upon spotting Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, the 2 girls immediately scampered over, affectionately clinging to Jiang Nan's legs, their cherubic faces gleefully rubbing against him. Clearly, the allure of the handsome gentleman held a certain charm for these young girls. "That little girl looks somewhat familiar." Jiang Nan feigned ignorance of the other child's identity and remarked, "Isn't she the one we encountered yesterday at the spicy hot pot place?" Meng Qingxiu, however, recognized the other girl and responded, "It seems so." Jiang Nan nodded in realization, meeting the landlady's knowing gaze. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Sister Xia, where are Auntie and Uncle?" "They've gone out for a stroll. We can just snack for lunch," the landlady replied. "I will head to the kitchen to assist. You entertain the little ones. Is there anything I can help with?" Meng Qingxiu hesitated, raising her hand timidly. "You can play with the girls. The kitchen is a bit small. 2 of us will suffice," the landlady said with a gentle smile. At that moment, she exuded more of a sophisticated aura than the friendly neighbor she had appeared to be in the morning. Her silvery hair was elegantly styled, and paired with her apron and sheer stockings, she was a sight to behold. How embarrassing! Meng Qingxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, she had never cooked before. If pressed into service, she might only hinder the process. "No witties. I shall head in first. Await a delightful feast," the landlady replied with a beaming smile. "Brother, brother, dad, dad." At that moment, the little girls began their chorus. The rapidity of their calls was quite astonishing. When Jiang Nan heard the little girl exclaim "Dad," he felt a bit bewildered. They hadn't even formally begun exchanging gifts, and here they were calling him Dad. Shouldn't it be Godfather? Regardless, Jiang Nan was unfazed, reaching out to pat Xiao Ying's head, smiling as he said, "What about your mother? Why hasn't she greeted us?" "Mommy Chiu Chiu." The young girl immediately released Jiang Nan's thigh and instead clung to Meng Qingxiu's leg, leaving the 20-year-old somewhat bewildered. Truly, it was a surprise motherhood moment. However, she quickly embraced her role, cradling Xiao Ying in her arms, and then produced a red envelope, whispering, "A gift for our first meeting, a little something for Xiao Ying." "Thank you, Mama Chiu Chiu." Xiao Ying instantly planted a sweet quiche. At this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Inside the envelope was a bank card containing the sum of 888 yuan, a clear indication that Meng Qingxiu was indeed a little wealthy lady, casually gifting such an amount. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt the little girl clinging to his leg tighten her grip gazing enviously at the joyful Xiaoying. His gaze flickered, and he lifted her up, playfully tapping her nose with a smile, softly inquiring, "What is your name?" "Handsome big brother. Mama calls me Xiao Wan, and you can call me that too." The disappointment in Xiao Wan's eyes vanished instantly as she joyfully wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. Observing her sudden shift in mood, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Initially, he had thought her envy stemmed from Xiao Ying's gift, but it appeared that, aside from Su Yun, few paid her any attention, which might have caused her earlier gloom. "All right, Xiao Wan, this is a gift from your brother to welcome you. After all, this little girl would eventually be like a daughter to him." Jiang Nan handed her the red envelope he had originally intended for Xiaoying, which also contained a bank card with 888 yuan. "No, big brother, Wan cannot accept." Jiang Nan assumed the little girl would happily accept the gift. Yet to his surprise, she shook her head defiantly. "Mama told me that money doesn't come from thin air. To receive, one must give. I haven't given anything to big brother, so I cannot accept your gift." Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned by the brilliance in her dark, shining eyes. This little girl truly radiated light. In comparison to Xiao Ying, Xiao Wan exhibited a remarkable understanding of the world. Though both girls had grown up with only their mothers by their side, their environments were vastly different. With a wealthy landlady mother, what could Xiaoying have possibly wanted that she could not obtain? Conversely, Su Yun worked tirelessly, earning just a meager monthly salary. This income, while raising a child and sending her to the same kindergarten as Xiao Ying, left much to be desired in terms of expenses. The saying, "Children of the poor grow up quickly," undoubtedly held true. Jiang Nan withdrew the envelope, refraining from insisting further. "Big brother, please don't be unhappy." Xiao Wan reached out to caress Jiang Nan's face. "I'm not unhappy. You truly are a thoughtful little girl." Jiang Nan reached out to gently stroke her little head, and the girl immediately squinted her eyes in sheer enjoyment, nuzzling against his large hand like a playful kitten. Lan, my daddy can play the piano." At that moment, Xiaoying spoke with immense pride. "Big brother is so." The little girl gazed at Jiang Nan in astonishment, but was interrupted by Xiaoying, who exclaimed, "Oi, you can't call him big brother anymore. This is my daddy. You must call him uncle." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. "Darling, you can actually play the piano?" Meng Qingxiu turned to him in surprise at Xiaoying's words. "Daddy is super amazing." Xiaoying wrapped her arms around Meng Qingxiu's neck, tilting her head with pride. "I know a little." Jiang Nan humbly nodded. "That's truly remarkable." Meng Qingxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Nan. Her expression filled with awe. It seemed she had come to realize that Jiang Nan was like a black hole, profound and mysterious. The more she learned about him, the more varied surprises he presented. He was simply flawless. Could I truly possess such a man forever? For the first time, Meng Qingxiu began to harbor doubts about herself. Meng Qingxiu's affection, level 1. At this moment, a peculiar sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, the system's notification causing him to glance at Meng Qingxiu, who was staring at him in a daze. He noticed her expression gradually transforming from bewilderment to determination, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision, which struck him as rather peculiar. The seed has finally been sown. Qiu will ultimately yield. Chapter 65. Acknowledging the little girl as my goddaughter. Time to eat. The voice of the landlady resonated from the kitchen, shortly followed by her emergence with 2 plates in hand. Behind her, a woman dressed in a similar floral lawn dress. Her hair elegantly styled, approached with a beaming smile, also balancing 2 plates. At that moment, Jiang Nan turned to the source of the voice, and the little girl nestled in his arms chirped sweetly, "Mama, what's the matter, my dear?" Su Yun responded to her daughter's call, glancing over. Upon seeing her daughter cradled in Jiang Nan's embrace, a look of astonishment washed over her face. She quickly shifted her gaze toward the landlady, and upon noticing the enigmatic smile gracing her features, it dawned on her. Sister Xia seemed to be aware of her connection with Jiang Nan. But how did Sister Xia know him? Could it be? Dazed, Su Yun set the 2 plates on the dining table and approached the landlady, whispering, "Sister Xia, the friend you just mentioned, is it Jiang Nan?" "Indeed," the landlady replied with a cheerful nod. This revelation caused Su Yun to glance back at Jiang Nan before returning her focus. Her voice dropped to a whisper, "Sister Xiaoyu. We are all sisters." The landlady chuckled softly indeed. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes widened as understanding flooded her mind. It seemed Sister Xia truly knew of her relationship with Jiang Nan, and, evidently, she was not at all concerned. If such an accomplished woman as Sister Xia was unfazed, what right did she have to feel apprehensive? In that moment, Su Yun found clarity. Her acquaintance with Jiang Nan had always been tinged with ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, it had initially been about his wealth. However, through their interactions, she had genuinely fallen in love with him. Being Jiang Nan's lover was already the greatest fortune in her life. What more could she possibly desire? A smile spread across her face. "Come, dinner's ready." The landlady beckoned joyfully before retreating to the kitchen, re-emerging with more dishes in tow. With her newfound understanding, Su Yun felt no embarrassment as she assisted the landlady in bringing out the remaining dishes. Soon, they gathered around the table. Jiang Nan appeared completely at ease, diving into his meal without hesitation. In contrast, Meng Qingqiu still exhibited a hint of social anxiety, occasionally requesting Jiang Nan to serve her a few dishes. "Xiaoying, have you greeted your godfather and godmother?" The landlady looked at the little girl beside her with a gentle smile. "I have," Xiaoying replied obediently with a nod. "Such a good girl," the landlady said, satisfaction evident in her tone. The meal unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere, and for Jiang Nan, it felt like a significant first meeting of the women in his life. He sensed that if the three of them established a warm rapport, there would be no reason for any future misunderstandings. Furthermore, upon reaching such a level of affection towards Meng Qingqiu, Jiang Nan harbored no apprehensions about a potential fallout after revealing his feelings. While a minor emotional upheaval might be inevitable, he deemed a breakup highly unlikely. Thus, he felt no pressure, indulging in his meals and drinks without reservation. As he finished his meal and contemplated lighting a cigarette, Meng Qingqiu swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "Isn't it rather excessive to expose children to your secondhand smoke?" "All right, then I won't smoke." For Jiang Nan, whether he smoked or not was inconsequential. It was merely an instinctive action at times. Just like now, as he observed Meng Qingqiu in the living room alongside the two little girls, and from this angle, he could also glimpse the landlady and Su Yun joyfully washing dishes in the kitchen. This cozy atmosphere was truly intoxicating. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He checked the screen to see an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Whose call could this be? Noticing Jiang Nan's reluctance to answer, Meng Qingqiu curiously inquired. "I don't know. Probably a scam call," he replied, dismissing the call nonchalantly. He then embraced Meng Qingqiu and settled onto the sofa. Before long, the landlady and Su Yun emerged from the kitchen, both removing their aprons. "Mama, Mama." The two little girls rushed to greet them. Finally free. "Quick, Xiaoying. Go pay your respects to your godfather and godmother." The landlady guided Xiaoying towards Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. "Yes." The little girl obediently knelt before them, bowing her head, and upon rising, cheerfully called out, "Daddy, Mama Qiu Qiu." Upon hearing the words Daddy and Mama Qiu Qiu, the landlady's eyes crinkled with delight. With such a connection established, it was only natural for her to consult Jiang Nan about her daughter's future development from time to time. "Get up," Jiang Nan said, helping the little girl to her feet. He then stood up and handed a document pouch to the landlady. From his vantage point, Meng Qingqiu could not see much. She only heard his voice. "Sister Xia, this is a set of housing I purchased for Xiaoying, located next to my own in Nantianch. If you wish to move in, you can do so immediately." Unbeknownst to him, as he handed over the document pouch, his hand had already captured the landlady's delicate palm. A classic moment of intrigue. "Very well, we shall accept it on behalf of the little girl." The landlady did not refuse, as she withdrew her hand. She gently caressed Jiang Nan's palm. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. "Qiu Qiu, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you," the landlady said, smiling as she waved to Meng Qingqiu on the sofa. "All right." Meng Qingqiu immediately stood and followed the landlady out of the room, to Jiang Nan's surprise. She was not merely leading Meng Qingqiu aside, but rather out of the house altogether. As Xiaoying followed the landlady out, little Nan Nan also trailed behind her. With a resounding bang, the door closed, leaving only Jiang Nan and Sister Yunin in the living room. Sister Yunin, Jiang Nan called out proactively. Chapter 66, Two Draws. Masterful traditional Chinese medicine skills. Half an hour later, a gentle knock echoed through the air. Su Yun pursed her lips and slowly made her way to the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rose from the sofa with a contented expression. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Yun, who had been wearing flesh-colored stockings, had now changed to bare legs, clearly unaware of her whereabouts. Jiang Nan strolled towards the door, and upon opening it, he was taken aback to find the landlady and Meng Qingqiu standing at the threshold. Sister Xiao, why had you been out for so long? He inquired. I took Qiu to buy some local specialties from Jiangsheng, as well as some hot pot base ingredients, replied the landlady, who was carrying a large bag brimming with various hot pot essentials. In Meng Qingqiu's hands were several local delicacies, including bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, and some fruits exclusive to this region. Allow me to carry that, Jiang Nan offered, taking the 2 bags from Meng Qingqiu and another from the landlady. Will these be all right for the flight tomorrow? Absolutely, though with your car loaded with these items and Qiuqiu's luggage, it might be a tight squeeze. You can use my car to take her back, the landlady responded with a smile. Understood, Jiang Nan nodded, and the group returned to the living room. Where's Teacher Su? The landlady inquired, feigning ignorance. She should be inside, Jiang Nan replied. Sister Xia, is there anything else we need to address? Nothing at all. I must admit, I've intruded upon your romantic time together. Please leave the items here. I'll drop them at your place later. Make sure to enjoy your last day in Jiangsheng with Qiuqiu, the landlady urged. Certainly, Jiang Nan replied, glancing at the eager Meng Qingqiu. He placed the bags on the coffee table and said, Thank you for your assistance, Sister Xia. Such formalities. The landlady teased, rolling her eyes at Jiang Nan. Then, Sister Xia, we shall take our leave. If there is an opportunity in the future, perhaps you could visit the magical city with Jiang Nan and Xiaoying. Meng Qingqiu extended an invitation. Absolutely. The landlady agreed with a nod. Please say goodbye to Teacher Su for us, and we shall take our leave. Xiaoying Xiaowan. See you next time. Jiang Nan waved farewell. Goodbye, Daddy Godmother. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. The 2 little girls waved dutifully. Farewell. Meng Qingqiu waved back, then exited the house with Jiang Nan. The landlady escorted the 2 little girls out, and, once they had descended the stairs, swiftly returned indoors. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the restroom door. Sister Xia, I'm inside. Su Yun's voice emerged, slightly breathless. Upon hearing this, the landlady surmised the situation and pursed her lips in understanding. At that moment, within the Pagani wind sun, Jiang Nan gradually drove out of the community's entrance. Darling, I feel a bit weary. I wish to return and rest for a while. Seated in the passenger seat, Meng Qingqiu stifled a yawn and spoke up. All right. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, at Meng Qingqiu's insistence, the 2 returned to the modest apartment rented by Jiang Nan. The moment they entered, Meng Qingqiu, who had been complaining of fatigue, suddenly appeared invigorated. The thought of returning home the next day and not seeing her beloved until at least the summer vacation ignited a fervent resolve within her. She was determined to reclaim every moment lost today. Meng Qingqiu was utterly consumed by her excitement. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Nan found himself lost in thought, gazing at the 2 handprints left on the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom. He instinctively craved a cigarette, but whatever thought crossed his mind prompted him to shake his head. He had no addiction to such things. Quitting was always an option available to him. He realized he needed to stay vigilant, as these hours were not trivial. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of Meng Qingqiu, blissfully asleep with a sweet smile adorning her face, and a tender expression flickered across his own. This woman was undeniably passionate. Her fervor was palpable, as if she had cast caution to the wind for the sake of the affection she would miss in the coming months. With a sense of purpose, Jiang Nan stepped out of the master bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. System, utilize my remaining 2 chances for the lottery. He communicated with the system. In an instant, a massive spinning wheel materialized before him. The familiar sound of the lottery commenced, and before long, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won 50 million yuan. Before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend this windfall, the wheel spun once more. The sound reverberated, and the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level abilities in traditional Chinese medicine. Upon receiving the second reward, Jiang Nan's brows arched in surprise. He couldn't shake the feeling that this system operated similarly to a wish-granting entity. It seemed that every boast he made was likely to be rewarded with a corresponding realization of those claims. Indeed, the first lottery was merely a prelude. The true spectacle lay in this second draw. As he embraced his newfound abilities, an overwhelming wealth of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine flooded his mind. He marveled at the potential of such mastery. If utilized wisely, this capability could transcend mere wealth, embodying the pinnacle of status. In a world devoid of others possessing a system like his, who could claim to have lived without illness. And undeniably, those who fear death the most were the select few perched atop the very apex of the global hierarchy. Regardless of power or wealth, once one reaches a certain echelon, the mere prospect of survival would compel them to pay any price. Thus, even if his mastery in traditional Chinese medicine falls short of the legendary skill of miraculous healing, it remains undeniably invaluable. To Jiang Nan, even 100 billion is but a trifling sum in comparison to such an ability. System, display my character attributes. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 402 million. Abilities, insight, indestructible physique, master pianist, master of traditional Chinese medicine. Items, Porsche Kian, Pagani Huayra. Life's fortunes, a significant gift will be bestowed upon him on his 22nd birthday. Oh, after reviewing his character attributes, Jiang Nan noticed, to his astonishment, that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, which brought a look of surprise to his face. Chapter 67, for the Jiangxing Building, and for the mastery of physical techniques. System, what is happening? I believe 185 centimeters is quite sufficient. Do not let it increase further. Jiang Nan immediately realized and began to communicate with the system in his mind. Host, this is the effect of the body modification fluid. It has concluded. The system replied, well, that's acceptable. In truth, for men, a height of 182 centimeters is often deemed the most perfect, especially when considering the added height from footwear. Currently, his bare height stands at 185 centimeters, and with shoes, it reaches at least 187 centimeters. This stature is undeniably ideal for many women. Yet, in Jiang Nan's perspective, being excessively tall is not desirable. A moderate height suffices. With his striking looks, even at 170 centimeters, he would still attract a multitude of admirers. Ding! At that moment, a faint notification emitted from his phone within his pocket. Jiang Nan retrieved it to discover a text message. Oh dear Emmer Liang, your purchase of the Porsche 911 in pink has arrived. Please promptly visit the Magic City XX4S store for collection. What nonsense! This was the first time Jiang Nan encountered a scam message that even misidentified the scammer's name. Li Yang? I'm Jiang Yang. Without hesitation, he deleted the message. You are now following Jiang Yan, who has begun her live broadcast. Just as Jiang Nan contemplated indulging in a few money-squandering mobile games, a notification from Douyin popped up. Currently, Jiang Yan's affection for him was neither low nor particularly high, resting at a mere 37 points. This level of affection, for an ordinary person, would typically only suggest a phase of ambiguous flirtation, lacking any compelling allure, and thus, chances for further development were slim. But, is Jiang Nan an ordinary person? He promptly accessed Douyin and, with familiar ease, recharged 1 million. Ding! 10 million Douyin diamonds were credited instantly, without the slightest delay. Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan from the Misty Rain Jiang Nan. You have arrived. As Jiang Nan entered the live stream, Jiang Yan, who was likely preparing to greet others, immediately turned to welcome him. Peacock Southeast flies. Little Yan, what do you mean by that? Peacock Southeast flies. Shouldn't you be welcoming me first? Peacock Southeast flies. Do you think someone at level 60 on Douyin is superior to me? Jiang Nan cast a glance at the barrage of comments and was taken aback by the audacity of a level 1 novice to speak so boldly. What was he doing? Was he being unjustly targeted? No, no, no. I simply did not see Brother Peacock's ID at first. In the frame, Jiang Nan donned her familiar JK uniform, clearly displaying her fondness for white stockings. At that moment, she sat cross-legged on her chair, her lower half impeccably concealed, without any hint of impropriety. However, her delicate, transparent, white stocking-clad feet were visible within the camera's view. The number of viewers in the live stream was merely a little over 10, yet aside from the level 1 novice Peacock Southeast flies making comments, no one else was engaging in conversation, leaving one to wonder what everyone was doing behind their screens. Peacock flies Southeast. Just wait, I shall immediately scan for you. How absurd that I, the illustrious Peacock brother of the Douhu platform, am overshadowed by someone at level 60 on Douyin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan wore a cheerful smile, yet inwardly muttered in frustration. She could not deny that this Peacock Fly Southeast had generously gifted 2 million to female streamers on Douhu, but what did that matter to her? She had not reaped any of that bounty. At most, he had sent her a couple of super rockets, which merely earned her a verification badge. In comparison to Jiang Nan, whether in terms of looks or willingness to spend, one could hardly call her foolish for wanting to maintain a connection with this affluent gentleman. Brother Jiang Nan, you have been exceedingly busy these days, Jiang Yin remarked with a bright smile. The camera captured her delicate, translucent, silk-clad feet as they stirred slightly. With this subtle motion, chatter erupted among the audience. Tomato really see. S. She has emerged. Eggfan 15. Streamer, do you sell tea bags? I wish to brew some tea. Dream God Jade. Hey there, I feel like your ID seems rather familiar. This woman was indeed a master of subtle allure. Jiang Nan observed her every calculated move, his gaze flickering momentarily. Unlike Su Yun and Lin Man, Jiang Yan's gestures were undeniably tantalizing. Just moments ago, her inexplicable foot movement and the way she tugged at her sheer silk were all designed to captivate attention. Such antics could easily enhance her likability. With only one opportunity remaining, Jiang Nan was determined to amass as much goodwill as he could. For the sake of the Jiangxing mansion and his mastery of martial arts, he was resolute. Send. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival 1 to the streamer. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival 1 to the streamer. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival 1 to the streamer. In the span of mere moments, Jiang Nan's nimble fingers, akin to Kato Takashi, had dispatched over 100 gifts. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for your 100 carnivals. Jiang Yin beamed with joy. Jiang Yan's likability 3. It was now 40 points. Clapping his hands, Jiang Nan initiated another round of gifting. After a brief interval, he sent another 100. Jiang Yan's likability 5. Another 300,000 poured in, resulting in a 5-point increase in likability, which reassured Jiang Nan that his efforts were not in vain. In a sense, he was indeed at work, albeit in a most pleasurable capacity. Spending money allowed his wealth to multiply, and the labor of tapping to send gifts was akin to a form of employment. Was it not? Just as Jiang Nan prepared to seize the momentum, a message floated across the stream. Peacock flies southeast. Xiaoyan, are you ready for my gift bombardment? Peacock brother. Jiang Yin noticed that Jiang Nan had ceased his contributions and let out a resigned sigh. This fellow truly had a knack for returning at the most inopportune moments. She promptly forced a smile and spoke, please, do showcase your talents. I hope to see you in the top position. Peacock Southeast flies remarked, oh, securing the top spot is merely a trifling matter. Peacock Southeast flies generously sent a carnival gift, followed by another, and yet another, until he had sent a total of 10 carnivals. At that point, he paused, bewildered to find himself still in second place. He had indeed just arrived and had missed Jiang Nan's impressive display of 200 carnivals. Astounded, he typed, how many carnivals did the top player send? 10 hardly seems enough to claim the top spot. Brother Peacock, why not simply check the consumption leaderboard yourself? Jiang Yin replied with a hint of significance. The mention of the reader's ID is merely a light-hearted note. Sometimes I find it rather tedious to come up with names. Just enjoy the read. Chapter 68. The Standard of the Welfare Mission. With the ambition of reaching the first 100 billion in deposits, Peacock Southeast flies. Look, my apologies. 10 carnivals are insufficient. Let it be 20 or even 30. Today, I must claim the top spot. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Another 20 carnivals have been unleashed. This individual has certainly poured forth a considerable sum. In an ordinary live streaming room, one would be fortunate to witness even a single carnival. The female streamer would instantly bow deeply in gratitude. Indeed, for lesser-known streamers, a mere carnival might lead to a dinner invitation in the same city. What follows, of course, depends on one's prowess. However, I beg your pardon. How could a live streaming room in Jiang Nan be merely ordinary? Peacock Southeast Flies. Oh, this fellow over level 60 possesses some skill. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Peacock Southeast Flies has sent the streamer a carnival one. Another 20 carnivals. Thus far, Peacock Southeast Flies has contributed 50 carnivals. Each carnival costs 3,000 yuan, totaling 150,000 yuan. This amount equates to the annual income of someone consistently earning over 10,000, supplemented by bonuses. All dissipated in mere minutes due to a momentary impulse. Grateful for the 50 carnivals, Brother Peacock, your generosity may still fall short. Allow me to inform you that Brother Jiang Nan has contributed 200 carnivals. Jiang Nan appeared to express gratitude to Peacock Southeast Flies, yet her words bore an undertone of provocation. In truth, she did not solely aim to extract funds from Peacock. Rather, he relished showcasing his presence. Back during his time on the Douhu live streaming platform, Peacock Southeast Flies would invariably flaunt his wealth, claiming to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Were it not for the respectable standing of his account on Douhu, compounded by those extravagant super rockets he sent, Jiang Nan would have little inclination to engage with him. Since he desires to display, let him do so. The losses can never be his alone. Without comparison, there is no pain. This juxtaposition has undeniably heightened Jiang Nan's fondness for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's favorability 3. This increase in fondness took Jiang Nan by surprise, yet he paid it little mind. As Peacock Southeast Flies ceased his contributions, Jiang Nan continued to engage. The familiar scene unfolded once more, as Jiang Nan utilized the remaining 1 million dough diamonds to send 33 carnivals, subsequently distributing the leftover 10,000 dough diamonds as goodie bags. He then sent a message, "I shall take my leave. I will return for the next broadcast. Goodbye. Brother Jiang Nan, in a few days, when I am free, if you are available, I will be delighted to treat you to a meal." Yin Yu Jiang Nan, certainly. Jiang Nan's favorability too. Exiting the live broadcast room, Jiang Nan's mind was inundated with a series of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your expenditure is complete. You have received a 10-fold rebate, 10 million yuan. This expenditure was undoubtedly a wise investment. Not only did he profit by 9 million, but it also elevated Jiang Nan's favorability towards him to 50 points. At this level of favorability, success was virtually assured. It would be no exaggeration to say that with a little persuasion, he could achieve a complete conquest of Jiang Nan without any issue. If this trend continues, reaching a favorability of 90 points with Jiang Nan is a foregone conclusion. The mastery of physical skills at the Jiangcheng building is merely a matter of time. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Once Meng Qingqiu returned to the Magic City tomorrow, he would need to take action to thoroughly secure this beneficial side quest. Moreover, he could not afford to delay his financial pursuits. Currently, he had already established more than 4 minor objectives, and the next step was to continue spending, ceaselessly increasing his expenditure until his savings reached 1 billion. Perhaps he might even unlock a splendid side quest as a result. System, once my savings reach 1 billion, I should undoubtedly be able to acquire another side quest, correct? Jiang Nan inquired. Affirmative. The system promptly replied. I have a question, Jiang Nan said, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. With a side quest available, is there also a major quest for benefits? The rewards for merely the side quests were already substantial. What might the rewards for a more challenging major quest entail? Would it involve abilities or items beyond the ordinary? Indeed, the system responded. The difficulty of major quests will increase significantly, as will the rewards. The extraordinary abilities and items that you contemplate are bound to manifest. Oh, I thought as much. What criteria must I meet to undertake this major quest? Jiang Nan's brow arched, revealing a hint of anticipation. The minimum standard is a savings of 10 billion, with the trigger conditions being random. The system replied, Random? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he probed. What, then, constitutes the definitive standard? The host truly lives up to their title, displaying remarkable intelligence. The system praised, a savings of 10 billion is the minimum standard, which could randomly trigger a major quest for benefits. However, if the host utilizes 10 billion in savings, they may exchange it for an opportunity to undertake a major quest for benefits. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Nan's eyes brightened instantly. What a revelation! He could actually purchase an opportunity to undertake a major quest with money, rather than feeling constrained by the system. This was, in fact, a compelling incentive for him to consume more and earn even more, regardless of the difficulty of the major quest. What if the reward was an elixir of immortality? Or perhaps an eternal body? Once one transcends the realm of humanity, neither abilities nor possessions can be compared to the value of money found in a mundane world. Only a fool would hesitate to invest billions in exchange for a singular opportunity that promises to elevate one to greatness. Henceforth, the objective is not merely 10 billion, but a staggering 100 billion. In Jiang Nan's eyes, ambition ignited like a wildfire. Suddenly, his phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a new message. Before he could check it, a call from Kyoto rang through. His remarkable memory recalled that this particular call had already come in earlier that afternoon. Chapter 69, Jiang Nan. This system is simply too overpowered. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jiang Nan? Upon hearing the familiar opening of a scam call, he chuckled softly. Yes. The voice on the other end was extraordinarily sweet, and Jiang Nan, rather than hastily hanging up, decided to toy with her a little. There's a parcel in Kyoto that requires your signature. May I inquire when you might be free to come and sign a contract? The sweet voice continued. A delivery? Jiang Nan paused momentarily before it dawned on him that this was a typical delivery scam. I'm in Jiangcheng. Am I supposed to buy a plane ticket just to collect this parcel? Jiang Nan laughed. You can handle this delivery however you wish. I truly have no interest in it. Mr. Jiang Nan. The tone of the sweet voice shifted slightly. Are you certain that I can manage this parcel as I please? Yes. Do as you like with it, Jiang Nan replied before promptly hanging up. What kind of delivery would require him to fly to Kyoto? He mused that with the time spent on such nonsense, he would be better off indulging himself in Jiangxing, especially since his primary goal was to amass 100 billion in savings. He was eager to see how arduous the grand tasks that came with such wealth would be, and what rewards awaited him. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within a modest apartment, a poised woman with a high ponytail donned an impressive professional outfit. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were strikingly elegant. From her attire, she exuded an aura of a refined, mature woman. However, as the camera panned upward, it revealed a face that was undeniably adorable. Yes, adorable. One could acknowledge her exquisite features, yet their combination imparted an almost youthful innocence. Thus, her sophisticated attire juxtaposed with her youthful visage gave the impression that she was merely a minor who had pilfered her sister's or mother's clothing. This Mr. Jiang Nan is quite peculiar. According to my research, he should merely be a 3-no young man raised in an orphanage. How strange that he would disregard a parcel in Kyoto. The woman furrowed her brow slightly as she glanced at Jiang Nan's information, murmuring to herself, Regardless, I'll inform the elder gentleman of Mr. Jiang Nan's intentions. Perhaps we might consider selling that parcel and transferring the funds to him. Her gaze flickered, and her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Jiang Nan's details, whispering, The head of the Jiang family is indeed generous. Is it truly to cultivate his eldest son that he callously abandoned him for 22 years? Or is it because the youngest son has proven to be too exceptional? At this juncture, the woman inhaled deeply, her eyes resting on Jiang Nan's photograph, revealing a hint of sadness upon her face. It must be said, this reveals the true nature of the affluent families. Only that old gentleman from the Jiang family shows concern for his eldest grandson, Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to secretly arrange a piece of land for Jiang Nan. As for the matters in Kyoto, Jiang Nan remains oblivious. Currently, having amassed several million on Douyin and earned tens of millions, he has returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, gazing at the still, slumbering Meng Qingxiu, Jiang then placed his hand on her pulse. Within mere seconds, his gaze flickered. She is remarkably healthy. Initially, Jiang Nan intended to check if Meng Qingxiu's recent indulgences would manifest any adverse effects. However, this examination revealed that her health was nothing short of exceptional. Regardless of the circumstances, ordinary girls would exhibit some signs of vitality depletion. Yet Meng Qingxiu displayed no trace of such fatigue whatsoever. Darling, at this moment, Meng Qingxiu slowly awakened. Surprised to find Jiang Nan checking her pulse, she exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with me?" "No, you're very healthy," Jiang Nan praised. "That's good. You startled me." Meng Qingxiu sighed in relief, then turned to Jiang Nan, her face lighting up with a smile as she opened her arms to embrace his neck, softly stating, "Darling Qiu is hungry again." Affection level 1. An hour and a half later, Jiang Nan's mind was graced with the anticipated notification sound from system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated your attractiveness score to above 95 with a high-value female confidant, resulting in a corresponding increase in affection level, granting you one opportunity for a draw. Just as Jiang Nan carried the languid Meng Qingxiu towards the bathroom, having taken only a few steps, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. At the moment the system's notification emerged, Jiang Nan halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "System, is this a newly added feature?" As he resumed walking, he inquired further.
"Following the last host's feedback, this is indeed a new feature.
Any female confidant who achieves an attractiveness score of 95 and has their affection level correspondingly matched will be granted an additional opportunity for a draw." The system elucidated. "Excellent." Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "So, if the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man also raise their attractiveness scores to 95, would I then receive an additional draw opportunity on top of the one I should have already obtained?" "You're correct," the system affirmed. "I understand." Jiang Nan's face radiated excitement. This system is undeniably impressive, truly attentive to the host's experience, diligently refining itself based on feedback. In this regard, Jiang Nan believed he had not encountered many systems like his on the Tomato Novel app. It was remarkably overpowered. With such a system in place, what worries could there be about not ascending to the pinnacle of this world? Perhaps even becoming a true king without a crown? After a brief interlude of cleansing, Jiang Nan cradled Meng Qingxiu and returned to the sanctuary of the bedroom. Once they adorned themselves in their attire, they exited the room together. Meng Qingxiu, devoid of makeup, donned a simple white dress that accentuated her elegance. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, instantly evoking a serene aura. However, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, her demeanor transformed into that of youthful shyness. The goddess in the eyes of others was merely a Na'vi girl, experiencing the fluttering of first love before Jiang Nan. Tonight marked the final evening. Soon they would venture to procure a few items, and she would take something back for her dear friend, striving to leave a favorable impression, lest she be met with disdain during his next visit to the bustling metropolis. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingxiu's slender waist and whispered softly in her ear, "Darling, Yao Yao would never. Besides, with your remarkable qualities, what girl could resist your charm?" As Meng Qingxiu spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. "Let us hope Yao Yao does not fall head over heels for you, or it may lead to a rift between us, lifelong friends." Chapter 70. The Allure of Jiang Nan. Not quite. Jiang Nan shook his head. If he lacked any ability, how could he dare to establish this harem? Moreover, it was evident from Meng Qingxiu's demeanor that she was not particularly adamant about this matter. "Let us dine first," she suggested softly, refraining from further discussion on the topic. An hour later, the two arrived at the largest shopping district in the old city. After securing a parking spot and feeling the gaze of passers-by upon them, Jiang Nan was suddenly reminded of the day he first acquired the system. Back then, he was merely driving a Porsche Cayenne with a modest savings just over $1 million. Now, he boasted an impressive 5 small goals, and his vehicle was a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra valued at $60 million. Moreover, he was accompanied by a stunning beauty, whose allure was rated at a remarkable 96. Such transformations had unfolded in just a few days, leaving him with an almost surreal sense of progress. Darling, at that moment, Meng Qingxiu linked her arm with his, leaning against him, and whispered, "Why do you seem a bit taller?" "Just an illusion," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Cool, me. You should pick out something you like. Don't hesitate. I will indulge you." Meng Qingxiu beamed in response. The striking couple walked through the crowd, undeniably captivating the attention of those around them. Are they celebrities? Their looks are simply extraordinary. Wow, even if they aren't stars, they must be prominent influencers. I just saw that handsome man arrive in a Pagani Huayra. He is the epitome of wealth and charm, and his companion is an absolute beauty with an unparalleled aura. In this moment, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu were surrounded by whispers akin to NPCs in a video game, capturing the attention and astonishment of onlookers. Soon, Jiang Nan led Meng Qingxiu into a Chanel store. After a brief period of browsing, they emerged with 2 bags each. Next, they ventured to LV, Gucci, Prada. After merely an hour of shopping, they found themselves burdened by their purchases. Too much. Jiang Nan resolutely indulged in spending, ensuring that whatever Meng Qingxiu fancied, or what he thought her close friend Yao Yao would appreciate, was acquired without hesitation. Although an hour may seem insufficient for significant expenditures, their tour through high-end boutiques had amassed nearly 10 million in purchases. Fortunately, upon completion of their shopping spree, the 6-fold cashback rewards significantly boosted his savings to an impressive 5 small goals. Yet, he mused, this was merely a trivial endeavor. The real investments awaited in real estate, purchasing a commercial or residential building, which would undoubtedly require at least 100 million. Jiang Nan squinted slightly as he referred to the landlords of the old district and their antiquated buildings. Yes, and there's also the matter of purchasing land. He inhaled deeply, realizing that he was currently unable to engage with such substantial expenditures, perhaps due to certain limitations in his consumption. Patience is key. One cannot become corpulent in a single bite. Jiang Nan was acutely aware of this principle. "Darling, your desire for shopping rivals that of a woman," Meng Qingxiu remarked with a wry smile. There were still some items left in the store, which will be shipped back to the metropolis tomorrow. Otherwise, having purchased nearly 10 million worth of goods, it would be impossible to adorn oneself with them all at once. "I cannot allow you to return empty-handed," Jiang Nan chuckled, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Soon, the two returned to a small street in front of their parking space. "Why are there so many people?" Jiang Nan, being slightly taller, spotted several alluring young women lingering around the Pagani Huayra, some engrossed in their phones while others wandered about, seemingly awaiting the return of the luxury supercar's owner. "These beauties have been loitering for an hour. Hilarious. They must be hoping for a chance encounter with the owner of that Pagani. Bro, you really are something. Standing here for an hour?" "Nah, I just happened to pass by an hour ago. Not standing guard," his companion replied. Upon overhearing the passers-by, Jiang Nan's expression turned peculiar. Meanwhile, Meng Qingxiu wore an amused look and whispered, "Darling, can you imagine how many women would want to add you on WeChat if I weren't by your side all day? Being handsome is one thing, but being wealthy as well? What woman could resist such a man? To say the least, at least 99% of women would be unable to withstand it. This Pagani Huayra is a bit too ostentatious. I think we should look for a more understated yet still impressive car tomorrow," Jiang Nan suggested softly. "This kind of sports car serves no purpose other than to show off. Yet, isn't that precisely what buyers seek, to flaunt?" His temperament had matured significantly compared to a few days prior. He was no longer inclined towards the flamboyance he once exhibited. As they conversed, they strolled past the small street towards the parking space of the Pagani Huayra. With their arrival, a stir of excitement ensued. This strikingly attractive couple drew the attention of those around them, especially as some recognized Jiang Nan as the affluent owner of the Pagani, generating a flurry of conversation. Simultaneously, the young women who had gathered around the Pagani immediately redirected their gazes towards Jiang Nan, completely disregarding Meng Qingxiu. A few of them rushed forward, their faces adorned with charming smiles. Handsome, is this your Pagani Huayra? Is truly magnificent. Could you perhaps add a green bubble? Frog Fawn, dear sir, this Pagani Huayra is the car of my dreams. Would you be so kind as to take me for a spin? If you desire to indulge in some delightful escapades within the car, I would not object. Handsome, how utterly exaggerated. When one is both handsome and wealthy. These so-called goddesses in the eyes of ordinary folk seem to rush forward, eager to offer themselves. I have no interest, Jiang Nan stated plainly. Although the beauty of these few girls hovers around an 80 on the scale, none could be deemed purely natural beauties. Having undergone enhancements, they merely manage to maintain an 80 despite their excellent figure management. Yet, which of them can compare to the enchanting confidant by his side? The least among them, Lin Man, is now a naturally stunning beauty, scoring a solid 90 and possesses her own unique style, remaining authentic. These few, even in a state of intoxication, he would find it hard to entertain the idea of a one-night affair. Chapter 71. The fierce and adorable Chio. Just watch me twist her nose. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's candid declaration of disinterest, the expressions of the women momentarily stiffened. However, this rigidity dissolved almost immediately as they adeptly transformed their countenances into warm, inviting smiles, exhibiting no trace of embarrassment. Handsome, just a simple addition of a green bubble. It won't hurt anyone. Of course, if you desire something more, I wouldn't mind that either. Just as one of the women uttered these words, Meng Qingqiu interjected coolly, "Did you not hear my darling express his lack of interest?" With Meng Qingqiu's voice resonating through the space, the women finally turned their attention towards her. Initially, they had overlooked Meng Qingqiu, but upon noticing such a stunning beauty beside Jiang Nan, their expressions shifted dramatically. Beautiful, utterly enchanting. Meng Qingqiu's allure was not akin to the artificially enhanced appearances of these women. She was a genuine, natural beauty. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if they attempted to replicate her visage, they could never achieve such an effect. A popular saying online aptly encapsulates this sentiment. Possessing merely 3 points of ethereal beauty is sufficient to distinguish oneself among a multitude of stunning women. In this moment, the same could be said for Meng Qingqiu. To say she possessed merely 2 points would be an understatement. Even a mere resemblance would place her in the realm of unparalleled beauty among ordinary individuals. This beauty, I concede you are striking, but you cannot deter us from pursuing our preferences. One tall woman remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, yes. The other 2 women hastily nodded in agreement. My darling deserves only the finest, and you do not measure up. He wouldn't be so easily swayed. Meng Qingqiu replied coolly. Upon hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, the women's expressions darkened instantly. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were regarded as the epitome of beauty. Having always been surrounded by admirers, they had never before endured such indignity. You little vixen, I don't think you are all that. Smack! Before the woman could finish her sentence, Meng Qingqiu calmly transferred her right hand from her pocket to her left and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap. In Jiang Nan's presence, she appeared docile and innocent, resembling a young girl in the throes of first love. However, do not mistake her demeanor for weakness. A princess born into a wealthy family, cherished and pampered since childhood. Who could fathom the pride lurking within her? To be publicly labeled a vixen was intolerable for her. You, the woman, clutching her face in disbelief, stared incredulously at Meng Qingqiu. Your nose is crooked. Perhaps you ought to consider a more reputable cosmetic clinic? Spending a little money in hopes of reeling in a big catch? Just look at your entire ensemble. Do you even qualify? Meng Qingqiu stated, her demeanor calm as she regarded the woman. I will kill you. The woman, thoroughly provoked, attempted to approach Meng Qingqiu with malice. Yet Jiang Nan swiftly enveloped Meng Qingqiu in his embrace, casting a mere indifferent glance at the woman. He remained silent, merely gazing at her with a calm intensity that instilled a sense of dread within the woman, prompting her to instinctively retreat several steps. Please make way, Jiang Nan remarked in a composed tone. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's indifferent voice, the women quickly parted to create a path. As Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu entered the car and the Pagani Wind Sun gradually drove away, the women finally regained their composure. "Damn!" exclaimed the tall woman, her exclamation punctuated by frustration. Then, noticing the curious onlookers around her, she quickly added, "What are you even filming for? Clowns!" At that moment, a wave of derisive laughter erupted in the vicinity. The term clown struck the women like 1,000 daggers, rendering them speechless. In the presence of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, they were indeed mere jesters. "Darling, was I too fierce just now?" Meng Qingqiu inquired softly, her fingers fidgeting nervously as she lowered her head in the passenger seat. "I was more worried about your hand hurting, but, to be honest..." Jiang Nan cleared his throat. "What?" Meng Qingqiu's anxiety heightened. "When you slapped her, you genuinely misaligned her nose." Who could maintain their composure in such a moment? "Ha ha ha!" Meng Qingqiu burst into laughter, then mimicked Bruce Lee's iconic move, proudly declaring, "That's right. How dare that wretched woman insult me? Does she truly think she deserves to share my remarkable darling? And to call me a little slut? Just wait until I misalign her nose." Meng Qingqiu's spirited words elicited another round of hearty laughter from Jiang Nan. "You're absolutely adorable," he exclaimed. However, it was not just her charm that amused him. It was her stance regarding his interactions with other women. Firstly, there was the matter of looks, and secondly, excellence. Clearly, Meng Qingqiu would not tolerate sharing Jiang Nan with a woman who paled in comparison to her, especially given her own distinguished family background. While not at the pinnacle, she was certainly well acquainted with such matters, which made her more accepting than the average person. "Darling, this final night, I shall cherish it dearly," Meng Qingqiu suddenly whispered. The following morning, around 8 o'clock at Jiangqing Airport, after exchanging a kiss, Jiang Nan watched as she turned back every few steps, reluctant to part, her face reflecting a slight daze. With a sigh, he lit a cigarette, taking a long drag and releasing a cloud of smoke, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. The 2 days Meng Qingqiu spent with him had flown by at an astonishing pace. It had already been 5 full days since he acquired the system. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, a mysterious expression gracing his countenance. Presently, he had accumulated 5 modest savings goals, and his assets were substantial, culminating in an overall wealth that reached the impressive threshold of 1 billion. Such a pace of growth was nothing short of extraordinary, yet it was still insufficient. Today marked the commencement of the 6th day, and from this point onward, each day must see me surpassing the previous day in excellence and affluence. The cigarette was swiftly extinguished as Jiang Nan approached a nearby trash bin to dispose of the cigarette, but a crisp sound of high heels striking the ground resonated behind him. "Handsome, I've been observing you for a while. May I add you to my contacts?" A sweet voice floated to his ears before he had even turned around. Chapter 72. The stunning flight attendant with a beauty score of 95. As Jiang Nan turned around, his gaze fell upon a beautiful woman clad in a flight attendant uniform, pulling a small suitcase behind her. Even Jiang Nan, who had encountered countless beauties, found himself momentarily entranced. He swiftly employed his insight technique on her. Name: Ning Rushuang. Age: 24 years. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Beauty score: 95 points. Affinity: 12 points. A height of 172 centimeters. A beauty score of 95. Truly exceptional. Honestly, if it were not for the insight technique, he would scarcely believe that such an exquisite flight attendant had not fallen prey to unscrupulous advances. Affinity with Ning Rushuang, 3. As Jiang Nan was lost in thought, the system's notification echoed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. Naturally, he could not refuse such a remarkable woman's request to connect. They promptly exchanged contact information. Jiang Nan, a lovely name. Ning Rushuang sent her name in return. Ning Rushuang, your name is quite melodious as well. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Ning Rushuang replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps due to the novelty of initiating a connection, she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Are you finishing your shift, or? Jiang Nan ventured to break the silence. I just completed my flight. I'm heading home now, Ning Rushuang responded softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with interest as he cheerfully offered, Shall I give you a ride? Sure. Ning Rushuang replied without hesitation, having already taken the initiative to ask for Jiang Nan's WeChat. Let us go. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they approached a luxurious Maybach. After placing her suitcase in the trunk, they both entered the vehicle. Thank you so much, Jiang Nan, Ning Rushuang said with a smile as she fastened her seatbelt. Not at all. Please provide me with your address so I can find the quickest route, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Okay. Ning Rushuang promptly sent him her location via WeChat. Nan's city? Not too far. Jiang Nan nodded, steering the Maybach onto the road. During the journey, they exchanged casual remarks, appearing somewhat awkward, yet in reality, there was no awkwardness at all. Occasionally, Ning Rushuang would steal glances at Jiang Nan, her beautiful face betraying a hint of shy infatuation. Men are drawn to beauty, and similarly, beautiful women are attracted to handsome men. This is indisputable. Jiang Nan's striking good looks were beyond compare, radiating an extraordinary charm reminiscent of a nobleman stepping out from the pages of a novel. It was evident that just a fleeting glance from Ning Rushuang had captivated her attention entirely. After waiting for a brief moment, she finally resolved to approach and inquire about WeChat. Ning Rushuang occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, who reciprocated her gaze. However, what captivated him was not merely the stunning beauty of this flight attendant, but rather the delicate gray stockings that subtly clung to her legs as she leaned closer. To be frank, Jiang Nan had never before encountered someone in reality adorned in such stockings, especially not one as leggy, perfectly proportioned, and extraordinarily attractive as Ning Rushuang. Frankly speaking, Jiang Nan believed that if Ning Rushuang were to host a live stream, simply sitting before the camera in such an outfit without uttering a word, there would undoubtedly be countless admirers eager to shower her with gifts. This might seem exaggerated, but a gem like her entering the streaming world, provided she dared to push boundaries, would possess an infinite capacity to attract wealth. Are you a local from Jiangxin? Ning Rushuang initiated another conversation after a brief pause. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at her inquisitively. Aren't you from Jiangxin? I am as well, Ning Rushuang admitted, perhaps not quite adept at conversing with men, as she fell into an awkward silence after a few exchanges. How long have you been a flight attendant? It was Jiang Nan's turn to inquire. Which airline do you work for? I will definitely choose your airline next time I fly. I work for Jiangxin Airlines. I have just completed a year. Ning Rushuang replied obediently. That's great. I used to have a certain perception of flight attendants, thinking they were only gentle and charming on the plane. I never expected you to be so warm off duty as well. You must have many admirers, Jiang Nan smiled. Indeed, there are quite a few suitors, but I tend to be somewhat socially anxious in private, which means those who pursue me rarely stand a chance. Ning Rushuang nodded, and, after saying this, she seemed to realize something and quickly added, of course, it's not that I can't go out with them. I just don't feel a strong connection with those who pursue me. Her words were an unmistakable hint. Jiang Nan chuckled knowingly. It appeared that Ning Rushuang was indeed a true connoisseur of beauty, only drawn to the aesthetically pleasing. He did not believe that a luxury car worth over $1 million would induce a materialistic mindset in such a remarkable flight attendant. If she were genuinely materialistic, she would have a plethora of wealthy suitors eager to shower her with gifts. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Ning Rushuang was waiting for the right offer. Yet, a Maybach alone would hardly provoke such eagerness in her. Thus, only one possibility remained, an ultimate appreciation for beauty. When is your next flight? Jiang Nan took the initiative. In 2 days, Ning Rushuang replied. Are you free at noon? Jiang Nan proposed directly. I also live in the South City. If you have time, may I treat you to a meal? Sounds good. Ning Rushuang was contemplating inviting Jiang Nan to lunch as a heartfelt gesture of gratitude for escorting her home. To her surprise, he took the initiative to invite her instead, instantly lifting her spirits. Ning Rushuang's affection level 5. This unexpected increase in affection by 5 points caught Jiang Nan off guard, prompting him to steal an extra glance at her. Simultaneously, Ning Rushuang turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and in that moment, an invisible spark ignited between them within the confines of the car. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2. Such a rapid increase in affection seemed almost too effortless. Little did he realize that his striking visage and exceptional charm held immense allure for someone as enamored with aesthetics as she was, especially at such a close range. Ning Ruo Shuang, who had never encountered a visage as divine as Jiang Nan's, found her heart racing uncontrollably. After all, having lived for 24 years, she had never before laid eyes on a man so extraordinarily handsome. With just a glance, he captured her completely. Chapter 73. Fluttering heart. Half an hour later, in the southern city, at the entrance of a modest residential complex, a luxurious Maybach came to a gentle halt. Jiang Nan, would you like to come in for a drink? Ning Ru Shuang in the passenger seat hesitated for a moment before softly extending her invitation. As soon as she uttered those words, Jiang Nan noticed her delicate face instantly flush crimson. It was evident that this was her first time being so forward. Is there no one at home? Jiang Nan inquired. This is my rented apartment. I don't live with my family, Ning Ru Shuang replied quietly. All right. Jiang Nan was not one to decline such an invitation. Affection for Ning Ru Shuang. 3. With this increase, along with the earlier gain, Ning Ru Shuang, the exquisite flight attendant, now harbored 25 points of affection for Jiang Nan. To be honest, it had only been about an hour since they had met, and yet the affection had soared to 25 points, indicating a rather rapid progression. Soon enough, they arrived at the underground parking of the complex, as directed by Ning Ru Shuang. After disembarking, Jiang Nan proactively took hold of her small suitcase, a gesture that instantly earned him an additional 2 points of affection. Ding! As they entered the elevator, Ning Ru Shuang pressed the button for the 20th floor. Taking a deep breath, she stood beside Jiang Nan. Thump! 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 The proximity between them was close, and with Jiang Nan's keen hearing, he could discern her heart racing, revealing her inner turmoil. Ding! As the elevator reached the first floor, a crowd of people stepped inside. Elderly, children, men, and women. Naturally, the striking presence of Jiang Nan and the stunningly uniformed Ning Ru Shuang drew the attention of everyone in the elevator, who intermittently pretended to be nonchalant while stealing glances at the pair. However, within mere seconds, the curious glances resumed, as if on a loop. Ding! While more people entered the elevator, only a few elderly individuals accompanied by children exited. Consequently, the elevator began to feel increasingly crowded. Seeing the growing congestion, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. Logically, it was normal for the elevator to be full when descending. However, it was unusual for so many to be ascending from the first floor. There are so many people, Ning Ru Shuang remarked from her corner, relieved that there were no other men around her. Otherwise, she might have felt overwhelmed to the point of tears. Shall we get off? Jiang Nan stood protectively before her. Their gazes locked. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there, he encouraged. In this close proximity, Ning Ru Shuang felt her cheeks burn, and her heart raced even faster than before. Moreover, Jiang Nan's scent was inexplicably enticing. Oh my goodness, what is it about this man that evokes such a powerful allure in me? Ning Ruo Shuang occasionally swallowed nervously, her face flushed and her gaze cast downward. Too timid to meet Jiang Nan's eyes, she feared that if she stole even a glance at him, she might inexplicably throw herself into his embrace. Ning Ruo Shuang, affection level 5. Another 5 points of affection accrued. Jiang Nan felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Ding! At that moment, the elevator chimed, signaling that someone was finally descending. However, several men reluctantly exited, glancing back multiple times as they left. The elevator continued its ascent, soon reaching the 18th floor. A few women disembarked as well, similarly reluctant, casting wistful looks back as they stepped out. He was simply too handsome. If it weren't for his extraordinarily beautiful girlfriend, I would have been unable to resist asking him if he was taken. My goodness, I have never encountered such a striking man. Just being near him made me feel inexplicably drawn to him. As the elevator doors slowly closed, only Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang remained inside. Hearing the chatter from outside, they exchanged a glance, both breaking into smiles. Shortly thereafter, they reached the 20th floor. Jiang Nan carried Ning Ruo Shuang's small suitcase as they exited the elevator. To the left, Ning Ruo Shuang led him, her voice tinged with shyness. My place is a bit small, please bear with me. Before long, They entered the apartment, with Ning Ruo Shuang speaking apologetically. Jiang Nan took a moment to survey the layout of the space. While small, it was not insignificant and boasted a pleasing minimalist design that Jiang Nan particularly favored. I don't have any men's slippers, so please make do with mine. But don't worry, they're clean, Ning Ruo Shuang offered. At that moment, Jiang Nan's attention shifted back to her as he noticed her bending down to search through the shoe cabinet. From this angle, her graceful figure was undeniably captivating. Just then, Ning Ruo Shuang turned and handed him a pair of pink slippers, her cheeks adorably flushed. Thank you, Jiang Nan replied, accepting the slippers and changing into them. Ning Ruo Shuang, meanwhile, slipped off her high heels, supporting herself against the shoe cabinet, her right leg slightly lifted behind her. Coincidentally, as she turned to grab her heels, she inadvertently met Jiang Nan's intense gaze. Ning Ruo Shuang affection level 2. Their eyes locked once more, and an electric spark ignited between them. The sound of high heels clattering to the ground broke the moment. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality, just as he regained his composure. The lingering thrill from their gaze caused Ning Ruo Shuang to lose her balance, her body leaning backward. A cacophony of panicked exclamations erupted, prompting Jiang Nan to immediately set down his suitcase. He stepped forward and embraced the fallen Ning Ruo Shuang, instinctively drawing her into his arms. Are you all right? Jiang Nan inquired with genuine concern, gazing at the beautiful visage of Ning Ruo Shuang nestled against him. In that fleeting moment, her breath quickened inexplicably, a rosy hue blossoming across her flawless face, and the rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. I'm fine, came her faint reply. Affection level for Ning Ruo Shuang 2. Upon receiving the system's prompt once more, Jiang Nan could not help but inhale deeply. Thump, thump, thump. Both their hearts raced in unison at that moment. As Jiang Nan's face drew nearer to hers, Ning Ruo Shuang swallowed hard and instinctively closed her eyes. 20 seconds later, affection level for Ning Ruo Shuang 5. Chapter 74. The compassionate heart of a healer, the gentle Jiang Nan. How swift it is! The fondness has surged by another 5 points, prompting Jiang Nan to silently marvel. In such a brief span of time, merely a little over an hour since their acquaintance, Ning Ruo Shuang's admiration for him has astonishingly reached an impressive 41 points. It is indeed remarkable. The velocity of this progression is unparalleled compared to any woman he has ever known. Jiang Nan, I'm all right now, Ning Ruo Shuang softly murmured, her voice imbued with an endless shyness. In contrast to Jiang Nan's astonishment, she too was enveloped in her own disbelief. They had merely known each other for a little over an hour, yet she had already invited this man into her home. Upon hearing Ning Ruo Shuang's words, Jiang Nan assisted her to her feet, his hand lingering at her waist. Once she removed the other high-heeled shoe, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her as they made their way to the sofa in the living room. Just as they sat down, the emotions from earlier began to dissipate. Suddenly, Ning Ruo Shuang inhaled sharply, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead and her brows knitted tightly. Had she twisted her ankle? Jiang Nan immediately crouched down. It seems your left foot has sustained an injury, he observed, noting the flush on her cheeks as she admitted to having accidentally twisted her ankle, which still pained her. Let me take a look, he offered. With the expertise of a master in traditional Chinese medicine, he was adept at treating everything from complex ailments to minor injuries with ease. Jiang Nan examined her ankle closely, noticing the slight redness. I'll fetch some ice for you, he said gently. I truly appreciate your help, Ning Ruo Shuang replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. There's no trouble at all, Jiang Nan smiled, embodying the benevolence of a healer. His mastery in traditional medicine allowed him to focus entirely on her needs in this moment, such as the concentration of a true master. Upon hearing his words, Ning Ruo Shuang's cheeks reddened further, yet the seriousness on Jiang Nan's face stirred something within her heart. All right, she whispered softly. Ning Ruo Shuang's fondness gucks. As Jiang Nan rose to retrieve the eyes from the kitchen, he glanced back at Ning Ruo Shuang, whose face was flushed with shyness and unable to meet his gaze. I'll get you some ice. It won't take long, and you'll be fine soon, he assured. Okay, Ning Rushuang nodded shyly, still avoiding his eyes. Once Jiang Nan entered the kitchen, she dared to glance in his direction, releasing a heavy sigh, her heartbeat quickening, feeling her face ablaze. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she murmured to herself, Jiang Nan is so focused on treating my injured ankle. Well, what about me? I have been pondering deeply. Spring has truly arrived. Yet, I find it impossible to suppress my fluttering heart. How gentle, how handsome. Truly, he embodies the ideal of my heartthrob, much like a prince from my dreams. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2. At this moment, while Jiang Nan was tinkering with ice cubes in the kitchen, the system's notification echoed in his mind, causing him to blink in surprise. Goodness, is it really that easy to level up? In just over an hour, he had astonishingly reached a total of 45 points. It is no exaggeration to say that if something enchanting and indescribable were to transpire between Jiang Nan and her, it is highly unlikely that Ning Rushuang would decline. Encountering a woman captivated by appearance, my charm is undeniably at its zenith. Jiang Nan could not help but chuckle. As the protagonist, he understood himself to be a potent allure to many women. The slightest interaction would undoubtedly lead to their enthrallment. However, he had never encountered a woman as strikingly exaggerated as Ning Rushuang, merely relying on his visage, coupled with a few serendipitous events. He had effortlessly skyrocketed to 45 affection points in just over an hour. If additional efforts were made, could he not achieve a remarkable 90 points within a single day? With this thought, Jiang Nan's interest was piqued. Ning Rushuang's beauty rated a commendable 95, surpassing his previous target, Jiang Yan, by 3 points. Do not underestimate this trifling difference. If they were to stand side by side, any hesitation in choosing one would be a profound disrespect to such an exceptional flight attendant as Ning Rushuang. Over the course of 2 days, he resolved to strive for an increase in her affection points to reach 90. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly before returning to the living room with a small bag filled with ice. Your ankle isn't severely sprained. A cold compress for about 10 minutes, followed by a warm compress for 20 to 30 minutes, should allow you to walk freely. Jiang Nan crouched down and applied the bag of ice to her slightly reddened ankle. Ah! The icy sensation caused Ning Rushuang to gasp in surprise. Jiang Nan, I'm truly grateful to you. Without you, I would have been at a loss for how to handle this sprain. Ning Rushuang saitsidi. No need for thanks. But if you have any silver needles at home, I could perform acupuncture, and in no time, you would be able to walk without hindrance. Jiang Nan replied softly. I don't have those, but with just the ice, I already feel quite comfortable. The pain has nearly subsided. You can perform acupuncture? How impressive. Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine? Ning Rushuang gazed at Jiang Nan, who was crouched before her, her face betraying an unmistakable admiration. This man is exceedingly gentle. At that moment, Jiang Nan also lifted his head, their eyes met, and a delightful atmosphere enveloped them. Yesterday, a certain gentleman mentioned a desire to offer gifts. Yet I did not perceive any contributions. Perhaps a few benevolent souls might consider bestowing their generosity upon me, as even the simplest act of kindness for the sake of love would be appreciated. Chapter 75, The Showdown 20 minutes later. Ning Rushuang's affection too. Once again, her affection has increased by 2 points. Now, Ning Rushuang's affection has reached an impressive 50 points. At this moment, the gaze she directed at Jiang Nan was significantly more exaggerated than before. Jiang Nan, she spoke softly, her voice laced with undeniable emotion. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan squatted down once more, gently cradling Ning Rushuang's delicate foot. Your sprain isn't severe. With some cold and heat compresses, it should be nearly healed. Try taking a few steps. All right. Ning Rushuang's cheeks flushed as she nodded, rising from the sofa. Jiang Nan supported her, allowing her to take a couple of tentative steps. Truly, it's fine now. Ning Rushuang wiggled her foot in delight, embracing Jiang Nan excitedly. Jiang Nan, you're simply amazing. Glad to hear you're all right. Jiang Nan patted her back, but just as he was about to speak further, Ning Rushuang interrupted him. Ning Rushuang's affectionux. Ning Rushuang's affectioncux. Ning Rushuang's affectioncolm. 2.5 hours had passed, bringing them to noon precisely. In the living room, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection had reached an astounding 80 points. With a flick, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling clouds of smoke. Remarkably, in just one morning, Ning Ruo Shuang's affection had soared to 80 points. To be candid, the speed of this progress took him completely by surprise. With 80 points of affection, it seemed far easier to reach 90 points with Ning Ruo Shuang than with that woman, Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. After all, Ning Ruo Shuang already harbored 80 points of affection for him. With a little more effort, perhaps he could effortlessly complete that beneficial side task. Moreover, her evident infatuation with good looks suggested that a few sweet words might send her affection soaring straight to 90 points. Exhaling a gentle plume of smoke, Jiang Nan retrieved his phone to check messages. He had been too preoccupied to respond earlier, so now he began to reply to each one. Meng Qing Chiu. Darling, I've safely returned to the city. Jiang Nan. Once I catch up on some sleep, I'll make time to visit you in the city. Landlady. You little rascal. Now that Chiu has left, which woman's bed have you climbed into? Don't forget to comfort me in my sorrow. Jiang Nan. Just handling some matters. Su Yin. Are you free tonight? Jiang Nan. Hard to say. I'll check later. Lin Man. Brother Jiang Nan. Today is 520. Jiang Nan. I'll come find you shortly. Having replied to all messages, Jiang Nan realized he had finished his cigarette. He extinguished it with a shake of his head, beads of perspiration now dotting his forehead. What a day. In this vicinity, there are only a handful of confidants. Who could have anticipated that on this 520 day, it would truly be exhausting? It seems I must confront a few of them. Otherwise, the incessant running around will be quite tiresome. Jiang Nan pondered and promptly created a group chat on WeChat. Jiang Nan 1. Jiang Nan, Landlady, Su Yun, Li Man. I have a matter to attend to. You all enjoy your conversation today on this 520. I shall join you once I am finished. After establishing the group chat and tagging everyone with a brief message, Jiang Nan exited WeChat without hesitation. He was never one to dwell in indecision. He was always a pragmatic individual. Once he resolved to act, he would not delay for even a second. Just as now, he had created the group, allowing the landlady and the three ladies to converse amongst themselves. If their discussion flourished, Jiang Nan would be spared the effort of seeking each one out individually. Moreover, the trio of the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man was a quintessential example of three missing one. Perhaps they could even indulge in a game of mahjong today. As Jiang Nan contemplated, he arrived at Ning Ruxiang's bedroom, gently sitting by her bedside. He reached out and caressed her flushed cheek, noticing her breath had inexplicably quickened. He spoke, "What's this? Just a moment ago, you weren't this shy, yet now you seem even more bashful. You naughty boy." Ning Ruxiang's long eyelashes fluttered, and then her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Nan, her voice soft yet imbued with a profound shyness. As their conversation unfolded, a hint of confusion crossed her face. Had someone told her such things yesterday, she would have vehemently scolded that woman for her impropriety. Yet now, such events were unfolding in her own life. Was she the one being indiscreet? This was love at first sight. Jiang Nan gently brushed aside the slightly disheveled strands of hair from Ning Ruxiang's forehead, leaning down to plant a kiss on her brow, and laughed. "Don't overthink. It will only lead to unnecessary turmoil. Are you hungry?" Ning Ruxiang's affection level 1. "Embrace me." Ning Ruxiang opened her arms, causing the blanket covering her to slip away. "Oh," she exclaimed. Yet Jiang Nan teased. "Still shy? Freshen up, and let us go out for a meal." As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Ning Ruxiang in a princess carry. His strong arms made her heart race even faster. Gazing at this man full of charm, she found herself inexplicably falling deeper for him. Ning Ruxiang's affection level 2. Another 2 points of affection gained, bringing her total to an impressive 83 points. Only 7 more points remained to reach 90 and complete the delightful little task. It sounds so close. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, looking tenderly at the bashful and enchanting Ning Ruxiang in his arms. This woman truly was his lucky star, appearing at the most opportune moment. Meanwhile, In a university cafeteria, having just prepared a delightful meal, Lin Man settled into an empty seat and retrieved her phone, noticing a notification from WeChat that piqued her interest. Jiang Nan had messaged, "I have some matters to attend to, so please enjoy your conversation today on the 520 occasion. I will join you once I am done." This message captured her attention, and she was not alone. The landlady and Su Yun had also opened the group chat and seen Jiang Nan's note. After a minute or two of silence within the group, just as the landlady was about to speak, Lin Man chimed in. "Greetings to both elder sisters, I am Lin Man, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Chapter 76. Ning Rushuang. What if he has a girlfriend? Upon seeing Lin Man's message, both the landlady and Su Yun promptly clicked on her profile. When they discovered a charming and lovely young woman, they immediately began to respond. Landlady, Lin Man, hello Man. I am Xia Jiqing. You can simply call me Sister Xia from now on. Without further ado, let us just say we are sisters now. Su Yun, Lin Man, greetings. Man, I am Su Yun, and I believe I am a bit older than you. You may call me Sister Yun. Just like Sister Xia mentioned, we are now good sisters and should take care of one another. Landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man, I haven't had lunch yet. How about we arrange a lunch together? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fact that the three women in the group had begun to plan their lunch. Even if he were aware, he would not be the slightest bit surprised. The understanding between the landlady and Su Yun was already well established. As for Lin Man, with her accommodating and gentle nature, Jiang Nan had no concerns about her fitting in with the landlady and Su Yun's little circle. At this moment, he emerged from the bathroom, cradling Ning Rushuang in his arms. After assisting her in dressing, the two exited the bedroom together. Aside from her flight attendant uniform, Ning Rushuang's wardrobe was rather modest, predominantly featuring a minimalist style. Currently, she donned a pair of jeans paired with a simple white t-shirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling the quintessential girl next door. It must be said, women of such striking beauty are undeniably enchanting even without makeup. Her skin was in impeccable condition, truly exceptional. Shouldn't you apply some light makeup before heading out? Ning Rushuang linked her arm with Jiang Nan's and, upon passing a mirror, glanced at her reflection, expressing a hint of insecurity. There's no need. Your natural beauty surpasses many fully made-up beauties. Jiang Nan remarked, not in flattery, but in earnestness. Such sweet words. Ning Rushuang beamed and nestled closer to Jiang Nan, yet she still retrieved a lipstick from her small handbag and delicately applied it. Yes, you look much more vibrant now. Surveying herself in the mirror, she smiled contentedly and, meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, shyly planted a kiss on his cheek. Upon noticing the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but laugh, quickly reaching out to wipe it off, continuing, Jiang Nan, what do you feel like eating? Just a moment ago, you were calling me wife. What's this? Have you turned indifferent after your pleasure? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang's slender waist and teased her. Such a tease. Ning Rushuang playfully hit Jiang Nan's arm, but, catching sight of his expectant expression, she shyly lowered her head and sweetly called out, husband. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2. How obedient, Jiang Nan chuckled. Ning Rushuang possesses a character that can be described as obedient. She seldom declines any of Jiang Nan's myriad requests. Even when faced with more embarrassing demands, she ultimately chooses to comply under Jiang Nan's gentle coaxing. This trait alone endears her to Jiang Nan immensely, for she is not only authentic, but also a stunning beauty with an impressive score of 95 in looks. Although he may not experience the thrill of conquest, the sensation of having Ning Rushuang willingly approach him is far more exhilarating than the satisfaction derived from a hard-won victory. What would you like to eat? Jiang Nan inquired softly as he wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang, leading her out the door and toward the elevator. I'm fine with anything. After work, I usually prepare some simple home-cooked meals for myself. So, darling, you can choose whatever you desire, and I'll happily follow your lead, Ning Rushuang replied, nestling against him in a docile manner. All right, let me see what suitable home-style restaurants are available. Ding! The elevator arrived. As Jiang Nan entered with Ning Rushuang, he caught a glimpse of notifications in the group chat out of the corner of his eye. There were multiple messages mentioning him. Glancing at Ning Rushuang beside him, he opened WeChat. 99. He was taken aback to see that the group chat he had created had accumulated such a flurry of messages in such a short span. He quickly scrolled to the beginning to peruse the content. Goodness, these women have truly formed a queue. With Ning Rushuang by his side, Jiang Nan skimmed through the messages with remarkable speed, finishing before they reached the first floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the basement level, and Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang stepped out, making their way to the Maybach. Just as Jiang Nan was about to casually locate a home-style restaurant, his phone vibrated. Unperturbed, he glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiangsheng. "Hello," Jiang Nan answered. "Mr. Jiang Nan, I am Li Jing, the private steward of Villa number 001 in Jiangsheng Tianfu." Came a cool voice from the other end. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Nan inquired while steering the car with one hand. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang Nan. The property management at Jiangsheng Tianfu wishes to know if you would like to hire some cleaners, gardeners, and professional drivers," Li Jing's voice continued. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan responded, "Cleaners and gardeners are acceptable, but I'll pass on the driver. Please take charge of these arrangements. Just inform me if funds are insufficient." "Understood," Li Jing replied respectfully. "We'll discuss it later." Jiang Nan ended the call and set his phone aside, only to notice Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat, gazing at him with an unusual expression. "What's the matter?" Jiang Nan asked with a light chuckle. "Villa, cleaners." "Gardeners? Darling, you're quite impressive." Although Ning Rushuang did not clearly hear what Li Jing had said, she managed to glean some understanding from Jiang Nan's words. "How about coming over to my place after lunch?" Jiang Nan suggested with a light-hearted chuckle. "There won't be anyone at your home, will there?" Ning Rushuang hesitated for a moment. "No one, just a private butler, perhaps," Jiang Nan replied. "I usually don't stay there. If you like it, why not consider moving in?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rushuang's mouth slightly parted, and she held her breath for a moment before quietly responding. "If you say you don't often stay there, then moving in seems rather pointless." "What do you mean by pointless? Don't you have work?" Jiang Nan inquired, looking at her and gently pinching the tip of her nose with a smile. "When you finish work, I can come and keep you company. And when you're at work, I'll just return to my usual place." "That feels a bit odd," Ning Rushuang remarked, swallowing hard as she cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Nan. It seemed that only now did she realize that after knowing him for just a morning, they had already shared indescribable, delightful experiences. It appeared she knew so little about this man on a deeper level. What if he had a girlfriend? The thought struck her, and her fair cheeks paled instantly. Chapter 77. Ning Rushuang, what a coincidence. The vehicle continued its journey, and the delicate features of Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat gradually turned pale. "You seem a bit unwell." Jiang Nan observed her unusual expression and immediately expressed his concern. "I'm fine," Ning Rushuang replied, taking a deep breath upon noticing Jiang Nan's genuine care. She patted her cheeks and opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook her head and whispered, "Let us talk after my lease expires this month." She forced herself not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, as it was indeed causing her considerable inner turmoil. Since it had already transpired, she resolved to act as if she were oblivious. Only this way could their nascent relationship perhaps avoid an untimely end. Furthermore, to be honest, how could Ning Rushuang bear to leave simply because Jiang Nan might have a girlfriend? After all, it was all merely conjecture. Perhaps Jiang Nan was unattached? With this thought, Ning Rushuang seemed to have successfully reassured herself. Her pallid complexion returned to normal in just a moment. An hour later, after a delightful lunch, Jiang Nan drove the luxurious Maybach he had borrowed from his landlady into the upscale community of Jiangsheng Tianfu. "Darling, your villa is in Jiangsheng Tianfu?" Upon entering the community, Ning Rushuang was momentarily taken aback. Being a local of Jiangsheng, she was well aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangsheng Tianfu. With only 9 villas available, the prices were even more staggering, and Jiang Nan's villa was indeed among them. "Yes," Jiang Nan replied with a smile, nodding at the incredulous Ning Rushuang. "What do you think? Do you like the environment here? If you find it appealing, you could move in." Although Ning Rushuang's current neighborhood was not particularly low-end and somewhat mixed, living in Jiangsheng Tianfu would undoubtedly offer a far greater sense of security compared to a rented apartment. Given the lavishness and pricing of properties in Jiangsheng Tianfu, It was hard to imagine anyone disliking it. Unable to contain her amazement, Ning Rushuang rolled down the window to admire the verdant gardens lining the pathways, exclaiming with excitement, "Is this what life is like for the upper class? The air certainly feels much fresher." Hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head, deciding not to press the issue of her moving in. She was clearly in a state of exhilaration and wouldn't be able to absorb what he was saying at that moment. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance. Ning Rushuang gazed at the villa number 001, which resembled a small estate, her mouth forming a perfect S. She exclaimed, "My goodness, is this really a villa? It feels almost as grand as the estates I've seen on television." Jiang Nan took out his phone, opened an app, and with a simple tap, the gate began to slowly open. As Jiang Nan drove in, the gates automatically closed behind him. He navigated to the underground garage and, upon stepping out of the vehicle, cast a glance at the luxurious Porsche Cayenne. Observing the vast expanse of the garage, which housed only these two cars, his brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that the acquisition of more extravagant vehicles was indeed in order. An underground garage of such magnitude with merely two cars was rather lacking in prestige. Jiang Nan took Ning Rushuang by the arm and ascended to the first floor. Along the way, they passed by a private cinema on the basement level, an indoor swimming pool, and various leisure lounges, all of which left Ning Rushuang in awe. Was this what the life of the affluent entailed? One could indulge in any activity without stepping outside. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's voice issuing commands from the kitchen. "Remember, it must be spotless every day. The boss may not lack wealth, but he craves emotional value." "Understood." Several voices of the maids responded in unison. Just then, Li Jing emerged from the kitchen and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang. She quickly approached them, bowing respectfully to Jiang Nan. As she raised her head, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the striking Ning Rushuang, and after a lingering glance, a flicker of surprise illuminated her eyes. However, her astonishment was not merely due to Ning Rushuang's beauty. Rather, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the enchanting young woman. "I brought my girlfriend to have a look." "Li Jia, you may continue with your duties. By the way, I will send you some money later to consider purchasing a vehicle for convenience. Regular cleaners and gardeners shouldn't reside in such a villa, should they?" Jiang Nan inquired. "They do not, but boss occasionally stay over," Li Jing replied, retracting her gaze from Ning Rushuang. "That's fine. When I'm not around, I need you to keep an eye on the villa. You may move it entirely. Feel free to ask for anything you require," Jiang Nan stated. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no interest in such a stunning woman as Li Jing. However, given that she had encountered Lin Man and now Ning Rushuang, winning her over would undoubtedly prove challenging. Currently, Li Jing had yet to display any interest in him, and there were no apparent openings for him to exploit, so Jiang Nan felt no urgency. "Yes," Li Jing responded with utmost respect, embodying the demeanor of a devoted private steward toward her employer. Jiang Nan remained unfazed. He believed that every woman would eventually reveal her vulnerabilities. Time was on his side, and he harbored no concerns about discovering a way to penetrate Li Jing's defenses in due course. "I'll show you upstairs," Jiang Nan said with a faint smile, leading Ning Rushuang toward the second floor. As Ning Rushuang ascended the staircase, she glanced back. Coincidentally, Li Jing also turned to look. The two strikingly beautiful women, both exuding an allure of 95 points, locked eyes, prompting Li Jing to nod amicably and offer a gentle smile. As for Ning Rushuang, she paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, turning back with a slight furrow of her brow. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Darling, that sister we just saw was indeed quite beautiful. Her name is Li Jing, the private housekeeper of the villa." Jiang Nan explained. "Li Jing, with such a stunning private housekeeper in the villa, you truly do not reside here regularly?" Upon hearing that name, Ning Rushuang's gaze flickered, and then she pursed her lips, somewhat enviously murmuring, "No, I must move in tomorrow. I want to see if you genuinely do not stay here." "Ha, all right." Jiang Nan understood that her statement was merely an excuse for relocating, for once she commenced her work, how could she remain aware of the happenings at home? At that moment, after Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang had locked themselves in the master bedroom on the first floor, Li Jing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, retrieving her phone to open a chat application called Penguin. Soon, she navigated to the category of her middle school graduation photos, browsing through them until she clicked on one particular image. Her gaze settled on a chubby girl, and then shifted to a strikingly beautiful girl occupying the center of the photograph. Ning Rushuang. What a remarkable coincidence. Asuft murmur escapad li Jing's lips. Chapter 78. A call from my middle school classmate, Chiu Rueyue. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang emerged from the master bedroom. Jiang Nan appeared invigorated, while Ning Rushuang's cheeks were flushed with a deep crimson. She occasionally pressed her lips together and took out her lipstick to reapply. When she glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes were filled with allure. Soon, the two descended to the second floor. The boss, the cleaner, and the gardener had already completed their tasks, and I sent them on their way. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Jing from the side hall of the first floor hurried over and spoke. I understand. Jiang Nan nodded, preparing to embrace Ning Rushuang and head to the underground garage on the basement level. However, Ning Rushuang turned to Li Jing and asked, Are you Li Jing? Indeed, Li Jing replied with a smile and a nod. Where did you attend middle school? Ning Rushuang inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Jing. At Nanxing No. 4 Middle School, Li Jing answered. What class? Ning Rushuang's eyes flickered momentarily. Class 7. It truly is you, Li Jing. Upon hearing Li Jing's response, Ning Rushuang's face lit up with surprise. Quite a coincidence, indeed. Li Jing's smile deepened. Honey, Li Jing is my classmate from middle school. We were in the same class. Ning Rushuang's expression transformed into one of delight as she scrutinized Li Jing from head to toe, exclaiming, I had heard you drastically lost weight in high school, but I never anticipated you'd look this stunning now. A single weight gain can ruin everything. In middle school, Li Jing was often referred to as the fat girl by the vast majority of her classmates. Consequently, she was regarded as the least attractive girl in her class, and bullying was a frequent occurrence. Ning Rushuang had a vivid memory of the chubby girl from middle school, particularly since they fortuitously became desk mates in the second semester of their third year. Thanks to Li Jing's help, Ning Rushuang performed quite well in that crucial semester. Even if she did not gain admission to the prestigious Nanxing No. 1 high school, she managed to qualify for the fairly decent Nanxing No. 2 high school instead. You still look lovely, Li Jing softly complimented Ning Rushuang. Then she glanced at the slightly astonished Jiang Nan beside her, feeling a moment of conflict. One was the only girl from middle school who had ever shown her kindness, and the other was her current boss. If Ning Rushuang were unaware of their connection or had previously bullied Li Jing, she would have acted oblivious. However, Jiang Nan was her employer. She couldn't discreetly inform Ning Rushuang that perhaps the boss's girlfriend was not just her. Forget it. I'll act as if I know nothing. With Jiang Nan being so handsome and wealthy, perhaps Ning Rushuang was already aware. If she spoke up, it might leave her in an awkward position. In just a fleeting moment, Li Jing had already made her decision. After all, in comparison to her own work, Ning Rushuang's kindness during her middle school years had long been repaid when she assisted in explaining various problems. Thus, she naturally leaned towards her current occupation. Most importantly, suitable and easy jobs are exceedingly rare these days. Finding a superb boss like Jiang Nan, who is carefree and unconcerned, is even more difficult. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Observing Ning Rushuang engaged in a cheerful conversation with Li Jing, he stepped aside to retrieve his phone and answer the call. It was Chiu Rueyue informing him that Zhang Dong had been sent to a juvenile detention center. This audacious young man, so young yet so calculating, leaves one to ponder what he might achieve when he truly matures. Upon hearing this news from Chiu Rueyue, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. The boy's gaze was too fierce. Should he ever be released, one could only imagine the havoc he might wreak. Although Jiang Nan had contemplated eliminating him, it was not a feasible option at present. Zhang Dong's father, Zhang Chong, was also incarcerated, while his mother's whereabouts remained unknown. Chiu Rueyue softly remarked that calamity often drives families apart, and it was only a matter of time before Zhang Dong's family disintegrated. Jiang Nan felt no pity for them, devoid of any sympathy whatsoever. I have no particular plans today. Are you free this afternoon? Shall we take your girlfriend out for a meal? Chiu Rueyue extended an invitation. She has returned to Modu. Jiang Nan replied. Back to Modu? Qiu voice was tinged with surprise, but she quickly cleared her throat and added softly, "That does make it a bit difficult to arrange. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon as well. Let us reschedule our meal for another day to discuss the situation concerning Jiang Dong." Jiang Nan was determined not to allow the boy to escape from the detention center. "All right, I'll be mostly free this afternoon. I can meet you whenever you wish." Qiu responded with evident delight. "Okay, I'll get back to my tasks, and we'll talk later." Jiang Nan ended the call, then noted Qiu's number before turning his attention back to the lively chat between Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. At that moment, he also took notice of Li Jing's attire. She was clad in her familiar professional outfit, complete with black stockings and a form-fitting skirt. Jiang Nan had recognized her as a striking figure from their first encounter and found his gaze instinctively drawn to her upper body. "Goodness," Jiang Nan approached. "Dear, are you off to attend to something? I was just planning to accompany Li Jing for a stroll and perhaps consider moving some items over," Ning Rushuang said, playfully linking her arm with his and smiling sweetly. Of course, Jiang Nan had intended to treat Ning Rushuang to some shopping, and since she wished to spend time with Li Jing, he was more than willing to oblige. "Just give me your bank account details. Feel free to purchase whatever catches your eye, and let me know if you need more funds." "Oh, darling, I'm merely browsing. I don't intend to buy anything." Ning Rushuang shook her head. "It's nothing. Take whatever you fancy," Jiang Nan spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "All right then, I shall heed my husband's words," Ning Rushuang responded, her utterance of husband now flowing with increasing ease. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2. Li Jing's affection level 5. The system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, momentarily startling him. He glanced at Li Jing, just in time to catch a fleeting expression of envy on her face, causing his gaze to flicker slightly. Soon after, Ning Rushuang sent her bank account details, and without further ado, Jiang Nan transferred 5.2 million directly to her, followed by an additional 2 million to Li Jing. "Husband? Boss." As the amounts were credited, both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing turned to Jiang Nan in astonishment, their faces a portrait of shock, exclaiming in unison, "Why have you transferred such a large sum?" Chapter 79. Just one last point of affection. Farewell, Lin Man. "Is that a lot?" Jiang Nan inquired with a hint of astonishment. "Not really," he replied dismissively. 5 million isn't excessive, is it? 2 million for a modest vehicle?" After Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged glances, their expressions mirrored shock. "Goodness, how wealthy must one be? Take it, keep it for future use. There will inevitably be times when you'll need to make purchases," Jiang Nan said nonchalantly, waving his hand. He then produced a car key, stating, "This is the key to the Qian. If you wish to go for a drive, feel free to use this vehicle." Ning Rushuang, slightly bewildered, accepted the key as she watched Jiang Nan head toward the underground garage. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The transaction was successful. You've received a 10-fold rebate, 72 million. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Upon reaching the underground garage, he heard 2 additional notifications. Ning Rushuang's affection 1. Li Jing's affection 2. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Ning Rushuang's affection for him had reached an impressive 88 points. He merely needed 2 more to complete his small task. Logically, he thought that by accompanying Ning Rushuang, he might easily garner those final 2 points of affection. Yet he believed it prudent to grant both women some space to bond. The last 2 points of affection were practically a certainty, whether today or tomorrow. They would be secured. Thus, Jiang Nan felt no urgency. Today was May 20th, and with Mrs. Su Yun and Lin Man needing companionship, it wouldn't do to linger solely with one woman, lest it become tiresome. As Jiang Nan entered the vehicle and drove the Maybach out of the 001 villa. Inside the villa, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were just beginning to regain their composure. "Li Jing, do you realize how affluent my man is?" Ning Rushuang murmured, swallowing hard. "Very, very wealthy, I suppose, and perhaps far beyond our imagination," Li Jing responded, taking a deep breath. "You must be aware that villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu are exceedingly expensive, right?" "Indeed, I've heard rumors. The last villa sold for 3 small fortunes, wasn't it?" Ning Ruo Shuang had a faint understanding of such tidbits. That villa was merely one among 9 in Jiangqing Tianfu, and the one owned by their boss was the illustrious 001 villa. From its name alone, you should grasp the significance of this residence, Li Jing elucidated. 001 villa. The very one we inhabit is the legendary 001 villa. Ning Ruo Shuang's pupils widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. Regarding this villa, she had a modicum of knowledge. As a flight attendant, her striking appearance often led her to be stationed in first class, allowing her to overhear snippets of intriguing gossip from time to time. Much like this villa number 001, it is rumored that a wealthy tycoon from afar once attempted to acquire it for a staggering sum of 800 million, only to be met with refusal. Such an astronomical figure, yet it could not secure this residence, indicating that this villa is likely not merely a matter of wealth. I am unaware of the specific transaction price, yet it is presumed that the owner invested a considerable amount, and there is a strong possibility that he possesses significant connections. Li Jing speculated. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. All right, we cannot dwell on this topic any longer. After all, I am the owner's personal steward, and discussing him behind his back would be rather disrespectful. Wait. Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, fixing her gaze intently on Li Jing, and in a low voice inquired, "Has Jiang Nan ever brought other women back?" "No," Li Jing answered decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ning Rushuang exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across her face. At this juncture, after her earlier self-reflection, she had long ceased to concern herself with whether Jiang Nan had previous girlfriends. Now, with Li Jing's response, she naturally felt a sense of importance in Jiang Nan's heart. Otherwise, how could he have permitted her to reside in such an opulent villa? Observing the smile on Ning Rushuang's face, Li Jing remained expressionless, secretly relieved. This is a benevolent falsehood. It benefits me, you, and the owner. Affinity with Ning Rushuang won. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan journeyed toward the old town, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, causing a look of delight to cross his face. The affinity has reached 89 points. Just one more point, and I can complete that beneficial task. He pondered, why has the affinity suddenly increased by 1 point? Could it be that this woman is pursuing me on her own? The thought made Jiang Nan chuckle. If that were the case, it would be quite amusing. Sitting in the car while affinity levels soared, perhaps she might further her pursuit, and he would unwittingly complete the beneficial task. That would indeed be splendid. He still had one chance for a lottery draw and decided not to rush its use. He would wait until after completing the beneficial task. Half an hour later, in the vicinity of the landlord's residence, a Maybach glided to a halt beneath the apartment building he rented. Noticing the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, Jiang Nan inspected it for scratches, nodding in approval. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed a camera directly ahead, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Is this the landlord's camera? Upon reflection, such an old community should indeed have several cameras for safety. Otherwise, in the unfortunate event of another kidnapping, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door of the landlord's residence. Coming. A voice rang out, and Jiang Nan instantly recognized it as Lin Man's brother Jiang Nan. As the grand door swung open, Lin Man, adorned in a delightful ensemble of blue and white, complemented by a white pleated skirt and sporting charming twin ponytails, emerged into Jiang Nan's view. From above, it was apparent that she had chosen to forsake the customary delicate white calf-length socks for a pair of black socks embellished with bows. "Jiang Nan Gitch," she exclaimed, immediately leaping into his embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest with fervor. "Have you missed me so much after such a brief separation?" Jiang Nan held Lin Man close, then stepped through the threshold, turning to gently shut the door behind them. He uttered but a single phrase, yet as the door clicked shut, it was as if Lin Man's delicate form had received some unspoken signal, causing her to suddenly soften in his arms. Chapter 80. 3 Unforeseen Lottery Opportunities. Several minutes later, footsteps echoed in the corridor. I wondered why the door had been ajar for so long, only to discover that the landlady was observing Lin Man, who appeared flustered. with a teasing smile. Sister Xia, Lin Man called out nervously. That little rascal. It shouldn't take long to send Chiu home. Yet here you are only now, the landlady remarked. Today, she donned a flowing blue dress, radiating an exquisite charm. Typically, she wore her silver hair elegantly pinned up, and today was no exception, adding to her allure. I was attending to some matters, Jiang Nan explained. Is that so? The landlady's expression revealed skepticism, glancing at Lin Man before breaking into a smile. I need to use the restroom. Lin Man hurriedly excused herself. Where's Sister Yun? Jiang Nan diverted the conversation, scanning the living room for Su Yun's presence. In the piano room, the landlady gestured towards it, just as Su Yun emerged, adorned in a floral dress with her hair elegantly styled. Notably, she wore a light touch of makeup, which caught Jiang Nan's eye. Though Su Yun's beauty was rated merely at 90 points, her gentle and nurturing demeanor elevated her appeal in Jiang Nan's eyes. One could argue he indeed favored such women. But who wouldn't? Sister Yun, Jiang Nan opened his arms to the bashful Su Yun. She approached swiftly, nestling comfortably in his embrace. That little rascal, sister. At that moment, the landlady whispered in Jiang Nan's ear, instantly igniting his excitement. Around 5 in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room, Jiang Nan contentedly lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, his face glowing with exhilaration. During this time, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man each experienced a slight increase in affection for him. Consequently, their beauty ratings also ascended by 1 point. This meant he had directly acquired 3 lottery opportunities. Coupled with the previous one, he now possessed a total of 4 chances. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light as he contemplated whether to immediately draw his rewards. However, he pondered if he could save all 4 for a 10-fold draw. Curse it! The system previously mentioned that single draws yield miracles, so let's do it. With determination, Jiang then took a few more puffs of his cigarette before extinguishing it. He mentally communicated with the system. System, initiate the lottery for me. In an instant, as his words fell, a phantom 3D spinning wheel materialized before him. By UBU, the familiar sound of the lottery echoed as the wheel spun rapidly, the seconds ticking away in a blur. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the following prize in this lottery draw. 100 million yuan. Just 100 million? Continue. By UBU, the pointer spins once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the following prize in this lottery draw. The globally limited edition luxury hypercar, Bugatti Divo. Another limited edition hypercar? Jiang Nan's brow arched slightly. Good heavens! Is this system determined to make him embrace extravagance to the fullest? Moreover, this car sounds rather prestigious. He wonders how it compares to his Pagani Zonda in terms of both style and price. Continue. By UBU, the pointer spins again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the following prize in this lottery draw. 100 million yuan in cash master-level culinary skills. The rewards from the third draw left Jiang Nan visibly astonished. Well, a double jackpot. Immediately, he leaned closer to the illusory 3D roulette wheel and scrutinized the densely packed fine print. Indeed, the prize was clearly listed as 100 million yuan in cash master-level culinary skills. Not only that, but right beside it was another reward, 100 million yuan in cash infinite charm ability. Infinite charm? His allure is already considerable as it is. If he were to acquire this ability, wouldn't he instantly transform into an irresistible seducer, rendering every woman powerless in his presence? The mere thought seems rather excessive. Jiang then shook his head, just imagining stepping outside only to be swarmed by a horde of women. Well, if they were all beauties, it might be tolerable. But the problem is, this charm wouldn't discriminate. It would affect all women. And who knows? Might it even work on men who prefer men? No, thanks. With a shudder, Jiang Nan dismissed the thought and declared, proceed with the fourth draw. By UBU. Ding. Congratulations, host. In this lottery draw, you have obtained 10 years of lifespan, tradable. What the? The moment the announcement for the fourth prize echoed, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Lifespan. He had actually won 10 years of lifespan in this lottery. But that wasn't even the most astonishing part. The crucial detail was the notation that these 10 years of lifespan were tradable. That was what truly stunned him. System. Does this mean I can transfer these 10 years to someone else? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and inquired inwardly. Correct. The system responded instantly. What about those who are already deceased? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. It can resurrect the dead. The system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Holy, this is beyond extraordinary. Upon hearing the explanation, Jiang Nan's pupils dilated in shock. Truly, the system delivers nothing but excellence. This is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the rewards from the spinning wheel. The voice of the system resonated, followed by a notification. There is something the system needs to remind the host. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Among every 10 opportunities for a lottery draw, there exists a chance to obtain a remarkable reward. The system's voice continued. Are you implying that the 10 years of transferable lifespan I have acquired this time is this so-called remarkable reward? Jiang Nan instantly grasped the implication, a contemplative expression crossing his face, and he then inquired, is it possible to guarantee the appearance of this remarkable reward in the lottery draws? Chapter 81. The completion of the beneficial task, rewards acquired. The voice of the system resonated within Jiang Nan's mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. 10 lottery chances can be exchanged for one extraordinary lottery opportunity. The system continued. What a daunting challenge. To exchange 10 lottery chances for a single extraordinary one is no small feat. It is worth noting that he had yet to draw even 10 times. However, with difficulty comes challenge, and the rewards of the extraordinary lottery are exceedingly generous. The value of 10 years of tradable lifespan is beyond imagination. For someone who has already departed from this world, if Jiang Nan wished for their revival, he could indeed bring them back to life. As long as it is within 10 years, he could ensure their continued existence. This transcends the realm of mortals, truly belonging to a divine level of capability. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before I become a godlike figure in this world. A peculiar light shimmered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Ningruswanks favorabilitiux. Just as Jiang Nan was lost in his boundless visions of the future, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. His favorability with Ning Rushuang inexplicably surged to 90 points. Ding! Favorability with Ning Rushuang has reached 90 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the beneficial task. Rewards. Permanent ownership of Jiangxing Mansion. A cash reward of 100 million and mastery-level physical prowess. Task completed, rewards acquired. The moment Jiang Nan grasped the mastery-level physical prowess, an overwhelming flood of memories not belonging to him surged into his mind. He closed his eyes to assimilate the knowledge and slowly opened them, delivering a powerful punch into the air. Crackle. The sound of explosions resonated through the air, leaving him astonished. With this punch, I feel that not only a bull, but even a fierce tiger would be felled instantly. Jiang Nan could not suppress a gasp of awe. A true master reveals their prowess with but a single move. He was now a master of physical arts, acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of his strength. Moreover, his mind brimmed with ancient martial arts techniques, including Bajiquan and Shirlu Tien Tuesday. There was no physical skill he could not master. A master, indeed, is a master. A peculiar brilliance flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes. He could not ascertain how many foes he could confront simultaneously, but surely he could fend off at least 40 or 50 without being approached, right? He did not perceive this as an exaggeration. One must understand that the strength of ancient martial champions reached astonishing heights, and while his mastery-level prowess may not equate to that of a martial champion, it certainly would not fall short. Self-defense is absolutely guaranteed. Jiang Nan's confidence stemmed from his body being enhanced by the body modification liquid, a marvel unknown to those ancient martial champions who lacked such extraordinary enhancements. In the future, should I acquire some extraordinary agility or perhaps enhance my sensory abilities, what would the title of martial arts champion amount to? With a single strike, I could prevail. Jiang Nan felt a surge of confidence. After all, he was a man backed by a system. If he lacked this modicum of assurance, it would truly be a waste of his destiny. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the sound of his phone vibrating jolted him from his reverie. Jiang Nan glanced at his phone. It was a video call from Ning Rushuang. Darling, the amount of money you've sent me is simply excessive. I can't possibly spend it all. As the video connected, a beaming Ning Rushuang appeared on the screen. 5 million is more than I can manage. I must elevate my spending habits. Jiang Nan responded with a knowing smile. The more he spent, the more he would have. His personal expenditures were limited, but the more women he had, the greater the potential for consumption, consequently increasing his savings. Husband, if people online were to hear you say that, I fear there would be a torrent of envious individuals attempting to expose you. Ning Rushuang chuckled, covering her mouth. Who cares? Jiang Nan shrugged. Shall we dine together later? The sparkle in Ning Rushuang's eyes radiated excitement. I'm currently in the Old Town area. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan replied, I'll come find you shortly. Jingjing and I have already prepared everything. Since you're in the Old Town, we could pick you up. Ning Rushuang grinned. That sounds great. Jiang Nan nodded, ending the video call and sending his location to Ning Rushuang. As he returned his phone to his pocket, a thought crossed his mind, and a thick folder materialized in his hand. He opened it and extracted the first contract, his eyes narrowing in delight. The Jiangcheng Tower, valued at no less than 10 billion, was now irrevocably his. System, how is the rent for Jiangcheng Tower calculated? Jiang Nan waved his hand, making the folder vanish. The host need not concern themselves. The system will automatically manage revenue collection. The system's voice chimed in. Indeed, with the system operating autonomously, the host could simply enjoy life and indulge themselves. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. This system was truly remarkable. Requiring no effort on his part, all tasks were handled by it. Oh, by the way, where's my Bugatti Divo? Jiang Nan recalled winning another globally limited luxury supercar in a recent lottery and inquired within his mind. Host, the Bugatti Divo is in the underground parking garage of your community, the system responded. Excellent. Jiang Nan was unconcerned about the sudden appearance of such a remarkable vehicle attracting attention. If the system couldn't manage such minor details, it would be unworthy of its designation. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Soon after, the soft, familiar scent of the landlady wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils. Don't you think you should take a proper rest? Sister Xiao? Jiang Nan turned around, gazing at the somewhat disheveled silver hair of the landlady, particularly enchanted by her gentle, watery eyes, which stirred his heart profoundly. After a brief slumber, he suddenly awoke, enveloped by a dreamlike sensation. Embracing her at this moment, he truly understood the essence of tranquility, stability, and happiness. The landlady gently leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, attuned to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her arms instinctively tightening around him. Sister Xia, I am here, and I shall always remain. A tender smile graced Jiang Nan's face as he caressed the landlady's silver locks, softly murmuring, in due time, I shall consider finding a more suitable home, one in which I can bring you all together. You mischievous boy, are you truly aspiring to be an emperor? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she gazed up at the charming young man before her, her lips pursed slightly. Her eyes momentarily clouded with enchantment. Chapter 82. Ning Rushuang's awakening half an hour later, the landlady, her cheeks flushed, pursed her lips as she watched Jiang Nan exit through the door. With a soft thud, the door gently closed behind him. What mischievous boy, she muttered to herself as she turned away. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was not a stranger to the underground parking lot of this complex. Following the system's guidance, he quickly arrived before a luxurious blue and gold supercar. Its silhouette and curves were nothing short of perfection. As he reached out to touch it, awe illuminated his face, prompting him to inquire, System, what is the value of this Bugatti Divo? 200 million. The system replied. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by the staggering figure. What kind of car could be worth 200 million? This is the only blue and gold Bugatti Divo in the world, known as the conceptual Blue Gold Dragon King. The system explained. Impressive, Jiang Nan exclaimed, pulling out the car key and placing it on the sensor at the driver's door. With a click, the door swung open as he gently pressed it. Inside, the interior was a striking blend of blue and gold, extravagant yet befitting such a priceless vehicle. After closing the door, Jiang Nan started the engine of this extraordinary car. With a roar, the sound echoed through the underground garage. Upon hearing it, Jiang Nan felt a thrill. The sound was akin to a dragon's roar, absolutely exhilarating. He patted the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, slowly driving out of the parking lot. Upon returning to the small apartment he rented, he spotted his Porsche Cayenne parked beside his Pagani Huayra. At that moment, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing gazed in astonishment at the Pagani, whispering to one another. "This car is undeniably cool," Ning Rushuang exclaimed as she took out her phone to snap a picture, subsequently using an app to identify the vehicle. Her eyes widened in surprise as she declared, "Jing, this car is worth at least 50 million. Indeed, the Pagani Huayra is priced accordingly." Li Jing nodded in agreement. "Pagani Huayra? That name sounds familiar," Ning Rushuang mused, blinking her eyes. "Hello, beautiful ladies." A familiar voice called out, prompting Ning Rushuang and Li Jing to turn around. "Wow, what kind of car is this?" Ning Rushuang gasped as the Bugatti Divo glided towards them, her mouth forming a perfect oint disbelief. "Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Bugatti Divo," Jiang Nan invited, extending his right hand. "Of course." Ning Rushuang happily placed her hand on Jiang Nan's palm, only to realize moments later and turn to Li Jing, her expression tinged with a hint of difficulty. "Wait, darling, what about Jing?" she inquired. "Sisterly, you can drive, right?" Jiang Nan glanced at Li Jing, noting her unchanging figure-hugging skirt paired with black stockings and high heels. The only distinction was her hairstyle, previously styled in a high ponytail, now transformed into a bun. It must be said that her makeup was rather understated. From Jiang Nan's perspective, had it not been for her red lips, one might not have recognized her as having applied any makeup at all. "Yes," Li Jing nodded. "I drove here, and I have a pair of flat shoes in the car, ready to swap out the heels at any moment." "All right, then I will lead the way." "Just follow me," Jiang Nan said as he opened the passenger door, and Ning Rushuang eagerly hopped into the car. "Yes, boss," Li Jing responded with her signature smile. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He suspected that interacting with her would be somewhat stiff. Once Ning Rushuang was settled in and fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Nan drove the only Bugatti Divo in the world, renowned as the conceptual Blue Gold Dragon King, a vehicle valued at 200 million out of the community. He headed straight for Jiangsheng Tower, a place he was familiar with from his days as a delivery driver, well aware of its opulence where dining and entertainment flourished. He had read the general introduction of Jiangsheng Tower. It boasted 66 floors, reaching a height of 325 meters, with an additional 4 floors underground. Such scale, while not ranking among the tallest buildings in the country, certainly held a prestigious reputation within Jiangsheng, marking it as an iconic structure. "Darling, that Pagani Huayra was indeed handsome, but it feels like it pales in comparison to your Bugatti Divo," Ning Rushuang exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she explored the luxurious car with childlike curiosity. "That Pagani is only 60 million, while this Bugatti Divo is worth 200 million. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "So, can these two cars be compared?" "Not at all." "What? This car? 200 million? Ning Rushuang's astonishment was palpable. For her, a car worth 200 million seemed like a dream, utterly inconceivable. "You've lived in a 500 million villa. Is it really that astonishing to see a 200 million car?" Jiang Nan remarked, initially intending to drive with one hand, but then noticed Ning Rushuang was wearing jeans today, feeling a twinge of regret. "But it's just so shocking. You. Isn't this a bit extravagant?" Ning Rushuang swallowed hard, glancing at Jiang Nan, her face betraying a sense of bewilderment. Coming from an ordinary family, could she truly deserve to be with such a wealthy, second-generation heir? While she was undeniably beautiful and self-aware, she understood her reality all too well. Time may inflict damage upon one's appearance, yet it is utterly incapable of tarnishing wealth. Thus, in the eyes of the affluent, beautiful women can effortlessly flock to them at a mere beckon. Presently, I find myself able to maintain my youth and retain my husband's affection. But what shall become of me when age inevitably takes its toll? Ning Rushuang's countenance darkened, and a twinge of fear gripped her heart. She pondered that her singular advantage may not solely reside in her beauty, but in sharing. Men of Jiang Nan's caliber, the epitome of wealth and charm, must surely have had their fair share of romantic entanglements before her. Consequently, she realized her need to comprehend her own position, perhaps, in Jiang Nan's eyes, She might merely be a mistress. How ironic that so many wealthy men have proposed to support her, yet she has remained virtuous for so long, only to now find herself eager to assume the role of a lover. It is indeed perplexing, as these thoughts course through her mind, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Nevertheless, her husband is undeniably handsome. Are there other men who can rival Jiang Nan's allure? Moreover, who is as gentle, as affluent, and as devoted to her as he? It must be said, women possess an extraordinary talent for self-persuasion. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, akin to a system notification, prompting him to glance curiously towards the passenger seat. There sat Ning Rushuang, her face aglow and an expression of daydreaming adorning her features, momentarily leaving him stunned. Goodness, is this woman once again indulging in her self-persuasion? Chapter 83. Is Li Jing somewhat obscure? For Jiang Nan, a woman capable of self-strategy is undoubtedly a remarkable one, as it spares him from an abundance of troubles. The car sped along with great haste. In a brief moment, the Bugatti Divo and the Porsche Cayenne driven by Li Jing arrived at the underground garage of the Jiangcheng building, one after the other. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ning Rushuang joyfully trotted over, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's. Li Jing. It was evident that the bond between the two women had elevated significantly within just a few hours. As Li Jing approached in her high heels, Ning Rushuang beamed with delight and waved at her. Today could undoubtedly be deemed the most enchanting day for Ning Rushuang. Firstly, she encountered Jiang Nan. Secondly, within the span of merely one morning, she had utterly fallen for him and experienced indescribably wonderful moments with him. His tenderness and generosity had thoroughly captured her heart. Perhaps the progression was indeed swift, yet Ning Rushuang believed that love was either elusive or arrived with fervor and breathtaking speed. At the very least, she felt profoundly content with her current situation. The arrival of Li Jing, to be honest, made her slightly uneasy. However, Ning Rushuang's exuberance was too infectious for her to decline. After all, Li Jing was by all accounts her employer. Fostering a good relationship with the boss is invariably a prudent choice. In today's world, securing a job is no easy feat. Positions as comfortable and well-paying as hers, with such an amiable boss, are exceedingly rare. Therefore, she cherished this job immensely, aspiring to maintain it for several years to accumulate savings for a home in Jiangcheng, a goal she deemed entirely feasible. As for shortcuts in life, truthfully, she had never contemplated such paths. With her looks and figure, it was hardly an exaggeration to say that pursuing shortcuts would be exceedingly effortless for her. Although Jiang Nan was her first employer after participating in the property management training, many bosses had already seen her photos and numerous had reached out to arrange private meetings. What could possibly be discussed in such meetings? It was merely a matter of admiring her physique and beauty, with intentions of providing for her in an unsavory manner. Li Jing held such propositions in disdain. Even if she were to face starvation or poverty, she would resolutely refuse to tread the path of being kept, though she would not pursue that route. It did not imply that she looked down upon those who did. In her perspective, everyone harbors different philosophies, and her own was straightforward. One can survive solely through hard work. Perseverance will eventually lead to success. Let us proceed. The trio made their way towards the elevator. Jiang Nan had delivered takeout to Jiangcheng building several times and was aware of which floor the restaurant resided on. The 27th floor? Darling, do you usually reside in the old city? Ning Rushuang inquired curiously. Approximately, he replied. My landlord, Su Yun, and the place where I started my journey are both in the old city. It would be disingenuous to claim that I have no affection for this area. Moreover, in the present day, he has acquired the Jiangcheng building, a remarkable asset valued at no less than 10 billion, standing majestically here. It would indeed be rather unreasonable not to establish his base in the Old Town. The Old Town is conveniently located near the heart of Jiangcheng, making it accessible from any direction. Ning Rushuang's gaze flickered momentarily. With her intelligence, she chose not to pursue this topic further, instead directing her attention to Li Jing. In a soft voice, she inquired, Jing, you seem a bit lost in thought. Are you feeling tired? No, it's just, I rarely dine out. Li Jing replied quietly. That's all right. I fly for 4 days and rest for 2. From now on, let me accompany you for meals," Ning Rushuang said with a cheerful smile. Her disposition radiated a delightful optimism. "Are you still planning to go to work?" Li Jing paused, taken aback by Ning Rushuang's words. Given that she had aligned herself with such an affluent heir, was she still contemplating work? "Of course I must work. If I were to stay at home all day, how dull that would be." Ning Rushuang shook her head, tightening her grip on Jiang Nan's arm. "However, I secretly desire to open a quaint little shop and tend to it daily." "What kind of shop?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with interest. "I haven't quite decided yet, and given the current climate, running a physical store is quite challenging and often leads to losses." Ning Rushuang pondered before dismissing the idea, muttering, "A relative of mine once owned a clothing store and lost hundreds of thousands, and they are still in debt to this day. That was due to insufficient capital." Jiang Nan discerned the issue with clarity. In this era, lacking confidence and resources makes establishing a business an arduous task. Furthermore, considering Ning Rushuang's beauty and figure, it would not be an exaggeration to suggest that by creating short videos online and amassing a following, she could effortlessly launch her own brand. In today's world, who does not appreciate the allure of a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as Ning Rushuang, whose exceptional looks would surely attract attention with minimal effort? As he contemplated this, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a surge of interest. Why not start a media company? There are countless beauties in this world, and if they all converged under his banner, he would not need to boast about having 100 perfect beauties. At least those scoring above 85 would surely be plentiful. However, as Jiang Nan considered this, he realized that even the mere presence of 5 or 6 women around him was already overwhelming. Managing a full-fledged media company filled with women would be quite a daunting endeavor. Ding! In the midst of his thoughts, the elevator on the first floor suddenly chimed, and 3 men and 2 women entered. The moment the 3 men laid eyes on Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, their expressions widened in astonishment. "What stunning beauties!" One disheveled young man with yellow hair exclaimed, raising his eyebrows and whistling twice. Just as he was about to utter some lewd remarks, Jiang Nan released his hold on Ning Rushuang, stepped forward, and delivered a swift kick, sending the young man flying across the room. Wow! The impact of the moment stunned all those present, particularly the 2 remaining youths. When they noticed Jiang Nan's gaze directed towards them, they hastily pressed the elevator door button and fled in haste. Ning Rushuang's favorability Li Jing's favorability wait. As the 2 women accompanying the 3 youths also scurried away, a prompt resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. The increase in Ning Rushuang's favorability seemed rather standard. However, how did Li Jing's favorability surge by an astounding 8 points? Pondering this, Jiang Nan inadvertently cast a glance at Li Jing, only to find her eyes shimmering with an unusual radiance, seemingly infused with a hint of excitement. What could this possibly imply? Could it be that she harbored some undisclosed, peculiar inclination? Intrigued, Jiang Nan felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him. Chapter 84. The character of Mu Chao, my dear. You're quite formidable, aren't you? The elevator ascended slowly. Ning Rushuang inched closer once more, her face flushed and brimming with excitement. As she waved her small fist in the air, "Have you had training?" The young man with yellow hair had a commendable stature, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, and he did not appear to be of frail build. He must weigh at least 120 jin. Yet Jiang Nan effortlessly sent him flying, crashing against the wall. Remarkable. His leg strength is truly astonishing. Did you just realize this? Jiang Nan murmured softly in Ning Rushuang's ear, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The warmth of his breath made her body weaken, and memories rushed back to her, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper, her gaze toward Jiang Nan becoming increasingly enamored. At present, Jiang Nan possessed an allure that, while perhaps not reaching the level of a seducer, certainly had a significant impact on the majority of women. A mere glance from a seducer could undoubtedly leave a woman entranced, and after a genuine interaction with him, one could hardly deny experiencing a similar effect. How annoying. You say the most outrageous things. Ning Rushuang gently leaned against Jiang Nan, engaging in playful banter. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Jing. only to find her in a state of oblivion, standing in a corner of the elevator, staring blankly ahead. However, Jiang Nan noticed that, despite her apparent detachment, he could still discern her breathing, indicating that while he had not yet attained extraordinary sensory perception, he could still pick up on subtle sound from such proximity. This woman likely had a strong inclination towards confrontation, desiring to resolve issues through force. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Such a temperament might stem from her environment or even experiences from her childhood. Li Jing presented herself as an exceptionally independent woman, even in her choice of attire. Yet this sort of personality often harbors certain flaws, or perhaps a stark contrast. Beneath her tough exterior may lie a fade. If this layer of pretense were to be stripped away, one might uncover the genuine emotions of Li Jing. Contemplating this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but observe her more intently, scrutinizing her from head to toe without reservation. Ahem. Moments later, as if sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Li Jing coughed slightly, their eyes meeting in a fleeting moment. Li Jing's favorabilities. Has it begun? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly affirming his previous suspicions. His assessment of Li Jing was indeed accurate. She was an embodiment of contrasts. Of course, his ability to garner her favor stemmed not only from his own merits, but also from the pre-existing neutral favorability that supported his advances. Had anyone without a favorable disposition stared at her with such blatant intensity, a furious reaction would have been inevitable. Sisterly, have you purchased your vehicle yet? Jiang Nan initiated a conversation. Not yet, but I plan to take a good look tomorrow. However, boss, the amount you've provided seems rather excessive. Li Jing replied in a harsh tone. Typically, she would have met Jiang Nan's gaze directly, reporting with a calm demeanor. Yet now, for reasons unknown, her voice was noticeably softer, and she dared not meet his eyes. 2 million is not too much. After all, it's merely a mode of transportation, and it shouldn't be subpar. You could decide based on this price range. Jiang Nan smiled. As far as I'm concerned, a modest family car worth around 100,000 would suffice, Li Jing said, her voice dwindling further. Do you see my underground garage? Parking a 100,000 yuan car there would diminish my status, wouldn't it? Jiang Nan asserted firmly. 2 million, not a penny less. Yes. Jiang Nan's authoritative tone caused Li Jing to tense momentarily before she promptly lowered her head, meekly affirming his words. Li Jing's affection level 2. So you prefer assertive man, do you? Your strategy points are finally emerging. Jiang Nan unexpectedly recalled a remark made by Ning Rushuang. During high school, Li Jing had undergone a drastic weight loss, resulting in her current stunning physique and beauty. Perhaps, prior to that, she had been subjected to peculiar gazes due to her weight, or even faced bullying. Such occurrences are far too common. Merely contemplating them leads to inevitable conclusions. What is the psyche of someone who has been bullied? A yearning for strength, a desire to resolve issues through force. Yet, due to an inherent timidity, they often find themselves incapable of doing so. Additionally, prolonged bullying and oppression may foster obscure psychological quirks. Thus, at this moment, when Li Jing witnessed Jiang Nan forcefully dispatch the unruly youth, her heart naturally opened just a fraction. Before her stood the hero of her past fantasies. Coupled with their already established rapport, it was only natural for Li Jing's affection to blossom incrementally. There are myriad ways to forge connections, each unique to the individual. Comparing her to Ning Rushuang, a woman enamored solely by appearances, one can only imagine the rapid progression once feelings are ignited. Jiang Nan had first-hand experience. Within a mere morning, he had effortlessly achieved a home run, indulging in indescribable pleasures. In contrast, what sparked progress with the landlady? It was her daughter Xiao Ying's fondness for Jiang Nan that created the pivotal opportunity. Otherwise, how could the intimate atmosphere in the piano room have arisen? Ding! The elevator arrived at the 27th floor. Jiang Nan stepped out, arm around Ning Rushuang, while Li Jing obediently followed behind. Welcome to Linjiang Xian Restaurant. May I ask if you have a reservation, sir? Upon arriving at the entrance of a restaurant, a young lady clad in a cheongsam greeted with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, it was no surprise that his heart raced, his eyes glimmered with excitement, and he could not suppress a swallow. The system's notification echoed in his mind as Jiang Nan glanced at the welcoming lady, whose gaze seemed almost to linger on him. He merely shook his head at this thought. This charisma, alongside wealth, held paramount importance. Indeed, in certain circumstances, a handsome visage might prove more advantageous than riches. For one cannot possibly lack funds at such an elevated level of attractiveness. As for seeking the company of older, affluent women, that would be a torment in itself. Pray tell, at this level of allure, would it not be far more delightful to pursue a beautiful heiress? Jiang Nan, if my brother gives me 15 small tokens, I shall ensure the system blesses us with the fortune of swiftly attracting a wealthy landlady, akin to those charming affluent ladies in online romances. Chapter 85. The Awe of Bystanders. Is this some kind of celebrity? There were no reserved seats. Jiang Nan shook his head. Please follow me. The hostess immediately invited Jiang Nan and his companions inside. Soon, they arrived at the front desk. Jiang Nan cast a glance around, raising an eyebrow. The crowd in this restaurant was indeed quite substantial. It was around 6 o'clock, the peak hour for dinner. However, the nearly full dining area prompted Jiang Nan to silently marvel at the sheer volume of patrons. The first floor of the Jiangsheng building must surely command an annual rent exceeding $1 million at the very least. Jiang Nan could only estimate on the lower end. Not every floor was of the same size. Some were likely larger, commanding an even steeper rental fee. Yet it was certain that the total rental income from this entire building would undoubtedly reach a minimum of $100 million. The exact figure would only be revealed during the next rental collection by the system. Good evening, sir. Unfortunately, we are out of private rooms. How about the dining area? The hostess looked apologetically at Jiang Nan. Just the dining area is fine. Jiang Nan was indifferent. After all, it was merely a meal. He would go to a private room, if available, but wouldn't he fuss if one was not? Please follow me. The hostess quickly led Jiang Nan and his companions to an available table. As they moved through the bustling dining area, they were met with a flurry of curious gazes. Are they some kind of celebrities? So handsome, so beautiful! Exclamations echoed throughout the space. In this world, who doesn't enjoy the sight of stunning beauty? Especially with top-tier beauties like Ning Rushuang and Li Jing present? As for Jiang Nan, his striking looks captivated both middle-aged and young women alike. Their eyes glued to him without a hint of diversion. Please take a seat. The hostess, with a radiant smile, guided Jiang Nan and his companions to their table. Once they were seated, she typically would have introduced the scanning menu for ordering, but she seemed reluctant to leave. With a beaming smile, she gazed at Jiang Nan and asked, "We have some complimentary dishes today. Is there anything you would prefer to avoid, sir?" "Thank you. I have no restrictions." Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. "Then, should you require anything, please feel free to call. It would be my honor to serve you." The hostess bowed slightly to Jiang Nan, stealing a few more glances before reluctantly departing. Originally, her job was to greet guests, but due to Jiang Nan's extraordinary looks, she switched roles at the front desk and took her place nearby, offering her service with a smile. However, her eyes never strayed far from Jiang Nan's table. "Honey, that hostess's gaze was practically glued to your face. Ha! Your exaggerated good looks would definitely put pressure on anyone walking alongside you." One can easily imagine that if Ning Rushuang's beauty were to be even slightly diminished, the envious gazes filled with jealousy would undoubtedly pierce her like daggers, causing her immense discomfort. This notion applies equally to you. However, as for me, with my unremarkable appearance, I might simply be regarded as unassuming, perhaps even endearingly relatable. Jiang Nan had witnessed numerous couples with such contrasting appearances in the past. Last year, while delivering takeout at a live house, he observed several pairs. The women, all stunningly beautiful, possessed figures that left him in awe. Their short skirts, black stockings, and long legs stirred his heart. Yet the men? They were all balding middle-aged men, old enough to be the fathers of these young beauties, each embracing one of these women, passionately reveling in the dim lighting. Envy. Who wouldn't feel envious upon witnessing such scenes? These women were not genuinely attracted to their bald partners. They were clearly in love with wealth. Such envy was insurmountable. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had endured hardship and was now reaping the rewards. Not only was he handsome, but he was also affluent, surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women. Order. Jiang Nan gestured for the two to select their dishes, simultaneously retrieving his phone. At that moment, as he stretched his legs, he inadvertently brushed against Li Jing's high-heeled shoes beneath the table. Instantly, Jiang Nan cast an apologetic glance at Li Jing, whose cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze lowered. Too shy to meet his eyes, she mistakenly believed Jiang Nan was teasing her, hinting at something. Thus, she lowered her head, gently biting her lower lip, and from Jiang Nan's perspective, her exquisitely alluring face revealed a hint of inner conflict. Li Jing's favorability dos. Just as Jiang Nan was taken aback by Li Jing's demeanor, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, and he felt another pair of high heels make contact with his shoes beneath the table. Goodness! This woman seemed to be a master at self-interpretation and strategy. If Jiang Nan recalled correctly, Li Jing's favorability towards him had now reached an impressive 31 points. This level of favorability indicated a burgeoning affection. With a bit more initiative on Jiang Nan's part, it was merely a matter of time before Li Jing's heart belonged to him. During the ordering phase, Jiang Nan refrained from being proactive. Did this woman not think he was being intentional earlier? He aimed to create a sense of disparity for her. As expected, a few minutes after the ordering concluded, Li Jing's favorability won. Another point of favorability was added, prompting him to glance at her. Coincidentally, Li Jing's gaze met Jiang Nan's. Their eyes locked in a moment that seemed to spark electric arcs between them. Jiang Nan's charm was something Ning Rushuang was well aware of. It was reminiscent of the starry-eyed encounters described in novels, deeply captivating and profoundly mesmerizing. Li Jing's affection level 2. Once again, she secured 2 points in affection, and Jiang Nan revealed a smile, shifting his foot to inadvertently brush against Li Jing's high heel. Li Jing's affection level 3. This unexpected contact elicited a startled gasp from Li Jing. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart raced inexplicably. What happened, Jing? Ning Rujiang, who had just put down her phone, glanced at her with curiosity. In nothing, Li Jing stammered, swallowing hard, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she shook her head. Only in this moment did she fully comprehend the tumult within her heart. What baffled her most was the sudden shift. Why had she managed to maintain composure during previous encounters, yet now found herself unraveling in mere moments? Damn it, Li Jing, remember this is your boss. Moreover, he is Ning Rushiang's boyfriend. You must hold it together. Stealing a glance at Jiang Nan across the way, she couldn't help but swallow again, a reflex she didn't even realize she had. Chapter 86. Meng Qingqiu's official announcement on moments. After a meal that lasted nearly an hour, I excused myself to the restroom. Ning Rushuang stood up. Rushuang, wait for me. I'll join you. Li Jing, rising simultaneously, cast a furtive glance at Jiang Nan before accompanying Ning Rushuang towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, with a smile on his face, picked up the phone on the table, preparing to check WeChat. Answer, brother. I've noticed you from over there for quite some time. Could I add you on WeChat? At that moment, a high school girl, blushing and holding her phone, approached Jiang Nan shyly. Jiang Nan assessed the girl. By mere visual appraisal, he would rate her around 70 points. However, her youth was a significant drawback. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend, Jiang Nan politely declined, smiling. Thank you. The girl was quite composed. She did not press for his WeChat, merely nodding in disappointment before casting a few lingering glances at him as she returned to her table. So handsome. Oh my. I truly believe this brother could debut right away. The excitement from the table of girls was palpable, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head at their enthusiasm. To be honest, while such attention was delightful, excessive admiration led to a certain numbness. At least for now, Jiang Nan had grown indifferent to this sensation. Opening WeChat, he found a message from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, it's such a shame I couldn't spend the whole day with you on 520. A glance at her message revealed a photo attached. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile upon seeing it. The image captured him sound asleep with his eyes closed, while Meng Qingqiu was lovingly kissing his cheek. Meng Qingqiu, darling, hurry and like my moments. Jiang Nan got it. After replying, he opened Meng Qingqiu's moments. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stunning photo of himself under the moonlight, as the cover image. He recognized the shot. It was from a night he had kicked open the aluminum door on the rooftop to save Xiaoying. To his surprise, this woman had managed to capture that moment. It was unexpected for someone as glamorous and affluent as Meng Qingqiu to curate her moments like a young girl. To say Jiang Nan was unaffected would be disingenuous. If not for the system and the myriad of changes it had brought, he would honestly believe that this encounter had potential. However, over time, the outlook became uncertain. If Meng Qingqiu were merely an ordinary girl, there might be hope for a genuine connection. But alas, she was anything but ordinary. The first belle of Magic City University, stunningly beautiful with an enviable figure. She could effortlessly bestow a red envelope of 888 yuan. Such a family background truly epitomized the top-tier, affluent lifestyle. And what about him? He was merely a delivery worker, undeniably a person of low status. Fortunately, I had bound myself to the system. It was all thanks to that elderly lady who gifted me the wish notebook. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If this were merely a fantasy conjured by a delivery man on the brink of death, he would gladly remain in such a reverie for the entirety of his life. Host, you should be grateful that sincerity manifests and perseverance pays off. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Perhaps, if I hadn't persisted, the system would not have awakened. Jiang Nan smiled softly, his gaze returning to Meng Qingqiu's social media posts. There was only one post, a seemingly kitsch yet profoundly romantic grid of love declarations. Fingers intertwined, walking side by side, sweet photographs. As for the central photo, it was undoubtedly the one Meng Qingqiu had just sent. Jiang Nan liked the post, then pondered for a moment, a flurry of words flashing his mind, ultimately settling on just 2 words, love you. When it comes to romance, this was truly his first experience. He knew not a single romantic line. Returning to the chat with Meng Qingqiu, she wrote, Hee, darling, I hope every 520 in the future is spent with you. All the way until we turn 100. Jiang Nan replied, it might not just be until 100. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, oh no, if I'm that old. I'll lose all my teeth and won't teeth look beautiful anymore. I'll be utterly heartbroken. Crying. Jiang Nan reassured her, don't worry, you will always be beautiful. Meng Qingqiu giggled, Hee, I will certainly be beautiful in your eyes for a lifetime. And so, the sweet exchanges continued between the young couple. Perhaps Meng Qingqiu did not realize that every word Jiang Nan uttered was a promise. With the system at his disposal, he possessed the ability to extract extraordinary items as a reward. Throughout the long passage of time, Jiang Nan's life was destined to be extraordinary. As long as the system remained with him, immortality would not be an arduous task. And as for retaining youth, could it be more challenging than immortality? What a jest! After concluding the conversation with Meng Qingqiu, he heard footsteps behind him, accompanied by the chatter of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. Jiang Nan locked his phone and held it in his hand. He had always wondered about Li Jing, who wore a form-fitting black skirt paired with tights. Did she truly find it convenient to use the restroom? This thought had crossed his mind, yet he had never dared to inquire, as it seemed rather awkward. Let us go, Jiang Nan said as he picked up Ning Rushuang's bag from her chair. Li Jing also grabbed her bag, and the 3 of them departed from the restaurant's grand hall. As for who paid for the meal, Ning Rushuang had already settled the bill while scanning to place the order. However, Jiang Nan had no intention of insisting on paying. A few hundred yuan hardly warranted contention. Of course, if he were offered a 10,000-fold or 100,000-fold return, it would indeed be impressive. But was that feasible? It is feasible, host. As soon as the thoughts of Jiang Nan arose in his mind, the system's voice promptly echoed. The multiplier for all of the host consumption rebates is entirely random. This means it could be a 1 cash back, or it could yield a staggering billion-fold return. How astonishing. Yet, it seems that my highest rebate has only reached 12 times. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. I hope the host's luck will skyrocket next time. Keep it up. The system cheerfully encouraged him. With determination, Jiang Nan embraced Ning Rushuang as they exited the restaurant, while Li Jing obediently followed behind, resembling a diligent little secretary. Ding! The elevator arrived. Under the reluctant gazes of several qipao-clad receptionists, the elevator doors slowly closed around the trio. In a brief moment, the elevator descended to the basement level. As they stepped out into the dimly lit garage, a chorus of whistles instantly echoed through the space. In mere seconds, a group of about 10 individuals armed with wooden sticks and carrying poles swiftly surrounded them. "Hubby!" Ning Rushuang instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm upon witnessing the scene. "Boss, it seems there's hardly any signal in this underground garage." Li Jing, maintaining her composure, immediately took out her phone, only to furrow her brows at the lack of reception. "Not a significant issue," Jiang Nan reassured calmly. "It's merely a dozen individuals. It's a perfect opportunity to test my skills." Most importantly, after this encounter, he was eager to see how much favor Li Jing could gain from this experience, which was what he anticipated the most. Chapter 87, My Darling. How utterly magnificent! "You wretched fool, I have been waiting for you." At this moment, the young man with yellow hair, who had previously been kicked out of the elevator by Jiang Nan, glared at him with malice, wishing he could slap this man to death. Damn it! Not only is this guy extraordinarily handsome, but he's also accompanied by two stunning women who resemble celestial beings. How infuriating! "Brothers, let us teach this punk a lesson." With a grand gesture, he commanded his companions. They had more than a dozen members on their side, but upon noticing that Jiang Nan stood alone, 4 young men armed with wooden clubs and a carrying pole advanced towards him. The rest of the group merely pressed forward, unprepared to engage. In their eyes, 4 men were more than sufficient to beat this fellow to a pulp. Jiang Nan casually glanced at the 4 advancing figures, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. As the protagonist of this world, he was no stranger to such trivial confrontations. Fortunately, with his mastery of martial arts, it would be quite disappointing if he were unable to showcase his formidable skills. "Hey, you lot, we've already called the police. Just so, you know, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you assault him, you won't escape justice." As the 4 drew nearer, Ning Rushuang stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Ha ha ha. And what will you do about it?" "We'll hit him and run. Even if we get caught, we'll just have to pay a fine. We have no money, and we'll only be detained for a short while. Isn't your buddy the one who got beaten by the chap? It's just mutual fighting." One of the 4 laughed boisterously, still rambling on. However, Jiang Nan had no intention of wasting time. He stepped forward decisively. "Darling, boss," Ning Rushuang and Li Jing cried out in concern. "I told you, it's nothing to worry about." Jiang Nan reassured the 2 women with a comforting smile. How amusing. Even at this juncture, he still pretends to be tough. "Brothers, let us go. Show this kid that our gang is not to be trifled with." A chilling laughter echoed. "Oh, in what way are you not to be trifled with?" The instant the words left one man's lips, Jiang Nan propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, reaching the man in the blink of an eye. What the hell? In the briefest moment, a figure materialized before him, along with a fist, startling the speaker into an exclamation of surprise. Bang! Jiang Nan unleashed a powerful punch, the air slicing through with a fierce whoosh, an imposing aura surrounding him. In an instant, his fist struck the man squarely in the face. Crack! The sound of a nasal bone fracturing resonated through the air. Before the man could release a cry of agony, Jiang Nan delivered a swift kick, sending him flying and crashing into the 3 individuals behind him, the sheer force propelling them backward as well. After the 4 individuals were swiftly defeated by Jiang Nan in an instant, a profound silence enveloped the arena for several seconds, only to be shattered by a chorus of incredulous exclamations. "Darling, you're astonishingly handsome. You truly are incredibly cool." Ning Rushuang, regaining her composure, immediately began to excitedly wave her petite fists in the air. At that moment, her exquisite and enchanting visage was suffused with a vibrant blush of exhilaration, her captivating eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Nan's retreating figure. Had they been at home or in a car, Ning Rushuang undoubtedly would have rushed towards him without hesitation. In contrast to Ning Rushuang's exuberance, Li Jing appeared somewhat more composed. Yet, the thrill reflected in her expressions and the dazzling light in her beautiful eyes, along with the subtle tremors coursing through her delicate form, betrayed her inner unrest. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2, Li Jing's affection level 8. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker momentarily. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level of your confidant, Ning Rushuang, has reached an equivalent value to her beauty score, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. The notification continued. Ning Rushuang's affection level had astonishingly soared to an impressive 95 points, aligning perfectly with her beauty score, thus providing him yet another opportunity to draw a lottery. Good grief. This fellow has some serious skills. Brothers, don't hesitate. Let's charge in together. The young man with yellow hair snapped back to reality, bellowing in fury. Attack! The remaining 10 or so individuals surged forward to surround them. Darling, be careful. Boss, they're all coming at us. Witnessing the rush of over a dozen assailants, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, who had initially been elated, suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over them. They exchanged a glance, nodded resolutely, and scanned their surroundings until they spotted a brick. Rushuang, you take the brick. I'll use my high heels. Li Jing gritted her teeth and swiftly removed her high-heeled shoes, her delicate feet clad in black stockings pressing against the ground. The two of them hurried to Jiang Nan's side, ready for action. Darling, don't worry. We're here for you, Ning Rushuang declared firmly. Li Jing remained silent, coldly gripping her high heels as she surveyed the oncoming throng of attackers. Jiang Nan glanced at Ning Rushuang, his mouth slightly agape, then turned to Li Jing, astonished to see her wielding her high heels as weapons. Well, this is rather absurd, he thought, yet he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Wow, that stunning lady is using her high heels as a weapon. Doesn't that serve as a motivating stimulant for me? A seemingly lecherous individual suddenly became invigorated, exclaiming, Brothers, I want those high heels. Goodness, I cherish and polish the shoes of such an exquisite beauty every day. Everyone step back, Jiang Nan commanded, his smile directed at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing as he softly remarked, These 10 or so individuals are no match for me. Darling, Ning Rushuang called out softly, let go of a million worries. They amount to nothing more than a gathering of foul and rotten fish. Even with you by my side, I find it difficult to unleash my potential. Jiang Nan reached out and lightly patted Ning Rushuang, causing her delicate face to flush an enchanting shade of crimson. He then turned his gaze to Li Jing, offering her a warm smile and a nod. She bit her lip, nodded emphatically, and, with Ning Rushuang's assistance, slipped back in her high heels. Fortunately, this underground parking lot was not a muddy path. Otherwise, wearing them would surely lead to a painful stumble. Unable to contain herself, a cry erupted, Let us go. Let's teach this scoundrel a lesson for stealing my high heels. A group of about 10 individuals armed with wooden sticks and poles charged menacingly toward Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly, taking a bold step forward, advancing rather than retreating, as he met the oncoming throng head-on. Chapter 88. Chiu Ruiyua. You wouldn't want your partner to know, would you? This fellow has truly reached a new low, still trying to show off in front of those two beauties. It's utterly ridiculous. The young man with yellow hair chuckled coldly from behind. He acknowledged that Jiang Nan possessed some skills, but for individuals could not be compared to a mere 10. Could you really take on 10? Do you think you're Yuan? Ready to face 10? Bang! As the young man pondered, a sudden clamor of collisions echoed through the arena. He snapped back to attention and looked ahead. To his shock, the sight before him felt like the sky was falling. What the hell? The young man widened his eyes, exclamations erupting around him. At that moment, Jiang Nan was indeed dancing among the 10 or so individuals. Every attack directed at him was effortlessly evaded, and with each punch he threw, an opponent soared through the air, sent flying a dozen meters away. Incredible. Is this really Yuan? Did you hire these people as extras? This is astonishing. The yellow-haired youth was left speechless. What unfolded before him was even more impressive than action scenes in movies. My goodness, my husband. My husband is truly the best in the world. So dashing. Ah, I just want to savor this moment in silence. Behind, Ning Rushuang, witnessing Jiang Nan's exceptional performance, was bubbling with excitement. Her little fists clenched as she stomped her feet in jubilation, her face reflecting deep admiration. Yes, so handsome. Li Jing swallowed hard, nodding emphatically. Li Jing's affordability. Ning Rujuang's favorability was currently on par with her looks, which were already extraordinary. Further elevation was not easily achieved. However, Li Jing's favorability surged dramatically. After an increase of 8 points, it reached an astonishing 53 points. Oh dear, this is painful. Goodness, this guy is too fierce. Damn, taking on our entire group alone. He must have some serious martial arts training. He's ruthless. A chorus of pained cries echoed in the underground parking lot. Jiang Nan surveyed the scene, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. The tallest among them barely reached 172 centimeters, with some even around 167 centimeters. As a master of physical techniques, he found it utterly effortless to overpower them. Too easy. Don't come any closer. Jiang Nan strode towards the yellow-haired youth, who was so frightened that he stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Over here, at that moment, a voice rang out. This is the place. A dozen people wielding wooden sticks and carrying burdens. What? They've all fallen. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Nan turned to see a man in security attire accompanied by several cap-wearing individuals. Leading them was a familiar face, Qiu Ruiyue. Jiang Nan. At this moment, Qiu Ruiyue's gaze fell upon Jiang Nan, her face displaying a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into a joyful smile as she prepared to jog towards him. Darling, you are truly remarkable. A voice rang out. Ning Rujuang and Li Jing hurriedly approached Jiang Nan. The sound of Li Jing's high heels clicking against the ground echoed sharply. Darling. Qiu Ruiyue's eyes widened as she beheld Ning Rujuang entwining her arm around Jiang Nan's. For a moment, she was taken aback, feeling as though something might sprout from her head. After scratching her head, she suddenly came to her senses. Wasn't Jiang Nan's partner Meng Qingxiu? How had it changed to another stunning beauty? Moreover, the woman in the black bodycon dress was exceptionally gorgeous. What was Jiang Nan up to? Was he juggling multiple relationships? On Jiang Nan's side, he too was surprised to see Qiu Ruiyue. This encounter complicated things with Ning Rujuang. Qiu Ruiyue's favorability 5. The sudden system notification left Jiang Nan in a state of bewilderment. Not only did it not decrease, but it actually increased. What was going on? He couldn't help but focus his gaze back on Qiu Ruiyue, noting the unmistakable excitement in her eyes. Goodness, did she realize she had an opportunity, hence her exhilaration? Hadzista! Hadzista! As Qiu Ruiyue arrived with several uncles and hats, the yellow-haired man, who had been frightened to the ground by Jiang Nan, immediately shouted, pointing at Jiang Nan. This guy single-handedly beat us over 10 people, leaving us utterly incapacitated. You must stand up for us. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ruiyue and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Do you hear yourself? Qiu Ruiyue frowned, stating coolly, can one person truly defeat over 10 of you? Surely you jest. I am not joking. Is there any surveillance? You can check the footage. The yellow-haired man exclaimed loudly. Enough. It's better if you remain silent. Your noise is giving me a headache. Qiu Ruiyue, dismissing the yellow-haired man, smiled and walked towards Jiang Nan, stealing glances at Ning Rujuang and Li Jing. Her eyes briefly reflecting admiration. They were stunning. In terms of appearance, these two super beauties were undoubtedly on par with her. Observing Ning Rujuang intimately linking her arm with Jiang Nan, her gaze filled with tenderness, an unexpected thought surged in Qiu Ruiyue's mind. Jiang Nan, you wouldn't want your partner to discover your entanglement with multiple women, would you? How embarrassing. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Qiu Ruiyue's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Goodness, such an outrageous idea had emerged in her mind. Qiu Ruiyue, you truly possess a wild imagination. Sister Qiu, Jiang Nan greeted her with a smile and a nod. Did you really defend against a dozen people by yourself? Qiu Ruiyue inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in affirmation. Impressive. Not only did Qiu Ruiyue give a thumbs up, but the several men in hats behind her also gazed at Jiang Nan with astonishment. It was remarkable that such a young individual could confront over a dozen ruffians wielding various objects without sustaining any harm. This was not merely impressive, it was absolutely extraordinary. Zhao, let us take all these individuals back. My friend was surrounded and assaulted by a group of over 10 people and has sustained some injuries. I'll accompany him to the hospital for a checkup. Qiu Ruiyue turned back, smiling at one of the men in hats. Indeed, To have over 10 individuals assault a solitary person, and despite the defense, he still incurred some injuries. These thugs were exceedingly bold, daring to resort to weapons. Zhao nodded, then directed his gaze towards the blonde youth on the ground, whose physique was quite robust. He lifted the blonde effortlessly and signaled to the remaining men in hats. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Was it really that simple? Jiang Nan asked, slightly taken aback. How could it be difficult? Qiu Ryue replied with a playful smile, her eyes glinting with amusement as she continued. These two individuals are. Chapter 89. Funding is not the issue. Connections are key. I am the girlfriend of my husband, Ning Rushuang. Greetings, beautiful. Before Jiang Nan could introduce anyone, Ning Rushuang immediately smiled and extended her hand. Qiu Ryue, observing the unfazed and beaming Ning Rushuang, felt an instant surge of affection for this lovely woman. Frankly speaking, had she, Qiu Ryue, been unaware of her own position as the third party, she would have found it difficult to be gracious in the presence of other beautiful women. Such is human nature, often marked by double standards. I am Li Jing, the private steward of the owner. Li Jing also introduced herself. Hello. Qiu Ryue shook hands with each of them, introducing herself as well. I am Qiu Ryue. As for my profession, you likely already know. She smiled slightly. However, she couldn't help but glance at Li Jing a few more times. A woman so strikingly beautiful, serving as a private steward? Qiu Ryue's mind instantly leaped to conclusions. Furthermore, the way Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary subordinate. It was filled with unmistakable affection and admiration. Jiang Nan was not particularly surprised by the harmonious interaction among the three women. Upon reflection, it seemed that none of his beautiful confidants had ever caused any discord over such matters. Yet, according to the narrative he found himself in, one that resembled a classic tale of an invincible male protagonist, effortlessly conquering the urban landscape. There was no place for melodrama or love triangles. Jiang Nan shook his head inwardly. Are you all preparing to leave? Qiu Ryue inquired. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded, but was interrupted by Ning Rushuang. Do you have some time? If so, why don't we go shopping later? Besides, Jingjing has already taken off her high heels. She needs to change into new stockings. Actually, that isn't necessary, Li Jing softly interjected. All right, but I must first return to the office to change. Qiu Ryue cheerfully disregarded Li Jing's comment and tugged at Ning Rushuang. Well, I need to head back to get something. Why don't you and Ryue go shopping? Li Jing suggested quietly after some thought. Oh, it's fine. With such a wonderful boss here, how could I trouble you? Right, darling? Ning Rushuang playfully retreated to Jiang Nan's side, gently swaying his arm. All right, you may go. I also need to attend to some matters. Jiang Nan glanced at Qiu Ryue, likely surmising her intentions. It was evident that she intended to infiltrate the circle of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. Noticing Jiang Nan's gaze, Qiu Ryue playfully winked at him. Jiang Nan felt a growing certainty about the unfolding dynamics. Honestly, this rhythm was quite favorable, at least for Jiang Nan. There'd be no obstacles when it came time to lay everything bare. Whenever he wished to gather all his beautiful confidants under one roof, he could do so at any moment. Regarding Jiang Nan's preoccupations, Ning Rushuang paid little heed, believing that a woman should be amiable and understanding, while allowing a man the freedom to pursue his interests. Subsequently, the four individuals arrived at the parking area. When Jiang Nan opened the door of the Bugatti Divo, Qiu Ryue's eyes widened in astonishment, her face revealing sheer shock as she exclaimed, "What a stunning car." Not bad, Jiang Nan chuckled. Next time, I'll take you for a ride. That sounds great. Don't forget, Qiu Ryue promptly agreed, confident that her charm and allure would win over this sentimental man during their time alone together. Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled the landlady, Xia Jiqing, the beautiful young woman. Could she possibly be Jiang Nan's confidant? The notion startled Qiu Ryue. Goodness, he truly is building a harem. With Meng Qingqiu, sister Xia, the present Ning Rushuang, and Li Jing, adding herself to the mix would make 5 breathtaking beauties. If this were to leak, it would surely astonish many. The fact that so many stunning women were willing to be Jiang Nan's confidants was remarkable. This 520 was indeed packed with activities, As one event concluded, another commenced. On the streets, a blue and gold luxury supercar roared to life. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan found himself murmuring. Though he claimed to be weary, in truth, he felt a mix of exhaustion and energy from the incessant movement. It seemed he needed to accelerate his plans. After securing Li Jing and Xiu Ruiyu, he could amass funds to upgrade to a larger villa or perhaps a true estate. Gently tapping the steering wheel, his eyes sparkled with peculiar brilliance. Presently, he possessed 870 million in savings, a sum that might appear trivial to some genuine tycoons. Yet, for those of a more modest fortune, in the tens of billions, Jiang Nan stood tall. While a billionaire's worth is primarily numerical, his property, the Jiangxing Tower, was valued at no less than 10 billion. Though 870 million was substantial, it lacked avenues for significant investment. He had aspirations, yet opportunities to generate wealth were scarce. Bidding for properties or land, he could manage smaller plots with ease. Additionally, there was a lottery chance he intended to explore, hoping for a fortunate draw that could bestow him with exceptional abilities. Jiang Nan understood that at this moment, the essence of his success lay not in capital, but in connections. Suddenly, he mentally chastised himself. How could he forget that he indeed had a network? The landlady is undoubtedly a wealthy woman, possessing several buildings and embodying the standard of a billionaire. Surely, she must have some connections. At this realization, Jiang Nan suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about the landlady. As his partner, her network of contacts was, in essence, his own. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan reached for his phone, preparing to call her. Just as he picked up the device, as if by some telepathic connection, the landlady happened to call him at that very moment. Yeah. Jiang Nan answered the phone. Have you had dinner yet? Her gentle voice resonated. I just finished eating, Jiang Nan replied. Could you eat a little more? I'm with Su Yun and Man, and we're about to grab a bite. I happen to have something to discuss with you, the landlady continued. How coincidental. I too have something to share with you, Jiang Nan chuckled. Send me your location. I will be there shortly. Chapter 90. Do you know the owner of a specific floor in Jiangxing Building? Jiangxing Building. At this moment, inside the elevator, Jiang Nan's expression appeared rather peculiar. He had just departed from here, and now he returned once more. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Jiang Nan stepped out, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Lingjiang Xian restaurant. Upon his return, the welcoming hostesses at the entrance momentarily paused. Welcome to Lingjiang Xian restaurant. May I assist you? Sir? The same hostess in a cheap how approached him. Jiang Nan recalled her name was Su Xiaoqin. As she spoke, Jiang Nan smiled and replied, I am here to find someone. Certainly, please follow me. Su Xiaoqin promptly invited him inside, continuing, May I ask if the person you are looking for is in a private room or in the main hall? In the main hall. I've already spotted them. Jiang Nan's gaze swiftly locked onto a table not far away, where 3 landlords' wives were seated. Brother Jiang Nan, over here. Lin Man was the first to notice him, immediately rising and waving her hand excitedly. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the attention of several tables in the hall was drawn to her sweet call. Wow, what a stunning lady. Not only that, but at that table, there were also 2 charming married women, truly an unbeatable sight. That handsome guy looks somewhat familiar. I think he has been here before. Murmurs began to circulate. At this moment, Su Xiaoqin beside Jiang Nan also gaped in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Goodness, the quality of the ladies from the previous batch was already impressive. This time, there are 3 top-tier beauties. No wonder he is so handsome. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Su Xiaoqin before making his way to the table of the landlord's wives. His presence was akin to that of several elegant beauties in black stockings walking together. Although this time of day was not peak dining hours, the restaurant was still quite populated. After all, the location of Jiangxing Building was quite favorable, situated near a well-known tourist attraction in the old city, drawing in numerous visitors. At this hour, diners were abundant, especially some out-of-town female tourists. Those who had missed Jiang Nan during their last visit now gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Soon, he took a seat beside Lin Man. Unfortunately, they had chosen to sit in pairs. The landlord's wives and Su Yun were seated together, while Jiang Nan occupied the space next to Lin Man. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Nan noticed that Lin Man Man had replaced her black butterfly knot knee-highs with a pair of 0D black stockings, which could almost be described as skin-colored. Any slight brush against them would undoubtedly result in runs. Jiang Nan understood the convenience of such stockings. After a brief glance, he turned his attention to the landlord's wives and Su Yun. The two widows had not changed much in their attire. Both had elegantly styled hair, with the landlord's wife's silver locks particularly captivating. They were all wearing standard floral long dresses, and Jiang Nan tactically leaned back to take a glance. As expected, both sisters were clad in sheer stockings. "You little rascal," in broad daylight. "You are utterly unrestrained." The landlady noticed Jiang Nan's tactical lean and couldn't help but chide him playfully. Meanwhile, Lin Man Man and Su Yun remained silent, their beautiful faces flushed as they merely gazed down at the steaming dishes on the table. "Brother, have some vegetables." Lin Man Man obediently offered Jiang Nan a piece of stir-fried kidney, whispering, "I plan to learn some culinary skill from Sister Yun, so I can prepare balanced nutrition for you." "Are you hinting at something?" Jiang Nan teased, blowing gently into her ear and softly murmuring. Brother, the breath sent Lin Man Man's body tensing instantly, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she turned to Jiang Nan, her gaze filled with enchantment, and coupled with that sweet address of brother, it was utterly captivating. "Ha ha ha!" Jiang Nan laughed, using his chopsticks to eat the piece of stir-fried kidney, then turned to the landlady and asked, "Sister Xia, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "It's like this. I have some spare money on hand and intend to partner with Sister Yun to open a beauty salon," the landlady replied softly. "A beauty salon? That sounds great. Do you need me to do anything?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with interest. It seemed that the landlady would invest while Su Yun managed the salon. He felt a deep sense of relief. None of the women in his life appeared to be the type who feigned harmony while scheming behind the scenes. "Younger, we were thinking about whether to set it up in the South City or in the Old District," the landlady continued, placing another piece of stir-fried kidney on Jiang Nan's plate. "Here will be fine." After savoring the piece of kidney, Jiang Nan thoughtfully replied, "The Jiangxing building is in a prime location, and the locals have good purchasing power. Additionally, there are many tourists. This building is indeed an excellent choice. The rent for the Jiangxing building must be quite steep. Anyone from Jiangxing would know about this building, which is considered a landmark. Indeed, it's not cheap. For a single floor, it's no less than 1,000 square meters, and based on the prices of the last 2 years, the annual rent would be over 2 million, the landlady said softly. 2 million for a year's rent. Su Yun gasped at the figure. Good heavens! I've never possessed that much money in my life, and the rent for the Jiangxing building exceeds 2 million a year. That's insane. Hearing the landlady and observing Su Yun's reaction, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. My dear sisters, do you not believe in your man's capabilities? What's the matter? The landlady paused for a moment, then, astonished, looked at Jiang Nan and inquired, do you happen to know the owner of a specific floor in the Jiangxing building? Is it possible for us to negotiate a lower rent? Sister Xia interjected. Even a reduced rent would still be quite substantial, wouldn't it? It starts at over 2 million a year. How much lower could it possibly go? 1 million a year? Su Yun whispered. 1 million seems implausible. If it truly is 2 million, a reduction of several 100,000 would be remarkable, the landlady replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. Then perhaps it's not essential to establish ourselves here, she continued. Su Yun hastily shook her head, insisting, we don't need to spend that much. Jiang Nan, no longer wishing to keep them in suspense, smiled warmly and declared, just tell me which floor you wish to open the beauty salon, and we shall occupy that floor without any rent whatsoever. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man Man were all taken aback, momentarily at a loss for understanding his meaning. Chapter 91. This entire Jiangxing building belongs to me. What? I say, whatever floor you desire in this Jiangxing building, I shall grant it to you without charging a single cent in rent. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. But we don't want you to spend money, the landlady murmured. I still have some spare cash on hand. This Jiangxing building is entirely yours. What need is there for rent? Jiang Nan laid his cards on the table. What? Yours? How amusing. The three women reacted in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Nan. Indeed, it is our own building. What need is there for rent? Jiang Nan smiled. Jiang Nan, you. The landlady held her breath in astonishment, exclaiming, this Jiangcheng building belongs to you? Indeed, Jiang Nan acknowledged, fully aware that this revelation was immensely shocking. He was not surprised by the landlady's astonishment. After all, the Jiangcheng building was worth at least several billion, implying that Jiang Nan's net worth began at a staggering 100 million. Such news was bound to be astonishing. My goodness. Lin Man swallowed hard, scanning the entire hall of the Linjiang Xian restaurant again, before swallowing once more and whispering, Brother, this is simply too much wealth. You truly are going to frighten people. The landlady smiled wryly. This is even more extravagant than the rent you were supposed to pay us. Not at all. When the time comes, Sister Xia, just let me know what figure you prefer, and I shall make it available to you, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. He was indifferent to whether a particular floor was occupied or not. Penalties for breach of contract were trivial matters. No need, just having a vacant floor would suffice. The landlady hastily interjected. Very well, I shall take a look later, Jiang Nan nodded. With such a large building, it was unlikely that every space was rented out. There must be some vacancies or soon-to-expire leases. By the way, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with me? The landlady inquired. Sister Xia, I am considering purchasing some plots of land or perhaps property for investment. Do you have any connections in that area? Jiang Nan gazed at the landlady with anticipation. Purchasing land and investing in properties. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man exchanged glances, revealing a hint of peculiarity on their faces. Goodness, do the affluent truly speak with such bravado? If not for the fact that the man before them was the one they cherished. The landlady would have been the first to retort, You are being rather ostentatious. I do. The landlady nodded emphatically. Eager to assist her beloved man, she responded without hesitation. I have heard that several areas in the old city require redevelopment. I will inquire on your behalf. Absolutely no problem. Jiang Nan beamed with a smile. Currently, he possesses 870 million, and although he is not well versed in the pricing of such matters, he speculates that acquiring the planning rights for a piece of land should not be beyond his reach. As for subsequent planning after the acquisition, that can be addressed later. Jiang Nan is unlikely to find himself without companies at his disposal. Once he has a company, the expenditures will multiply. At that point, every penny he allocates would be considered a form of consumption. Whether he profits or incurs losses is inconsequential. What truly matters is leveraging the system for continual consumption rebates. The first 100 billion is not far off. Jiang Nan possesses absolute confidence. Dinner was a joyful affair. Around 8:30, under the gaze of many in the restaurant, Jiang Nan embraced Lin Man, the landlady, and Su Yun as they departed. Shortly thereafter, in the underground parking garage, Jiang Nan, driving a Bugatti Divo, appeared before the trio's Maybach, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What kind of car is this? It's amazing. The landlady gazed at Jiang Nan's vehicle, her expression one of sheer shock. The Bugatti Divo, a car limited to just one unit globally. Jiang Nan proceeded to introduce it. Brother, how much did this car cost? Lin Man swallowed nervously and asked timidly. 200 million. Jiang Nan's response struck like thunder, leaving the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man incredulous. My goodness, a vehicle worth 200 million. This is merely a car. It is wealth that would take 100 lifetimes to amass. No, it would take 1,000 lifetimes to own such an amount. It was utterly extravagant. Sister Xia, I truly do not know what to say, Lin Man said with a wry smile, shaking her head from within the confines of the Maybach. Don't mention your ignorance. I find myself equally at a loss, the landlady replied. Although she herself was a wealthy woman worth over 100 million, her fortune paled in comparison to the value of Jiang Nan's car. As for Su Yun, she was rendered speechless, yet internally she felt immensely fortunate to be with Jiang Nan. She had indeed found a good man. Transcending social classes was merely a step away. However, the more outstanding Jiang Nan appeared, the more self-conscious Su Yun became. Firstly, she was a widow. Secondly, she was several years his senior. Thirdly, her background was modest, and she bore the burden of a dependent. For these reasons, she felt profoundly insecure. All she could do was serve him well. Gazing through the car window at Jiang Nan, her eyes brimmed with tenderness, fixated solely on him. The two vehicles exited the underground garage, this time not returning to the landlady's old neighborhood, but rather arriving at the villa Jiang Nan had purchased at Nantian Pavilion. Upon reaching the first floor, Su Yun eagerly approached, her enthusiasm almost overwhelming. "So do an affection uno." Lin Man affection 1. 2.5 hours later, as Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, several handprints became visible. With a soft thud, he instinctively lit a cigarette. Over the course of 2.5 hours, Jiang Nan successfully secured 2 additional chances to draw lots from Su Yun and Lin Man. With their favorability and attractiveness ratings, both reaching an impressive 92 points. This figure was certainly not insignificant in Jiang Nan's eyes. Both Lin Man and Su Yun had undeniably ascended to a markedly higher level of allure. Regrettably, the landlady's rating had not improved. Had it reached 95 points, she would have afforded him 2 more chances to draw lots. At that moment, he would have possessed a total of 5 opportunities. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he was confident that the landlady's favorability would eventually reach 95 points, as there was merely 1 point remaining. Additionally, he still needed 1.3 billion to amass a total of 10 billion in savings. He must devise a strategy to reach that goal first. Chapter 92. Everyone stand up. That man has returned. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cigarette was extinguished, and the phone rang in perfect timing. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Ning Ruxiang. "Darling, Jing and Yaya and I have finished shopping. Are you coming back with us?" Ning Ruxiang's voice resonated through. "I still have some matters to attend to. I will return tomorrow," Jiang Nan replied. "All right then, Jing and I will head back first." Ning Ruxiang, ever obedient, did not inquire further. Perhaps she was aware of everything. Or perhaps she knew nothing at all. She simply understood what was appropriate to know and what was not. The call ended. As Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, a video call from Meng Qingqiu came through. "Darling, I just finished reviewing and returned to my dorm." Meng Qingqiu appeared on screen, her bare face radiant, hair cascading down her shoulders, and a bright smile illuminating her features. "Good. How about the items purchased in Jiangxing? Have they arrived?" Jiang Nan inquired. "They arrived this afternoon. Quite efficient. I forgot to inform you. Yao absolutely loves it, though she mentioned it was a bit extravagant, and she suggested you come to Shanghai soon, so she can treat you to a meal to express her gratitude." Meng Qingqiu chuckled. "Hey, it was not me who said to come to Shanghai early. It was that little brat who wanted her darling to arrive sooner." A sweet voice interjected, followed by a slight shift in Meng Qingqiu's camera. Jiang Nan glanced over and could only see a silhouette. Yet even that mere outline was enough to spark intrigue. Clad in a white mini dress, those naturally long legs were striking, though Jiang Nan, with a penchant for stockings, might have found it slightly lacking in embellishment. However, the more he looked, the more captivating it became. Such beautiful legs. Jiang Nan could only think, Yao, you're so ruthless for exposing me. Darling, indeed. It is I who wishes for you to come to Shanghai sooner. He. Meng Qingqiu quickly returned the camera focus to herself, playfully sticking out her tongue and grinning. "I'm about to take a shower now. I'll head to bed early. As I need to rise early tomorrow, are you not taking me with you?" Jiang Nan, unable to resist teasing the adorable Meng Qingqiu, asked. "I certainly don't want any parts of me exposed online. What if they're essay video reviewer? I'd be mortified." Meng Qingqiu pouted, then glanced back, leaning closer to the camera and lowering her voice significantly. "Wait for you to come to Shanghai, and we'll do it together." "All right." Jiang Nan nodded, a smile brightening his face. "Mua, good night in advance, darling. See you tomorrow." Meng Qingqiu leaned forward and planted a kiss on the camera, waiting for Jiang Nan to reciprocate before ending the call. After the video call, Jiang Nan held his phone, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. With some free time on his hands, he decided to engage in a little financial activity. Jiang Nan murmured softly and opened the Douhu live streaming platform's app. Upon entering, he casually glanced at the recommended streamers. To his astonishment, the first recommended streamer was someone he recognized, a previously banned host whose peak popularity was nothing short of terrifying. A veritable luminary in the realm of live streaming, unparalleled by any other. It was Wu Fei Kai. Indeed, this was the streamer who had been banned for several years. It appeared that the ban had finally expired, and unexpectedly, he had returned to the Douhu platform. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. He had frequently watched Wu Fei Kai's streams when he was 13 or 14, during the heyday of League of Legends, a game that had become a cultural phenomenon. Who among those who played LOL in that era was not familiar with this extraordinary streamer? Even after the advent of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the iconic phrases like Lu Wei, do not cheat, and this is Lu Wei Square, everyone stand up continue to resonate with all. Although Wu Fei Kai had incited his fans to engage in vitriol, he had undeniably brought immense joy to Jiang Nan's youth. Without further contemplation, Jiang Nan navigated to the personal back end of Douhu Live to recharge his account. Rather than bestowing his gifts upon just anyone, he chose to honor his youthful self. He recharged a modest sum of 2 million, allocating 1 million to Wu Fei Kai and reserving the other for an enchanting streamer he might encounter. After completing the transaction, Jiang Nan promptly entered Wu Fei Kai's live room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Was this a recording from years past? The dialogue sounded eerily familiar. Just then, with a dramatic flourish, the familiar scene unfolded once more, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to widen in disbelief. What the hell? Did the 17 cards truly take me down again? After a brief pause, Wu Fei Kai's furious roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of him pounding on his desk. My apologies, dear moderator. I'll keep quiet. I've forgotten that the times have changed. I can't believe this has happened. Just kidding, everyone. It's all scripted, so don't take it seriously. After a brief outburst, it seemed he noticed a violation alert, and he quickly donned a cheerful facade, displaying his uniquely infectious baboon-like grin. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. With a flourish, he sent a series of super rockets to the streamer, each worth 2,000 yuan, clicking furiously as if the money were of no consequence, akin to merely pressing a like button. In merely a fleeting moment, 100 super rockets were launched. Goodness, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed benefactor, Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan, for his generous gift of 100 super rockets. Jiang Nan, your magnanimity is truly commendable. The mere sum of 200,000 yuan for these 100 super rockets signifies a splendid omen for Lu Wei, who has just returned to the limelight, prompting him to bow in gratitude. Book Scarcity KO1. My brothers, though our funds may be modest, we have once been devoted fans of Lord Lu. I have saved my tiger rations for several months, and now I give them all to you. Lover of fried potatoes, Sun Mian. Why does this Jiang Nan's ID seem so familiar? Is he not the gentleman from Douyin who enjoys showering beautiful ladies with gifts? Ancient saying Firefox, goodness. This is indeed a true gentleman, as yet another 100 super rockets arrive. As the barrage of comments flooded the live streaming room, Jiang Nan enthusiastically engaged as well. The currency of the Douhu live streaming platform is known as Tiger Wings, where 1 Tiger Wing equals 1 yuan. Thus, 2,000 yuan translates to 2,000 Tiger Wings, resulting in 100 million, which equates to 500 super rockets. Ding! Concurrently, as Jiang Nan completed the final super rocket transaction, a system notification resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the expenditure. You have received a 12-fold consumption rebate, 12 million yuan. Just as he believed the moment was concluding, another notification echoed in his mind, illuminating Jiang Nan's eyes with excitement. Is there anyone familiar with Lord Lu? Ha ha ha. A little narrative transition. Chapter 93. Deposits reaching 1 billion. The tenderness of the landlady. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your transaction has been completed. You have triggered a 10-fold critical consumption rebate, 120 million. Oh, as the notification from the system echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan's face displayed a look of astonishment. This system truly seems to manifest thoughts into reality. The arrival of this 120 million was indeed timely, bringing his total deposits to a staggering 1 billion. Ding! In the next moment, before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, another notification resounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your deposits have reached 1 billion. In recognition of your diligent consumption, A special reward task has been dispatched. Acquire a confidant with an appearance score of 98 or above, affection level above 90 points. Task reward, 500 million in cash, 3 lottery chances, and enhanced sensory abilities. Here it comes, another rewarding task. And to be candid, the rewards are quite generous. The 500 million cash prize speaks for itself, and the 3 lottery chances are more than welcome. Truly splendid. As for the enhanced sensory abilities, while Jiang Nan may not yet possess them, he certainly understands what the 5 senses entail. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch. Enhanced sensory abilities would elevate these senses to an extraordinary level, even if not to their absolute pinnacle. It would undoubtedly grant him capabilities beyond the realm of the ordinary. With such abilities, even in the face of a gun assault, he might have a significant chance of evasion. Jiang Nan refrained from boasting too much, as he had yet to acquire this ability. Excellent. This rewarding task genuinely piques my interest. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes, accompanied by an excited smile. Among his confidants, the one with the highest appearance score, currently in the bustling metropolis, was Meng Qingqiu, boasting a score of 96 and an affection level also at 96. Logically, to fulfill this task, Jiang Nan should venture to the metropolis to enhance Meng Qingqiu's affection. However, let us not forget that Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing also possess remarkable appearance scores, both reaching an astonishing 95. If the discrepancy were too vast, Jiang Nan would naturally prefer to seek out Meng Qingqiu in the metropolis. But with merely a slight difference, he was not inclined to make that journey just yet. After all, there's a saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder. There is no rush, according to the pattern of previous special reward tasks from the system. Completing this task might lead to a subsequent one that requires him to acquire 3 additional confidants with appearance scores of 98 or above. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Nan's lips. He had begun to grasp the workings of his system, which seemed to respond to his thoughts. Moreover, it was not merely the system that acted on whims. Rather, it was he, the host, whose desires were manifesting into reality. Have we not observed that each reward for the special tasks is largely aligned with his current aspirations and needs? Certainly, he would not whimsically suggest that the next minor task would endow him with superhuman abilities. Such a leap is far too great, rendering him invincible. In that case, life would cease to be a delightful journey and would instead transform into a solitary existence devoid of excitement. He is in no rush. He relishes the gradual process of growth, finding immense pleasure in it, free from any burdens, and simultaneously appreciating the thrill of the experience. To illustrate his perspective, consider a single-player game. One might initially feel exhilarated by using cheats for swift completion. However, what remains after the rush? Only a profound emptiness. Once invincible, the only recourse will be to seek a new game. Although he perceives the world as a game, should he rush through it, there would be no subsequent games to explore. Consequently, he would be left with a lifetime of emptiness. What purpose would that serve? It is utterly meaningless. I shall pursue my desires without anyone dictating my thoughts or actions. Jiang Nan expressed calmly. Thank you to Brother Jiang Nan for the 500 super rockets, came the excited exclamations. Where's Brother Jiang Nan? My goodness, which affluent benefactor has vanished after donating 1 million? Is he still around? Lu Leioi, call out Father A, few more times, perhaps. Oh no, this father is starting again. The lively chatter of enthusiastic viewers filled the live stream, with messages streaming in frantically. At this moment, Jiang Nan returned to reality, his gaze fixed on his phone as he swiftly spent the remaining 1 million. Another 500 super rockets emerged, prompting Lu Wei to exuberantly perform a baboon dance in a live stream. Perhaps for the legendary Wu Fei Kai, 2 million would not be a significant sum. Yet for Jiang Nan, who had recently returned to the live stream scene, it was a promising sign and a form of recognition. This is precisely why Lu Wei was so exhilarated. After Jiang Nan observed Lu Wei's 2-minute original baboon dance, he promptly exited the Douhu livestream platform app. Simultaneously, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the expenditure. You have received a 20-fold rebate, 20 million yuan. This time, luck did not favor him as much. for he did not receive any additional critical expenditure rebate rewards. Nonetheless, it was not a stroke of bad fortune. At the very least, he achieved the highest 20-fold rebate in history. The sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor. Jiang Nan placed his phone aside and leaned back on the sofa, gently closing his eyes. Within moments, soft footsteps approached. Then, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a pair of warm hands rested upon his temples. "Does my little man tire as well?" A tender voice inquired. It was none other than the landlady, Xia Jiqing. "Aren't your feet cold, Sister Xia?" Jiang Nan had not yet opened his eyes, yet he comprehended that even before he noticed himself lounging on the sofa, the landlady had already removed her shoes upon reaching the staircase and approaching barefoot. "Your ears are remarkably perceptive. You could tell I took off my shoes," the landlady remarked in astonishment. "Because I love you," Jiang Nan calmly articulated these 5 words. Upon hearing this, the landlady's hand, which had been gently massaging Jiang Nan's temples, hesitated momentarily. Soon after, he felt her left hand withdraw, as if she were wiping something away, only to return slightly damp to his temples. "Do you love me?" The landlady swallowed hard, her voice tinged with a hint of fear, rendering it somewhat hoarse. "Perhaps my affections are divided among many, but you will always be my most cherished one." Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and gazed earnestly at the landlady, whose face was streaked with tears resembling blossomed pear flowers. Although their relationship had progressed rapidly, could such feelings be feigned? To an outsider, this scene might appear awkward, as if one could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment from the discomfort. However, neither Jiang Nan nor the landlady perceived it that way. Just as the landlady was on the verge of tears from being moved, a prompt from the system echoed suddenly in Jiang Nan's mind. Chapter 94. How delightful. I have just secured 3 additional lottery chances. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 2. To suddenly gain 2 points in favorability? Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face reflecting disbelief. He had anticipated that the sound of the notification might yield an increase of 1 point in favorability. Little did he know it would surge by 2 points, reaching an astonishing total of 96. Ding! Congratulations, host. The favorability with the beautiful confidant, Xia Jiqing, has reached 96 points. Beauty points 2, and you have obtained 3 lottery chances. It is noteworthy that gaining just 2 beauty points typically grants 2 lottery opportunities. Furthermore, the system offers additional benefits. Once a beautiful confidant reaches 95 or more beauty points, they will be entitled to an extra lottery chance upon achieving equivalent favorability for the first time. Thus, in the blink of an eye, with merely a heartfelt compliment, Jiang Nan had amassed 3 lottery chances. Sister Xia, you truly are my lucky star. Jiang Nan gazed fervently at the tender and affectionate landlady. On May 21st, 2024, at 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan slowly awoke from his slumber, on a bed large enough for 7 or 8 individuals. He found himself utterly alone. Another day had passed. Rising, Jiang Nan made his way to the bathroom, and upon gazing into the mirror, he involuntarily inhaled deeply. It had been 6 days since he acquired the system, and today marked merely the beginning of the 7th day. For reasons unbeknownst to him, it felt as if he had experienced 70 or even 700 days. The sensation was surreal. Muttering to himself, Jiang Nan noticed the toothpaste and mouthwash meticulously arranged on the sink, eliciting a gentle smile. He knew precisely who had prepared these items. Who else could it be but the landlady? Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, having completed his grooming, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in his clothes, when a soft knock resonated from the master bedroom door. "Jiang Nan, breakfast is ready. You may rise now," came Su Yun's voice. He opened the slightly ajar door and immediately embraced Su Yun's slender waist. It was remarkable that neither Su Yun nor the landlady bore any trace of having given birth. One might attribute the landlady's impeccable maintenance to wealth, which is quite normal. Yet, Su Yun's ability to preserve such a figure without any signs of motherhood astonished Jiang Nan. Upon descending to the first-floor dining room, Jiang Nan found the landlady, who was tying on an apron just as she set down a bowl of lean meat porridge. He couldn't help but inquire, "Where's Man-Man?" Man-Man returned to school early. She asked me to tell you that she likely won't have time to accompany you in the coming days due to a small exam, the landlady replied, her gaze gentle as she looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded, unconsciously turning his attention toward the landlady. In the present day, she has risen to an impressive score of 96, her beauty unparalleled. Her face remains unchanged, yet in Jiang Nan's eyes, it appears as if adorned with numerous filters, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Her complexion has improved significantly, surpassing previous standards by several tiers. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, it would be plump and dewy. Despite being a woman of 30, she appears far more youthful than the average 18-year-old maiden. Do not presume that the landlady has lost her feminine charm. In truth, this duality of youthful vigor and mature elegance is the epitome of allure. Are you mesmerized? Do you not recognize me anymore? At that moment, the landlady's voice resonated as she sauntered before Jiang Nan, playfully waving her hand before his eyes, twirling with a cheerful demeanor, and proclaiming, "This is the rejuvenating power of love. I feel as if I have been reborn, experiencing a second spring." Upon seeing her transformation that morning, when she had risen alongside Sister Xia, she was utterly astonished. Su Yun, too, was taken aback by the landlady's remarkable metamorphosis. Although she felt her own changes were significant over the past few days, they paled in comparison to the landlady's transformation. Your skin has also improved tremendously. How soft and smooth it feels. The landlady gently caressed Su Yun's face, unable to restrain her admiration. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, ever since I had that intimate encounter with this mischievous young man, I have noticed a remarkable enhancement in my vitality. Previously, I would have 2 dreams each night, but now I slumber soundly through the night, awakening naturally. I can relate. Su Yun nodded in agreement, having experienced a similar transformation. Before meeting Jiang Nan, she was overwhelmed with anxiety over her financial constraints, which severely impacted her sleep quality. Without the opportunity to teach piano, she relied on her meager earnings as a minor game streamer on Douyin, managing to earn 6,000 to 7,000 and occasionally over 10,000 when she encountered a generous benefactor. However, such encounters were not a monthly guarantee. In the months leading up to meeting Jiang Nan, her income barely reached 3,000. Do not assume that was sufficient. Had it not been for her previous savings of around 10,000, she would have succumbed to the allure of those who privately messaged her on Douyin, requesting a pair of socks priced at an exorbitant 200 yuan. Thankfully, Jiang Nan arrived, as if descending like a divine being before her. Even more fortuitous was the fact that this esteemed benefactor was youthful, handsome, and affluent, truly exceptional. It is undeniable that Su Yun first encountered Jiang Nan through Douyin. Yet, her infatuation was genuine, particularly during that moment of soulful connection in the piano room. She found herself utterly captivated by this younger man. Love is that simple. Once one plunges into its depths, there's no turning back. Su Yun has profoundly experienced this sensation. In my opinion, the 2 sisters are inherently beautiful. It is merely that, after enduring a prolonged drought, they have suddenly been rejuvenated by a bountiful rain. Jiang Nan began to sing praises with a smile, while with her other hand, she embraced the landlady warmly. What sweet words! The landlady nestled happily against Jiang Nan's chest, displaying a sweet smile reminiscent of a young girl in love. 1. Su Yun also nodded in agreement. In this day and age, one must wonder what truly qualifies as sweet talk. Jiang Nan spread her hands, revealing a smile tinged with helplessness. Chapter 95, Deep Sisterly Affection. An hour later, I stepped outside. After the landlady and Su Yun gently tidied up Jiang Nan's appearance, he rose and made his way towards the underground garage. The landlady and Su Yun, with faces glowing like peach blossoms, accompanied him to the stairway leading to the lower level. Will you be back for lunch? Probably not. Oh, and Sister Xia, please remember to ask about the land and property matters for me. I have no issues with a bid of around 1 billion. Jiang Nan turned back and said, "Rest assured, I'll keep track of my man's affairs," the landlady assured, patting her chest. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded before disappearing around the corner. Love you isn't just a fleeting sentiment. Once Jiang Nan departed, The landlady immediately began humming a cheerful tune as she headed towards the dining room. Sister Xia, I'll help clean up. Su Yun followed closely behind, eager to gather the dishes. Su Yun, even though you call me Sister Xia, we are both Jiang Nan's confidants, not servants. We are good sisters. To speak honestly, we understand each other far better. The landlady grasped Su Yun's hand sincerely and continued, so there is no need for too much formality. As sisters, we share everything, even a man. Sister Xia, Su Yun's eyes glistened with emotion. At that moment, in the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan was oblivious to the deep sisterly bond forming between the landlady and Su Yun after his departure. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. Darling Ning Rushuang's languid voice, as if she had just woken, came through the line. Why haven't you returned yet? I miss you. On my way back, Jiang Nan responded. Okay, then I'll obediently sleep a bit longer, waiting for you to come home, Mua. The call ended. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. After today, Ning Rushuang will be going back to work. If he didn't take the opportunity to enhance their rapport and secure a chance for a lottery draw, it would be a missed opportunity. Currently, he had 6 lottery chances in hand and needed just 4 more to redeem an extraordinary lottery opportunity. Soon, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Ning Rushuang was the epitome of a beauty enthusiast and a hopeless romantic. Although her affection had already reached its peak, he believed he could still manage to raise it by 1 point. As for Li Jing, her affection had soared to 53 points if he took the initiative. It was not unreasonable to expect to reach 95 points within 3 days. Calculating, didn't that mean 3 lottery opportunities? As for the 4th, Jiang Nan found it to be quite easy. The woman, Qiu, had undoubtedly succumbed to a sudden infatuation with him, her admiration for him equally profound. Although her beauty did not attain a score of 95, with her comparable aesthetic appreciation to Ning Rushuang and her propensity for romantic fantasies, Jiang Nan remained confident that he could, through a dual approach, seize one last opportunity for a fortuitous outcome. Moreover, he had the added advantage of a small task that granted him 3 chances in a lucky draw. Zooming through the streets, the Bugatti Divo sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Half an hour later, within the underground garage of Villa number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu community, Jiang Nan alighted from his vehicle. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he cast a quick glance around, noticing no one present, and hastily ascended to the 2nd floor master bedroom. Gently pushing open the door, he glanced towards the large bed and beheld a figure with her back turned. A smile immediately graced his face as he stealthily approached the bedside, cheerfully inquiring, "Guess who I am?" Li Jing's affection level 6. What? As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Li Jing? How could it be Li Jing? Suddenly, from the bathroom, the sound of a flushing toilet broke the silence. The bathroom door creaked open. "Oh, husband, what are you doing?" Ning Rushuang's voice chimed in from the side. Li Jing's affection level 5. Goodness. Just as Jiang Nan was startled, another notification resonated in his mind. "Boss, you're back." At this moment, Li Jing on the bed began to breathe rapidly, though she quickly suppressed it, feigning a look of confusion as she rose from the bed. Impressive. Jiang Nan observed how swiftly Li Jing managed to compose herself, appearing as though she had just awakened from a daze. He couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. "Sister Jing, what brings you here?" Jiang Nan inquired, naturally adept at maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if the previous blunder had never occurred. "Last night, I returned around 11, took a shower, chatted with Jing, and then we went to sleep together," Ning Rushuang said with a playful smile, embracing Jiang Nan and leaning against his chest while playfully winking at him. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation, clearing his throat before suggesting, "Why don't you freshen up and let me know what you'd like for breakfast?" Upon hearing his words, Ning Rushuang's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. However, from the number of times her lips twitched, Jiang Nan discerned it was a phrase of 5 words. "I'll go make breakfast for the boss," Li Jing promptly declared as she hastily descended from the bed. Jiang Nan's eyelids involuntarily fluttered. After a fleeting glance, he quickly diverted his gaze. Li Jing's affection level 1. Really? Just being a gentleman earns me a single point of affection? He redirected his gaze back. Li Jing's affection level 5. Well. So you fancy this sort of interaction, do you? Jiang Nan observed Li Jing, who shyly dashed out of the master bedroom, barefoot and clutching her chest. A faint smile graced his face. Do I look pretty, darling? She had asked. Once her figure faded from view, Jiang Nan redirected his gaze to Ning Ruo Shuang, whose knowing eyes met his. Upon hearing her words, he nodded and chuckled. She is indeed lovely, but my Ruo Shuang is even more exquisite. Chapter 96. The land you consigned to the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion auction. An hour later, 2 system notifications simultaneously echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. For a moment, he froze in place. Well then, Ning Rushuang's favorability increasing by 1 point was perfectly normal. But how had Li Jing's favorability also risen by 6 points? How strange. However, Jiang Nan was never one to obsess over trivialities. Since he didn't know the reason, he wouldn't dwell on it. In his view, if favorability had increased, there must be a reason. Sooner or later, the answer would reveal itself. 7 lottery draws now. This had come far too easily. Soon, in the bathroom, Jiang Nan stepped out of the shower, his face adorned with a deeply satisfied smile. Perhaps he wouldn't even need Xiu Ryue to accumulate 10 ordinary lottery draws and exchange them for 1 extraordinary draw. Hopefully, this extraordinary draw will grant me something truly remarkable. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for the moment he would finally exchange those 10 ordinary draws for a single, extraordinary opportunity. A few minutes later, dressed, Jiang Nan stepped out of the bathroom. Ning Rushuang lay facing him, a sweet, blissful smile gracing her sleeping face. Not wishing to disturb her, he quietly exited the master bedroom. Origine et sa favorabilité quatre. The moment he stepped out, another system notification chimed in his mind, startling him once more. Instinctively, he turned, only to see Li Jing, who had just ascended the stairs, frozen in place with a towel in hand, an unmistakable awkwardness on her face. A faint hint of embarrassment colored her expression. As Jiang Nan's gaze swept over her, he could visibly see her body tense, her demeanor radiating guilt. Sister Jing, what are you doing with that towel? His eyes flickered with amusement, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Li Jing esa favorabilité dos. Despite Jiang Nan saying nothing particularly meaningful, Li Jing's favorability rose yet again. And nothing, just wiping sweat. Li Jing chocolate nervously, hastily hiding the towel behind her back before striding forward with a bright smile. Boss, breakfast is ready. You should go down and eat. I've already eaten, Jiang Nan replied before slowly stepping closer to her. Li Jing suddenly let out a startled cry. Li Jing esa favorabilité dos. What is wrong, Sister Jing? Her odd behavior puzzled Jiang Nan. And what was with this continuous surge in favorability? At that moment, he seemed to hear the faintest sigh of relief. Honestly, Jiang Nan found Li Jing utterly endearing. Though baffling, it was undeniably amusing. And nothing, really nothing at all. Li Jing began to stutter, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, her breath quickened, her charming face flushed with a hint of inexplicable shyness. Sister Jing, why is your face so red? At that moment, Jiang Nan moved a little closer, noticing the undeniable crimson hue of Li Jing's lovely face, causing his gaze to flicker with intrigue. He had already surmised the reason, as this was not the first occurrence of such a nature. Li Jing's affection level 6. As Jiang Nan approached, Li Jing instinctively took a few steps back. Her exquisite face was suffused with a rosy glow, as if she had committed some secret misdeed, and she dared not meet Jiang Nan's eyes. And no, boss, it's really nothing, she murmured, lowering her head. What's wrong? What's wrong? At that moment, the master bedroom door swung open completely, and Ning Rushuang emerged. Upon seeing Li Jing's bashful expression and flushed cheeks, she seemed to grasp the situation immediately. Darling Ning Rushuang called out playfully to Jiang Nan, then mischievously winked. Jiang Nan quickly understood, cleared his throat, and said, well, I'll take my leave now. As Jiang Nan's figure vanished down the corridor of the second floor, Li Jing turned to Ning Rushuang, her head bowed and face still crimson, whispering, Rushuang, I'm so sorry Jing, why apologize? You have no idea how envious I am of you. Ning Rushuang exclaimed, eagerly grasping Li Jing's small hand, whispering in her ear, "If only I had your figure." "I could." Hee hee. Her voice trailed off, while Li Jing's blush deepened. "Oh, you." After hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Li Jing's face turned scarlet, reaching her ears and neck. Li Jing's affection level 2. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, the system's notification echoed in his mind. 92 points of affection. A spark of excitement ignited in Jiang Nan's eyes. This is progressing remarkably fast. Just 3 more points of affection, and I will gain another chance to draw. A smile of anticipation graced Jiang Nan's face. In truth, the rapid increase in Li Jing's affection was entirely expected. Ning Rushuang, being a beauty enthusiast with a romantic mindset, was resolute in her affections. As for Li Jing, one might describe her as reserved, or perhaps more accurately, as introverted with an element of contrast. Once the right buttons were pressed, her affection would naturally soar. This explained why Jiang Nan's mere playful gestures and words had caused Li Jing's affection to rise so swiftly. Moreover, Jiang Nan suspected that had Ning Rushuang not interrupted, he might have been able to elevate Li Jing's affection to a staggering 95 points with just a bit more interaction. At this juncture, it was nearly within reach. Jiang Nan shook his head. With the assistance of Ning Rushuang and his own strategic maneuvers, it was highly likely that Li Jing's affection for him would reach a remarkable 95 points today. Just then, a notification chimed from his mobile phone, which was nestled in his pocket. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Nan retrieved his phone and glanced at the message. It was a text from a virtual number. "Dear Mr. Jiang Nan, the land you consigned to the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion auction has successfully entered the next auction. Please be attentive to the incoming payment notification post-auction. Should you have any inquiries, please call 13412. Chapter 97. Jiang Yan is at a loss. Someone is applying for security. What does this mean? Jiang Nan stared blankly at the message. Goodness, a plot of land in Kyoto. Scams have truly reached new heights these days. Here, I am in Jiangcheng, and I'm supposed to have a piece of land in Kyoto? What a joke. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Nan regained his composure, chuckling softly as he deleted the message. He opened WeChat, where he found messages from Meng Qingxiu, Lin Man, the landlord, and Su Yun. After responding to each, he finally focused on the message from Qiu Ruiyue. Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan, I will be taking a vacation soon. Could you spare some time to teach me some basic martial arts? Upon reading this message, Jiang Nan found himself deep in thought. Honestly, he felt it was quite necessary to have a capable woman by his side. Given that Qiu Ruiyue had a background in martial arts, it seemed entirely reasonable for her to possess some basic fighting skills. If he could later provide her with body enhancement serum alongside some martial arts training, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she could fend off several armed opponents without difficulty. Though that was a conservative estimate, who could truly gauge Qiu Ruiyue's potential? All right. With this thought, Jiang Nan made a decision. Until he encountered a more suitable female bodyguard, he would cultivate Qiu Ruiyue's skills. Qiu Ruiyue, yes. How about I contact you in advance? If I have time, I'll just take my vacation. Jiang Nan, sure. After concluding the chat with Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan was about to exit WeChat to browse for entertaining short videos when a woman, who seemed to have vanished for quite some time, sent him a message. Jiang Nan Go, are you there? Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in Jiangcheng, a beautiful girl dressed in a soft gray long hoodie and a brown pleated skirt stared at her phone, her mouth slightly agape. What a cold, indifferent question mark. This lovely girl was Jiang Yan, and as she looked at the question mark sent by Jiang Nan, she found herself momentarily at a loss. It was usually she who treated boys this way, yet now she was on the receiving end. The disparity in her feelings was palpable. Could it be because she didn't reach out to Jiang Nan yesterday? But didn't boys typically take the initiative to ask girls out? Jiang Yan felt a swirl of confusion. She admitted to having a considerable fondness for this Jiang Nan Go, his handsome face and presence often occupying her thoughts. Yet, her own beauty was not lacking either. Even if he was wealthy and handsome, pursuing a girl should involve some effort on his part, shouldn't it? Furthermore, judging by the gifts Jiang Nan had sent her, he should be quite interested in her, right? It was precisely because of this that she had refrained from contacting him yesterday, hoping he would take the initiative to reach out to her. But what was the result? She did not send a message to Jiang Nan, and he, in turn, had never reached out to her either. Thus, at this moment, the question mark that Jiang Nan directed towards her felt exceedingly indifferent, leaving Jiang Yin, accustomed to a lofty pride, utterly perplexed. What is with this woman? Jiang Nan observed the chat box flickering with the status of typing intermittently, yet no messages materialized, rendering him speechless. Shaking his head, he exited the chat with Jiang Yin, disinterested in engaging with her any further. For him, women often required a selection of those who took the initiative. Those who did not could simply be left to ponder their own proactivity. Exiting WeChat, Jiang Nan intended to unwind by scrolling through short videos on Douyin. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. Darling Ning Rushuang's voice rang out. Jiang Nan tucked his phone back into his pocket and turned to see Ning Rushuang guiding the now composed and shyly Jing down the stairs. Have you had breakfast? Ning Rushuang continued. Yes, Jiang Nan replied, rising from the sofa to join the two women. He appraised Li Jing, who had changed into a fitted black crop top that accentuated her curves exquisitely, paired with black hot pants that visually elongated her beautiful legs. Quite nice. Jiang Nan could scarcely imagine how captivating she would appear in early autumn, adorned with a pair of lettered black stockings and boots alongside this outfit. Li Jing and I are off to have breakfast. By the way, darling, will you be home for lunch? Ning Rushuang's gaze briefly swept over Li Jing's fitted black top, which from her angle appeared even more striking, prompting a subtle smile. She had deliberately chosen this outfit for Li Jing, a piece she had purchased but never worn herself. Both women stood at 172 centimeters, their figures remarkably similar, making Ning Rushuang's ensemble highly suitable for Li Jing. Indeed, such an outfit required a certain presence to truly shine. Observing Jiang Nan's unwillingness to divert his gaze, she felt an unexpected thrill rather than jealousy. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. The time was neither too early nor too late. Approaching 10 o'clock, and in 2 hours, it would indeed be lunchtime. Since Jiang Nan had no pressing matters at hand, he recalled that he had recently acquired a remarkable skill, master-level culinary expertise. The saying that gentlemen should steer clear of the kitchen held some truth. But was he truly a gentleman? In this day and age, in most ordinary households, who was not a man in the kitchen? Moreover, Jiang Nan was eager to taste the dishes crafted with his newfound culinary prowess. I'll go buy some ingredients and whip something up at home. Ning Rushuang te market. Darling, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded, intending to lend a hand momentarily by preparing a dish or two to test the waters. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Hello. At that moment, Li Jing's phone began to ring and vibrate. She swiftly retrieved her phone and answered the call. Is this Li Jing, the steward of Villa 001? A distinctly cold voice resonated through the line. It is I, Li Jing affirmed with a nod. I am Lung Bingyue, here to interview for the security personnel position at Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa 001. May I inquire if you are present at the villa? The cold voice inquired. I am indeed here. Coincidentally, the owner is present today as well. Miss Lung, when might you be able to come by? Li Jing responded in a notably formal manner. Chapter 98. Lung Bingyue, with a stunning beauty score of 96. Now, Lung Bingyue's voice resonated. All right, the call ended. Li Jing turned to Jiang Nan and said, Boss, someone has come to interview for the security position at the villa. Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. He had heard Li Jing mention Miss Lung. Could it be that a woman was applying for the security role? What are the criteria? Jiang Nan inquired. Just the standard for regular veterans. Possessing certain practical skills is sufficient. Li Jing Rablia. A woman? Jiang Nan took another look at Li Jing, surprised by her understanding of his preferences. A female security guard would undoubtedly be a superior choice in Jiang Nan's eyes. In the future, his villa and any subsequent properties or rewards from the system would likely be populated by women he favored. Thus, a female security guard was indeed a more refined option. Exactly. Li Jing nudda amfatikali. Women are not necessarily inferior to men, and they offer many conveniences. At least they can stay overnight at the villa. Sister Jing's thoughts aligned with mine, Jiang Nan praised. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Nan's commendation, Li Jing felt a surge of happiness, her smile blossoming. Shall I go buy groceries myself? Ning Rushuang asked. No need, just order takeout. Jiang Nan waved his hand. You two can eat first. I'll take a stroll in the front yard. Having visited the number 001 villa area several times, he often spent time indoors, but had yet to explore the outdoor environment. Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, a leisurely stroll to familiarize himself seemed fitting. Moreover, with summer approaching, Jiang Nan didn't necessarily have to go upstairs. Waving goodbye to the two women, he stepped through a floor-to-ceiling window. This position faced a small garden to the right of the villa's main entrance. A casual glance revealed a swing in the center, a small fountain nearby, and a quaint gazebo beside it. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as a knowing smile graced his lips. Passing through the small garden, he arrived at the grand entrance. Glancing to the side to see a golf course, Jiang Nan had little interest in the sport, so he merely cast a brief look before diverting his gaze. At that moment, as he withdrew his gaze, he noticed a woman strolling towards him, standing tall and exuding confidence, clad in a white sports tank top and denim shorts. Due to her cap, Jiang Nan couldn't discern her features clearly. However, her figure was undeniably striking. Aside from the emblem of youthfulness, her long legs possessed an extraordinary allure. Instantly, Jiang Nan directed his insight towards her. Name, Lung Bingwei. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 96. Affection, 5 points. 96 points. Hello. Upon completing her examination of the woman's attribute panel, a cold, ethereal voice resonated in Jiang Nan's ear. Hello. Recognizing the identity of the woman before him, Jiang Nan regained his composure and gazed at her. When she removed her cap, a hint of astonishment graced her features. This woman had sleek black hair tied in a low ponytail, and her exquisitely delicate features initially seemed incongruous with her frosty demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, an inexplicable harmony emerged. Excuse me, is this villa number 001? Lung Bingwei scrutinized Jiang Nan's handsome visage for a moment longer, her lips curving into a somewhat rigid smile. Noticing her stiff smile, Jiang Nan responded with a warm grin and pressed the door release, opening it wide. You must be Miss Lung, here to apply for the villa's security position, correct? Indeed. Aware of her own inability to smile naturally, Lung Bingwei retracted her smile and nodded coolly. Affection for Lung Bingwei too. Please come in. Jiang Nan invited her inside, mildly surprised by her efficiency. He surmised that she must have arrived while on the phone, only just reaching the entrance. May I ask who you are? As Lung Bingwei stepped through the villa's threshold, her eyes frequently darted towards Jiang Nan's striking face, prompting her to inquire softly. Affection for Lung Bingwei too. Jiang Nan, also intrigued by the system prompt echoing in his mind, glanced at her once more. I am the owner of this villa, Jiang Nan, he replied with a smile. The owner? Lung Bingwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, Jiang Nan affirmed, nodding cheerfully. Such a young owner. Lung Bingwei's smile, though still somewhat rigid, was not devoid of warmth. Her astonishment grew as she scrutinized Jiang Nan from head to toe before inquiring. Are you a second-generation wealthy individual? Yes, indeed, Jiang Nan replied, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the side hall on the first floor. Upon hearing their footsteps, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing emerged from the dining area, their faces lighting up with admiration upon seeing Lung Bingwei. What a stunningly beautiful woman! As Ning Rushuang and Li Jing's gazes fell upon Lung Bingwei, she, in turn, observed them with wide eyes. You're quite beautiful as well, Ning Rushuang quickly responded, offering her a compliment. Thank you. Lung Bingwei replied succinctly, her smile now even more rigid than the last one she had shown Jiang Nan. Noticing her expression, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged knowing glances, instantly realizing that this woman had likely seldom smiled. They immediately donned gentle smiles, introducing themselves. I am Ning Rushuang. I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper of this villa. I am Lung Bingwei. Cold Ice Moon stood behind Jiang Nan, bowing at a 90-degree angle to Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. In response to her formal demeanor, both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing hastily returned the gesture. However, If they continued this formality, the sun would surely set before long. Jiang Nan chuckled softly and then proceeded down the staircase to the lower level, his voice reaching the ears of the three women. Come with me. There is a gym below, as well as a small running track. Since they were to recruit security personnel, it was only natural to conduct a brief assessment. The gym was equipped with punching bags and various exercise equipment, and it was imperative to gauge Cold Ice Moon's strength and physical endurance. Otherwise, would they merely hire her as a decorative figure? Jiang Nan might as well opt for a bubble bath instead. After all, a woman who appears cold yet harbors a warm heart and is not adept at expressing her emotions is undoubtedly more intriguing than one who is easily recognized as a contrast. Indeed, Jiang Nan found himself curious when the moment arrived. Would she reveal her soprano voice? Chapter 99. The Shock of Lung Bingwei. You are not an ordinary fighter, are you? In the basement gym, this was Jiang Nan's first visit. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the plethora of fitness equipment available. A flicker of disdain crossed Lung Bingwei's eyes upon seeing the gym apparatus. She was a person of genuine combat prowess, not one who relied on protein powder for muscle gain. Although fitness enthusiasts may intimidate the average person, for someone of her caliber, even a couple of fitness buffs would be easily dealt with. Jiang Nan navigated past various exercise machines, reaching a small room at the side of the gym, guided by a sign. Upon entering, a modest boxing ring came into view, eliciting a hint of surprise from Jiang Nan. This setup was undeniably impressive. The boxing ring was quite a spectacle. Well, since it was there, he could personally test Lung Bingwei's skills. Boss, are you looking to test my strength? Lung Bingwei inquired, her gaze falling on the sandbags beneath the boxing ring. Indeed, Jiang Nan replied with a smile, and, under the astonished gazes of the women present, he leaped onto the small boxing platform at the center of the room. Boss, you are. Lung Bingwei was taken aback. I wish to assess your capabilities, to see if you truly possess the skills requisite for villa security. Jiang Nan replied, beaming. Boss, Lung Bingwei hurriedly insisted. Isn't this a bit of a joke? How can a security guard practice on the boss? Rest assured, I have trained in martial arts as well. I can hold my own against you. Jiang Nan continued to encourage her. But Lung Bingwei's expression reflected her hesitation. Miss Lung, I can vouch for this. The boss has indeed trained and is no ordinary individual. Li Jing interjected to clarify. Exactly, Miss Lung. My husband is a formidable man who can take on a dozen ruffians armed with sticks. Do not underestimate him. Ning Rushuang added, pride evident in her demeanor. Hearing Li Jing and Ning Rushuang's assertions, Lung Bingwei could not help but let out a soft sigh. Without witnessing it firsthand, she remained skeptical. Even if their words were sincere, she would still regard Jiang Nan's feats as mere theatrics, a contrived act of heroism. After all, while one or two challengers might be manageable given Jiang Nan's physique, a dozen ruffians, even if they were merely adolescents, would certainly pose a challenge beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, especially with weapons in hand. Not even she, nor her elders from the countryside who had trained in their youth, would have been able to face such odds. Very well, Lung Bingwei took a deep breath. A performance would suffice. As long as she did not injure the boss, it would be enough to demonstrate that her skills were indeed commendable. Upon reflecting on this, Lung Bingwei ascended to the small boxing ring. Ladies first, Miss Lung, I invite you to attack me, Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. Very well, but do be cautious, she replied, bowing slightly. As she straightened, her demeanor transformed dramatically. To Jiang Nan, her gaze now radiated an intensity that was exponentially more formidable. In the midst of his contemplation, Lung Bingwei took a step forward, raising her fist in a seemingly mundane straight punch directed at Jiang Nan. Too soft. Jiang Nan advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward to seize her punch, shaking his head as he stated, You may unleash all your strength. You cannot harm me. With that, he released her fist and stepped back, creating distance between them. Lung Bingwei gazed at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Proceed, he encouraged with a smile. All right. She surmised that Jiang Nan had indeed undergone some training. His physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary youth, which reassured her greatly. Huh! Lung Bingwei let out a fierce shout, propelling herself forward with astonishing power. In an instant, she closed the gap, launching a punch aimed at his chest. Bang! In response to her assault, Jiang Nan merely stepped forward, transforming his hand into a palm that gently pushed against her fist. The force was effortlessly dissipated, causing Lung Bingyue to topple towards the ropes of the boxing ring. What? Upon colliding with the ropes, she bounced slightly before swiftly regaining her balance. With an incredulous expression, she turned to gaze at the smiling Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "Is that Tai Chi?" Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. Isn't Tai Chi merely a practice for physical conditioning? Lung Bingyue was momentarily taken aback. Could it genuinely be applicable in combat? While Tai Chi is traditionally regarded as a means of cultivating mind and body, it does not imply a lack of offensive capability. Jiang Nan regarded the astonished Lung Bingyue with a knowing smile. You must remember, Tai Chi is ultimately a martial art. In the hands of an ordinary person, it serves as a form of exercise and self-cultivation. However, in the hands of someone like me, it could be a formidable ancient combat technique capable of taking on many opponents. Unleash your fastest punch, Jiang Nan softly urged. All right, no longer underestimating him. Lung Bingyue took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening further. With a powerful push off the ground, she accelerated at an astonishing speed, far surpassing her previous efforts. In the blink of an eye, she surged towards Jiang Nan. My goodness, what explosive power! Below the ring, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, both novices, were utterly astonished by Lung Bingyue's remarkable speed. Impressive. Yet, on the ring, Jiang Nan simply raised his right hand slowly, meeting her forceful punch with the palm of his hand. Even the formidable recoil unexpectedly propelled Lung Bingyue back several steps, causing her to collide once more with the ropes of the boxing ring. After a prolonged moment of adjustment, she managed to steady herself while firmly grasping the ropes. You! Lung Bingyue's entire right arm trembled visibly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Nan. She swallowed repeatedly, exclaiming, You are no ordinary practitioner, are you? I have merely trained for a while, Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. Affection level with Lung Bingyue 20. In that instant, a system notification resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. Such intensity? An instantaneous gain of 20 points in affection. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a look of astonishment spread across Jiang Nan's face. This narrative is devoid of any extraneous elements. It is a pure urban power fantasy. Rest assured completely. Chapter 100. Rest assured, boss, I would never betray you. No, it is impossible that you have merely practiced for a short period. Lung Bingyue inhaled deeply, her expression turning serious as she gazed at Jiang Nan's face. Having been immersed in martial arts since the tender age of 3 and serving 5 years in the military by 18, she considered herself a formidable female soldier without a doubt. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Nan, she felt utterly powerless, akin to a 3-year-old child facing a towering 2-meter-tall man, devoid of any ability to retaliate. This was inconsequential. Jiang Nan shook his head, observing the tremor in Lung Bingyue's right arm. He stepped closer, and to her astonishment, he grasped her delicate, smooth right arm, applying pressure from shoulder to palm. In an instant, the pain in her right hand vanished, prompting her cherry-like lips to form an astonished O as she gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief, exclaiming, Boss, what have you done to me? Why do I feel such a refreshing coolness? Nothing much, just a unique technique, Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. Affection level for Lung Bingyue 10. The system's notification echoed in his mind, leaving Jiang Nan marveling at the rapidity of it all. Indeed, once the right pressure point was identified, the challenge of increasing affection levels was merely a facade. Though Lung Bingyue wore a cold exterior, her heart burned warmly. In her realm of expertise, she was undeniably proud. Jiang Nan, of similar age, appeared almost as a mentor in her field. It was akin to a brilliant female scholar encountering an even more exceptional peer. It was utterly impossible not to harbor admiration and affection. Boss, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, Lung Bingyue resembled an enamored fan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although her smile remained somewhat stiff, it was evident that she was earnestly attempting to express her delight. From now on, I entrust the protection of Villeneuve 001 to you. Jiang Nan smiled as he extended his right hand. Absolutely. Lung Bingwei promptly grasped Jiang Nan's hand, her exquisite face flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with admiration for her superior. Affection level for Lung Bingwei 1. Applause erupted from beneath the boxing ring as Ning Rushuang and Li Jing clapped in approval. Bingwei is fantastic. Ning Rushuang generously offered her praise. Miss Lung, we shall be colleagues from now on. I look forward to your guidance. After Jiang Nan and Lung Bingwei descended from the boxing ring, Li Jing stepped forward, extending her right hand with a gentle smile. Hello, Miss Li. Lung Bingwei took Li Jing's hand, her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly remarked, You can call me Yaya. My family calls me that. Very well, Yaya. You must be 2 or 3 years younger than us. We shall call you Yaya's sister from now on. Ning Rushuang approached and took hold of the other hand of Lung Bingwei. Then I shall call you Sister Rushuang and Sister Jing. Lung Bingwei's smile, in comparison to before, was far more gentle, radiating a warmth that dispelled any sense of stiffness. Jiang Nan, witnessing this harmonious scene, couldn't help but smile. A monthly salary of 30,000, and with bonuses, a total of 500,000 annually. Furthermore, upon joining, one must select a vehicle worth approximately 2 million as a means of transportation. Let us consider a living subsidy of about 500,000. A few minutes later, in the side hall on the first floor, Jiang Nan gazed at the obediently standing Lung Bingwei before him. The request that had been put forth was not from Lung Bingwei, but rather from Jiang Nan himself. Upon hearing such generous terms, Lung Bingwei's eyes instantly sparkled with clarity, albeit tinged with a hint of navet, gradually transforming into a look of bewilderment. Salary bonuses, living subsidies, 1 million a year, and one must select a vehicle valued at around 2 million upon joining? My dear boss, you are excessively lavish. Lung Bingwei remained silent for several seconds. What? Are you not satisfied with this offer? Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. No, boss. Are you certain this is for hiring security staff? Lung Bingwei opened her mouth, an expression of perplexity crossing her face. Such conditions would be more fitting for hiring a personal assistant. You are talented and deserve better treatment. I would be quite distressed if someone else lured you away with a higher salary. Jiang Nan spoke with ease, fabricating lies effortlessly. Observing the smile that emerged on Lung Bingwei's face, a smile that was completely devoid of stiffness, he couldn't help but chuckle. Favorability toward Lung Bingwei 5. Rest assured, boss, I will never betray you. Lung Bingwei straightened her posture, gazing earnestly at Jiang Nan. Add me on WeChat and provide me with your bank account details. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone. Certainly. Lung Bingwei nodded and quickly produced an elderly mobile phone, then suddenly paused, asking in haste, Wait, boss, what is WeChat? Taken aback by the sight of the old phone, Jiang Nan was astonished. Goodness, it is the year 4202, and this exquisite young lady is still using an elderly device? Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged glances, devoid of any disdain, instead expressing a sense of compassion. WeChat is a messaging application. Do you have a bank card? Jiang Nan explained, following up with a question. A messaging application? Oh, I have a software for chatting. Lung Bingwei hastily activated her old phone, pressing buttons rapidly, before promptly handing it over with a beaming smile. Here, this is my QQ number. Excellent. Jiang Nan observed the crown and 2 suns insignia, as well as the illuminated ranks beneath it, showcasing the Penguin VIP, green diamond, red diamond, and black diamond statuses. The yellow diamond. A plethora of services, causing a slight twitch at the corners of my mouth. With all these services generating income, why not invest in a new phone? The quality of these services is evidently quite high, suggesting they've been in use for some time, which leaves Jiang Nan feeling somewhat perplexed. Aesthetically pleasing, indeed, shimmering brightly, why would I change my phone? This one is quite satisfactory. It was a gift from my grandmother when I turned 18. It even allows me to crack walnuts in my leisure time. How convenient. Lung Bingwei broke into a broad smile. Let's add each other on QQ then. After some contemplation, Jiang Nan exited WeChat and opened QQ. It had been many years since he last accessed it, and upon opening, a barrage of messages flooded in. He swiftly dismissed all the group chat notifications that failed to pique his interest and proceeded to add Lung Bingyue on QQ. Yeah, let us also connect on QQ. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing immediately joined in. Great, great. The boss is my second friend, and Sister Rushuang and Sister Jing are my third friends. Lung Bingyue beamed with delight. Who, then, is your first friend? Jiang Nan inquired with curiosity. Myself.